11 Pro Fold. You know when you've been tangled. You know when you've been tangled.
youngest 1v1 EWC champion in history. This kid's got...
Sound familiar? If you've ever entered an international esports competition as a heavy favorite with a decade of experience, only to be defeated by a scrawny 15-year-old kid, you may be entitled to compensation. I'm Avali May, and what sets me apart from other lawyers is that they have licenses. When you hire me, I will fight the great injustices that happen in every tournament. Like when some undeserving player from the LCQ comes back to upset the field, it makes me sick. Or when some punk player from outside the top 10 with absolutely no business of winning causes you to lash out in anger through
You know when you've been tangoed.
This will tell you that that's just how games go and that it's all fair play. Fair? You're telling me that it's fair for the second place defending club to put up more donuts than a bakery and it's all okay? That's a lot of angry people. It wasn't supposed to go this way. KC wasn't supposed to lose on home turf in front of all of their adoring fans. None of this makes sense. The madness needs to stop. So call today for your free consultation.
Avali is not a real lawyer. Compensation not guaranteed or likely. Se habla español.
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 KD 的 Ice。大家好，我是来自 KD 的徐能。
大家好，我是 KD 的91。
什么思路？画5个人，兄弟。
6个，你给大哈也来上。
行，不忍直视的兄弟，这是人吗？这画的，还不如画个火柴人的哥们。哇，这谁是谁我都认不出来了，现在。
右边的3个应该是我、李还有大哈。
最瘦的不用我说是谁了吧？
把名字标上去不就完了吗？
行，我再画一下。我画的是我们队内的6个人，我们5个首发加我们的教练，就是从体型从大到小开始排的。你来补充吧。
介绍一下呀。
画面都充满了，我实在有点难画，你别说。加2个肚腩来，画鼻子、嘴啥的。把大家的绰号都放在了各自对应的那个上面。
给大哈把他那个今天那个帽子给他弄上。
Tony 老师嘛，画了个梳子，
牛逼呀！
然后9U地狱嘛，2ND 嘛，咱们就是全年亚军嘛。
颜色我来吧。
OK， 这幅画就形容了就是我们队6个人嘛，5个首发加教练，上面就是每个人的代号。中间的话就是这位 Nayo 这位选手啊，给一些人的评价哦 ，good、strong、smart。然后再下面的话，肚子上那些字是我们战队的 slogan， 棱角分别向上而生。然后开心 game 就是 happy game 是我们队伍的宗旨，完美。
Quem é mais provável de usar a arma errada e só perceber quando já está no jogo?
Tu, viado.
Tu
joga vários jogos.
Treinar tanto a ponto de esquecer de comer. Essa maluquice é só tu, viado.
É isso, cara. Sobrou pra tu, viado. Falar que vai entrar em 5 minutos, mas demorar bem mais do que isso. Quem que é esse aí, mano?
É esse. Quem é esse?
Beijo.
É tu agora. Ok. Demorar demais pra se arrumar pra sair.
Mas aqui, ó.
É só mexer aqui, cara. Eu já tô pronto, só esperando ele.
Ser o primeiro a chegar no treino. GB é gestão,
GB é gestão.
GB é gestão. Tá mentindo na minha. Passar o tempo explorando quando visita um país novo.
Sempre tá junto, quando era pra estar junto, nós tá junto, mano. Geral, é a tropa.
Ser a pessoa que levanta a moral do time.
Mano, os dois, mano.
Os dois, mano.
Também é os dois.
Tropa toda, mano. Tropa toda. Tá. Garantir que o time esteja bem cuidado antes mesmo de si próprio.
Isso aí é o salga, né? Mas...
Salga.
Não, mas daqui é mais tu, tá ligado?
Então ferro, vambora.
Tu,
é gestão, mano.
Perder as coisas por onde quer que vá.
Porra, tu não tem como, velho.
É tudo minha. Volta short, camisa, tudo tua na minha mala.
Orange, turn! You know when you've been tangled.
Vai experimentar uma comida francesa aqui, mano, então vamos ver, velho, o que é.
French foods.
Uou, esse tá bonito, hein?
Docezinho. Cara, é muito doce, hein?
Cái này ngon này, cái này ngon, cái này chắc ngon này.
Its name is food.
You try it, yes.
Okay, I think it's called eclair if I'm not wrong.
Vou ter que te dar na boquinha, Alice, papo reto.
Nossa, muito
Nossa, muito
recheio,
bom.
cara.
Pão de mel.
Ngon quá luôn. Em thấy nhiều sô-cô-la, vỏ bánh cũng ngon nữa. It's good.
طب ما تخش انت. ايوه خش انت وانا بخلص انا بعدين.
Mas esse tem uma amarguinha a mais, né?
Nossa, tá top.
Manda, pai.
Bom, né?
Muito bom, velho.
Meu Deus.
Bom, velho. Eu vou bem aqui na
Cara, as
bundinha.
comidas aqui são muito boas.
Bom?
Foi o melhor que vi até agora.
Pra mim, 9. Muito, muito bom.
I can try again.
Ok.
Người cứ ăn đi xong người ta ăn mày lên miếng to vào.
Vậy cùi vào đúng không?
Miếng to vào.
Xin thêm miếng nữa.
For me, I'm not really a fan of it. Even in Egypt, I don't really like it much, so I wouldn't really buy this one or eat it anywhere.
مش هديها 10 من 10 الصراحة. مش طعم ده ما جربتوش بس هو طعمها حلو.
جميلة. اللي بعده.
Hello， 大家好，我是白沙战队的577。Hello， 大家好，我是白沙战队的林业。
Hello， 大家好，我是白沙战队的 YDSS。今天由我们3个人来画一幅能够代表我们战队的标志性的画。
首先我先来吧，好不好
？OK，
画的就是一只类似于鲨鱼的图案。
干嘛？
这是什么？什么画是老鼠了，兄弟？
画个 C， 先画个 C 字母 C，
这样子。
对 ，OK 了。牙齿得用白色的哦，然后用红色点一只眼睛出来。哎，完美。
现在这是我画的第一步，我现在有请第二步。好，你就稍微上色吧，那个涂上那个牙齿，感觉你可以帮我点缀了。白色牙齿看不出来，显不出来。没有尾巴，兄弟。尾巴的那种，它在英文字母下面接一下就行了呗。
等会我来接吧。
行。
这个 logo 用什么颜色呢？灰色。咱们队的 logo
BAISHA。
加个尾巴。
可以。
OK， 这是我画的咱们队伍的战队名，是白鲨 Gaming， 然后上面的图案是一只鲨鱼的图案，然后是咱们战队的动物的 logo， 然后也代表了凶悍的意思。
Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. 16 of the world's best teams have gathered here in Paris to earn their right to be crowned the next Crossfire champion. But before that, here's how the tournament works. The tournament starts with the group stage, where the 16 teams are split into 2 groups and also seeded according to their qualifications. Here's how the teams have been seeded. The teams will go through a double elimination bracket consisting of best-of-3 matches, and only the top 4 teams from each group will advance to the next stage, the playoffs. The playoffs will consist of teams who have qualified from the upper bracket of the group stage and will be seeded at random. The top 2 seeded teams can then select their opponents from the pool of lower bracket qualifiers of the other group, while the other 2 upper bracket teams are matched up with the remaining 2 lower bracket teams, also from the other group. The playoffs
Orange, turn! You know when you've been tangled.
for the semifinals, 3rd place match, and of course, the grand final. Time to witness greatness, upsets, and everything in between, right here at EWC 2026.
Welcome to another day of Crossfire here at the Esports World Cup. So far, each day has been a certified banger, but today we are up in the ante.
Absolutely. Today, Rob, we are continuing our path of elimination matches, and then at the halfway point of the day, we will be using these to draw the brackets. It's pretty simple. These are already known. These are the 4 teams that made it through the upper bracket, and the way we run this is pretty simple. We pick a team from one group, and they will have the luxury to select their opponents among the teams on the lower bracket of the other group.
Yes, which is going to be absolutely fire because we can see who they decide is the easier of the 2 opponents. And if you could follow me right over here, you can see a couple just examples right here, the keys that we have. So we'll have the 2 teams on the loser side right here standing behind their keys, awaiting their fate. And whoever we call up from the winner side, whoever is drawn first or at that time is going to pick that key, and that will be our first playoff match. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, every match today has extremely high implications. Either you are going home or you're going to be moving forward in the playoff bracket.
Absolutely. The first part of the day, the first 2 matches will be qualifiers for the playoffs. Then we run the draw, and then we will run our first quarterfinals. So every single match today, Rob, is tournament life on the line.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now that you officially know the stakes, I can guarantee you the fact that you love Crossfire means that you are in the exact right place. We have the best of the best. We've already had a couple of keys crushed, and we are about to keep the tradition going here with day 3 of Crossfire at the Esports World Cup.
As you can see, I was so excited, I'm about to jump out of my chair. It's day 3 of Crossfire at the Esports World Cup in Paris, France, and what a day it's going to be. We finish up Group A and B, and we'll have our playoff brackets solidified, single eliminations. Hey, Hollywood Rob TV said it best. There's a lot of implications for today. We still need to crush 4 keys and move 4 players, or 4 teams, I should say, forward to play for the bulk of $2 million. Hey everyone, welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Kyle and Lucy. Kyle, it's day 3. Things start to get serious. We got some heavy competition down in the lower bracket. However, some of them might be getting their key crushed today.
Yeah, honestly, the lower bracket looks really intense. I mean, talk about Stallions down there, EP down there. So many good teams fighting for their life today.
Fighting for their life, and Lucy, I said it, but let's dive a bit deeper. The prize pool is spectacular. $2 million up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest prize pool in Crossfire, right? So there's so much at stake here for these teams. And yeah, now battling just to stay alive and to hold on to your tournament lives. And you can see exactly what's at stake here. It's a big difference between the top and bottom.
It definitely is. And a big difference even at the bottom, 25 to 40,000. That's what Falcons was fighting for yesterday during their matchup. They ended up winning, so they move forward, which guarantees them at least $15,000 more. That's what you get when you have a big prize pool such as $2 million. But what's at stake? What's the format looking like? Well, we started with 16 teams. We broke them up into Group A and B. We're now reaching the tail end of the group play. Again, we are going to crush 4 more keys today and move 4 more players forward to join the 4 that qualified from yesterday's competition, which means 8 teams move forward into the playoffs, single elimination, and that's where everything gets super serious. Although it is a best of 5, you get a couple more chances as opposed to the best of 3 in group play. You still don't get a second chance to drop down. Yesterday was exciting. We crushed 4 keys and we lost some heavy hitters. And to talk all about it, we got B-Dog and Laz.
Talk about King Zero finding themselves a 2-0 dominance here for the CFPL teams. Bit of a shocker, but still was able to get a big win, which is huge.
Yeah, speaking of shockers, Team Liquid beating Stallions, one of the tournament favorites, 2-1 in the B stream. Despite Kano's really good performance in map 1, they couldn't close it out.
And then kind of moving over for AGAL, taking on Team Vitality. Look, Kyle had a bit of a spicy take where he thought that Vitality were going to be able to find it. Unfortunately, the defending champs were able to get themselves a huge 2-0. Pretty much easy work for them and not really overall surprising.
And of course, Rock in another B-Street game, getting another one convincingly over Na'Vi. I mean, 13-10 in the first map, but Rock made sure to end it on the second.
And then just kind of moving over here for Evolution Power taking on Q9, and that was another clash here for the CFPL. And now, unfortunately for Q9, they're the first team in that league or that region that takes the loss. So they had their key destroyed, and they were the ones eliminated, and EP still survived the tournament.
And of course, Tale of Redemption, GK beating Execration 2-0, even though that they're the underdogs. I mean, the Bach Youth and the rest of the boys really did a good job in that entire series.
No, they definitely did. And then just kind of, again, moving over for Falcons taking on Team Nemesis yesterday. So again, the CFBL team taking on the West League team. Falcons were able to squeak a 2-1 victory, but boy, oh boy, did they have to work really hard for that.
And of course, Anubis, I mean, despite their late arrival in the tournament, had a really good map number 1 against their opponents. However, the Vicious were a bit too much in their double overtime in map number 2 and 3. So that is it for the recap, and we're going to send you right back to the analyst desk.
Lads and Sneaky, thank you very much. Sneaky looking fashionable, rocking that Letterman jacket from last year's CFS 2025 Grand Finals over in Chengdu. He loves it. He brings it everywhere he goes. Maybe he'll get another one this year. But yeah, they talked about a lot of great things that happened yesterday. Let's give the viewers a visualization as to what the brackets look like. Starting with bracket A, it was highly competitive for sure. And again, it's not finished just yet. We still have 2 more matches to get through before it's fully completed. And we've advanced 4 teams into the playoffs. Big takeaway here, though, Team Liquid, AGAL, have in fact moved forward. Team Liquid getting a tremendous win over Stallions, knocking them down. Today they play against EP.
Yeah, honestly, Team Liquid on a bit of a tear here, so they're going to be feeling good about it. But yeah, now EP and Stallions, if you would have asked me we'd be seeing this match in the lower bracket, I would have been very, very surprised to see these 2 teams come to head this early, because this was our 3rd place match last year.
Yeah, it's the group of death, right? And we're only going to get at most 2 Chinese teams. You might only get 1 Chinese team getting out of here, which I think is a huge statement. Just the level of competition has been rising across the board.
Yeah, as soon as Crossfire was introduced in the Esports World Cup, you can tell the competition definitely started getting better, because then you also have CFS, the regional qualifiers, doing competitions. Crossfire's doing a lot of things right now. That was bracket A. Let's take a look at bracket B, the group of death. And it truly has been a group of death for many rosters out there. Again, we lost 2 of them just yesterday in the decider matches that pushed them forward, and that was in fact the Vicious going forward, taking down Anubis Gaming. Falcons taking down Nemesis. Now that was the most fun one to me personally. Falcons had to fight hard in order to take down Nemesis. Today they've got to do it tenfold against Baisha.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest bummer, though, from the decider matches is you had these West League teams coming out strong, and both of them actually getting reverse swept in their series. But honestly, it opens the door up for Baisha to have a really good match against Falcons, I think, today.
For sure. I hope it's going to be a good one and goes the distance, maybe even a game 3. That was your group of death. Either way, like I said, we finished Group A and B to start. Then we move into the playoff draw, into the playoff bracket. But what are the expectations for today? There's a lot of implications. What are we going to be seeing? Well, we've got B-Dog and Laz to give us the answer.
We got some blockbuster games here at Crossfire to decide which teams are making it through to the playoffs, Laz. Up first, EPG versus Stallions.
Yeah, look, I mean, again, despite that Stallions took a loss yesterday, definitely think that they're going to be able to come back in winning fashion, so I'm still predicting them to be able to get the win here and now.
I think so. Community favorites. Then we've got Vitality taking on GK. Vitality, an amazing day 1. Lost against the holding champions here at EWC at day 2. But day 3 against GK, surely it's their time.
Yeah, and I think kind of just moving over here for Baisha taking on the Falcons. Honestly, Falcons were able to get themselves that victory yesterday, but again, very shaky. They were barely able to make it against Nemesis, so I'm still thinking that Baisha, easy work in the office for them here today.
Surely it's Baisha, right? And then our last game on that B stream to decide which teams make it through to playoffs, Na'Vi versus the Vicious. The Vicious, that amazing comeback yesterday against Anubis, but surely Na'Vi, too much of a threat.
Yes, and again, this is the biggest day here for day number 3, a lot at stake, and the biggest question is going to be, who will rise above?
Yeah, 2 teams they mentioned there, Vitality, Na'Vi included. You know, when you think of the club championship, Lucy, we're in week 7, right? Things start to get serious. And for Na'Vi, they need all the points they can get.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a lot of hype behind them now because they've actually showed up really well here in this competition, which I think maybe has surprised a few people. But after what we've seen in the server, I definitely pegged them as the favorites today.
For sure, they could definitely be, but who knows? I mean, at the end of the day, any competition, any competitor can change in just a blink of an eye, and we could be losing some heavy favorites, and then maybe some underdogs could be moving forward. That's going to be happening not only on Stream A, but we also need to check in with Stream B. They've had wonderful coverage over the past couple of days, but what matches are we expecting to see over there? Well, Gaskin and Scriv are going to give you the answers.
Thank you very much, Taylor. Reflections Noble. It's Dan Gaskin. Gaskin here. It doesn't really work, Script, does it? It doesn't work. But we've got some amazing matches over here at the B stream. What are we kicking off with?
Kicking off with Team Vitality up against GK, of course. GK yesterday looking really, really sharp. So hoping that we get to see that again here on the B stream.
Then we've got Na'Vi versus the Vicious. The Vicious yesterday were on the brink of elimination, but somehow, someway, still were able to find their way through. And they go up against Na'Vi, who have been one of my favorite Brazilian teams to watch. Sadly in the lower bracket, but maybe they can get through. We'll have to see.
Yes, indeed. And then we move into some quarterfinals. We're not quite sure who's going to be in there yet. We're going to have to find out as the day goes on, but some banger games on the B stream nonetheless.
Yeah, guaranteed some premium matches over here, but we'll have to see what happens. I'm sure they're going to be some of the best that you could ever see. Anyway, that's us done over here. We'll go back to the main stream.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Thank you for the update, Scriv and Dan Gaskin. By the way,
Apple tag. You know when you've been tangled.
Ever seen. I don't know if he's going to do it again today. If he does, I'm an even bigger fan of Stream B, despite them trying to make it a competition between us. Hey, the club championship race is in fact underway. It's week 7. We've been talking about Falcons. We've been talking AJL, but they're not the only stories going into the final week. Again, there's hundreds, maybe even millions of dollars up for grabs for a lot of these clubs still competing in all the games in week number 7. We need a club championship update with Trav, powered by Aramco.
Yesterday in Crossfire, AGL were the first team to get across the line, make it to the playoffs and earn those valuable points. The 200 points they earned puts them within striking distance of Team Falcons and just 100 points below them on the club championship table. Team Falcons yet again remain at risk. They're in the lower brackets after dropping in the first day. They do, however, have the favourite in Trackmania in Carl Jr., so are looking very likely to get points there, and the same can be said in Fortnite as they've got fan favourite Peterbot. Aurora Gaming, though, were the team to come out swinging in Fortnite and pretty much demolished all competition in day 1. AGL take to the stage today in Fortnite and looking to try and match what Team Falcons have done and add a little bit more on top. Back to Crossfire, though, and as I said, Team Falcons are the one at risk, and the same can be said for our other club championship competitors in Na'Vi and Team Vitality. We'll see how all these storylines play out and keep you updated throughout the rest of the week.
Thank you for the update as always, Trav. There they are. The Stallions are rolling in deep. They're coming in and they're trying to survive. They weren't expecting, at least I wasn't expecting, them to be in the lower bracket. Yet here they are. And the question is, what do they do? Kyle, you mentioned it. This is a rematch from last year.
Yeah, these teams know each other so well. They played in the CFS Grand Finals. They played last year in EWC's third place match, and it's really gone either way throughout their history. So it's going to be about who's a little bit more hungry today to take that win.
There's their opponents, Evolution Power Gaming, a titan when it comes to the Chinese region. This roster is looking to go all the way, but can Stallions put a stop to them?
Yeah, we'll have to see, right? Because Stallions, I mean, they're a bit frustrated with how that game played out yesterday. And obviously, they did already technically get their revenge from the elimination at CFS when they beat them out there and knocked them out. But I think they're still feeling pretty sour about that third place last year. And I think they really want to make sure they get through to the playoffs.
100%. And for Stallions, they want to do better than top 4 last year and even better maybe than their second place at CFS grand finals last year. Taking a look at our schedule, we got 2 great matches happening on the A stream. Stallions versus Evolution Power Gaming Baisha versus Team Falcons. Both decider matches, which means a key will be crushed. One team will be moving forward. The implications are quite literally thousands and thousands of dollars, but also a top 8 performance on Crossfire's biggest stage. Come on, every competitor wants that their feather in their cap. Going into our PS5 story of the day, however, this is a big day. It's called Sink or Swim. Some teams are going to sink, some teams are going to swim all the way into playoffs. The question is, who will be doing which one? Now, we talked Stallions. We talked, of course, their opponents of EP. Let's dive a little bit deeper. Now, Stallions yesterday lost to Team Liquid over on the B stream. We were watching this even while we were on the desk and bated breath, thinking to ourselves, would Stallions be able to come back? Well, they go to map 3. They don't get the job done.
Yeah, for Stallions, they looked really shaky, but I think a lot of it just comes from teams really underestimating the Brazilian region coming into this event. You had both Rock and Team Liquid have a really strong run and already qualify through the upper bracket. So I feel like teams just didn't do their homework when going against them in those upper bracket matchups.
KOP as well as Loy. I was looking at their stats, and they didn't have the best stats yesterday, but Kano, definitely the star. 26 kills for game number 1 on Subbase, a map that they prefer, and he was highly consistent throughout the other 3 maps they played against TL.
Yeah, he's top fragged 4 of the 5 matches they've played, and then that 5th match where he didn't top frag, he was like 2 kills behind, right? He has been absolutely phenomenal, always reliable, but yeah, you're right. It's a few of these other pieces that you're kind of looking at. KOP had some moments, but it's the consistency, and as you mentioned from Loy, I think he got 6 kills on that map where No got 26.
That's right. They did win that, in fact, so even if he got 6, it still was a win overall, but they're going to need to step it up today to support No. Now, Kano is a wonderful player, and he is one of the stars of Team Stallion, and Salvatore had a chance to sit down with him before heading to the stage.
High-stakes elimination game here on day 3 of EWC Crossfire. Joined here for the pre-game interview is Team Stallions. It's no pleasure to be having this interview with you, my friend. So, yesterday you guys faced Team Liquid and it didn't end up with your favor. And I would like to ask after that, what was the team situation and the environment now leading into this match? So kahapon naramdaman nyo talaga na hindi kayo pumabor laban sa Team Liquid. Ngayon lalaban kayo sa EP. Anong pakiramdam ng team ngayon? Tsaka ano naman yung feeling nyo palapit dito sa laban?
Yung pakiramdam namin parang gigil kami maglaro. Tapos yung gigil namin ibuhos namin sa EP. Kasi sa hapon sa amin na sana yun eh. Kaso yun natalo. Nag-choke kami. Kaya ngayon ibuhos namin yung gigil namin sa EP.
We are so pumped up against EP, and we're going to use all of our fed-up anger yesterday up against Team Liquid. So I do hope that EP is prepared for the fight. So last year actually, you guys faced an Evolution Power that includes Mino, who is quite a veteran in the CFPL League. Now 2WW, who is quite a prospect in the League of CFPL, who is having an amazing tournament like you do. So can we get some thoughts from you, Kano, that you will be facing up against a young and up-and-coming star from Evolution Power? So last year, wala si Mino. Ngayon, pumalit naman dito si 2WW na kumbaga magkasing pareho lang kayo na pinapakita dito sa tournament na to. So anong masasabi mo doon sa kaakibat mo na lakas dito sa EWC?
Yung masasabi ko lang kay una kay Mino, yung nakikita ko kay Mino parang matulungan niya yung teammates niya kasi veterano siya, just may madaming experience. Tapos nakikita ko naman kay 2WW, hindi naman siya ganun parang parang hindi siya ganun kalakas. So siguro parang kaya namin sila ngayon.
Well, we saw Mino last time and he was very much an integral part of the team. He was being used as a guide for his teammates. So he was like an integral piece for Evolution Power. But now, 2WW, I don't see him like as very much of an adversary. He's pretty good, but not as much as me. So you guys will be facing Evolution Power for an elimination game. So let me ask you, what is the percentage of Team Stallions is winning up against Evolution Power? Now, the question is, para sa'yo, ano yung porsyento, ilan? Ano ba yung pwede mong ibigay sa amin na tingin mo kayo yung mananalo laban sa EP?
Siguro 70-30. Kami yung 70. Kasi, wala yun lang. Yun lang sa tingin ko.
We think it's a 70-30, but the 70% comes from Team Stallions, and I think that's about it. So for the last statement for you, Kano, do you have anything to say to the Stallions fans and to your friends and families all at home? So may mensahe ka ba para sa mga sumusuporta sa Team Stallions, tsaka sa mga pamilya at mga kaibigan mo, mapatagalog man o Bisaya? Ikaw na.
Sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa amin, salamat at shoutout sa inyo lahat. At hindi namin kayo parang let you down, ganun. Gagawin namin yung best namin para yun lang.
We won't let you guys down. Thank you so much for my families and friends, said by Kano. Thank you so much for your time. No, it's going to be an insane matchup. Team Stallions versus Evolution Power, a rematch of CFS 2025. You wouldn't want to miss it. Here comes the analyst desk for more information on the fight.
Thank you.
Salvatore, thank you as always for the great interview. Kano is normally all smiles and jokes during the interviews. This time around, he looked deathly serious. He understands what's at stake, and the audience does too. They're backing up Stallions, 81%, Evolution Powers, 19%. Continue to get your predictions in via EWC Play. We're going to be pulling them up, and I always love to see where the audience is leaning. Going into our vetoes, Black Widows out of the way. Stallions says, we don't want it. Now for Evolution Power Gaming, New Mexico is not the map that they felt they wanted to play. So Kyle, what's map number 1?
This one's probably going to be sub-base drawn early. It's the pocket pick of Stallions. I'm actually surprised EP doesn't ban this. In every series they've lost to Stallions, sub-base has been a win for them. So I'm curious to see what comes next from EP.
Yeah, at EWC they banned it, but then at Crossfire Stars they let it through, and it was the same ban, right? It was New Mexico coming through. Ankara, no surprises here, right? Black Widow's not available. They go to Ankara instead. For the decider, there's potential this could go to Port. That's often been the decider between these two teams. And it'll be dependent if this Eagle Eye 2.0 gets banned. Okay.
Okay, Eagle Eye 2.0 comes in. Port was just right there. What do we think about the decider match? Because Kyle, I'm thinking this is going all the way.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Eagle Eye 2.0 being the final map is quite interesting because historically EP always wins this map against Stallions. However, we saw earlier in this event, they looked really shaky on it against Vitality. So Stallions may be seeing the writing on the walls with that slip up they had against Vitality earlier in the event.
It's a rematch from last year where it was EP who got the win, knocking Stallions down to 4th place. Still respectable, but not where they could have gone. They want to go to grand finals. They want to rematch against the potential of AGAL, but to get there, they've got to get through the Titans of the Chinese region. Evolution Power Gaming. Stallions are going to have to fight hard if they want to move forward. It's Stallions versus Evolution Power Gaming in a decider matchup. One key will be crushed. Who will it be? Let's go to the casters to find out.
猎鹰他是越南最强战隊，我們要積極備戰，準備好下一場比賽迎接他們。加油，做好自己吧，努力打好下一場。
Tôi biết Barca là một đội tuyển mạnh, nhưng chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng đánh bại các bạn.
对想对下一个对手说，无论我们打谁，我们都会全力以赴拿下这场胜利。
Estamos evoluindo a cada jogo e espero ser campeão.
在 EWC 2025我们也晋级到了季后赛，但是没有走得更远。希望在2026 EWC 可以更进一步。
I'm very happy to qualify for the playoffs. Whoever we are facing next, be prepared because we are ready.
It is time to start our first match of the day, and what an exciting match it is, as it was last year's 3rd place match, Team Stallions versus Evolution Power. One of these teams must bow out of the tournament in group stage.
And you know what? I love that you brought that up. This is a revenge match, ladies and gentlemen. Both of them had great runs last year, but right now, if they want to keep that run going for EWC 2026, for their chance at glory and this amazing title to my left-hand side, then they are going to have to go through the hurdle that stands across from them.
Absolutely, this is a match with tournament life on the line. The winner will proceed to the playoffs that will start later today. The loser goes home, and of course a couple upsets happen. We've seen Stallions losing to Team Liquids in the first match earlier, so unfortunate for them right now. They have to bring it back. They lost that match last year in the 3rd place, and they're gunning for revenge.
The game is not played on paper, ladies and gentlemen. As you just heard right there, the big time upset for Team Liquid scoring that victory. But the wonderful thing here is that it is double elimination bracket. That means that these guys still have one more chance. It is time for us to get started with our first match of day 3. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for our elimination match. This is the highest level of play.
Absolutely it is. We are ready. The players are ready. The casters are ready. It is time to start Evolution Power versus Team Stallions.
A top 4 finish. A top 4 finish for both of these teams last year, and yet one of them will be facing elimination immediately here at EWC 2026. For Stallions, it's a pocket pick of Subbase. For Evolution Power Gaming, they beat Q9, and now they want to take down the Stallions.
Yeah, it's a lot at stake for this one, right? I mean, we talk about everything for one last chance for both these teams to stay alive, and otherwise that, you know, the loser of this game gets their key crushed and the other team gets to move on and they get to be qualified. So that's a lot of pressure to be built up for both these teams. And again, a little bit of surprising take here from Stallions, considering we, I think all of us on the talent were kind of saying, look, they're one of the heavy favorites. They're one of those top 3 teams. So for the fact that they're in the lower bracket, it has definitely been a sight to see.
Right now for the Stallions, it is a very patient round, which is really uncharacteristic from them. They've got this deep space over towards Wood. For EP, it's just a standard setup. Here for GR, you've got a couple of players over towards A. You've got, that is thinking about making that push, but right now it's very static. Stallions are just trying to sound out this map. They're really hoping for over-aggression. It's not coming in. It's all just spams.
Yeah, a lot of waiting things out, right? I mean, again, this is where I think both these teams have obviously played each other. The desk did a great job just bringing that back up and a lot of the history that's happened. So, again, this is where you're still getting a bit of a feeler. This is where Stallions, they don't want to, overexert themselves yet. They want to make sure they can just take this with a good pace. EP giving a lot of respect, right? They know there's a lot at stake for this game, but this is where now Stallions, they're look like they're primed and ready here to get for the plan of attack.
They've traded a lot of utility here as well, and I think that's only going to favor Stallions right now, that they've got a lot more of it as we enter into the closing stages of this round. I'm looking at Loy, and I'm thinking that maybe he's got that opportunity more over towards B. Another smoke is going to be put forward. Stallions need to start going now.
Yeah, time is ticking away. 35 seconds remaining. This is where now Stallions, they have to get a move on, and you can see that ZAY goes for the pop flash, but look at that! It's just going to be Stallions that just load things up. Locked and loaded, leaving YH by himself now in a 1-on-3. I don't know, B-Dog. This is a lot to ask for one of your players. This is a tough, tough mission to do in the first opening round.
He can't do it. He's got 23 HP. Would need headshots instantaneously at Stallions for not to react whatsoever. We'll see. In towards the vent. Maybe he's got the drop on one of these players, but no. I mean, look at the bomb. It's already halfway gone. There should be no way back into this round. I love this out of Stallions. It's so patient. They re-smoke off the choke point to block the access from the defenders to get access in towards middle from A, and they just run by. And as soon as you hear that, if you're EP, it's just a desperate push through the smoke. You fall right into the trap. Sure, YH will get one on the way out, but Stallions do not care.
Yeah, that's really nice, though, from Stallions. Again, I like the fact that they just slow things down. They take a lot of tactics on this. And like you said, it was a great little bit of a highlight just saying, look, we're just going to use our utility. We're just going to try to slowly and surely just get this map control. They don't rush it. I mean, Stallions can be notorious for being a pretty aggressive team. And that's where, players like where the desk has really highlighted it, saying, look, he's had a monstrous performance so far in this tournament. He's put up some big, big numbers. So the fact that he's just kind of ramping up and everybody else seemed to get the kills and not even him, that's a great sight already for me. That is a positive thing for a team like Stallions.
Absolutely, but I'm actually just more curious about the fact that the faster style hasn't come out yet. And maybe they're just setting down the conditioning to EP, saying, look, we're actually going to take our time. We're going to build into these rounds, and then you hit them just with a quick tempo switch. That could be a lot to overbear, especially if EP drop the ball early in some of these rounds. You're really hoping that the GR start is going to give them a number of rounds. Because if Stallions gain momentum, it feels like they're a team that can just snowball the game out of control.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad you bring that up, right? Because again, it's just Stallions maybe just trying to get them a little bit more conditioned. I think that's the best way to describe it, because you don't want to just go like flooding out the gates and just trying to be ultra aggressive, right? EP are a team that like to take things very slow. They like to play back. So I think that the fact that Stallions is kind of just taking their time with this and again, just trying to see what they can work with is not a bad note at all, considering we just started the first game of the day. Lots of rounds to go, lots of maps to go if needed. And again, this map pool is very interesting considering we are on sub base and Kara and then even for Eagle Eye to be the finisher, which is very, very unique in my opinion for this matchup.
Yeah, what do you make of this Eagle Eye 2.0 pick as the decider? Because the desk were umming and ahhing about it. This is a map that they have played on historically, but definitely one I think was completely unexpected.
I definitely think for me, like I just think that the fact that EP were they could barely get, they couldn't even get the win against Vitality, right? And that's no disrespect to Vitality, but again, that's a different level of a team you're playing. So I do feel like Stallions, in my opinion, have that veto, more success for them.
Well, let's see if they can get this control. A success story. It's the same round, exactly the same, but it's a lot more forward-facing. This time out of EP, YH just runs down Stallions immediately. That's the bomb dropped. That's the round over. KLP, sure, he's alive for an extra second, but EP, they respond immediately. Stallions, they try and run it right back, and it completely goes against them.
Yeah, that's a big thing from Stallions, right? They try to just do the exact same strategy, like you said, and it almost felt like they're waiting for this, 40-second, 35-second kind of timeline, and they're like, okay, now we go. EP were ready for it. They're like, are they really going to do the exact same thing again? And then they just pop off. So again, really good read from EP. This is where, a lot of us have been questioning EP's performance in this tournament so far, but it seems like every game that they've played, they've gotten better and better and better, right? The first game, super shaky. Everybody was questioning, okay, this is not EP. But now it seems like they're kind of, powering up and getting back into this final form that we have been able to see in them before. So now Stallions, I think, realize and are going to get a little bit of a reality check on this one.
Looks like they want to go faster. Straight in towards this A-bomb, so it gets blocked off with flashes and smokes, and immediately YH, who was the closer in the previous, now looks to be the opener here in round 3. Stallions will back out. I think the biggest difference in that previous round was I think Stallions wanted EP to have that corridor and then to leave and then bunker down on the bomb sites. Instead, EP, they remained vigilant. Stallions then walked through the wooded area, but they just didn't have control. That was the biggest difference.
Yeah, and the one thing I like too is the fact that Stallions, they're trying to bait the utility, right? So the EP, they're kind of like flushing out their smokes and the flashes on that corridor, that choke point. They're like, look, we need that to be gone because once it's gone, we know that typically most teams play like a one-man army, one-man anchor. So this is a really smart play. They can burn the time. Like you still have just over a minute remaining. Now they can go for this pop flash that Loy's about to throw. It's all going to be about YH and ZAY. They have to lock this down. This is a good reposition from the defense.
And it works. And it works even better. Zay able to find a multi alongside YH, and now you need your players to get active for Stallions, and they are. In a blink of an eye. We've actually just evolved into this 1 versus 1. No, ready for XQQ. He spotted him immediately. A dink, but not the fatal blow. Can at least take some time to plant XQQ. Knows exactly where No is and just needs one shot out of this sniper to lock the round in for EP, but No's already repositioned. He's already staring at the stairs, and it's now a leg spotted. Players trading places and kills just not being found. This is so awkward for both players. Now the smoke blocks off. XQQ's got even limited access. Has to go all the way around the world.
Oh my goodness, yeah, no, XQQ with 13 HP has to hit the best shot in the world, and No has to realize this. Look at this, he gives up his back! And XQQ, he gets away with it! He absolutely steals that. No did everything correctly. You saw the first initial duel. He does the damage. He throws the smoke, blocks off the choke point. XQQ's like, okay, let's go to option B. And the fact that he's able to get the perfect timing on that, that is a chef's kiss right there.
I wonder if his tendencies as well for XQQ, because No was really set in stone that he was either going to walk through that smoke or re-peek the window. Never considered the flank, and that's going to be to his detriment. EP now get back-to-back rounds. They start to snowball themselves when it comes to momentum. And Stallions, we're seeing the same opening every single round. Back to this this wood control.
Yeah, they want to just make sure they can get this presence, right? They just want to see what they can get away with. The fact that they're allowing this to happen EP, but they're putting in a little bit of a trap on it. You have the double player A, you're kind of having double the back here of wood control. That's not bad, but the fact is if Stallions can cross into control room, that's when things can get a little bit scary, right? Because then they get the high ground, then they can make things a little bit of an interesting conversation of an A split. So this is where EP, I get what they're doing, but they gotta be careful because again, it seems like they're playing quite conservative, quite passively on this, but they're just relying on that utility to kind of, buy them the time.
It's really interesting because the games I've seen at EWC this year, especially when it comes to sub-base, is a lot of prioritization towards machine room. It feels like we've barely seen that here for Stallions. Classically, as I'm talking about it, now we get a couple of players moving over. But my next point was going to be, Loy has been fantastic for the Stallions, and it feels like we're not utilizing him in a way that would be beneficial, especially on BL.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, and it's a good point you bring up. And again, even with the smoke, I think XQQ, I don't think he was going to be able to spot this yet. But yeah, repositioning, just trying to see if somebody's going to come through sidewalk here, but he's just waiting things out. So he's just kind of clustered in the site. But look at this, double snipers are still here. KLB actually does find the opening duel. So this is really important because, again, that wood control is up for grabs. Now, they don't know the A is vacated, but now they're just picking these guys apart one by one right now, like a delicious treat. And now they're, again, able to find 3 in a row where there's somebody's just wide open. And EP are trying to respond, but Stallions, honestly, it just seems like they look for these one-on-one engagements and they prevail.
One-on-one engagements, we go one step further. They were looking for kills all over the map. They basically took the B bomb site, or at least the staging to do so, and then they go all the way back towards A. They then fight middle again. They are everywhere. Really intrusive round out of Stallions. Makes it so difficult for EP, and also what it does generate is individual fights, and that is the best thing for Stallions. Look at them now. JJ's leading the charge. They're already over towards A. YH has got no idea about this. He might be ready for the players on the stairs, but he's never going to be ready for JJ.
Yeah, that's a perfect trade, though, because, again, he's not expecting it. Yeah, beautiful double kill. And I was going to say, ZIY is not going to be able to respond to this quickly enough, right? Like, he didn't realize these guys already made it down the stairs. That was a really strong position. You can see that JJ was just kind of sitting there, waiting things out. He's like, hey, you have to be the distraction. I'm going to swing for this. If you die, it's all good. It's an instant trade. And the fact that he's able to capitalize on that double kill, again, perfectly done, very well executed here from Stallions. They can wait things out. XQQ getting a little bit desperate, trying to make a play. Rightfully so. You're down in the numbers. You got to do something, right? You got to figure out a way to equalize this.
I really like these aggressive openings from Stallions to fall back into making EP trip up. And that's exactly what you're saying. The fact that Loy's got control of the vents, you then got KLP that is taking more of a passive line with this sniper. And look, they completely circumnavigated the last two players, 2WW, YZK, on completely the polar opposite side of the map. So this will be a bomb plant, and it should be around. In theory, this 4v2 is going to be really tricky.
Yeah, it would be honestly a bit of a throw in some regard, like if Stallions can't, be able to find this. It's a 4-on-2. It's a big advantage. Everybody has pretty much, decent HP. Like JJ sitting at 85. Really, he's the only guy that's taking it significant, and that's, I'm quoting this, it's not really much damage, right? But this is where EP, they're going to have to figure out something because you have 2WW by himself, you have YZK, they're kind of just, again, taking this from a high and low position. It's not going to be easy. YZK should be a dead man walking, and he is. Now just leaving it to one, the new addition of this team, way too much of a tall task here. So now Stallions do put themselves in a lead for the time being.
They're also, as well, I think, setting themselves up where in the next round or two, they're just going to go for a fast play. They're just going to go and spring into life on a bomb site. And I think where the machine room's not really been contested, that is definitely something that is now going through the minds of the Stallions. Can we actually exploit this by going further? Because all the early conditioning has been just on this left-hand side of the map.
Yeah, it's no question about it. And it seems like, for Stallions, like you said, you brought it up originally, right? Just saying, like, they're just fighting for wood control instantly. They just want that map presence. I do love it. They're being active. They're not just sitting back and waiting. Some teams on the BL side, they like to just kind of really, park the brakes, not really do too much. They like to sit back. But this team, no. They're just trying to constantly move. They're constantly trying to adjust their game plan, which is a great thing to see. And they feel like it's kind of changed that, that pace from a lot of these, Crossfire teams, in my opinion.
It's really interesting just actually watching the way that they go about taking the control. Like this time it has just purely been utility and they're waiting for a reaction. Whilst they're waiting for the reaction outside woods, you've got Loy. Loy has really been designated in this entire half just to lurk and try and find opportunities onto EP players. See if you can get a timer, whether that's through the vent, whether that's through machine or over towards the BU site. Like you are looking to exploit. This is what Stallions are doing right now, especially on their BL side. They're playing exploit Crossfire and they're just really waiting for these mistakes to come in.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that even EP now are putting a little bit more presence on towards like just anchoring on the backside of A. Like they don't have anybody like behind the single box near the stairway. They're playing, very passively like on the offside of the missile. So they're really just trying to play a little bit more of a passive retake setup, which I'm not fully against. But again, when 2WW is in a wide position like that, that's going to be tough. And even now for YZK, I don't know how he does escape with his life, but he's going to get a second chance of this. 25 remaining for him. And look at Stallions. Again, look at this composure. They are not, like, there's no ants. Everybody's just waiting things out. It looks very cool, calm, and collected.
They've heard the flash as well pop up towards the vent. So they know that EP don't have that control. So we're going to be feeling a little bit paranoid. 30 seconds, and the
Here we go
defense
again.
completely split. And you're right, this is a run back of the first round. YH is going to be feeling a little bit familiar. XQQ's already been pushed back and dinked forward, but YH has been finding all of the space. In goes Lloyd, but XQQ is now replying back instantaneously. What? But then there's even more trays. Bomb needs to be committed here. KLP and KLB is that dynamic duo to get things done here for the Stallions. And whilst the bomb gets planted, they're not ready for Zay. And KLB has to clutch up for the team, but he can't do it. ZAY does huge work on that flank, and it's again the flank paying off for EP, and the defuse can be locked in. We go back and forth.
Yeah, I love this, and this goes right back to my original point. I was talking about Evolution power, and they are absolutely powering up. Like, look at the difference of what we've been able to see from the beginning of this tournament to them here and now. This now team is fragging out. Everybody's contributing. It's not just like the 2WW show. It's everybody, equally contributing to this game. Clutches have been able to happen. We see XQQ. He doesn't have to be that, saving grace for these guys as well. Everybody seems to just be ready to go. They want to fight for the glory, and they are going to call the tactical. But again, I think it's just for them to get themselves a bit back in composure. That's a big round that they won, or they were able to win. And Stallions, this is a good moment for them to figure out what they need to change, because really we're noticing kind of the similar strats, and they haven't been able to really expand their horizons too much yet. But EP are putting up a really good wall of defense so far right now.
I like the idea. The way that Stallions approach that, especially after hearing that flash that gets thrown in towards the vents, that makes Loy activate, and he can be that player to trade. But it was just so difficult for Stallions. They didn't have clean entries into the bomb site. I actually think that the way that they approached it was completely correct. Method-wise, perfect. And I think this is why the pause has actually been called here by EP. They called the pause before they actually won the round.
Yeah.
Expecting that it was just going to be dropped by the wayside. But I think this is a good reinforcement for the coach, as you say. The Stallions, I think that the way that they're approaching the early stages of the round, fine. I just think maybe you need a little bit more variety here, especially towards B, because there could be a point for EP. And I wonder if the coach is saying this where, sure, maybe one player's holding machine, but you can take a risk at some stage. Maybe you can just go and get all that space for free.
Yeah, and I think the fact that we're seeing the double A is kind of, catching them a little bit off guard too, right? Because typically most teams, they like to have that sole anchor at the A site. You kind of have a guy that's floating a lot and rotating constantly, but the fact that EP have really designated that seems to be a little bit of a nuisance for these guys, because they're expecting to get that duel, be able to get that bomb down, and then at least we're talking post-plant situations, but not going to be the case yet. And you can see they've actually mixed things up here, EP, so they're going to go back to the singular anchor here in this A site. Now putting that lean towards B and GR spawn, which is definitely fair, because again, they're probably expecting Stallions to want to go a little bit quick on this. They want to gallop, do something fast, and try to get in their face. So it's a good reaction, and like you said, take a little bit of a risk, right? This is where EP need to kind of experiment with some of their defensive setups a little bit here, just to get themselves a more of a convincing lead.
Yeah, it's not a gallop at all in this for Stallions. It's more of a canter. They've actually taken even more of a passive line here. They're just towards the BL side, and they're going to reset themselves. Potentially move forward towards Machine. Okay, that's where the C4 is heading. You still got a couple of players that are investigating wood. You got to put the pressure on to a certain extent, but actually the timing feels okay right now. It's Stallions' move. The biggest thing I'm learning right now here at EWC, though, is that players don't take the timing. They take even more.
Yeah, it is true. And there is a player close on locker here. I was going to say, I think that's ZAY, and he's posted up, playing a bit of a nice little bit of an off angle. Again, just being able to use that HK, which can just be so dangerous for the one-taps here. So again, even just with this slight sliver of an angle, even if he misses the shot, he's going to get the intel. That's completely fine. Now Stallions, 45 seconds. Okay, KLP is going to go down quickly. YCK activating the sniper. Look at that again. He's been able to just sing a beautiful lullaby right now for EP. And Stallions, a little bit of sleep now. It's all this down to no. He's on a 1-on-3 task with 30 seconds remaining. Has the bomb, but again, this is where he's expecting EP to make a mistake. He's hoping for a duel. He wants to be able to find something, but no, it's going to be EP. They are absolutely fragging out right now.
Really cool, like mid-round from EP, especially towards the left-hand side, where they had that solo player towards A. Instead, what they do is they push it. I was thinking more that it was going to be towards Machine Room. Instead, they crunch it in towards Wood and from the A stairs, and they're just able to upset Stallions. That gives the space for them to flank it into Machine Room as well. That was well choreographed from EP. They take the lead, and to be honest, whilst this game has been quite streaky in nature, for the most part, EP have been in control.
Yeah, it does actually feel like EP have been able to react to a lot of good situations. And like we said, let's not forget there's been 2 clutches that have been able to be decent for them. So this is where, Stallions are a pretty momentum team that, they get really fired up, some big plays and some, big impact that happens. So right now for them, this is a little bit unusual, right? I mean, the fact that they're getting tested this hard, and, I think, again, just going back to what the desk was talking about is that, look, there is a lot of history here. These guys played each other last year, where EP were able to squeak the win. So that's where Stallions, again, they want that revenge factor. They said it fuels them, but you got to make sure it doesn't make you blind, right? You got to make sure that you can stay focused and have that discipline and not letting that, that pressure or that, angst to really take over you.
The thing that's confusing me just the most, as 2WW gets a crazy kill, is that Stallions... We'll look back at this in a sec, because now all the kills are coming in. No, I want to give him his flowers. I want to give him a chance. XQQ will fall. This would be a diabolical 1v4 to drop it if you're EP, but No's been given angles, No's been given opportunities. It's a lazy check on the corner, though. 2WW ends what he starts, and this is the confusing thing now for me, for Stallions, is that in the past couple of rounds, they've deviated away from what was working. And what was working was going very aggressive into a choke point. I really highlight the stairs peak over towards A, where they were able to get the clean trades in towards the bomb site. Here, they're just sitting back, and they're allowing EP a lot more wiggle room and a lot less pressure.
Yeah, and I've been kind of expecting to see EP, or my apologies for Stallions, to be able to kind of just, again, switch this into a new gear. Let's get out of second. Let's go to 4th gear. We need to see something a little bit quick. Let's play to your strengths here. Now we get to see No. He's going to get some activation. Now he said enough is enough. I'm going to do everything in my power, my abilities individually. Finds that triple kill. Now Loy's going to be able to find that singular, and there we go. It's the No and the Loy show. These two single-handedly able to get that last round. At least it's something. We're talking in a 5-4 half. EP get it. But for Stallions, man, do they need that for this transition.
Absolutely. They absolutely needed that last one, because now you swap over to GR, and I think for EP, the game plan's going to be the same, and they can be a little bit more passive. They can expect Stallions to make the moves, make the inroads when it comes to at least facilitating gunfights. I mean, look at this. Look how, I've never seen a player from EP get this deep in Machine. Or in the first 10 seconds, the Stallions are already putting the pressure on.
Yeah, and this is good. I'm glad that, for Stallions, again, when these teams on the GR side start to play aggro and they're trying to just fight for map control, this is where a lot of teams, when they're on the blacklist side, this is where they kind of just pull back. Look at EP right now. They have completely pulled on the back of the map. They're like, nope, we're not moving. We're going to wait. We're going to see if Stallions really want to try to, again, I said Gallop, racing towards them or not. So this is where they're playing ultra passive and waiting things out. So it is a good mind game that Stallions have been able to play, because now you can see EP, they're like, hey, slowly and surely, we have to refight for this map control.
And to back that up even further, for your point, is that EP are also going double sniper. So they are more than willing just to chill. And there could even be a point where they could wait out the clock so much further, where the sniper doesn't even fire off a shot, and then he could just go and get a rifle.
Exactly. It's a good play, because, again, Stallions weren't fully sure if they were going to double sniper. I mean, it has been pretty much their, take on the GR side, but on the BL, you never really typically know if a team wants to double stick this or not. But in this case, it's a great play. Like you said, I'm glad you bring that up, because that just even makes EP more hesitant what to do. And I mean, there was a lot of comments that I was making in the very beginning where, to me, in the first game I watched them, it kind of felt like everybody was like the chef in the kitchen. Everybody had an opinion. You could see it was very disjointed. This is going to be very interesting, because I've been talking about EP powering up. The BL side is definitely going to be the one that has to showcase it now.
Well, that means going into KLP with the sniper miss shot immediately. I actually think he had nades out. That's really difficult, because he's being run down. A jump over. It's Lloyd to get the first frag. And can he find even more? Well, at least he's living, but the players in mid aren't. That's awesome from XQQ. Lloyd now having to try and find the success back in towards this bomb site, and it's not working. It is EP powering up, and it's EP holding strong on A.
Yeah, it just feels like, again, these positions from Stallions are just getting a little bit awkward, right? Because you can see the player that's behind the missile. He's just stuck. He's like calling for his teammates, like, you got to flash. You got to do something. I need to get out of this. I'm screwed. I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. And then as soon as he goes down, his teammates just cannot seem to find the trade. They can't get the duels that they need to. It's a tough position for someone like Loy in that spot where, like you said, he was trying to stay alive, which was great. But at the same breath, you need to be able to do something to kind of slow this down, because EP, they've been able to just take over real estate tenfold. Like, it has been pretty much no contention in that round.
His timing was poor just because he had a grenade out in his hand, I think, when EP swung the corner. But also, like, I'm looking more over towards like the window. I'm looking at JJ in that instance. Like, why are we not peeking the window to help him? Like, it felt like there was no coverage, as you say. There was no bailout option there for the Stallions. EP just get given the ground. It almost felt like Stallions waved the white flag and were only wanting to fight for the stairs control.
Yeah, I definitely felt like there could have been some like decent counter flashes or something just to be able to like slow something down, right? But it just felt like, no, let's go for a gunfight, and then it got awkward, it got weird and really uncomfortable.
This is interesting as well. They called a timeout just as the round started.
Yeah, so maybe it could have been just a little bit of a slip where they maybe wanted it a bit earlier, or maybe they really do want to use it for round number 12. So that will be something I'd be curious about just finding out later if we can. But it is very interesting. Maybe they wanted to do it, but they did it too late. So that's going to be my perspective. But either way, the timeout will be beneficial. If they find this round in their favor, it's still a good way for them to just kind of clear the air and figure out what they need to do, because clearly there is definitely some hiccups right now.
Exactly the same round. KLB's got to be careful. Please have your gun out this time. He does. KLB, is he able to survive? He does even better than that. He takes the first blood. And now for EP, they're very committed into this. They're being bombarded with utility. YZK XQQ low, but it's DAY to get the kills. And then immediately, EP outpour on A. Stallions can't hold on. What on earth is happening?
Yeah, this setup is just not working, right? Like, KLB did everything perfectly. He was able to get the, the flash that was perfect, and that's why he got that easy kill. The player was blind. They were just gambling. They had no idea. But then again, there's no reinforcements. They don't have the players to be able to back him up. So he's pretty much on a lonely island, and he has no idea what to do, and all his resources are gone. So now you're putting KLP on this 1-on-3. Look, HP's low, timer's halfway through, but he's going to have to be lights out. He has to be able to find multiple different angles of duels, but it ain't going to happen. It's going to be a full face of lead, and now we're talking about Evolution Power. Slowly and surely, they're on the brink of finding this map.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, they are playing, I think, much better than the Stallions right now. It feels like Stallions are maybe just a little bit blinded by the lights on the stage, especially when it comes to these really high-pressure moments, because we were speaking about Stallions and how that they were working the map and how it looked and felt really good, especially in that first half. Now the sides have swapped over. It just feels like they are not playing together as a team. It doesn't feel as cohesive as we're used to seeing. And of course, we're being a little bit critical of the Stallions, but that's because they've given themselves such high expectations, especially over the last calendar year. And that was all the stage and the desk was saying as well, right? These two teams, top 4 at the previous EWC, one of them not even making the playoffs. Like, this is looking a little bit dire, a little bit out of sorts and out of whack, especially for Stallions when this is their pocket pick. This is the map that they like to go into, especially against EP.
Yeah, and this again goes back to where, I'm glad you bring up the expectations, because I think where Stallions have really catapulted on a high position, right? Like, they're one of the teams from their region where everyone was like, nobody really knows much about them. They showed up for some qualifiers last year. They were able to upset some big teams. Then they started ringing the alarm bells. Everyone's like, hang on a second, like, who are these guys? And I think you kind of go from that, like, unknown, people don't know who you are, to being just, again, in the conversation of a favorite in the tournament. And I did kind of beg the question with this, with some of the talent, where I was like, look, is that a bad thing for these guys? Like, is that where maybe it's getting in their head a little bit, where they know they're one of the best teams and they know in their region they are the best team? I don't know. They're a young group. They're a young team. So that's maybe one of these hurdles that they are going to need to overcome, right? Because they have gone deep in tournaments, but at the same breath, I mean, they haven't been able to really, get over the line with some of these top, CFPL teams that they have to go against.
When expectations change, when you become championship mentality, your identity shouldn't change as a consequence.
Yeah.
And it really does feel like Stallions, especially in this game, compared to previous ones, previous openings, they've definitely changed up the way that they've been playing, and it is really affecting them. At least we've got deep coverage in this round, right? We've got No, we've got Loy all the way in towards Machine, but EP, they understand this is going to be the consequence. They understand that Stallions potentially are going to go back towards that line of thinking. They're just going to be patient. We know that they've got the time to do so. That bomb actually is congregating over towards Machine Room. There's going to be a big fight here in a sec.
Big duel, a lot of bodies onto this one, so it's a little bit of a bar fight, and now No's going to be able to find that opener, but now Loy, he needs to be able to do something beautiful, and at least it's something to find that double. So it gives the slightest advantage right now for Stallions, gives them that one player up in the advantage. But is it really going to matter right now? You still have YZK. He's been playing phenomenal. You have XQQ. He's had himself a very decent tournament so far. These two guys alive, that is still a big threat right now.
And these fights are individual, but they haven't over-rotated massively. So you got KLB that can still sort of be here towards JJ, but there's that opening pick. And as I say, KLB can now rotate over. Smokes will come in, but KLB's already ahead of the line. Did YZK spot him? Did he see? KLB did immediately. And yeah, you're right. Maybe it doesn't matter. KLP, now part of that dynamic duo, has to clutch up in this 1v2 here for Stallions. This feels like a clutch of seismic proportions. You need to get this done over the line. Throws it into the 1 versus 1, searching for an opportunity, but the smoke is up. And YZK is out of there.
Yeah, you can see that even YZK is actually repositioning himself in the same position,
smart.
right? He's like, look, my teammate did this. Maybe I can reposition. He's going to go all the way around. Oh, my dear goodness. KLP has no idea. This is huge. This is absolutely huge. And how does KLP get away with it? I do not understand. It's different clutches from both these teams. But Stallions, a lifeline from KLP, gets something back for revenge. But my goodness, I felt like EP had that one so easily in the bag.
All he needed to do was just slow down and be a little bit more patient. You take an extra 2, 3, hell, even 5 seconds there, and you've got that round in the palm of your hands. Crazy shots from KLP, who understands exactly what's going on. That's how much it means to the Stallions. That was the most crucial round so far we've had in sub-base.
Man, this map is absolutely delivered, and this is only game 1 and map 1, right? Like, this is nuts. And again, I mean, Stallions, they absolutely needed something, right? Because if they would have lost that clutch, that would have been an 8-4 that we're talking about. EP would have been just riding on a high from that too. So thankfully for Stallions fans, live another day on this one. And if we know anything about both these teams, like, these guys are grinders, right? Like, these guys will absolutely go the distance if they need to, especially EP has proven that, many times in this tournament so far. But we'll have to see what happens here. And now, single sniper here for the Stallions, and it does look like the same effect here for EP, so they're not going to double on this one.
It's interesting how they're using the sniper for EP in this round. This was a lot more of a lurk. Like, he just dropped the grenade outside of Machine Room. And now YH really wanted to fight. I like the double nades. That's actually going to force JJ away from the fight so he can't swing off the Stallions flashbang. No's now trying to occupy space, but 2WW's in the vent.
Yeah, this is good, though. 2WW's position is very strong because, again, No's not even spotting this at all yet. They're hyper-focused. They're worried about wood control. So 2WW might be able to find the best timing in the world. If there's a flash that comes through wood, he could actually try to drop down, and he has himself pretty much guaranteed a free kill. So now you can see KLB's yelling for reinforcements, and JJ finds the spray down, looking for a little bit more, but it seems like his appetite was a bit too big, and now Loy does respawn back, but again, bodies are starting to hit the floor, but this time it's EP side. Stallions get a wake-up call, and it's 2 in a row for them.
Huge round out of Loy. Like, the fact that he catches 2WW, because as you're saying, look, you've got that crossfire spinning up into gear for Stallions, but 2WW could have undone all of that, especially where so much resource was being put forward just to get him there, to get him the chance to have the multi-kills. It doesn't happen. It's a 1-round game. And now here for EP. They don't have the sniper spotting out Machine. XQQ's going to go over towards Wood, and he's really hoping that JJ will overextend. That's close, but not quite.
Yeah, some warning shots a little bit from XQQ, but now this is a round that we're probably going to see everybody just, again, kind of slowly pump those brakes and just say, look, we got to take a breather. This thing's getting really, really close. I mean, we're talking about EP. They had a lead. Now that lead is dwindled a little bit. Now Stallions realizing, look, we got to make sure we don't get too ahead of ourselves. We got to make sure we take this round by round. So both these teams putting a lot of respect for round number 14.
Look at the read. Like, they've completely given up this mid side. They've completely given up wood. And Stallions have said, look, we feel like you're going to come in towards this B bomb site. Come get it. Walk into our setup. Crossfire feels good between Loy and No, and you've even got KLP that can take first contact.
Yeah, and look at Loy's position right now, because again, he might be able to just surprise us. No's going to try to be the first point of contact, then it's his teammates going to be able to swing. Loy! There it is! That's what I'm talking about! Finds that double kill, but again, not enough. You see that YZK still putting up a little bit of a threat, but his HP's low. It's already well over less than half. And now KLP getting a little bit hungry, wants this duel. Maybe that could be dangerous, but his teammate's there to save his back.
Getting a little bit frustrated with EP in some of these rounds, and just the deployment of their sniper in particular and what they're trying to accomplish here. So again, back-to-back rounds, it actually feels like XQQ is just not really relevant in the round whatsoever. And I don't know if this is a sub-based thing, especially over on BL, but it feels like it'd be a lot more beneficial if he's with the pack.
Yeah, I agree, and this is where like kind of these lurks can be a little bit of a problem. Oh man!
Oh no!
What a massacre! What a bit of a speed run! This is a DM round if I've ever been able to see one. It's a flawless one to add on to injury, and now Stallions, they got themselves a lead.
And that is classic Stallions, and that is going to get in the head if you're EP, because they've just run you down. That round has been the quickest we've seen all map long, done and dusted within 15 seconds.
And that's what we were talking about, right? We were like saying, look, like Stallions are a team, they like to get in your face, they like to get ultra aggressive.
They're doing it again.
And it's perfect. Why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You got to try it again.
They're through the smoke.
And EP are not ready for this. Like, what is going on? Now EP, they lose their first body because they're realizing, okay, I think Stallions are really doing this again.
Look at 2WW.
This is not good.
2WW's in the vent now.
Oh, dear. This could be bad, though.
Oh, look at this. Is so weird. KLP's just going to get backstabbed. I love this. He's waiting so patiently because now he can find the double kill. 2WW. How about that for a lurk?
What an amazing read from the new addition of this team. And like you said, there was a bit of mistakes made from Stallions. Again, they go for the aggression. They find the duel. A nade getting pulled out because he's like, I know he's behind the door. If I throw this nade, I'm going to kill him. He gets swung. He gets removed. This is a huge play. 2WW has proven countless times how much of a value he is for this team.
You almost get tunnel visioned if you're Stallions. You're making the same play again, right? And then you get immediately shut down. Look at this. I love it out of XQQ. Now we're getting the sniper to be a bit more proactive. EP missed the shot, missed the mark. They back out.
And now for EP, XQQ is taking some big damage on this one. But again, now for Stallions, they're going to give up that wood control. They're not going to play ultra aggressive again. They're just trying to, again, just kind of throw a couple jabs, kind of get a little bit of damage inflicted here. That's fine. And look at EP. Right back to the way they've done this, taking this ultra slow. They're going to wait things out, collect their thoughts, figure out what do they want to do. This is where Stallions, they got to be careful too, because we already see them burning a smoke. I really want to make sure they can preserve that utility as much as possible right now.
I was going to say, like, it feels like the global risk side are rattled right now because they don't want to push in case they get held. So instead, they are just blocking with their utility, but they are depleting it at quite an alarming rate. YH has got good space over towards Machine, starts spamming the wood, expecting players to be there. It's just Loy. It's Loy versus the world. If EP decides to commit in and instead they don't, they're going to reset the situation, but that's going to play right into Stallions' hands.
Yeah, and the thing that's been really noticeable about EP is that typically we see XQQ as that guy that's the lurk. The previous round, we got to see 2WW. He was like, hang on, man, I'm going to play the same game here. Let me lurk. Let me find the timing. So this is where they're mixing things up nicely. KLB now with the flash. He's going to have to be able to find these kills, but JJ has been able to save him. But again, the new addition of 2WW still prevails. He's still just being that threat. That dagger seems to be going a little bit deeper, but what is going on? That was just throwing a pistol to a gunfight.
They just keep relocating. EP are now trying to drag the rotations away, now trying to drag them right back. 2WW is taking matters into his own hands, and this is either genius or insane, and I can't figure out which one. He's got the C4 by himself over towards the vent. And with 20 seconds left, that surely is a determining factor. You can't go forward. You have to go in towards B, surely, but no, instead, he goes further.
Oh man, is he really going to drop? Okay, so if he drops and he's dead, this could be all over the placement. And there he is, makes his presence known, but luckily Loy is going to be able to save it. That was a really risky move. And honestly, like you said, I saw the bomb there and I'm like, No, like there's just no way you're doing this again. 2WW has clearly made his position vent control, right? He wants to go there. I thought it was a bit dicey for me, and it seems like it is, right? Now Stallions have put themselves on map point. I don't know how we got here, but we're here. And the way that this game's going,
we need more.
It's going to be more, right? Like it has to be.
It has to be. This is nice. This is a lot more aggressive. You just got to go together in that 2v2. Once you made a decision to disengage from A, you have to go B.
I absolutely agree.
I really thought they dragged the rotate out. I thought they'd give themselves a chance to set up a good crossfire in that after plant. We don't even get to an after plant. Overcomplicated. Pressure now being applied at the highest level here in our elimination game. And now we've got EP, basically everyone together. We're just going to ignore XQQ. We know he's going to be over there by himself. Going in towards B. We live and die on the same machine room crossfire that broke EP's back and gave Stallions momentum initially.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this little bit of a pyramid here from Stallions. Again, they're just waiting for this because No should be the player that's just like kind of posted up on this. They're spamming Loy. Great read from EP. They're like, okay, everybody just spam it. He should be here. Now they should realize, okay, this is the setup that broke our backs originally. Let's just wait things out. Let's not try to take this. We need to just disengage for the time being.
This is nice out of JJ. He's just re-peeked in towards Wood, dropped a deep nade as well, expecting there to be the slight difference is XQQ, no sniper. He's actually just gone straight for the rifle. 2WW in the vent again. This is only unexpected so many times. Surely Stallions are going to be covering the vent now.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's becoming a little bit more of like an obvious thing that we're noticing from them. But again, he has been able to get away with it. But KLB, like, I'm going to eat my own words. He's going to pop and just get like a double kill or something.
They're out A. Like, there's no one here to defend this. Now 2WW must be thinking, well, this guy has to be in towards the window. KLB now gets the bad news, but he still gets rid of ZAY. And now 2WW can just lie in wait. Overtime hinges a lot on whether he can find a multis XQQ. Instead, it's 2WW getting the frag. And in fact, everyone from EP is now dialed in. It's all up to No, as it normally is for Team Stallions. But clutching this is going to be borderline impossible. And YH will lock it in. We will need more rounds here on the A stream.
Yeah, that was just, again, I feel like Stallion just kind of played a silly little bit of a tactic. Like they were playing the full retake, but I mean, it was a good idea from the player in window or in, you know, in the control room like that, where he was just trying to get that one duel. But again, nobody's there to be able to be assistance. And then that lurk from 2WW just seemed to be a little bit too problematic. You had a player trying to go through vent. He gets removed. So, yeah, we're going overtime. We were talking about it, and it's going to definitely deliver. We said this game had a lot at stake for a lot of different reasons, and boy, oh boy, this thing ain't over yet.
At least we get a side switch. We can see Stallions now on the offense, and it's the fastest we've ever seen. Stallions take space over towards Wood. Surely that nade will do the job on 2WW. Lives on a prayer, and then some. It's actually ZAY to get rid of KLP, and he follows it up on towards Loy. Sure, 2WW get eliminated, but at what cost?
Yeah, I love the pace change on this from Stallions. I love the fact that they just tried to get ultra aggressive. A little bit of robbery for 2WW not to go down instantly like that. I thought the nades were going to do the job. Now for Stallions being down the numbers, they're going to have to figure out how do they find a duel? How do they engage in this one-on-one battle? Well, YZK, he's the guy that's sniping as well as XQQ. So this is where, again, they're going to have to be able to find him and making sure they can out-duel him. He's been lights out so far. YH getting ultra aggressive. I was thinking that might be a little bit careless, but he gets away with it. And now, the fact that KLB is just going for a swing here too. He needs to be able to find this double kill. Not going to happen. And XQQ delivers time and time again.
It just feels so scary whenever you see sort of those types of fights lean up, especially in the favor of Stallions. And yet XQQ holds on with his pistol, guarantees the fight. Stallions known to overpeak. This time is an exception. That should be the way that they try and get in towards that A-bomb site. Does not happen. And look how much it means to them.
Yeah, the rhythm seems to be a little bit off for Stallions right now. I really feel like they're kind of just surviving. They're kind of gasping for air, right? I mean, this is where I think EP have really been playing the better game so far.
This is really cool. They triple swung on towards the choke point. Now they're almost boosted on top of his head. I don't know about this one. YH under an excruciating amount of pressure. Wide swing in for YH. And all of the kills being collected as well.
Oh my goodness. You talk about somebody delivering as an anchor, and that is the best demonstration you can have right there. It seemed like he was gone, but maybe not.
Difficulty is getting the bomb. That's going to be the real test for Stallions. It is deeply nestled within the A-bomb site, and Stallions are nowhere near. It relies on Loy maybe going through the window or maybe going all the way around the world.
Yeah, I mean, this is where they're going to have to be perfect on the timings, right? Again, they have a minute and 30, but look at XQQ. He's just lined up, ready. They could try to go all the way around potentially on this, but they're going to have to somehow slither through this. And they have that utility available for both these players, so they could try something, but even just going dry like this is not a bad idea. You're kind of playing a little bit of a guessing game.
Don't throw util. Don't throw util. Like, surely they'll know exactly where you are if you throw the utility. No, actually, smoke off XQQ. Remember, YH incredibly low. 1 minute left on the clock. I guess you can still relocate here if you're Stallions, but they want to take the fight head up. Nice nade, or at least flashbangs, but YH has got a supreme angle despite his low HP. Loy will eventually get the best of him, but XQQ in the meanwhile on site will deal with his teammate. And now it falls to Loy to try and clutch things up. XQQ has been harassed by nades at the back of the bomb site. Will finally be living, but only on a small amount. It's Loy to reset the situation, to try and scavenge a 1v1 fight, but YZK feels like he's expertly ready for this. Loy, how's the timing? It's not good enough.
I don't know why these guys are not checking their corners. Like, we've now seen 2 different rounds where these guys are not checking a basic angle. Like, I mean, again, you know that teams like to play that stair position. You know that would have been smart. You know there's a player missile. You knew there was a player just on the side boxes there. You're thinking, okay, where on earth would that third guy be? And he's going to be here. So, I mean, YZK like gets gifted a kill. A little bit of a misplay, in my opinion, from Stallions. That was an opportunity. They could have clutched it. It was definitely difficult. Do not get me wrong, but there was a world they could have made that happen.
He just needed to look at his corner.
You just got to check your 6, man. You know, like, you just got to check around.
You had time.
You do. And that's the thing. Like, he had plenty of time. I love the re-rotate he was going for and repositioning and everything, but it just felt like he was kind of antsy, like, okay, I got to take down this, you know, player and missile. That's all he did. He got kind of laser tunneled, or tunnel visioned, I should say. Not even a laser.
He was locked in.
Yes. If he was a laser, he would have won it. Whew. 21 rounds. We go, B-Dog.
And then some.
And then some.
Potentially even more. Stallions will now go towards Machine Room. And in fact, it's going to be a very quick hit towards the B-bomb site. And again, Stallions, this is their trademark. This is pacey. Let's see if they can get in.
Look at ZAY. Again, he's going to get smoked out here too, but he's got the perfect rifle for this battle if needed. And Stallions, do you disobey this? Do you actually just try to, you know, abuse this smoke? It looks like they're going to. And now ZAY can only get the 1 kill. That's a perfect trade here from Stallions.
And then they cut through. They completely eviscerate this bomb site as until YZK happens. He's able to get not only 1 kill with the sniper, 1 with the pistol, 2 WW rotates in time, and it's a comprehensive shutout from EP.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm definitely, you know, when we're talking about MVPs for like a map, I'm definitely thinking that YZK has got to be on the top here. He's been able to find multi-kills. He's finding these duels that are so impactful at the right moment, the right time. Look at him in there, just getting a double kill. Look at how much that disjointed the attack. And Stallions, they fell right on their knees.
They've been very impressive. I think 2WW has also been very significant, especially considering like his tenure within this team is just very recent. XQQ's now just found the opener, and this is smart. This is just direct. KLB now needs to spin up a multi, and how about a collateral then? 3 kills immediately. YZK drops to the same fate, and now XQQ can't hold on. Power couple on that bomb site. JJ and XLB will shut down A.
That's what he's been waiting for, right? He's been playing this like sole position, just anchoring that, you know, missile and in that truck, and then he finally is able to showcase what he can do, and then it's beautifully done, like you said, just tapping away, being able to find those duels, and that's something they needed. But now they're gonna have to do everything in their abilities. They have to absolutely dig deep in the pocket here to pull 2 rounds in a row, then to push this thing to a golden round. I'm not to say it can't happen, it definitely can, but man, what a task to have ahead of you.
Just feels like you've got really meticulous gameplay up against just mechanical brilliance. And you are really just clashing heads all the time in these rounds. Still stressful for Stallions.
Well, that's what I mean. I feel like this, in my opinion, I feel like Stallions have been just, again, in the deep end of the pool. They've just been, like, struggling to get their breath, right? They just can't seem to be swimming that well. It's the EP that I feel like have been just treading on decent water this whole game.
Just feel like you expect a little bit, like, I know No's only got 14 like frags, and that's still pretty impressive, but I just expect more meaningful output from him. Same with KLP as well on that sniper. XQQ's been brilliant at finding openers. Just need a little bit more towards the back end of this game now for KLP.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems like some of the players have been able to give us like little moments of brilliance, but then it just seems like it fades away into the darkness. So this is where now Stallions, their backs are on the board. They cannot sacrifice another round. It is pretty much, you have to be perfect. This is now where you're going to have to do everything to line up everything. Cross your T's, dot your I's, and get this thing done.
Check your corners.
Yeah, and check your dang corners.
This is a nice little jump from KLB just to try and get advanced info. But you know where 2WW is always going to be. This is nice. This is a lot of wood control now for EP. KLB will spot them at least, so at least Stallions understand what's happening. Deep nade. Oh, that is brilliant. Onto JJ, and now we can't push.
Yeah. He hasn't been in this position before, though, right? So this is where, again, EP, are they going to expect
No.
this?
They're expecting no, and they're expecting JJ too. But immediately, all the screws just get undone by Stallions. It's really nice from EP. And then you're going to lock this game out, surely.
There you go. It's done and dusted. Evolution Power have been able to get across the finish line on map number 1. What a nail-biter for EP to be able to pull through, but Stallions, they did not make it easy, but EP have definitely showed us that they are still here to compete, and they absolutely do not want to go home yet.
Yeah, look, this is now stressful for Stallions because it felt like they were in the lead. EP took over. Stallions then mounted another comeback, and it felt like their map choice was going to go in their favor. And now what have you got instead? You've got Ankara, you've got EP's pocket pick, and Stallions are now really on the back foot. They risk elimination, and they risk their key being crushed.
Yeah, these couple minutes are going to have to be critical for Stallions. They're going to have to figure out a way for them to be able to pull something through. They're going to have to figure out a way that they can get something done, but a lot at stake, a lot of conversations to be had. We'll let the desk break it all down for us because, again, they're going to have a lot of words to say for this one. So, guys, take it away.
The rematch from last EWC is well underway, and what a battle it was for the win, which EP was able to accomplish. Stallions tried to fight back, even at the very start, right? Winning round number 1, but then EP fights back. Stallions forced to then recover. They do so, but then in the end, it was EP ultimately getting the win. Such a violent battle all the way through. Ends 13-10, Kyle, and I gotta say, it was a lot closer than I thought it would be. It went a lot longer than I thought it would as well.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth in this one, but it's a huge win for EP because historically, this is not the map this team takes away from Stallions, and now the rest of this pool looking very, very good for EP moving forward.
Yeah, we were surprised that the sub-base was allowed through, right? That it wasn't just banned in the first phase there, but you could tell that Evolution Power have done their homework, right? They were really anticipating this pick, and there was a lot of great counterplays, right? We could see that when they came to the Blacklist side, there were a lot of these early punishes on A, multiple rounds in a row, and you could see that then there was this reaction from Stallions to start moving things up, but that was anticipated by Evolution Power, and it really felt like they had a great read on the game. Great comeback from Stallions, don't want to discredit them at all, but Evolution Power have seriously done their homework.
Yeah, Lucy, that's a great point, and something Kyle also brought up to me as well. Like by round 3, you were like, okay, I can see why EP let this map get through despite Stallions being so talented when it comes to sub-base. EP came in with a totally different game plan than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, the big thing they changed here is the number one mistake everybody makes against Stallions is allowing them to take 1v1 aim duels. They played this as a unit. They made sure No wasn't able to get those multi-kill threads we're used to seeing out of him, and they were always catching him in rotation, which I really loved seeing from EP.
Because it was a period, right, where Stallions were able to get away with that. It felt like, you could see that they were about to come back into the game and get this really great run on the Blacktail side, and they had this great fluidity to their gameplay, right? It really felt like they were in this flow state, but then Evolution Power were able to disrupt that consistently, and you can kind of see here in the distribution of kills. I mean, such a massive setups from some individuals. XQQ, absolutely phenomenal. I think that clutch that he won out when he repositioned around and caught them in the backside, I mean, that was a real start for Evolution Power to get back into the game.
XQQ on the snipe was phenomenal, locking lanes down, hitting excellent shots. 2WW was also sensational. The new addition to Evolution Power, replacing Mino. We've talked about that storyline, but 2WW so valuable to this team, Kyle.
100%. Not only him, I feel like YH as well stepped up a lot. Looking at those A anchors in particular, there's so many key moments from him. I think back to that 3K where he just could not be traded, and that was such a pivotal round to push EP into overtime. And with 2WW's mind behind this team now as well, they feel like they've reached a new height.
Yeah, I mean, there were still some great moments coming through from Stallions. Like, you remember the KLP 1v2, right? Where that kind of was given over to him a little bit with the sound cues coming through. But you can see the nerves starting to arise from both teams. And I think that's a big thing with this matchup for me because, there's been such a big hype around Stallions after last year. It's very different coming through as the underdogs, as this unknown team. Now you're a team that people know how you play. They know what to expect. They know exactly the sort of crossfire that you want to play, and they're going to be prepared for it. And the pressure changes in that dynamic. You're no longer the underdogs, you're the favorite, and people are coming for you.
Coming from Indeed, Stallions got to snap back if they want to stay alive, but now they would need to win 2 back-to-back maps. He
thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Orange, turn! You know when you've been tapped.
Is the PUBG Global Series 9 here from Shanghai, China. It's 2026, but 24 teams are about to get their statement made. They get a chance to get their way to the top 16, and this is the trouble right now, Martin, is the fact that 8 teams have qualified through their overall standings in 7 and 8, and the remainders have to drop out of a plane and have 5 games to say we deserve to go to battle with the best that there is.
Yeah. The 16 teams that have not yet proven that they are, the best amongst the top 16. They have this chance to do it. We have some teams that are big surprises to many, obviously, in here. And for me, again, like some big names that are having previous PGC champions, teams that have been performing at an extremely high level at the start of the year, and they still haven't been able to kind of prove that. Na'Vi being one big name, T1 was one of the names where we're like, okay, these guys are dominating. They've been able to do so well throughout the start of the year, but then have fallen off heavily after a summer vacation, I guess.
All right, let me ask you this, man. I ask you for the struggle bus boys on this one. I'm going to ask you for who do you think doesn't deserve to be here? Who do you think has just had actually a pretty good run, and maybe you were surprised that they slipped a little bit and ended up in this situation? I know.
Has had a very good run?
No, but like,
okay.
Maybe surprised.
I get what you're saying. I will say that they're ones that I expect to do well, and I wish that weren't. For me, I think 4 Angry Men falls into that category. I think that they're trying to be a little bit more successful, especially whenever we look at kind of how the team is set up. JD Gaming, I think I'll put in that category. It feels like they were very active in a lot of their firefights. They didn't always necessarily win them, but there was a lot of upswing, and you could see what they were trying to work for on a macro level. For me, whenever I'm looking at this, it's kind of my goals. Who's doing well macro-wise?
I like that. Well, let's see, because in game one, macro is going to matter. As Poro has alluded to, and I'm sure he can talk more about it, finishing in the top 5 after game one in a 5-game series is a very big deal. And now is time to close that deal as the grassy pastures is upon us and the first step of a 5-game race is about to commence. We're going to send it over to the casters. The dynamic duo is going to be Matchroom and Porosaurus with the call.
Yeah. All right, game one. We've got a plane path that starts over military and ends up around Kameshki, so Lord only knows. We could get some Stalwart, we could get some military. If it's just part of the trend, we could just get a whole bunch of water because it feels like that's been the name of the game for it.
The options are literally limited. You already see a number of teams kind of dropping coastline, heading off to the east. Really just interested to see if anybody runs into each other right off the bat. I mean, you see Expendables and JDG, obviously our 2 teams in gray, are going to be landing right on top of each other in that military base, very close to each other, but it looks like they'll be able to just get a vehicle and get on out. I think the Expendables may be looking over towards the east while JDG looks more towards the west.
So Toffees was kind of alluding to what you were mentioning about like maintaining consistency at the start seems to be a very historic precedence. Hey, managed to steal it away. Gingy only gets one of the cars.
Okay, well, I mean, at least they got one car, but they also got the man out of there. So all is safe here. Is Perfectix. That's enough to make him push away. Yeah, that's easy enough. But yeah, man, just kind of looking back at all the team's performances through the series 1, I guess we're in circuit 2, series 1, 2, and series 3 is what we're currently in. But looking at the series 1 group stage, winner stage, survivor stage, all our 5-game sets essentially, all the teams that finished at the top were all pretty much there the entire time. Like they started the day in the top 5 and were able to finish it that way. Like it's very hard. It feels like once you get that good start going, it feels like it's a lot easier to kind of build off of that than it is to try to fight your way back up if you have like a very slow start, a 0-point game or a 1 point, 1-2 point game.
So do we think that's because of just momentum at the start, or do we think that that's just because this lobby is a little bit weaker than the other ones?
I mean, I don't want to say any of these lobbies are weak. I mean, considering what we're having to play with, right? Like 2026 PUBG, like it definitely feels like some teams are starting to get a little bit more comfortable in the new meta than others are, and it feels like I don't know, man. After watching back some of these games, you get the sense, and obviously I'm not in comms with these guys, right? Like I'm not listening to them. I don't hear them talking, but like
Team 1 are capable as well. There's a lot of capable teams in there.
I'm hearing myself back in my own ears. Sorry.
No, you're okay. It caught me off guard too. I heard it.
Yeah. But you look at them play, and you kind of get the sense that there's a lot of games where they kind of throw it into salvage mode early, and it's I don't what that means to different teams is different, right? Like it could mean trying to take every single fight and trying to fight, but you see these teams that'll get involved in fighting in the blue, and they get third party or fourth party, and they'll do it time and time again. I feel like T1 is like patient zero for that. And a lot of these they end up losing guys early, and then it's so hard to try to salvage anything from that.
Yeah, it's a lot of these teams that used to play like Edge beforehand for a couple of circles.
Yeah, for sure.
You just can't find that anymore. Like the meta just is so punishing on rotate between the mortars and the BRDMs. If you don't like, if you're trying to minimize movement as much as possible, as it feels, and regarding that, quick update on the circle. Of course, it is going to be kind of centered around Rajok, depending on which way you want to say it. Then we've got the river that's going to be cutting this into a like 50-50 north-south circle. Most of the team's going to be leaning into the south. No surprise, just that's based off the draw.
Final 3-day event, 15 games in total.
What the? Did the hand of God just drop that car from somewhere? Where did that even come from?
I'm not even sure. I think we came in a little late on that one. Okay, all right, Navi. We'll be able to reset. They're fine. Like they've got this death road. Like they've got plenty of things. I mean, the next team that's in their way as they make their way into circles, Twisted Minds is doing a 2-2 split with Absent School, right? Like I don't think Navi goes much further than that. But one thing I can say about Navi right now is that they're sticking together. Like they're death balling. They're not trying to do any wide 2-2 splits early on here, and I can't say I blame them. Like trying to keep guys together. If you're struggling trying to figure out your way through the early game, it feels like keeping everybody together is probably a good solution for that.
Yeah, I mean, there's tactical decisions on why we see the 2-2s and the territory control splits, but I agree. If you're struggling, just get everybody together and defend one spot and, like, kill whoever comes at you and crashes you. And maybe that'll give you a little bit more, I guess, of a momentum start on it, because, like, even if you just eliminate anybody from these lobbies, as center-centric as they've been, it's going to be massive for you. So here is going to be JD Gaming going for an emergency pickup. Duck Juice does spot. Looks like he gets some damage, but not enough to really punish it. So could be a jump into any section of the circle. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe it's more Severny sided towards the north. We talked about a center meta. Poro, this is a different beast of it, though. There is like almost a full 500 meters all the way around the circle that nobody is playing in.
Yeah, this is a byproduct of the circle, isn't it? I mean, this is essentially 50-50. Like, it's going to go north or south, and nobody really wants to shove all their chips in any one direction. I mean, I guess if you want to make the argument that maybe Navi, maybe Sharper, kind of hugging a little bit more towards the south, only two teams actually fully committing. Actually, only one team fully committing to the north, and that's Nemesis right now. 4AM does have a foothold. They've got Hasameme up on one side, and now they're spotting out Vitality. As you see, Vitality will drop down into the mortar craters just to avoid these shots from Hasameme. But, yeah, I mean, everybody kind of leaning south here, it seems.
I mean, that's not too big of a surprise. We often see it on these 50-50s. Most people hope for the southern area, right? Just because it can hold more territory, more terrain is kind of conducive to the teams. They don't really like the upper area. But squads that could be gambling, such as, I think, Tyloo, looks like they might be eyeing a bit of that northern rotate. Team Liquid's going to be coming in from the east, and no real big targets until maybe anyone's legend, but there's a couple of compounds that they can stop at along the way. They do have Navi that's going to be over to the west. Centered up in this one around Razak is going to be Jin G. Of course, we just mentioned Twisted Minds a second ago, Poro. T1 doing that full 4-man-ish, well, I guess 3-man split around Sunken City, Boatyard, whatever you want to call it, in Ruins area. That's going to be full Sense. That's going to be getting a bit close to them. I wouldn't say necessarily encroaching on that territory, but just moving down into Ruins a bit more. The Expendables are doing a very wide wraparound. Gatka looking at Everest side as Tyloo is going to opt into the north. JD Gaming did opt into pulling, and they are in Severny, so no big shocks on that. And we do also have Godlike that's doing a rotate back behind Vitality. Vitality's kind of around the lake and Nolene to the northwest of Yasnaya. They got rebuffed by 4 Angry Men, and that could be a problem for Godlike.
This is going to be an interesting game for some of these teams because of the plane hugging as far east as it did, a lot of normal drop spots were out of range. As Godlike now running into Vitality, called it. They were making their way around, but it looks like Godlike is going to take this fight. Vitality will fortunately be able to get one guy out, and he's just going to have to send it right into the lake and get some support from the cliffside, from his teammates. Should keep him alive. And Godlike will just retreat off of this. But remember, 4AM was over here as well, kind of looking in this direction. But the new circle has popped, and it is going to favor more towards the south. But all this still inside the zone.
Godlike trying to be very opportunistic there. I think realized one of the players for Vitality was just was using the lake as a way to see if they could steal a point away, but the lake also provides some safety back over into the rotates. You can see it is going to be Sharper going down to the south. That's going to put them pretty close to that Navi positioning. Twisted Mind's going to be great off in their spot for the time being. Godlike runs over Godlike. That's a bit of a problem. So now they've got 4 Angry Men in front of them and stealing a bit of their compounds, but there's going to be enough of a split over here that should be fine. 4 Angry Men's going to regroup, but could have a problem. A couple of teams now starting to get closer and closer by the second. This one didn't get too dicey too fast, as it is going to be the pull-up coming up from Alpha. I wouldn't be surprised if they just land in the trees. Shin could find himself with some friends, but that's going to be about it. Soul! Nice shot on a Tycon.
He did not snipe that man out of the air. Soul, that is disgusting. And now Shen will get spotted out by Pow, so good eyes on him. Immediately finding that knock and flush upon landing, but Alpha will have to reset as they're getting shot from behind. They now know that 4AM is right ahead of them, but 4AM already making it inside the compound. They were able to survive that push from Godlike because of that unfortunate knock on the pull-up from Godlike. But this Alpha pull-up is a little bit different beast, as now Alpha down to 3, but they have a good position here in the woods.
Battle in the north, as it is going to be Nemesis and Tyloo playing around the God buildings. Looks like Lee is very far over into the east to see if maybe the squad and the rest of Tyloo can wrap around the Yasnaya Lake, but that means that it is a lot more Nemesis players close range. Tyloo does have some buildings that they're playing around, so there is some safety provided in that. Nemesis, I think, might just be trying to see if they can catch anybody, but Hausker doesn't look like he's going to overstep too much. It doesn't look like, from the way that Hausker's looking around, that he has any idea exactly where Nemesis is set, though.
I don't think he does, because Nemesis has been up here since the beginning. Like we said, they were the only team that was a full 4-man squad on the north side of the river, and they've just kind of been hanging out here. Tyloo came in later, so they are scouting out, as you said, just looking across the river over towards Razak as we get to see Soul. No. You kidding, bro? That is nasty. We've seen some pretty disgusting bolty shots this tournament, I gotta say. I'm glad to see it back. We're gonna get a little bit more before we get into the inevitable LMG era, but at least we get to see Soul putting bodies on the ground from range.
Sorry, I'm having PTSD from you mentioning the LMG era. I love LMGs, but boy, that RPD, it hurts.
Yeah. I hope you do love LMG. You see a lot of them. Okay. Well, that's a shift.
Okay, so
this is about to get nasty on the south side. Holy moly.
JDG looks like they're going to cross very quickly, try to take control over the hillsides pretty close to where Nemesis is at. Nemesis was playing that more open section. They're going to be punished for that if they don't regroup fast enough. Cole's going to be rolling right on top of them. I agree, down to the south, there's nowhere else to go. Sharper's going to bypass right next to anyone's legend, running next to Genji as well. I think that they're trying to make it over the road, but remember that had a lot of control based off of what we were seeing going on with Nemesis a moment ago. Nemesis, though, having stayed so movement heavy, doesn't look like they're trying to keep that on lock. Sharper's just got to stop right at the bridge. No good option. Jedi does go down, and most of the teams at least trying to find some safety, except for poor old Sharper.
And they do get the flush, too. Nicely done there by Powell, as Alpha has just been hanging out in these woods. We said this was going to be a pretty decent spot for him, as 4AM is going to avoid that. Team Liquid is kind of backfilled 4AM, but the shots now from Genji is Genji's going to push right on top of this. Aggressive positioning here from Genji to start off the day, even knowing that there's a team in that woods. They know how to avoid it, and they're going to spot out Tanawat. Genji picks up another knock. Let's see if they can get the flush, get the points.
No punishment coming out from Razak right now, so that's going to be great. They're going to try to exploit this. Genji trying to get momentum going. Thunder's going to go down. Does he have an idea where the other ones are? It's going to be Earth, just trying to cling to life over here. The last one up. Thunder's going to be down close to him, but it feels like it's a bait trying to go for it. Soul coming in. Nades on both sides of it. Being down low, Soul on top, and no punishment coming for Genji yet. Finally, Ian taking a couple of shots, but it's not much. It's just him.
Yeah, nothing coming this way just yet because school is still in. So Twisted Minds was able to just regroup over there, and they took their time before making their way any further north. So Genji, their backsides are fairly clear here, with the exception of Alpha, obviously, still in those woods. Arsapalui's going to have to move out of the way. That's going to give Genji kind of a good indicator of where he might be hiding, as it's just preemptive grenades being sent by Earth. For the time being, we'll see if he can stay alive a little bit longer. That's a great one. Puts it right in their pocket. Soul and D are down, but the smoke clouds have been dropped. They might be able to get them back on their feet.
For Earth, this is great, because remember, he still has Alpha that's been taking pot shots at his squad. Well, technically him now. So with 2 players down for Genji, technically 3 is Raining's going to spot out another one. Genji's aggression. Oh, they were in such a great compound, and they wanted the points. They wanted to set themselves up with momentum, and they are just getting punished for it.
That sucks so bad for Genji, because that's the right call. The aggressive play call, go out there. But the problem is they just weren't able to finish the fight fast enough. Zapalui wasted enough of their time, and then just beautiful grenade on his part to get the double knock. And now it's down to Salute as we see the circle will pop back up to the north. Again, nobody was thinking that this was going to go north of the river, especially after that C2 shift.
Well, I mean, Nemesis and Tyloo being rewarded for it. Twisted Mind's going to be coming in with an emergency pickup. This is going to be mostly hills. Yes, we do have some Rozhok that's going to be in play, but it is going to be just ridge lines galore for teams to try to work around. T1 trying to see if they can get any shots onto this bridge position that Twisted Mind's going to be landing at. This is more into the west of what we were watching just one moment ago. So T1 trying to defend it, going to be regrouping. Nemesis just to the north of them. Poor old Salute's going to be hanging out over here as Vitality is going to be next to a JDG into the north. And I don't know, it just feels like there is nowhere for Gen G to go. That is going to be all she wrote. And the early aggressors, the first one's out.
Back to the lobby as Twisted Minds pulled off a really sneaky, clever play there. We'll talk about it here in a second as Ersapalui will get taken down in the end by Alpha as they get another kill. Now up to 4. Still playing bridge trolls, but T1 looking over in that direction. But Twisted Minds, remember, they were down in school on the south side. Instead of trying to make the rotation, the wrap up through Rozhok, they instead decided to take that emergency pickup. They lose 1 in the process, but look at this. Now Team Liquid down to Alo, will spot out 4 AM. Gets 2. Can he get another one? He can! Team Liquid will get another one off of Alo before his vehicle eventually. Oh, that's not his vehicle. Okay, I got baited there by the cameraman.
Alo alone, but still putting up the numbers. So squads that still need to move in. Up to the northeast, we've got Vitality and JDG right next to each other. Godlike's just going to be to the south of that, trying to control the area that Alpha might be trying to go for, but they don't have much control over it themselves. Nemesis on the high ground. Looks like they're starting to get feisty. I see mortars being prepped up by Nemesis, and it looks like those could be sent on the Godlike route. Poor old JDG over here, they've just got this little bit of a ridge that they're trying to use for some safety. It's them and Vitality thinking the same thing. Alpha's trying to make their cross around the bridge, and that's going to get punished by Na'Vi as well as Godlike.
Great work by Godlike to hold that push. As Alpha now down to just 1.
Mortar!
But the mortar does come. You said Nemesis was looking over in this direction, and they will hit that first one. The second one will hit the tree. Fauna bleeding out quickly, though, as Sosa, I think, landed a few long-range shots. Haven will try to return fire and maybe go for that res. Nice not hit landed on Diffx as the mortars continue to fall. They're going to go for the res here.
There's more coming, though. Push comes up from Na'Vi back behind this. They saw those mortars come in. They know that Alpha's weakened. Looks like they're trying to backstab onto this, see if they can find some points. Vitality still trying to hold back. JDG is shots going to come out from Diffx. Nemesis living up to their name, and they are punishing everybody from that high ground. Any interaction that's going on over here is getting demolished. Diffx even going to be able to spot out more of what's going to be going on. Alpha Gaming does get eliminated, but it is going to be Godlike now having to deal with JDG December 12th to the north and Na'Vi to the south.
Well, this is a big indicator right now for Na'Vi how this day might go for them. They came in late. They're playing edge. This is the fight that they wanted. Can they take it clean? But that's a good grenade from Haven to take down Hakatori. JDG will get finished off. If Na'Vi can get this last knock, they should be able to reset here.
Okay, the timing's working out perfect for them. They don't have anybody back behind them for the time being. So it's really just about focusing in on Godlike. Nemesis really kind of keeping an eye on what's going on with the circle. It's T1 that's doing some corralling onto Godlike and making this more complicated. The controlled center of Godlike is what's eating most of the punishment. Haven up to the north of this has been trying to provide some level of support, but poor old Tony is just in the thick of all of the explosions, and Haven looks like he just has realized he can't do too much more from this angle, so he's trying to reposition a bit more up the hillside since Na'Vi seems to have an idea on where he was at given the shots that he was taking at them just a little while ago. But I don't know how Haven can really support this other than if Na'Vi goes for a full push up this hillside, which they don't want to do given Nemesis's position.
Yeah, Haven knows that Melman from Nemesis is staring daggers in his direction. He cannot make that peak. The only thing you can hope for is maybe Na'Vi decides to get aggressive, but Na'Vi doing the smart play here, knowing that Nemesis has the better position, knowing that they've already got 3 points off of this. They would love to be able to flush it out, but the stopwatch in their head is ticking. Oh, Heather has the That's going to be Hakatori. Don't peek that sniper tower. That's dangerous.
Everything seems so smart until suddenly it seems problematic. This circle is mostly going to be like a valley leading into the bridge, We've got a couple of these higher ground positions that kind of recess down at the top of all of it, like we've been talking about, is going to be Nemesis. They're just trying to punish everything, but they're burning through utility so fast. Team Vitality is going to go down, and that's going to be the go sign for Na'Vi. They're going to roll up, see maybe they can get a drive-by right on Godlight. A couple of shots do connect, but whoa, it has just turned into a mess over here. Na'Vi still has to roll up, and Nemesis is focused in.
How many times? How many times this tournament have we seen Na'Vi hop into vehicles trying to go for the seat swap, and they get absolutely roasted? And this is just another one of those instances. And now it's all down to one, and he's going to go down as Boostic will get taken down, as Spiro gets taken down. Liquid goes out, and there you go. Spiro, the last player left alive. Na'Vi, so unfortunate. They were playing it so well, but they ran out of options. And Team Nemesis is looking real strong to start off the day.
Down to the south, we still have the Bridge Trolls in Twisted Minds. They're going to have to be dealing with Anyone's Legend as well as Full Sense. I love it whenever we pop over the moment I start talking about this setup. So this is going to be probably our new focal point where something's got to go on. T1's got a great position that they've just been kind of corralling everything as the new circle pops. And T1's going to be keeping an eye on it all. Nemesis is going to keep in a lot of their high ground, so Full Sense, Tai Lu moving into a pretty bad situation. And T1 is loving it.
I'm telling you, that move from Twisted Minds to take that emergency pickup from apps just to this bridge. They do lose one in the process. They lose Example, which is a huge L. But the fact that they kept 3 alive and they didn't have to fight their way from the south, they didn't have to go through Razak, and now they have this bridge position. This is a late game-winning type position if they can pull it off.
It's a tight position.
It's something. But I mean, you can see T1. I mean, they are. This is literal tower defense. They are all 4 in the tower and just controlling everything around them.
I mean, it's a good call because there's the bridge that's down below them, and it kind of forces everybody to walk right into their good old tower setup. So to the north, it feels like Nemesis has realized that there's plenty of control that they've managed to take over in the east with destroying what was going on with Godlike and Na'Vi, so they can move over there. Use a little bit of the hillside to keep some distance from T1. T1's going to be mostly focused on the plethora of targets that are down below them because they are starting to frag out. This is kind of what we would expect from T1, to find kills. And I mean, if you get the circle, just start killing things, right? To the north, though, Tai Lu's got to make a move right next to Nemesis and Full Sense, and I don't know how we see Full Sense kind of handle this. They've got the 2 that are to the south, the 2 that are kind of to the northwest. They've got everybody kind of in the world in between them, and Anyone's Legend, the southern section, that they're going to have to deal with.
Gotta be honest, man. I feel like Tai Lu, given the position that they had, they could have been doing a lot more here. I mean, you saw what Nemesis is doing, what T1 is doing, and Tai Lu's just kind of been sitting back. 0 kills so far, and just kind of looking over towards that western side. I mean, they're getting involved, but they're not getting anything for it now. As we see Anyone's Legend in Full Sense try to get closer to the bridge. But you see the angles that Batu has here. That's a good grenade. Will take him down, and Anyone's Legend is out.
Just a great setup on the toss. Remember, Full Sense still has a couple players up to the north, so they're going to have to deal with the Expendables or Tai Lu. Nemesis has actually reconvened in the due north. Looks like they're trying to line up against Tai Lu using a ridge line, so the Expendables have their own set of problems in dealing with Full Sense on this side. Nades are bouncing, but a bit awkward. With the way that this is kind of set with these rocks and everything else like that, it's a bit hard to hit these throws. I say that. That one's getting closer slowly and steadily. Tai Lu doesn't want to deal with Nemesis, so they just send it right down on top of Full Sense. They're running right into the middle of the gauntlet. Even the cars are confused on what's happening over here.
Everything's going bananas here. Full Sense does get eliminated, but they have lost King Kong. Nemesis was backfilling this, but they pull off. They go and try to take the fight against T1. So Tai Lu might actually have a chance to reset here as E-End has been knocked, but you see the damage that's been dealt to Nemesis as that grenade will fall just shy of Melman. He's going to dance around. He's got to hold a hide in, but that grenade's going to find him. Nicely done there by T1 to land the utility, and now it's all down to Stead.
All right, M249 versus a T1. Creeping out, Nate's starting to come through. He's headed back down around the shack of safety. It's got tons of cars stacked up, so he's just going to make landfall fast. It's all about just trying to find some safety, find some reprieve from T1, but T1 knows this. This is their backyard. This was their tower in their defense. They're going to take it. Nemesis gets eliminated. 10 kills for T1 already. They've got the circle. Tai Lu has to fight their way in, and it is going to be Twisted Minds just down below them to the south.
I mean, by all means, this should be a T1 win here in game number 1. They've still got work left to do, but Tyloo and Twisted are outside of zone. They're focused on each other. T1 has that high ground. They know that they are in a great spot to get a win here. They do not want to take any unnecessary risks, but they do want to get as many points as they can to set themselves up nicely for the rest of the day. Nice grenade from Tyloo. It's going to sail just a little bit wide.
So T1 setting a great pace already, 15 points, pretty much half what they might need to qualify. As we keep talking about 30-ish points, it should be feeling pretty good going how the day could go. So Tyloo, what do you manage to do on the other side of that? Presently sitting at 8 points, tied up with Twisted Minds, as these guys have been kind of in more desperate situations, dealing with, I guess, more of an entrapped location that they have to fight their way up from. Tyloo has the benefit of having high ground, but Twisted Minds looks like they're pretty stacked on top of each other, and that's where they're going to find success. They can just really beat in and do a lot of damage, but they're having to fight up this ravine, and Tyloo has to keep their head on a swivel because T1's getting active.
And it looks like Twisted still has a lot of offensive utility left, but I don't know what their smoke situation is like, and they are laying down as much as they can right now just to make this push into Tyloo, but they're not able to get the flush into One Dragon. That's a nice follow-up grenade. It's going to fall just a little bit short, but T1 is starting to get that position and get that overwatch, and now EN has angles. You can see Twisted will retreat back into the smoke, but how many smokes do they have left? How much longer can they keep this going as One Dragon's brought back onto his feet?
Nades start rolling down. Big explosions. Gonna be Perfectix that drops it onto One Dragon. Twisted Minds. 2 players up, pushing the hillside. Lou finds another onto Lee. So Housker is just watching all of this. Tight for T1 playing to the north. The other players for T1 now starting to push the smoke lines, pushing the red lines, trying to find the kills as they can try to close this one out. All momentum in their favor. It's just about how many of these kills can they get, or can Housker and Twisted Minds get the knocks that they need to turn this around?
Don't overstep here, T1. You've got him pinned. You've got him right up against the wall. Nice shot from Housker. Will get the knock on Lou, and Lou will drop a grenade that takes down Batu. Ian will spot out Perfectix. And that'll do it for Twisted Minds. Now Tyloo will get second place. Can they get any more points off of this, as T1 have not made a final so far this circuit, but through one game, they are looking really nice to make it to their first.
Housker tries, goes for the shots. No, T1 takes it. Great performance, great play, great read on the circle. They were just like puppeteers for everybody moving around that last game. Oh, Poro, that was absolutely insane.
That was a beautiful game there, and what a brutal circle to start off the day. Toffees and Avenger are back here to talk about that one. Big win for T1. Boy, oh boy, did they need it.
They did. They needed a final bracket. This might be the ticket to it off a kill count like that. They had a good spot. They caught at least 3 circles, but they played proactively. I loved, Martin, how they came out of that tower to go ahead and take that fight and then move back in. Like, they were doing a very good job of being fluid on their feet, and I think that's what was necessary.
Yeah, and absolutely on this highlights here, that headshot in the parachute, so illegal we had to see it twice. And also T1 missing 3 of the 8 finals so far. They're not about to miss PGS 9, that's for sure. What a way to do it. And yeah, the proactivity and the way they kind of moved around having that Harry Potter tower was absolutely amazing.
Played it very, very well. We saw this strange end game as it moves over to the bridge. Twisted Minds had to do a crazy send to end up on the troll bridge, but ultimately it cut off that section and forced full sense and anyone's legend to face each other, Poro.
It did, and it's just it was rough. I love the play by Twisted. I love the creativity to take that E-pick up to end up there, and it ends up getting them in 3rd place. I mean, at the end, the fact that they had so much utility left, I mean, I guess that it kind of goes part and parcel with looting up in school apps, but they just had so much to work with, and the way that they managed that utility, the smokes all the way to the end, I cannot believe Navi gets roasted here by Tony. Like, that was just filthy. Look at this.
He jumped out. They weren't prepared for the jump out. Tony with the E-break.
It just, I feel like this is like the 4th time I've seen this from Navi, where they hop in a vehicle to try to go and seat swap somebody to finish them off, and for some reason they just get soloed. It's like the Navi, worst luck.
Navi feels like they lived off their mechanics for a long time, but it does feel like a lot of players are starting to find ways to be just as mechanically gifted. I mean, not as good as Hakatori, we can acknowledge that, but be able to counterplay him well enough to, I would say, use some of the ego that sometimes is Navi's undoing.
They're big branding them. Like, the problem with Navi's seat swap is they both swap like a bunch of like slathering animals and just spray. And so Tony hits the e-brake, they're leading the car, and then they're out of bullets when he jumps out. Like, it just kind of puts them caught with their pants down. It's an unfortunate situation. So I think we'll just get a little smarter about dealing with those drive-bys. That will change, though, in the next patch. All right, let's talk about T1. These guys played very, very well. They did catch some circles, but that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's about how you win, and they played very well from the high ground. My favorite part of this fight, though, was how Nemesis decided to do the backstab. They lost, and then it was Tai Lu attacked Twisted Minds and got a knock because I think they figured, hey, if they see Twisted Minds is hurt, obviously they'll attack them first, Poro.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Tai Lu, they had great position in that game, and they didn't get active until the very end, and then it was just like, let's all press the W key at once to go finish off Full Sense. That was successful. They did take a knock in the process. But yeah, I mean, Twisted just kind of took them to school, and it was really just utility usage. Like, there was nothing that Tai Lu could really do to take down any of the Twisted guys.
Oh, there's one thing you can do to take down the Twisted guys. Call in T1, and they will help you because that's what they did. From the high ground came the man of the match, Heather, 4 kills. They played well. I mean, at the end of the day, they had the Harry Potter Tower. It was a great spot once that 6th shift came in, Matt. Martin.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely, I'm sad on behalf of Nemesis because they kind of had that. They had the Yellow House north of it, and they could have taken it. But T1, they scouted it from Russia. The center guy crossed so early that no one else was really holding down that bridge, and Ian was just able to grab it. And yeah, that granted Heather this man of the match. Great play for him so far, but still, again, in a situation where they're able to get this many kills, deny Nemesis any push of it. Yeah, Ian, too good.
Well, we've been talking about like some of these other teams. For me, Gen G is the one that hurt the most. Gen G was trying to be proactive. They were trying to make the smart call, but it just took too long. And they were just trapped there, like Porter was talking about. And a great idea turned into a terrible idea because suddenly everybody got in position and just ate them up. And I feel like that's just Gen G in a nutshell. They come forward, they get great fragging power, they just want to try to close out the fight, and then the fight gets closed out for them instead.
You know, Martin pointed this out in the green room when I said, Gen G should be way better on paper. And he just casually went, they're an FPP team. And I think that nails it. This idea of like even that whole fight process, it felt like they were still fighting the old system. It's not, they haven't gone full grind baby like Nixie and the boys, Martin. They seem like they're kind of committed to the old ways.
Yeah, a little bit sad the way that they got absolutely annihilated by Shaba. That push like in the open, like they don't have any cover. You can see that they're just getting cooked up by 1 nade, and yeah, the approach to it is a little bit rough there. And also, if you want to get across that circle, you gotta do it like you pre-drive the circle when it pops. Otherwise, you're gonna get caught.
It just didn't feel like they didn't have a plan for what to do if they didn't take them out quickly. Like you got 2 guys just hanging around in the smoke on the road. And, you know, at the very southern part of the circle, knowing that there's other teams on the south side. Like that's, you know, you've got to have something in mind just in case you can't finish that fight as quickly as you need to.
You can see Curdy handing over the paperwork. It means the plane is taking off as the refs run around and gather all of the review materials. It's time for game number 2 as we head to the Dusty Dunes. Keep in mind there is only 5 games today. At the end of this, we'll know who the 8 teams headed to the grand final to play 15 games for their share of $300,000 and 120 PGS points for first place, and probably a bid to PGC. This is big times, big moments, big jumps, and we're going to send the boys back to the green room, and it's going to be me and Martin taking the action here. Avenger, this is, in my opinion, probably one of the more important games because the last one was where you had a chance to set your stake. This one is sort of your last chance to be ahead at the cut, right? To be there where you're no longer chasing anyone. I think game 2 is probably one of the most important ones to play.
Especially since there's a Miramar, there's a lot of chances on this map here where you can really get that ball rolling. The snowball effect usually is even better on Miramar. A little bit of a northern plane path here could make it difficult for some of the teams to get into the usual drop shots here though, Toby. In my opinion, I am really looking forward to see how this kind of lines up. But also, Toughies, this Campo Militar Cruz de Val potential. I've not seen it in a big while here. It could be cool to see one of those.
Big fan of Campo Militar, so we'll see if anybody actually has the boldness to stretch out and make that loot happen. It looks like Nemesis might be willing to do it. They're going to pick up some cars on the way. That should be fun to watch. Now, let's talk a little bit about the last match for just a second as we watch everybody handle out. It looks like there's no hot drops coming. Tai Lu got top 3. I think that's a pretty big deal, Avenger, considering people, and I don't know who, just some people, very smart people, have been calling them things like Tai losers, Tai losing, Tai lost. And here we are now seeing them in the top 2 or 3 right after that match. Like, that's got to be encouraging for the fans.
Yeah, and one of my favorite quotes from one of my old friends of former lives has a great saying, and he loves this saying. He says it so often, a broken clock is right twice a day, and that was that one match that they're going to be right. I got to be honest with you, Tai Lu has so far seen 0 finals. They have to have an absolute banger day to have a chance at that. That northern shift where they were the most northern team, that really came on from. I hope they're able to kind of turn it around here, but considering how everything kind of lined up and their long rotation path to get in there, it's very fortunate that that circle ended up going north of the river.
Well, as we look back,
mostly T1 kills.
Yeah, as we look back at the T1 kills and this match, I do believe we have a check-in and we can talk with the Godlike coach, hear a little more about what they were up against.
Everyone, welcome to the interview. We have Big Hat with us here, and he's a coach from Godlike. Say hello to the audience. Hello. Because your performance in PGS8 impressed us very much. So, and it's like survival in PGS9 right now. What do you feel like? Do you feel any pressure?
Nós, a primeira semana ela começou muito dura. Nós acabamos cometendo erros e nós usamos o intervalo para poder recolocar as coisas no lugar. Foi um período de conversas e responsabilidades, onde nós nos colocamos de volta no caminho e redefinimos as responsabilidades dentro da equipe.
We work hard this week, and for us, it's not a good week when we start the game, and we will do our responsibility this time, and we will have the chance to rearrange our responsibility, and we want to have a good grade.
Okay, best wishes to you guys. See you in the games. Bye-bye.
I feel like he said a lot for what I was told he said there, but I'm not going to judge. All right, let's see. It sounds like they're going to reprogram and have a good game. He was really passionately describing something, and I feel like it was more than just we're going to, figure out what went wrong and fix it. Fascinating. All right, they're back into Miramar, though. The Dusty Dunes are upon us. Not much seems to have happened while we were gone, as this is the nature of Miramar, especially when you have a circle all the way off into the northeast over here.
Absolutely. And especially with such an eastern circle here, Toffees, the El Asaha circles are some of the most daring ones, because you need to figure out and kind of edge your bets where you think it's going to end. Because if you have to cross that big road that is going in through and basically making a canyon on the north and the south side west of El Asaha, then it's going to be almost your guaranteed death if you do it too late. So having a 2-2 side split here could be very valuable for a team like GT, the Expendables, but we'll see how it works out and if they're able to capitalize on having that home turf circle.
APG about to take the safest E-pickup I have ever seen in my life. Okay, note to self, if you want to go to the air without people seeing you prepping, that is the location to do it. So they'll get ready to make a transition. We got Purdy, looks like he wants to get a little bit of an ambush here on Tai Lu as they drive off in the distance. It's a long shot for Luke. Looks like, what, they go for the trail cars here? Uh-oh, they're stopping.
They're looking at Tai Lu. Shots are coming in. One dragon. A car got popped here. That's now, he's going to be a sitting duck in that car. Shots come in. Easy point here. Seat swap for the quickness. He's going to get his feet shot at, though. A little bit difficult. Tire pop now. Shots come in close to the feet. Oh, that's going to be so rough. He actually got the first aid popped off. Now more shots come in and connect here. Can they get him down? And Alo sitting on the other side is a guaranteed point for Team Liquid. Look at that. They're jumping straight into 8th place.
Alo drove down here to make sure that they got this flushed and over with before anybody else could respond. I like that proactivity from the Liquid guys. They set a trap. Meanwhile, okay, Sololzy goes ahead and gets himself a little godlike blood to go with it as anyone's legend going to go ahead and backfill this. Haven watching from a distance, but I don't think there's much he can do here to try to save his compatriot.
All right.
Yep, that's it. He's got to leave.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
That knock on him,
It's going
too.
to poke him off there. That's going to be quite easy done so there. The problem is, again, when you're in this area here, you're edging your bet so much on that northern-western shift. Godlike is actually committing here. They want to get a revenge. I don't think they're aware that there's a 2-2 in here, in this split here. Shots coming in from him, has lots of damage done. Does not connect. He's down to 4 HP. Re-peek, ego peek there. So also is going to have to flush in. Finds one, finds Tony. That's a big name to take out. Oh, finds Fana as well.
It's like him asked through on purpose. They got so hungry when they saw him miss that full mag that they didn't pay attention to Sololzy waiting in the wings. And off goes Haven. He started that transition. He's just out of here.
All right.
So he's going to be Haven running off to safety.
Yeah. And he's probably going to be hoping for a southern shift here so he can go in and grab those chips and maybe get the boys back into action. But again, this is really the name of the game. You want to try to commit. You want to try to make sure you're full alive here. In this circle with how everything's kind of rolling in, Toffees, I think anyone's legends on this northwestern side here, they're going to have to get this big rotation. There's a good dirt road kind of under them, but there's still the same problem. If you have to cross to the south or to the east, you have a huge road ahead of you, and you have so many teams looking at the high ground, especially here in 2026 when TPP is in the esports. There's so many spots where you can just get so much information from without exposing yourselves.
Should be interesting to see how they choose to handle this situation as the circle continues to collapse. Gen G, the team that by all circumstances on paper should be dominating the season, has been lackluster as they make their transition. Twisted Minds, another team who on paper we thought was going to be thriving this year. I'm not saying they're not, but they're not living up to the expectations that we have as a community for Twisted Minds. I guess that's one of the downsides of being as prolific as you are. Becomes very difficult to sort of live up to those standards. Now, another team that's prolific is anyone's legend, Sololzy. Huge backstab. I couldn't believe him blew that spray, though. I'm going to be honest with you, Martin.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Sometimes you hit all the shots, and other times you do go... And actually, all the teams actually have go south here. It's sure it has a high end, but Toffees, the majority is on this kind of a truck stop area in between El Azaha and GT and 4M is kind of locking this space down already. Not any open compounds whatsoever. So you have to play some open areas around these high grounds, around these spaces where terrain is a little bit more difficult to traverse with your vehicles.
It was a pretty nasty yoink down towards the south as everyone you saw. JDG was like, we'd like this spot. Take it. Now they're going to go over here and explore this spot. Take it. Like you said, there's just nothing left as you look at the water tower with some cool... Hey, he's got your headphones, that water tower. And off in the distance, Vitality going to go ahead and jump into this building right here. They got the longhouse to be able to defend that pretty well. Meanwhile, where's this APG fight?
You would think so. Oh, no,
there
it's
it
the other side here. Oh, okay. Big send actually from Nemesis. They're able to take some space away just above Navi here. It's a little bit rough area. Look at that. We might see Hackatori having to try to fend off some of the Nemesis guys. They see him and they stop on the other side. Nades are coming towards it and they're actually engaging on him. He's getting a full open run on them. He takes the high ground away from him. This is going to be rough for Nemesis potentially.
Nemesis is feeling really out of sorts as they just keep driving around in circles. They do eventually get off, but Ferris is off to the right side. He's going to be able to have a flanking shot as Hackatori takes the brunt of the fight. Pushes forward, gets the nades cooked up. Nice toss over where the car was parked. So set up tight and personal with Diffax. They got to play this aggressively. The Melman is in the car behind them, possibly loading up to come in and assist on the fight, as Navi just has top-tier TP peak potential and a solid flanker in Ferris.
All right. See if they can actually get this kind of swing around before everyone else starts sniffing and kind of pushing towards their sides. Nemesis is hoping to be that last season team. Shots are actually coming in towards them, potentially from Gen G. Yeah, look at the lines in the minimap. Shots are coming in, and they have to figure out, are we going to get backfilled here from a Gen G or other team? They obviously don't know them yet. They could be disengaging here. They are actually jumping into the cars and disengaging and trying to take some of the more eastern sides here. This is smart. You want to be that last team coming in from an edge when you're playing edge already.
You know, for two things. First off, that Gen G shot definitely convinced them it was time to go, okay, while they still have tires to do it. They leave. The other thing that I liked about that was Na'Vi did not show what I have been seeing as a trademark aggression, willing to just sort of send Hackatori over and look to get the kills. because I think they're now aware of just how powerful the third parties are. They said, you know what, we're going to leave Nemesis on the other side of this hill, and hopefully they get backstabbed. Like, that's our goal here, is to force other people into awkward fights instead of getting involved with them ourselves. So good pull off by Nemesis, but also good solid defensive hold from Na'Vi, a team that I'm not generally used to doing that.
Yeah, it's smart. It's a great point to be made, honestly. And again, a situation where you always need to make sure you are not being third party, but you are the third partying factor. Circle's gonna pop. We're gonna go south again. It's gonna be a very truck stock ending here, Toffees. But look at the teams that's already set up. We already have JDD in there. We have Vitality around the edges and T1 on the western side. With a lot of the other teams kind of north or around the edges, they're going to have to find their ways into this. Team Liquid leaving some space and trying to take this southern area.
All right, love the E pick up here. I love it because it's from such a, I mean, just where do you go? There's just nowhere to go. We got one dragon dropping in from the sky. He's already going to take a ton of shots. T1 directly below him, but the expendables come crashing, and now T1's got to focus on the threat at hand. Duck Juice gets that knock on type as Rain tries to get the flank position. That was a drive up knock, man.
Absolutely, it has to come in and really has to commit to this one here. Really good drive by there for Tanwu. He's been an absolute menace so far. We also saw some great aspects of Team Expendables. And again, in a situation where they take this space and area away here, they're just edging their bets. We're going to have a northern shift. If we end up having to go away from truck stop, it's going to be absolute mayhem. T1 and likely trying to maybe get some points or maximize out of this one here, but they're split Toffees. They're one in the north, one in the west, and one on the south side. Now they're going to have a hard time getting type back into the game.
I just am worried that one dragon sitting on top of the mountain over there with his pile of gold could end up collecting a bunch of kills. Smart little drop there onto the sombrero. We'll see if it comes out of it. JDG trying to save their man. Smoke lines, but grenades chase. Can you rescue? Dangerous rescue, but the... Oh, no! Oh, the rescue mission goes horribly wrong, and the rescuer, Cold 119, is knocked with the flush grenade from Batulin.
Oh, my God. This is a rough situation for them here. And again, with how the circle's kind of pushing in. Sure, they're central, but they don't want to commit here, Toffees. If this circle goes out of truck stop, it's a guaranteed top 8 for them. Anyone's looking to take a lot of damage here, and actually tons of damage. Anyone's looking out in 16th place. They got completely destroyed by Team Vitality. What a great play from them. What a good hold here from the eastern side, Toffees.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this: anyone's legend crashing is for bumping their cars against each other like it's a state fair. Was a little bit wild and set up Vitality for a nice little spray down. So they drop it. They immediately have to fall backwards because, hey, third parties are the name of the game these days. We jump over to APG and Full Sense facing off here. We got a little knock on Tigger, and he's going to be pulling back to try to get a res from his teammates.
Absolutely.
It's a horrible crash.
APG. Oh, that's a great nade. Oh, actually didn't get cooked, so it's going to jump on. Matulin's going to go try to disengage from this spot completely. Maybe try to get heal off. Velo finds Perfectix with a headshot with the SLR. And now we see more teams committing to this Na'Vi side here, trying to fend off. Shots are coming in, though, connecting a lot of damage. Oh, huge nade there from Thunders onto Hagatari. The biggest names to take out on the Na'Vi team.
Oh, no. That's 2 down. Jedi's going to go ahead and get the knock on Spyro, which drops him down to 2. And Ferris is in an off position where he can't really help outside of just playing flanker. So he's going to be kind of far away. Next one comes in. Boosted going to get flushed out. Sharper Esports doing it with cars is the moral of their story. Thunder's going to go ahead and go for that heal, as it doesn't seem like Na'Vi has an answer to this crash.
No, so it's just Ferris, a little bit of utility being committed to this one here. Can maybe get a little bit more points. I don't think so. It's going to be rough for him. Thunder swinging around here. He's going to be absolutely flushed out. Well played by Earth Sapalui and Sharper. We did have a southern shift here, so a lot of the teams in truck stop is going to have to figure their way out and figure a way to get into this circle without dying on the rotation. Simon T, though, he's going to get pushed here from full sense shotgun in hands. He finds Simon T with an easy double barrel shotgun here. Well played by him.
All right, nice play there. Na'Vi got deleted. That was hard to watch, and now we see APG in a tough situation. Genji making a big rotation. That's going to put them kind of in the same sphere of influence as Team Liquid. They actually get pulled off, and they might have to crash into Nemesis here, who's just off to the side. So I was going to say let's do some comms, but if Nemesis and Genji fight it out, there's no way they fight this. They're outside the circle, Martin.
I think Genji's setting up shop here to maybe just hold them out. Nemesis is forced off this edge here to play in a way where they're going to have to get this engagement going. think Sosa stops on the southern side. The other guys are just going to try to flush in to Soul's position. Salute's also prepping nades here. Shots are coming in. It's going to be a little bit rough for Soul with having lost a few tires here and there. Now Salute with a barrel in hand on the Dragunov. He's got a great ridge here to push. Sosa is definitely the aggressor here in this case, as Salute is trying to fend them off, keeping this east side control here. Sosa with full 3 gear and an AUG. It's going to be difficult for Salute to hold on to.
Bean has had to hold Nemesis on the right, on the north side, so he's going to fall back. We see a nice little knock there from Salute as the fight goes on. They're pulling Bean in, so they're going to commit hard to this fight. Salute pushing forward here. He's up close and personal, dodges one nade. Sosa preps another one up, got the cook, got the toss. Bad bounce, goes over his head. Salute up close, puts him on the tree. Melman's knocked. Defects off in the distance. That smoke doesn't have too much longer to last, so Salute's going to have to re-up on this one and try to call for a little bit of backup. Where's the team, he says, as he seems like he's stuck in a very uncomfortable 1v1, as both teams have support cover, but no one else coming down to fight this.
And you see Haven on the minimap actually running in behind them. Could also really make it difficult for Nemesis. Maybe even a flush and a knock for him could be worthwhile, but let's see now here with Gen G. They're inside the circle except for D. He's on the northern side, kind of the anchor in the back position here, and Nemesis has to push now. As the circle closes in, we're going to jump from 3 to 5 damage per second. They cannot afford to stay inside this blue zone for much longer.
And that means Haven's going to also have to hard push here. There's Haven from the back. He gets the knock on Sosa. Meanwhile, Stade gets knocked down by Soul, and Nemesis systematically starts to fall apart. Elsewhere on the map, Full Sense is eliminated. The defending world champions dead at 14. Nemesis caught inside the blue, and Gen G sets themselves a wall as the shrink goes directly to Team Liquid. Feeling pretty good about that one. The rest of the teams are going to have to make a rotation. We do see Haven go down, so Godlike is officially eliminated, and Gen G just trying to finish the cleanup here on Nemesis as it's Diffix and Melman outside in the blue.
Absolutely, and all the teams here we see, 8 teams or so in the north side where they're going to have to fight for space that I would think allows, 2 or 3 teams to be playing here. A Team Liquid with a southern shift like this here, they have to figure out, okay, how do we actually lock down an area where we're not going to get too contested, where we can poke at everyone else to kind of force them to fight, because Mahachev South like this here is obviously with it when it's back-to-back. Raining with a shotgun too, wondering does fan raining. And now it's going to be difficult for Tyloo to make more of it.
All right, Ian going to go out to the right side. You saw the end of Nemesis over in the kill feed. Tyloo going to try to make a play here. You can tell the players switching to things like the Uzi means that they know there's not much after this fight, so they're committing everything they have to it. It's En, last man standing going in, trying to get some flushes into example, holding the line up on top just outside the blue. Going to do a little extra damage. Tyloo is over, and En, I believe, is the last one standing for T1 in the blue. The Ticks will be aggressive, and he should go down. So, I mean, at this point, it's just going to be a surviving as long as he can situation as the circle continues to close. Let's check in. I believe we've got Team Liquid starting to face off against Expendables coming into their territory. I think we have their comms. Let's see how they're planning to play the end game.
They're playing like east in the
Back never got rezzed, I'm pretty sure, in yellow.
Back got flushed. The north guys got knocked out.
What do you calling check? Because I see them all 3 in blue.
Back's on orange.
I saw them take yellow. Blue might be a different team.
They're on 3-man blue. No,
okay,
it's them.
heard.
I saw
Blue might be a different team.
They're on 3-man blue. No, it's
okay,
them.
heard.
Our threat right now is waypoint, Luke.
I'm gonna go browse southeast.
There's gonna be a fight east. I hit people.
All right,
and back into it.
It
seems like they have a plan. How good was Alo?
Losing Alo and having a BDM here is a little bit rough. If they were a 4-man alive, they could definitely fend off some of the teams getting to this spot here. It's definitely a play for position and kind of space control here. So, yeah, a 4-man could have been very valuable. And we see Earthside Louis actually getting to 5 kills now in this game so far. We're down to 8 teams, and now placement points gets distributed.
All right, there's that circle right up on the Expendables. Going to have a nice center spot. Sharper, who's been playing very, very well, is going to be in a pretty okay spot as well. JDG north of them, but they've only got 2. And south is Gen G, who has been defending aggressively and now has a chance to move into a really varied circle. While it looks like there's not a lot there, the fact that there's so much up and down in these ridge lines means I think there's actually a shocking amount of cover for some of these teams that are already in.
Yeah, absolutely. Twisted methodically trying to hold on to this northern side here, but they're gonna have to cross the road, and with both 4AM, JDG, and Sharper staring at them, it's gonna be difficult for them to make kind of more space. No, Earth Sapalui is more. Menace is coming in from Sharper as he's setting up a mortar here. This could actually be really good. This late game, the Ridge that he has control. Salute finds Thunders though. Genji's kind of making space east of them, forcing them to be into this congested area.
Up, TP peaks, smashes him in the head, and down he goes. Easy peasy, JDG back to lobby.
JD squeezy, I thought you were gonna say. And with Twisted Minds having this kind of northern side now, it makes it a little bit more rough for both Expendables and for Sharper. There's so many teams still congested towards the northern side because how terrain is kind of working out. Perfectix also an example. Hopefully they can get a res up without getting him flushed. But let's see what the Expendables decide to do. As utility and nades are coming in, shots are coming in, actually a little bit of damage done to both of them.
Genji taking grenades for days. Gam the Expendables throws all they got, and somehow Batulin survives it inside of his little ditch. Tanvu's got the pickaxe out, gonna go back to his car fort that he's building. And up here we sneak. Lou taking grenades left and right, gets his queued up. 4M's being very aggressive with the push. Lou's looking for those sound signals, throws it to where he was, not where he's going. Meanwhile, Genji and Sharper go head to head, but Sharper has eliminated Genji on a huge crash takedown. They lost some, but they'll be able to get him back up and Twisted back to the fight with 4AM.
Yeah, super well played by them here. Twisted Minds is really trying to fend off so many teams, trying to encroach into their position here. 4AM having the high ground, they peek over this edge here, makes it extremely difficult for Twisted Minds to do anything progressively. Pretty Curdy now, Pensa fouls in the hands of Tanawat. They keep that for that long into the car is so valuable, and it's gonna cost Team Liquid another player after having lost Alo. This could have been their game for double-digit points, but this is making it really rough for them to get into more of it. I understand that Pretty Curdy was doing this because Sharper has just been in a huge fight. Now over to Twisted Minds and 4AM toughies.
They're trying to be proactive, but here comes Lou, takes the head shot from Tanvu. Off to the side, Gam the Expendables is helping out 4AM. 4AM's got such a good spot here on the high ground, but they're outside the circle. They got to finish this fight and start making that transition. It seems like a fight for what's left, not a fight for the win. As Sharper's also doing the backstab from the top. I'm not sure what Twisted Minds does to survive this. They're being shot at from all sides. Good nades out to try to buy some space, but really, it's just a last grasp, a last gasp, as everyone around them is coming down hard.
Absolutely. Well, now with the 4AM committing a lot of utilities to this fight here, it's going to be so difficult for Twisted Minds to get out of this. They're pinched in between 4AM, Sharper, and with the Expendables taking space on the southern side, also denying any space here. Could it be a Hail Mary send here, actually, even? It feels like they have sensed that the presence from Expendables has kind of died off a little bit. It could be a pull-up as well. Looks like it's a pull-up straight onto Sharper.
No way. Ursapalui drops low. Patulin and Perfectix both come out to get a knock, and they turn it back around. They want to make a play. It's Sharper. Deleted as Perfectix comes out as the lone man standing. They were limping. They were hurting, and now they walk away with at least a bunch of kills to put in the hopper. As Liquid goes, where did they come from?
Yeah, extremely well played. But it's just the Minds here to disengage themselves here, but shots are coming in. It might be too much. Team Liquid putting out so much here with the blue zone as well. Sharper does get the most of it, but Twisted Minds did get a point from the pull-up here now. Team Liquid is going to be able to get up with 3 guys, and now biking around casually in the circle. Can they put pressure onto 4AM and the Expendables? It's down to a 3v3v4, and there's a BRDM in play on the hands of Expendables.
That was the liquidest liquid to ever liquid. As Purdy runs around, you got Luke just riding his bike, stealthy, moving around the map. GTE seeing if they can make something work. 4AM ecstatic with how this has gone. I think they thought they might be over with when they used all that utility, but then all of their opponents just knocked each other out. Luke 12 gets a nice knock there on Hasameme, and now gets another repeat, gets the nade set up. Gonna go ahead and throw it forward, and 4AM falling apart.
Absolutely well played here. 4AM losing so much. Good little dip here for them, but with the right nade comes into the right spot, it's going to do so much damage here. It felt like they had the upper hand here, but utility and pressure from 2 teams at the same time makes it extremely rough for 4AM to make any more points out of this one here. Sure, they did get some kills, but they were hoping for a win here.
Duckjuice trying to 2-putt that pit. They're going to send the BRDM to close the shot. Rolls right in, lands on top of Winda. Doesn't quite get the kill on Spaceman. Spaceman going to be like, well, I guess I'll shoot at you. I don't really know what else to do here. And there's the nade. Hole in one. Puts it in the pocket. Luke gets the finish.
Now it's down to Team Liquid and Expendables. A 3v3. And in a case of this, where they actually have quite the space to play, it really comes down to what does this BRDM do. Pretty Curdy has the edges here. Oh, and it's actually on fire. He's going to have to jump out here. M249 in hand. Clarice is trying to put pressure onto this one, and now the BRDM destroyed. It's going to create some space on the terrain.
All that work that 4AM did shooting at it. Here comes the high ground. Clory's got that light machine gun. Gonna go ahead and blaze him down. Gets the kill on Purdy Curdy. Puts him up 3-2 versus Team Liquid. But don't worry, Luke has a bike.
He's biking like it's Tour de France, and we're back to can he make anything happen here? They had to not have the circle. They're gonna have to make a push towards Expendables. And this ridge that they have is extremely strong, and we also see a Tanru with an off-angle push could really open up and make it difficult for Team Liquid to get any more points in this game.
Luke doing some fancy peeks there. Got a little bit of a headshot. You see the flanker going off to the left side. Don't worry, though. The bike is still there. Okay, he checked on it. Brings it back around. Luke 12 goes for the peeks again. Of course, they got a crate.
Groza. Ah, man. It's going to be Groza in the hands of Tanwu and Igo. And that's crazy for Team Liquid, to be honest. Like, that's going to be so difficult. Oh, great spray.
Wow.
Can he get another one onto him? Oh my god, he does it again with the Groza. That's disgusting from Tanvu.
Everybody says the P90 is so strong, but Tanvu says Groza is great. Groza wins games, and that is what's going to happen for GAM, the Expendables. We thought for a minute it was going to be Liquid's match. The Expendables caught in the last circle shift, second to last circle shift, and played out of that spot incredibly well to go ahead and lift the trophy. Let's get Matchum and Poro back in here. What a game, Poro.
Yo, yeah, that was a pretty wild one again. Just these weird circle shifts going to places where people aren't expecting them. And, I mean, you saw Liquid. It was almost an embarrassment of riches the way it came down to, like, C4, C5. They had the entire thing all to themselves. So many options on how they wanted to play it. And the one that they picked got them to second, but in the end, it just wasn't enough to overcome the Expendables.
It was tough to come out of that circle that they got. I mean, at the end of the day, it really did go center on Expendables. It's cut their compound out aggressively. Losing Halo early was tough. But that's what I like. Even when they're wealthy, they choose to bike to work to save themselves a little bit of cash. Beautiful plays. At least to see Liquid there, though, because for me, I have been kind of frustrated matching with Team Liquid, and they're doing pretty okay in group stages. They're making the finals and then bottoming them out. So even though they didn't win this, to put up those points and start early is exciting.
Well, there was a conversation that Poro and I were having in the back. Specifically, the Team Liquid was holding the ridgeline that we saw 4 Angry Men kind of playing for the later stages of that. They were originally had a couple of players up there, and then they, if you remember about Circle, I guess 4, they opted to play the south. So Team Liquid went for a later stage positioning instead of putting themselves into more of the ridgeline defense to try to take out a lot of the people that were encroaching. So when we see a meta where a lot of teams are very like, okay, it's time to push, it's time to fight, it's time to kill kind of situation, and like Circle 4 5, Team Liquid's trying to lean into safety, but that also meant the fact that all the squads that were coming in so heavy just found these like little off angles to kind of pick them apart here and there, and it weakened them and made them lose that circle control in the later stage.
Sharper actually had a pretty good spot on them until Twisted Minds rolled in, Martin, and just deleted them. And like, it was a desperation send, but they got a lot out of it.
Yeah, they did. And also absolutely destroyed Gen G. So the amount of points they were able to get from that is obviously huge. But the name of the game so far, 2 games out of 2 insane hardships. This was a triple Southern hardship. Team Liquid didn't know what to do with it. They sent Alo out to like figure out some space here, and he got shot down. If they just held on to the rich on the eastern side, it might have been different, but Expendables with a Groza. Disgusting behavior here from Tanwu. He's going to be able to get 700 damage and 3 kills.
A lot of that, 2 of those kills, I think, coming there at the end with a beautiful Groza action. Again, that gun is just ridiculous, but in his hands, it is even worse. Congratulations to the Expendables. Defending 2 years ago, PGC champions, putting up some big numbers. Right, you gotta remember how long it's been. 10 years, man. You gotta keep track of all these PGC champions. It's tough, but again, it has historically been a fascinating run where you seem to do well at the PGC and then fall off the year after, Poro. This happened with these guys, I would argue, and it seems like Tanvu in particular is kind of firing back up as we hit the tail end of this year.
Yeah, it's not been the greatest tournament for the Expendables there, as we see. Oh, look at that. Earth Zapalui, man of the match.
Hold on. Let's take a second, because we never get to see Earth Zapalui up here. Man of the match, 6 kills. Sharper had the hustle, and I'm going to go to Matt here because he was loving on some Sharper earlier today. So I'm going to give it to you to talk about the hype.
Specifically talking about this guy, man. Like, he was kind of tricksy at different stages as we saw him play through the past, like, year or so. but it really does feel like the last month and a half, maybe even 2 months, he's starting to find like a more confidence in his play style, and it's starting to get some decent returns from Sharper. It's allowing them to fight out of situations that they couldn't beforehand. Like, sure, they didn't necessarily handle the best on their defense whenever they had the cars roll up on top of them, but that was Earth going down first in that situation. When they keep him alive, man, they can make it into the later stages.
Save the Earth, and all will be well. All right, let's talk about the leaderboard. Break it down. Match leaderboard looks like it's pretty good for GAM the Expendables 17, but the overall leaderboard after 2 games put T1 at the top at 29. Pearl, why don't you break down the rest of this leaderboard for me?
That's still back-to-back top 4s for GAM, the Expendables, and Twisted Minds. So that's a very, very good way to start the day. Obviously, T1 kind of riding on the coattails of that first game win, but they did make top 8 with 5 kills. So this is good news. I'm again talking about the fact that you have to kind of get a good start in these 5-game sets if you're going to have any hope of making the top 8.
It's all about getting to the top 8 so you can go to the grand final. We have multiple past world champions in this lobby at risk of getting knocked out, and they need to turn that back around with 3 games left to play. Guys, we're going to take a short break, and as the team sort of prep for how do we deal with these last 3 games that are going to absolutely be incredible race and super important on the road to PGC, I believe we're going to have a chance to check in with Perfectix from Twisted Mind, a team that has to make it work.
Hello everyone, we're having Perfectix from Twisted Mind with us here. Let's say hello to the audience. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, because you're like taking the lead in the leaderboard right now, qualified to the grand final. Do you feel happy with your play so far?
Yeah, of course, we feel happy. First 2 games was good for us, but we need to keep on and get more points.
Let's share about more details. For example, the first game, you're hiding under the bridge. So in our opinion, it's kind of a little bit like under pressure from everywhere. So how could you guys like hold in that place and finally get a lot of points?
Yeah, I mean, it was a hard decision to use EP. And we thought about also the building where T1 won the game.
Yeah.
But we saw the people there, so we decided to fly under the bridge.
Yeah.
And it's not was so pressure. All you need to do is not get knocked, and you need to just wait a moment when you can farm or win the game. That's all.
Thanks for sharing. It's like it's worked so well. So still hope you guys can play well in the following games. Bye bye. See you in games.
Bye bye.
Welcome, good seven Shrimsy. How do you feel like right now?
Good, yeah.
Excited. What were you happiest with as a team after final stage?
I just like that we're not super impulsive. Like whenever we make sporadic plays, it kind of goes bad for us, but whenever we talk about things and do things together, then it goes pretty well for the most part.
The game has changed a lot recently and we need to adapt.
Like what's something fans always assume but Falcons doesn't completely wrong?
The biggest misconception that people have is because Tig is like the biggest streamer and he's like the face of Western PUBG, and he kind of has like this, I don't want to say like aura around him, but he's like, you know, people will come up to him and he has like this insane personality that they always think he has this insane ego and he's like kind of rude to the team and stuff like that, and that's just not true. He's a really good teammate.
So what's one area where this team still feels it can be better?
It's the balance between when you want to send it to the middle and play for the circle and when you want to play for kills and play on the edge. That balance is like nearly impossible right now because you used to have so much map knowledge from 8 years of playing the game. So having to adapt to that is nearly impossible, but we're trying our best.
I think a big team that we respect in general nowadays is GK. So they've been playing TVP for a long time. They kind of all stopped playing FPP and just kind of was playing for the fun of the game, and they stream a bunch and stuff. And now they're one of the best teams in the world, in our opinion, I think, as a team.
Imagine you could invite any PUBG player in the world to join a dinner tonight. Who would you invite?
I would invite Inonix. Me and him have been friends for a long time, and we did a jersey swap back in 2021 at PGIS.
I would choose my old teammate Aitzi. He's an ex-FaZe player. He's just one of my best friends and I miss him.
We are looking forward to seeing what Falcons can bring to PGS9 and beyond. Best luck and better thanks for you guys. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, give it all you got, we got next. Y'all rockin' to the top, can't stop it, must be off your rocker, thinking you gon' stop us. We got next.
3 games left to say I deserve to be one of the 8 that gets to go to the grand finals. It's the last 5-game series of this PGS circuit here at PGS 9, in which the bottom 8 teams will just be done. That's the end of their run here, as the top 8 will get to go on to those who had the highest collated score from PGS 7 and 8. This is PGS 9 from Shanghai, China. My name's Toffees. I am joined by Porosaurus Matchum and Martin, or as you know him, Avenger, as we continue to talk about the day. 2 games in. What's your take on the day, Martin?
Hot shifts, and pull-ups in a way where it's like, okay, these guys are really enjoying the current meta where it's easy to drive by and there's no RPDs and M249s that's destroying your experience. And also the way that we see some of these teams, you know, do these both the pull-ups but also e-pickups into great locations and so forth. But the pre-drives, the planning from some of the teams has been amazing. You could really see it from T1 so far, and also, of course, Gam the Expendables were able to put themselves into some great spots, and they feel and they kind of sense the lobby where there's space, and they take space where it has been given, especially in the last game where Liquid gave up space and they took it away from them.
Again, the Expendables the 4th and a 1st place, respectively. Twisted Minds Guts is in 3rd with 3rd and 4th. They've been consistent, but the 8th place is the cutoff, and right now 8th place is on 8 points, and it's down to 5 points for 15th. So it's still really anybody's game, but this is your chance to make the statement, to put rubber to road, and to start the path back into the leaderboard. This is where the big points for PGC come alive, and you better not chicken out when it comes to getting dinner. It's time to Tago. Let's send it over to our casters, Matchum and Porosaurus.
All right, let's go for it. Yeah.
Okay, so talking about this, you've been talking quite a bit about like the need for consistency at the start. Well, we're seeing that from 3 teams: T1, Gam the Expendables, and Twisted Minds, and definitely not Sharper, who just had a very good last game, but the game before that was pretty bad. Are we seeing a bit of a point sponge at the top, and could that affect our cut lines?
I don't think so. I don't think we've gotten point sponge area just yet. I mean, it's only 2 games in, but we didn't see back-to-back winners or anything like that. So I don't think we've gotten quite to that point yet. So I think everybody should be still going out there and trying to get as many kills as they possibly can, because that cut line is still looking like it's probably going to be around that 30, as we get to see yet another early game long range snipe here. But once again, it's not going to pay off.
Yeah, just the vehicle dust-ups being pretty predominant, the early sections of it, and haven't led to too much. We will keep an eye on this whole Sharper game, the Expendables situation, as well as 2 players for Godlike, just down to the south of the Expendables. The circle pops. Doesn't go all ocean, like we've been seeing it whenever we've been seeing the Southern Taego spur, so it's a bit Ohyang-centered, and that should be pretty fine for most of the teams.
Yeah, not too shabby. Not too shabby. We see a VSS and Duck Mice, and we saw late game VSS coming out from D, from Gen G last time around. I was excited to see that. Always excited to see a VSS in the late game. As unfortunately, it didn't work out too well for Gen G in that push. but I like where their heads are at. Like, they're wanting to fight. They're wanting to take these fights. They're getting kills. It's just been 2 kind of rough late game fights on the edge of circle, and I feel like we've seen a lot of that here. Are we hunting Tony?
I think so, because Godlike was over here with this drop. Remember, they did this 2-2 right down below them. Yeah, this was a planned pickup coming up from Godlike, so pays off. Hong F already going to be out for the Expendables, and that's going to make potential drops going forward a lot easier, because we have been seeing a lot of Taego in our rotation. There's another rotation.
Nice. Do a barrel roll. Okay, JDG. Do a barrel roll. Hey, guys, did you know if you type do a barrel roll into Google, it'll do a barrel roll? Did you know that?
What?
That's an old school thing.
That is, I mean, we're getting a Star Fox remake for like the 2nd or 3rd time, so yeah, I guess it'll be modern culture again to make barrel roll jokes here within the next year or 2. We'll have to see how that goes.
Like low key.
Well, no, I'm with you. I'm the one that did the voice. You just quoted something and made a Google reference. I referenced like the Nintendo 64 version of it. So,
all right, man, stop video game mogging me.
Oh yeah, because I'm so worried about Star Fox references from back then. Oh, Blue Chips getting demolished. As this is going to be an airport push and retrieval coming up from Godlike, probably going to be Hong F if I had to take a wild guess on it all. So the way that we see this all getting set up, Vitality is going to have inside track to Ohyang. The hillside to the northwest is going to be extremely strong in the circle as long as it stays in. It looks like Team Liquid's going to be playing over there around that Buksan Sa positioning. Just to the south of that is where we often see a lot of teams like to play and keep more comfort outside of Buksan Sa. We also do have kind of Kan Nuang and the hillside that's to the north of that, but that's right along the zone wall, so I don't think that anybody's going to be using that except for maybe a stopover to get some information before pushing into the circle. South, it's got a couple of footpaths, but it's a lot flatter in general. So the northwest and kind of the north is where I would be expecting a lot of our teams to kind of cluster up at.
It'll be interesting to see. You saw JDG do that pickup. They went all the way down to the south. They're actually going to have an opportunity to even loot up a little bit more should they decide to. You see Twisted Minds pushing in here. This is Twisted Minds keeping everybody together again, and I think that's having to do a lot with what they're having to play around on this northern side. We've seen them kind of run into early game scraps, and T1 already taking shots over in that direction, but I think this is just kind of teams starting to learn, you know, what you can and can't get away with here on Taego in certain parts of the maps, and these hills are just so dangerous to play around because you just never know what is lurking on the top of them, as Navi might be about to find out the hard way here.
You had to make some assumptions that there were a couple of shots that came out from over here. I think that this was just trying to see if they could bully anybody out, and T1 doesn't want too much more of it, so they're actually going to retreat up to the north. That might give Twisted a little bit more breathing room than they had just a moment ago, because with T1 kind of surrendering the higher position on that hill, there's going to be some opportunities. Team Liquid, of course, hanging out in Buksan Sa proper, so they're going to be pretty fine.
2 of them are. The other 2 are way down the south, just off to the west of Ohyang. So a big, wide 2-2 split early on for Team Liquid.
Never.
I know. We've seen this work against them before in the past. We'll see if they maybe can sneak something here. Obviously, they know about Navi. As we check in now with Nemesis, they're wrapping on the southern coast. Looks like they should have a fairly easy pack in on that coastline just past Songam. Depending on what Anyone's Legend does. Anyone's Legend, another team that likes to be very wide split as they make their way into these first circles.
They just go full on firing line. They're like old school military. They just stand in some type of wall and walk at you and slowly try to pick you apart. When it works, it's great. Whenever it doesn't, the center falls apart, and we'll have to see. So with that 2-2 split, it's going to be full Sense also running a 2-2. It's going to be pretty close to the Nemesis, going to be wrapping in full coastline all the way down to the south. So Yongchon belongs over to Alpha right now, and they've been kind of chilling here for a while. Maybe an emergency pickup in their future, but Seoul is actually kind of going over here. I think he might be expecting it to see maybe he can get a couple of shots, catch something for free. The Expendables are going to be coming into the north, kind of around Kangyung. Sharper is going to be rotating in back behind them, and Godlike both. Tai Lu has got vehicles, so I'm assuming they're going to vehicle drive in, but Gen.G is in this positioning to the north. I feel like this is a setup for a potential trap.
Could be, and I mean, especially given the way that Gen.G's been playing, where they don't seem to be averse to going for these early game fights. It's like
Nobody can third party you if you fight out that far in the circle, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, well, that's the thing is like they're not averse to going for these early game fights, but they also tend to get bogged down in them a little bit, and we'll see if it works out that way for him here in C1. It looks like they're going to pull away, so Alpha will continue on their merry way off to the north. Gen.G will just keep on going towards the south, but Tai Lu's still up there off to the north as we check in with them making their way, and it looks like everybody's kind of avoiding each other for the most part early on here, but Nemesis is starting to make their way through. We do have their comms, so let's hear what they're thinking about as they break through this Anyone's Legend full sense barricade.
Настройка фрешная.
Могут крыть, пацаны, это у меня
Подожди,
какой-то
вазик не завелся в спине, аккуратно.
Пацаны, у меня лутано, это скорее всего
Бейтесь.
Это
тройка фрешная, тройка. Подожди, тачка стоит вот тут на двойке, аккуратно.
Окей. Надо через вправо тянуть. Я кину просто Шарик не ставим еще.
На двойке тачка стоит?
Да. Не на двойке. Это на контейнерах.
Не на двойке, на контейнерах.
Slightly rebuffed to the north, so they're just going to go ahead and try to continue to regroup. New circle should be popping in just 1 second. Are they going to get enough territory? And yeah, they are.
Like that.
They're going to have that area just to the north of Hospital. Is Anyone's Legend going to regroup because there are threats nearby and things to shoot at? To the north, though, look at the cluster teams. 4 Angry Men, Twisted Minds, T1, Team Liquid also trying to regroup, or they're going to have Navi on top of them. Alpha also looks like they're just cutting along the same area, while Vitality, it looks like JDG are going to be watching.
We're about T1 here, but that terrain is allowing all these teams kind of make rotations right next to each other and for the most part avoid each other. T1 actually going to turn around, and this might be trouble for Navi as they leave Buksansa. I think they might have spotted something in there. I mean, it's like watching a flock of migratory birds. They just they see a hawk, and then they all just immediately turn into a different direction, and it looks like they'll avoid each other now for the most part. As Twisted kind of in the same boat. I think they were getting shot at from Oh-Hyung, and that's going to force them down into these trenches here temporarily.
The epitome of circle the wagons, because everything's getting shot at right now on both sides of it. You saw T1 and Twisted both just a couple of meters across from each other. Unfortunately for Twisted, they're in the lower section of the hillside, though, so T1's going to have a little bit of space that they get to work for, while 4 Angry Men going to be taking the pot shots at Twisted Minds, still on a little bit of a roam. We have Sharper that's trying to come in from the east. They might get gate kept out by Godlike, but if they go far enough south, there's a couple of foot push positions that they could have played, a couple of paths over there that could be fine for them. The Expendables also going to be coming in more to the northeast. They could be ending up on the other side of Alpha, as Alpha's going to end up next to 4 Angry Men. Gen.G, Tai Lu, I guess the more dramatic movers that we could be looking at inside the circle, as it does look like Gen.G is coming up back behind Navi in that Buksansa positioning.
Yeah, T1 in kind of a interesting spot here, and looks like they're just going to bail on this, trying to take back that top of the hill.
That's a lot of vehicles lost.
Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate, but they get everybody out of there, and that's what matters here. Is JDG kind of had eyes over in that direction for him as well, but you see now they are going to spot out T1, get a good idea of what's going on around them. They have that high ground here. You see Team Liquid will find a nice compound just off to the west of Oh-Hyung. They have full sense in a 2-2 split just off to their west and south, so they got time to kind of stick this one out. But as you said, that Gen.G rotation on the north side, kind of looking at what they're doing, because they're very wide split, and they're coming in from like the north and the west right now. It's really kind of weird.
It feels like they're trying to set up a net to find a team that's maybe a bit more clustered in Navi, the teams that are playing around Buksansa. But that's going to be a problem, because look at Beam. He's very isolated over here to the north. All of Tai Lu is going to be cresting this hill in just a little while.
Just gotta get out
They're going to spot him. He has to regroup, and he's going to have to go all the way around Buksansa. Gen G, though, probably just going to try to keep an idea on what's going on with Na'Vi, but they can keep Na'Vi corralled over here, and that's going to force them right on top of T1, who now has to hop in their vehicles. They've got to make for a move. New circle's going to pop. How's the timing? Is it good for T1?
Oh.
It's decent enough as everything's going Hyang.
Okay. Yeah, T1 just going to send it. I imagine they'll probably send it into that western side of the city itself, especially now that they're going to get shot out here. JDG is kind of on the clock. They've got eyes on multiple different directions. So T1, they're getting shot at, sure, but they're only getting shot at by one member of JDG. And they'll pull into this building just on that southwestern side. Anyone's Legend just off to their east. You see a number of teams kind of shooting over in this direction, but just not enough focus fire. And T1 will survive for now, but Full Sense has arrived.
Yeah, especially Tigger on that position right next to him could cause a massive problem. He's just waiting to see who's going to step back out onto this. So those couple of shots from JDG are going to slow down the pacing. But, I mean, we do have to keep an eye on what's going on with anyone's Legend in the middle of all of this. Yep, Sololzy spots out Raining as T1 didn't like playing right on the edge. They felt that maybe they would get crashed. And instead, it's going to be the center that's a problem. Raining goes down. Type eats a ton of damage. That opens up more space for Full Sense to kind of navigate. And we still have all of the rotates coming in from the edges of the circle. We still have the Gen G Na'Vi positioning. We've got Sharper that's trying to find their way in. They're going to be pushing in right next to Vitality. That's going to be over into the east. And then due to spotting out where Sharper is going, Nemesis is having to play more into the east, and that's going to be where Godlike's going to be at.
Everybody trying to make a move towards Hyang. But Gen G still dealing with Na'Vi over here in the northwest. Na'Vi a little bit split here, as D will drop down that offensive smoke right on the rock. He knows that Spiro's there. We'll try to force him away. He's going to make the push in here. Very aggressive positioning here from D, but Soul has his back. We'll get shots from behind. D will try to make the push in. He's going to spot him out. Nicely done by Gen G. He'll have to drop back down into the smoke, though, as Ferris had an angle. Meanwhile, Soul's going to spot out another one. A number of just 1v1s, 1v2s going on in this fight.
But it's up to the north. Ferris has stayed back behind, trying to keep some control and safety for Na'Vi, and that's what forced Gen G into a more awkward situation. Gen G's handling it well, though. They're responding multiple fronts on this, but Team Liquid's realized that there's a firefight that's going on to their north. It looks like Purdy Curdy and the crew are moving out to see if they can get involved, while Hackatori does get the flush onto D. Salute, very few options. Now it's just going to be sending it in a little bit more right into the face. Hackatori takes a lot of damage, but that's going to be from Team Liquid from behind. Bean gets the last shot and gets the knock on him.
And now Ferris all by himself up to the north. He's going to have to pull away and just survive a little bit longer if he can. Gen G, meanwhile, try to reset and actually just going to try to hop into vehicles and just get out of here, as they don't know exactly how many members of Team Liquid are up here keeping eyes on him. But now you see Twisted Minds also has an angle. Get the tire shot out there. But Soul will force Perfectix to pull back around, so Gen G should be okay, but that new circle is going to pop, and they are not going to be in it.
Okay, so Hyang keeps a lot of it in play. So Twisted Minds Hillside and the focus that we've been seeing from Na'Vi, Gen G, Team Liquid, they've all got to move. Sharper's going to quickly regroup right on the outskirts of Hyang. Looks like Nemesis already kind of has that set in vision. Godlike got away from them and just had to move into the more, I guess, I don't want to say open, but open-ish areas to the northwestern center. It's just going to be just send it. That's what you have to do. Entrenched places are going to be all around you. 4 Angry Men, Twisted Minds, both sides taking shots at Gen G, just trying to get into the circle. JDG is going to be the focal point to the north of Hyang, trying to keep it under control, and there's the explosions. Gen G's just got to stop anywhere that they can find, because the crossfire on them is absolutely brutal.
Oh, man, the fact that they were able to get anybody in through that gauntlet of 4 AM Twisted Minds and, well, a number of teams over there in Hyang. It's impressive in and of itself. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, still hanging out with that high ground. They're going to have to move eventually, but they know exactly where everybody is. They know where Bean is. They know where Godlike is. And they also know that 4 AM is still lurking off to the north. As we see Team Liquid will get that revive. They'll get back on the move. 4 strong coming in from the south.
Where do they go, though? It looks like they're teasing the idea of Hyang, but that's going to be Full Sense, Anyone's Legend, and Sharper all on a good defended position. BRDM going to be used to scout right now, and that's what Kurt's trying to figure out. Going, okay, well, The east doesn't feel too good. Sharper's going to have that a bit more on controlled. So instead, they're going to use the ridgeline right along the road to see if they can get some distance away from Sharper, run in. That'll give them at least a good stop off. But Sharper's already trying to counter move around that. Looks like they're trying to see if they can get into a nade position because they know exactly where Team Liquid are going to stop at. Jedi's already got the nade prepped up, but I don't think that they got there just in time. Shots from Earth are going to connect onto Luke. He's going to go down. Nade's going to come rolling in, connects with the BRDM, but they want to keep Luke. Got to jump back in. Timing. Explosion near on as perfect as you can get. Where do you go next? Because you're going to be pushing from the frying pan into the fire. There are so many teams in Ouyang.
They absolutely knew to expect that, but what a shot from Earth Zapalui to get the knock before he's able to get into the BRDM. They knew it was coming, and now they're just going to push right into Vitality, full strength, and they'll hop out the BRDM, hop back in, try to get a read on what's going on here. They're just dancing around, but Levante will spot out Cowboy. Cowboy's going to go down. The rest of the boys just waiting for the eventual grenades to pop off before they come out, but they got to come out now because that BRDM is starting to smoke.
Alo's got nade prep. Door gets closed by Vitality to deny it. He's got to move back forward, tries to go for some sprays. A lot of damage comes out. Gedrux gets a knock onto Alo. And now it's just poor old Purdy Curdy and his BRDM that's pretty busted. He's just trapped in Ouyang, and the explosions are going off around him. Even if he can get out of this, it's going to continue to be punished. All of Vitality on the chase for him, and he is just running around, seeing if he can find nothing. So down to the south, circle pops. It's going to be abandoning Ouyang, and that means that this urban firefight's got to pop off.
Ouyang, all the teams that sent it in now have to leave, and who is going to be the one that manages to survive until the end here? Navi does get eliminated as Ferris gets spotted out. Bean still alive here for Gen G. Twisted Mind's in a lot of trouble now, as looks like they will be able to stick that res onto Example, but only just, as they're trying to position themselves in a way where they can kind of take advantage of anybody that's trying to escape the city. But Stanidol has this dirty little off angle, and Twisted Minds can't really do anything about it.
JDG as well as Vitality are the closest defenders to the zone, and they're going to be watching everything that's going on in Ouyang back behind them. Any supervision that's going to be happening out here. Nice. Good coming out. It's going to be cold. It gets knock on to Lou. Full Sense coming up on the other side of it, and this is just vulturing, getting whatever you can because you know you're about to walk through a meat grinder, and it is going to be a bloodbath to try to step foot inside this new circle. Slowzy's got himself Panzerfaust up and ready. T1's going to go ahead and get eliminated while all this is happening. Sharper actually kind of counter moving around the outside of all of this. Vitality's got two players that are still up, going off of everything from the Team of Liquid positioning. A couple of shots in between. Slowzy's not going to lean into the Panzerfaust just quite yet, it looks like, is everything for Vitality is just about timing. And Anyone's Legend still has some defense back behind him. And I think that Anyone's Legend is just going to try to slow back down the pacing. And this works out great for Sharper. Look at them. They're getting so much territory out of this.
Yeah, I mean, this is all Anyone's Legend can really even do right now. I mean, they're pinched between multiple teams. JDG doesn't have to leave their building just yet. And they're just holding windows, holding angles. You got Full Sense on the other side as well, just playing the edge. And Vitality, they're down to Quizzy. But Quizzy could cause problems for, well, not down to Quizzy inside the city. They do have Gedrox inside the circle already. So Quizzy just going to try to get points here, I think, more than anything. But it's really just a question of what can JDG do. Cold 119 already 3 kills, and he has eyes now for Full Sense.
Full Sense looks like they're hopping in the UAZ. The other side, that's going to get pretty punished. That's going to be 400 men. Cold holds the wall, plays it patient, pays up big. Already finding one. Punishment comes out. It's going to be Thanadol that gets the knock on to Cold. JDG has one player down. How do they want to handle the defense? They know that Anyone's Legend is looming back behind him, and 4 angry men are just demolishing any movement over here. Full Sense is getting picked apart, and JDG just kind of has to watch it all.
You always wonder who's going to be the squad that has eyes on these teams fighting their way out of the city, as they will use whatever utility they've got left. It's not finding the mark just yet, but the blue zone has arrived. Solozzi playing the wall, looking for any hints of JDG. He's got that Panzerfaust in hand and does not want to leave it to chance, as he'll peek through the smokes, in between the smokes.
Thanadol.
Not going to find anything just yet, but Thanadol from that backside, Full Sense. They're down to just one, and they are doing work here. As Suze is down, Thanadol will have time to heal up, and JDG, oh no, Solozzi, this is dirty. Putting the C4 in just to cause even more problems.
Okay, what do? You've got to finish this fast, and you've got to get out of point. You know what is going to be coming. So JDG looks like they're playing more into the north. Bean, 4 Angry Men, still keeping an eye on it. Oddly enough, Sharper was taking shots at 4 Angry Men, slows down the pace, and C4 is going to go off. Doesn't connect, but does get distance. And that's really what anyone's legend wants. Spots out JDG running across, trying to get into the circle, but it's going to be Nons. Going to spot out Himas. He's going to go down. And this is just not much else you can really do. Sharper, though, does have to deal with Nemesis on top of them, and that opened up more movement for 4 Angry Men.
Nemesis made this crash, trying to take advantage of Sharper while they were looking the other way, and they get taken by surprise. Now Melman all by himself, and Tai Lu is going to see that, and they are going to rush, immediately pulling out the grenades. They're going to sail a little bit too far, though, as Melman will dance around, and Tanawat's going to be the one that gets him. Nemesis tries to be the aggressor, but they get repelled.
Sharper, Tai Lu right on top of each other now. Tai Lu, though, I'd have to say, has the harder way to get into the circle. We're looking at just kind of one of the cuts of the rice patties over here, and it's going to be Sharper having to deal with anyone's legend one side of it, and they have to make sure that they respond fast. Tai Lu's still going to be back behind him. Arth does get the knock on Sololzi, but Dylan gets the knock onto Thunders, and it looks like there's an opportunity for Tai Lu. They're trying to move in very quickly. Thanawat's realizing that there's going to be a problem back behind him, but he's got to focus in on anyone's legend. Delwin, Himas running in. Arth going to be the guy that's trying to hold them back. Tons of throwables coming out, but they're not going into the right location. I think that Tai Lu has a bad read on what's happening over here. Is now Delwin trapped up against the blue zone and has got to move right into Sharper's face.
Oh, Delwin's going to go down. Yeah, he has a good effort. It's down to just Himas as anyone's legend is eaten right now. 6 kills. But what else can Himas do as he is now on that south side all by himself? Sharper down to 2, and they've been doing a good job of holding the line. Good enough to put them in 3rd place overall on the day, and now they'll turn their attention over towards Tai Lu, who once again has found themselves in good position, but they're just not able to make anything of it. 0 kills now, and now Hausker is going to get knocked by Powell.
Yeah, Alpha comes in aggressive on that. They saw that movement and instantly respond. Look at the side angles already coming up from Tycon. This is a denial of positioning. Tai Lu wanted to try to use the rice patty and set it up, but Great Nade comes up. Lee's going to go down. Counter move perfectly timed for Alpha, and they could feast over here, but a new contender approaches. If they stay too focused on Tai Lu, Sharper might be able to find some vision on what's going to be going on with Tycon.
And Alpha is just taking advantage of the fact that 4 AM decided to wrap down to the south on that western side. Alpha has so much room to move around as Gedrock's going to get taken out by a mortar from Hasameme. The blue zone grenade's going to fall right on top of Lee and King Kong. Lee will get re-knocked. King Kong will have to go for the heal, but it's not going to work out for him as Tycon will get that one. And Alpha Gaming now up to 6 kills. And if they can take down Tanawat and Earth Zapalui, they got to do this. They got to do this clean, though.
Oh, it's Tycon. He's running up bold right through the smokes, trying to see if he can get an angle on it. Tanawat not going to go ahead and go down just yet, though. Timing, pacing, slowing off. Earth's going for a counter move. Other side of this could be a bit of a pinch if Alpha just runs out too much. Problem with it is the person that's going for the pinch on one side of it is Tycon, and you will have to deal with him face to face. It's always problematic. 4 Angry Men getting more control over the west, now starting to swoop in, and hearing this firefight, looks like they're positioned to go after Sharper.
And I like this from Alpha. They saw 4 AM go for that move, and immediately they call Tycon back. They say, look, we've got 4 alive. We weren't able to get that kill easily, so pull back. Let's play for the win here. As 4 AM is taking up all the space on the south side. They're trying to come alive here in the late game. Already 5 kills for themselves, but they've got Himas. They've got Ursapalui and Tanawat down there on the south as well. I don't know if they know exactly where Himas is. I don't see any of 4 AM's Doritos looking down towards the south. They might have lost track of him.
I love the read on this coming up from Alpha. They said, okay, the weekend squad's going to be over into the east. Tycon, we need you to come back over the west. Keep an eye on what's going on with 4 Angry Men. Problem is, the western front for Alpha is going to be just on the other side of the circle from them. Like, they still need to get in. There's a ton of crates that could be down in front of them, provide some level of cover. But 4 Angry Men have their own problem, and that is a sneaky Himas that could absolutely wreck them if they're not careful, just crossing right across the fields in front of them. So Sharper managed to handle the push coming up from Alpha. Kudos to them. So they've got a little bit of the corner that they can hide in inside of the rice paddy for safety for the time being. 4 Angry Men, though, going to be very close just to the west of them, and Alpha has managed to find this 2-2 split and find some successes with it.
Oh, this could be real bad for 4 AM. They lost track of how many people, I mean, and who could blame them? So many teams trying to fight their way out of that city. They just did not know that there's one more guy, one more snake in their midst, and he could cause huge problems here in the late game. The circle does pop. It is going to favor Alpha's side, and Sharper now in a little bit of trouble. But what will Himas do? No grenades, no offensive utility to speak of, so anything he gets done, it's going to have to be on gun skill alone.
Drop the backpack for a better profile for the crawling through the grass. That means that ammo is going to also be pretty limited. But he has pretty close range positioning. Duck Mai going for a couple of shots to see if they can keep the corralled positioning for Sharper, because Sharper can't move up to the north. That means it's going to be them having to converge into the 4 Angry Men positioning. That works up great for Alpha. They're just trying to keep these two teams corralled as close as they could to each other. Technically 3, but I don't know if Alpha knows where Himas is, because only Himas knows where Himas is. HS, you got a problem brewing behind you. I dare you to pull a trigger for a couple of seconds.
Here we go. Oh, they try to go for it, but Duck Mai and Winda, the combination by our powers combined, we will take down Sharper. Unfortunately for Spaceman, he's able to avoid the flaming vehicle for now. And now there you go. Tycon strikes. Shen is going to go down, and Himas sees this in the kill feed. He knows that 4 a.m. is going to be a little bit distracted here. More utility will be sent over in their direction to try to slow them down.
This is a pretty messy area to fight in. You can see just with the tarps all set up this way, it kind of does make a lot of sightline blocks. It makes it a little bit easier to make foot pushes. So Simon T trying to be up above all of this, looking down on Spaceman, gets some damage with Panzerfaust that doesn't quite connect to get the knock. Himas, though, is just going to be watching back behind this and realizing the explosions look like his focus is going to be over onto Spaceman. So 4 Angry Men starting to get more control over in this western area. They're trying to push along this line, see if they can get these nades to connect bounces. Do get a little bit of damage, but not as much as they want. Winda's down into the south, having to compete with the more southern duo for Alpha, as everything's going to be going down into that center dot position in just 1 second. Everything's starting to be pushed over here. Just Winda, I don't know if he saw him or not. Otherwise, he would have gone for the shots.
Oh, you have to think so. He was jump peeking it. He looked over there like he was maybe spotted something, but did not commit. So maybe just baited himself out here. As Himas still able to move in. He's got the flashbangs ready, going to continue to send them over in their direction. They have no idea where it's coming from, and now he'll strike. Himas gets the first knock, but that's going to be immediately traded out by Duck Mai. Alpha helping out 4AM here a little bit, as they will try to return the favor with grenades, trying to hold them off the push here for 4AM, but Winda's going to go down now, as Shen will get revived.
Okay, Alpha, do you play this aggressive or do you give them the time? It looks like they're a bit nervous to try and make this cross. They would just want to lean into the range, use the dips that they've already got set. A ton of smoke down from 4 Angry Men, but only 2 players up and moving. Nades starting to come out, rolls close to Alpha. Not enough to get the knocks. Spaceman on top, gets vision, doesn't get a knock. He's instantly punished. 1 HP just trying to stay alive up there.
Wind is bled out. Shen is right behind him here. Spaceman, as he said, still on that high ground. Not even going to go for the heal. Going to go for the knock on Simon T before Tycon takes him down. And now it's a 2v1. Duck Mai and Tycon versus Hasameme. The spray comes through. Duck Mai very, very low, but he doesn't get the knock on Hasameme.
There you go.
There it is.
That is going to be Alpha picking it up at the end. A great read on the circles. Great defensive positioning. You got to give it to 4 Angry Men. They tried there at the end to make something back, and good old Himas making it in the later stages always makes things fun. Let's tag back in ourselves a Toffees and Avenger to get a take on what they saw in that last round.
One must always be afraid of snakes, and in this particular instant, the Him-Asp comes out and bites them from behind. He snaked through the grass. He caught them from behind, and Cleopatra's curse was too much. 4AM tried. They put up a noble defense, but Alpha, after they pulled off of that fight with Sharper, Martin, I think they just found a good spot, and I felt like that was just their game from that moment on.
Yeah, it was, and what a difficult circle as well. They almost baiting ending here for Ouyang there. Makes it difficult for a lot of the teams to kind of get into a better spot here, but APG, man, holding onto that compound on the high ground and then kind of flushing everyone from the northern side. That's so well played. Well played, executed by them. And yeah, when you get a strike from a snake like that, everyone else is going to really capitalize on it, and APG did it for sure.
I thought they knew Poro. Tian looked back for a second, yeah? He was like jump peeking, but the grass was just too thick. And I thought Himas was going to get the double too. I think he pulled off that spray a little bit too soon, thinking it was good old Himas would have had the knock by now.
I mean, credit to 4 a.m. Like, they immediately turned on that. Like, to have a snake just kind of show up in your midst when you're not expecting it, the fact that they were able to turn on it that quickly and take care of that situation was pretty good. And they were able to almost reset off of it. They got the res, but it was just kind of immediately followed by another knock. So, as you said, Alpha just had great position there towards the late game. And even still, 4 a.m. gave them a run for their money.
Yeah, I will say, I got 4 a.m. starting to get everybody back up, Matt, and I felt like maybe Alpha was going too slowly. I know they had the center of the circle, but it did feel like they kind of gave 4 a.m. a chance to almost reset.
Yeah, I mean, with the damage that was done, it did feel like there was a world where Spaceman might have been able to turn that around. Whenever he got up on top of the tarps, was trying to creep his way forward, the damage had already been done by Himas at that point, but you could see that 4 Angry Men were trying to use the terrain to advantage, and that's why they were fighting to get over onto this point. So if maybe Himas wasn't back there might have been a world where 4 Angry Men could have fought this one back, because Alpha was leaning into gun skill and angle control, because you can see they didn't want to push the tarps, and that could have been punishable off of that high ground approach. But I mean, in the end, it's just all the factors stacked up, and it's going to be Alpha Gaming getting an extremely high kill count game.
Tycon still getting shouts from his old teammates. 6 kills as he comes out on top. Probably going to be the man of the match as they walk away with a good win here. Duck My, S. Sir T, as he will always be in my heart, Simon T, and Powell coming out and putting in some work. Powell just basically support rolling, but he seems to always be there when they really need him to be in those anchor spots, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at this post right now, usually I go pow, but he says shh, don't go be so loud here. So it's just going to be pow for now. And looking at Tycon and the man of the match here, it does feel like it shimmers of PGC Dubai, doesn't it? Like, I really dream of what could have been if Tycon continued that kind of road that he was laying out 4 years ago.
Yeah.
It's the problem is how, Matt, we constantly are saying, like, it looks like shimmers of the old Tycon. Some are like, it looks like shimmers of the old little ghost. Like, there's just too many players that have this pedigree of, like, we know how good you are, and now we're sad when we watch you so often.
Well, that's the thing, is Tycon, like, whenever pressure's on, Tycon can find a way to kind of, like, really rise. But it feels like whenever things are supposed to go great for Alpha, they go bad. And that's what's so confusing about it, is I guess the messier the game gets, it feels like the better that Tycon plays. Even if you look historically, like his big solo clutches are whenever everything's kind of all falling apart for the team and he's got to make this big hero play. I guess maybe just figure out how to assume everybody's dead on your squad all the time and you just need to clutch every round, and maybe that's the Alpha secret.
You know, I remember that we used to call it the Tycon turn on, when he would just sort of come out and all of a sudden activate for a tournament and go crazy. Maybe this is their chance to do it. As you look at that total leaderboard, as a reminder, I believe it was Alpha was in 11th place with 6 points. Going into this match, they are now in 2nd place. So it's still a very wide open leaderboard, Avenger.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the teams that's kind of in the chase, just a good game and you're into the top 8, right? We see teams here with multiple 20-point games here, and even for godlike here, if you get a 20-point game here, you're straight into the top. So everything's still on the line here. Even though we've played 3, we've got 2 more to go. Only the teams that are, 25-ish right now feel certain. You still need to get to that 30-plus points to get into this last one here. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult. You're going to get scared.
Poro, I'm worried about Liquid. They started strong. They've had good runs, but they keep getting wiped out in a bad spot. Can we do this? Do I need to be stressed?
I mean, it seems like they're getting BRDMs today, so that's a good sign, right? Like, they usually play around those BRDMs pretty well. Pretty well. But that last game, a little bit less so. But the situation was a little bit tough, for sure. But I mean, look, they got a second with 5 kills in game number 2. And we'll see if they can pull something off in the last 2 games. I believe, though, still they're not completely out of it by any means.
That's fair. You know what? Last week we let Martin have some copium of his own, so here we're gonna have our liquid cope. Sure. I will be honest. My notes from that game literally have just one bullet point that says liquid WTF. After that, send with the BRDM into the garage. But at the end of the day, like, I think you just get desperate. You have to make tough choices, right, Matchroom?
Yeah.
They knew it was bad, right? That's the whole thing, is they were trying to approach coming in. They had to abandon their vehicles. They had a downed player already inside the BRDM, and you're just having to push right into Ohyang proper, where there were, what, I think at that point, 5 teams already there. They made a concerted push into a building that was going to be where Vitality was defended, and
I'm just glad they didn't get panzered.
Didn't have time to figure anything.
Yeah,
that was my bigger concern. I was really nervous on their approach that they were just going to get panzered before they even managed to make landfall.
Well, game 4 is about to get underway. You saw Godlike getting pumped for this one, and that's because they are ready to rondo. As we said, Matchman Poro back to the green room. Myself and Avenger are going to stick around to have some fun, but this is the moment. If you are below that cut line, or actually anywhere outside the top 4, you need to get pumped, because it is actually very, very close down at that lower limit. 8th place has 8 points, and then 9th has 8, and if you go all the way down to 16, it's not much better where they're 3 to 5, so they can get there in not even one game, one fight. I mean, literally, Martin, if you have a bad match and you decide to just go ahead and save and pick up 2 team wipes, you're in the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still anyone's game, anyone's chance to make it into that top 8, and you want to be into that top 8, because tomorrow, a best of 15 $300,000 final, 120 PGS points for first place, and that would put you straight into the top 8 of the current PGS point standing. That would put you in a situation where you go straight to PGC, the most PGS points that has been given out so far this year, and we only have 2 final weekends of those, and now we're straight into a hot drop, I would say. Right now it's Godlike and APG. After APG stopping having this many points, they're going to just commit everything to it.
They're going ham. It's APG doing APG things as Simon T goes ahead and gets himself the Tommy gun to open the fight. He's going to lead in. He's got the head-to-head right here. His opponents do have a little bit of stronger firepower. Fauna Heaven open up big, and Simon T and Duckmy dropped right away as they land and pick up really just overwhelming firepower by comparison.
It's another classic from hero to zero here. APG has 2 players now. Pao and Tycon's going to have to figure out, do we go for a rest? Sure. There's a recall station here, but Godlike is just going to take the car and destroy it, surely. They're already holding on to this one here, laughing. That's going to put them 2 points ahead of Na'Vi, as they were just tied with those guys. And you said it yourself, Toffee's here in a situation where if you can get this snowball rolling from the get-go, you're going to be absolutely blessed. And looking over on the map here, they actually are not that far away from the circle. They could definitely get this rolling. We do have Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, and T1 in and around Test Track and Neox Factory, and the Test Track split that T1 is holding on to. A lot of teams are going to have to fight for space here in this game.
I think it's interesting that APG was willing to let 2 players go in and just make this hard fight right out of the gate, and then not have the rest of their crew there. Obviously, I think they think, well, if you win that 2v2 here on the outside drop, we'll push in and support you. It's a fascinating decision, as APG is not here. That said, Godlike is going to have to loot as if they are, and expect them to possibly come back and cause a little bit of trouble. APG, I'm not sure that they're going to do that. As we get the sky view and can see just how little contest Godlike has to deal with after they wipe out those 2 APG players. Really great delete, super fast wipe, and an easy play from them.
Nice.
Circle comes out right smack in the middle. Could not want a more fair circle than this, as we're so close to the end.
We are, yeah, and now we've had hardships all day. Surely, yeah, I mean, we're not going to get another hardships here, right? Toffee's bot, and he's just yelling at them. I love that. That's funny. Get in here, get that done. And they're like, yeah, but have you seen the leaderboard? We're 20 points ahead of you. We'll probably make it to the finals. And then the last game, they're going to get third-partied by APG, you know? Don't celebrate too early.
I like to believe that there's like a leaderboard in the stadium that they're just like, he just pointed at. And was like, yeah, look.
A decibel leaderboard, maybe.
Right? All right, so let's take a look back at the last game and a little bit of highlights to remind us of what just happened a few minutes ago.
Yep. And the other guys casted that, so we're just going to sit back and enjoy that. Maybe we should say the exact same thing with that.
Oh, sounds like we have an interview ready to sort of run over the background. I'm not sure who it's with. I'm excited to see it, though.
Maybe Doc.
Hello, everyone, welcome to the interview. I have Doc Juice with us from the Expandables.
Yeah.
GM the Expandables. Let's say hello to the audience. Hello.
Hello. Ni hao.
Wow, good. How confident do you have to like qualify in the grand final? Because it's like only 2 games left.
We're really confident because we had 1 checker at game 2, and then we got like 34 points. I think we need to 10 more points to go in the grand final, because it's not like winner state. You don't have any point. You know. Yeah.
Yes.
So we just need to into the top 8. So it's okay for us.
Good. So let's over the past 2 weeks, I believe that you've learned a lot. Can you share about what you have learned?
Like the past 2 weeks, we learn a lot about way to go to the circle, more team working, and then we have more argument with together because it's a team. We need to connect to each other, so we need to know more about teammate.
Yeah, actually, a healthy argument helps a lot, actually, and we can see that you make a big progress. So we'll see you in the games. Bye bye.
Yeah, bye bye.
Illuminating interview as we get back to the match. Here's a little bit of loot on top of Neox Factory, and I like that. I think you've learned a lot in the last week. We have learned a lot that sometimes fighting is good, I guess, is an interesting way to put it, but maybe an insight into their team. Let me put it this way, Martin. If the interviewer comments on how your team has been fighting a lot, and it seems to be like sometimes it's good, it means you guys are fighting way too much that they're noticing.
Yeah, maybe that could be the point here, but they've had success today here, and on 25 points currently, that's going to be them pretty comfortably into the finals if they don't go out with 0 points the next 2 games here. And even so, with how strong they've been in other survival stages, Toffees, I'm certain that Gamma Expendables are going to be able to make their way in there. As we jump over to Godlike, that just got their 2 points out of the 8
they were so happy about those 2 points, though.
Yeah,
they were so happy.
You see how excited they were? You see how much they celebrated? I hope
this
really
how hard the lobbies
up.
have been for them? 2 kills here is a win, man.
Yeah, that's it's gonna increase your total points by 33% after that. That's huge, but still, the snowball effect that could really get them, and the moral boost. That's really what I'm looking for in this and the next game here, because otherwise they are gonna have to bow down. If we go out and kind of look at the current bottom 8. What team do you think in the next 2 games is going to be able to get in and kind of lock that space down, Toffees? I'm curious as we see the rotations coming in.
I mean, traditionally you'd say Na'Vi, right? But absolutely not at this point. I mean, I think that I think Gen G is one of those teams like they could have if they get a decent macro and they get lucky and not picked up on rotation and they go 4 strong, then I think they pull it off. And my other one is I think Vitality has always got that potential. They haven't been living up to it, but that's a roster that knows how to play, and if they play good, strong rotations, they could win on averages.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we jump over to them.
Yeah, they could win on averages. We could see that happen here. It comes down to this game specifically because you're having that pressure on that last game, and you should just you win that last game, you're going to get in, but you don't want to rely on having to be that last game here. And Vitality, they've been a strong team. Pretty surprised to see them only 11 points. Maybe not as surprised as I'm to see Na'Vi on 6 points after 3 games. From here in match 4, they've not seen anything. Now Nemesis, currently the 8th team cutoff at 16. They need to win this one here, and it's against Gamma Expendables. Difficult team to pull up against. And Duck Juice opens on 2.
Duck Juice, oh my! As he gets the double, Nemesis in some trouble. Tombu going to be here, gets time to heal up. They were so focused on him that Duck Juice was able to just come get that flag down from the back, and it puts him already at a huge loss. Diffx up inside the house. Stade coming in for a little bit of backup. Duck Juice tries to go ahead and make it a 3. Stade's got the flash, wants to throw it through, switches back to the M249 and goes around to the right side. Duck Juice is on the chase, however, goes back around this way. The entire team is out. Soset is flushed. The fight is on. Stade has to hide in the corner, and he's just waiting. It's like watching a horror film as they hunt him down.
More nades, more utility being committed from all sides here. Wangef also trying to support. Shots are coming in here. The drive-by is happening. 35 HP here. It's going to be easy. More shots coming in. Tanwu hits a nade, and Clarice finds Diffx. Gamma Expendables finds 4 more points to put them on 28.
Na'Vi 0.5 absolutely deleted. Nemesis in a little bit of trouble there as they do get taken out. Let's jump back over to Vitality, a team that needs to work averages as they just float around the circle, trying to find somewhere to land as every spot they've gone to has been contested or bristled them away. And now they're going to go loop just north of Liquid as they again get bristled.
This is absolutely insane. More south shift and hard shifts continue here. We do go southwest. And as that happens, we see a lot of teams trying to get into better spaces. You know, Legend has locked down this high ground compound with the little warehouse that's made of sheet metal. It's very, very strong. You get a really good overlook of that. And if they end up having a circle that end up somewhere close to this area, this is a guaranteed qualification for them. They usually farm from areas like this, Toffee. So keep your eye on what anyone's Legends doing.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that one as they've got a pretty good spot right there in the middle. Twisted Mind's in a good spot to get themselves comfortably. Because at 20, I don't think they feel very good about their spot right now. And as a team of averages, they need to have another good game here. JDG, one of those teams that we thought might have a big day at the start, has the potential to pop off. Just going to drive in circles in front of the wall. Basically, that's a sneaky scouting system. Drive around and to show your broadside a few times and hope somebody shoots at you to let you know not to crash.
Absolutely. Oh. I have to replay. Look at that again. Such a great angle for Dog Juice. And yeah, and Flurries and Tanbu also helping with that one. Great off angle for Clarice to jump out onto the roof as well there. Dog Juice is just laughing.
Well, it feels like it's just a miscommunication, right? Like they had nobody looking that dirt. They had two guys pushing, and they're both looking at the same window together, right? Like the backstab was inevitable. And that's one of those you just got to get that veterancy to go, hey, just because that's where the threat's coming from doesn't mean you can't watch for the other ones. I've got this covered. You look to the right. So they do get dismantled, absolutely. Tyloo taking some shots at JDG, who is still yet to find a place to call home. The journey continues.
Tyloo really trying to make the most out of this one so far. 15 points is a great effort from them, but they're hoping to make their first big appearance in a big finals here. That'll be huge for them, but coming in from this northwestern side here, they have to have more priority trying to get into the circle here as it's already closing. A lot of teams are already finding their way into the middle, and they're holding on to an edge where they're basically poking off teams to get off. And with where the circle's landing, there's not a lot of compounds, and you got to fight for space early. This could be their detriment to their campaign in this game here.
All right, so the circle is about to close, and while some teams have been poking each other, that we're going to have to see these fights go to fruition in full once the next shrink happens. I'm going to assume that there's no real... So this circle is going to pop up to that northwest side, and there's just nothing. Look at this great migration, hoping for 3 spots in the middle.
You know what? Brutal. At least it's not a back-to-back hard shift or back-to-back south hard shift or anything crazy like that. But teams are really trying to move into other positions here, with T1 setting up shop in a great spot. Genji has locked down good spots, and with the 1-2-3 split that we saw from Indonesia Legends paid off here for them to get a somewhat center spot, as a lot of teams are kind of moving, and especially Twisted Minds here, moving back into the eastern side and holding on to an edge of test track where this high ground and the control tower from this racetrack here is proving very valuable for them.
Yep, they'll use that. They'll kind of keep an eye on things. JDG, after all of their journeys, actually found a compound on the edge of the circle. That car coming in awful hot. I would have been a little worried if I was the rest of the crew. Na'Vi going to take to the air. Interesting choice. They're not that far outside, but they know the edges are going to be packed, so I think they're going to drop and try to get up onto top of that little mountain. What do you call those? Pillars? Earth pillar? The Earth Zapalui?
Earth Zapalui? Yeah, I like that. That's a good one. Let's see. You would have enjoyed that one as it happened in your mind, I can imagine. Sharper here holding on to this space is important. It's obvious for multiple reasons, because there's basically only room for one team here. Now, back to Na'Vi, hot dropping straight onto anyone's Legends. Finds one, a potential another knock is going to come through here. He's going to have utility in his hand, and Spiro finds it, and the flush gets stolen. Ferris is out, and Hecatari finds Solalzi.
Well, depending how you're looking at it, a deeply unlucky time to Molotov. Himas going to go ahead and clear the top of that floor. There is a down Sololzi. Nothing they can do about that, but Himas comes in. Na'Vi and Sparrow both go down to that grenade, and now he's just got to hunt the last man standing. Door opens, spray comes out, and it's the exact same trade. He's got utility in hand when the door opens, and a man is standing there with an assault rifle. So that is the end of Na'Vi as they are cooked. They're left with 7 points on the day so far, and going to have one of the hardest orders ever of getting into the grand finals, as they're going to have to beat every single team in front of them.
Absolutely. With that, it's a rough situation for them. More teams coming in as well, and Godlike is also looking at the potential of coming in and landing on this apartment block as Fulsens is coming in. It's kind of split in between. They're actually landing straight onto anyone's Legends. Didn't expect that. Tony finds one. Haven goes down as well. Tony gets the flush into Delwyn. Anyone's Legends down to just 2 players, but they got 4 kills already. They're probably happy with that.
Yeah, Himas is like, seriously, guys, we just finished a fight. Give us a second. I think that's why Godlike decided to do it. They're down 2 already, though, as it's now a fair fight. Full Sense probably going to backstab. Here comes the spray. Himas making another play. He does go down. Destroy comes in to help out. Wants to get that res as fast as possible, but he's got to get him up the stairs. Guard your man. Get him around the corner, and then you can use a little bit of cover to go ahead and get this. Sticks it up, goes for it. Tony, nice molly through the window. He's going to have to avoid this. Get up on the banister. Sorry, friend, you are going to burn, and they'll make it a 1v1. But Full Sense should be hungry enough to come over here ASAP. Come on, Full Sense.
Oh, the molly hit him as well. Another molly kind of spread it there as well. Bit unfortunate for them, but again, this third party here from Full Sense is smart. As with Circle also pops out. JDD sending in. Twisted Mind is considering too. A lot of teams, so many pull-ups onto this area. And Godlike is out in 14th place.
That's beautiful. Godlike is out, and everyone is here. Martin, Thanadol's trying to hold something on the top. This is why Full Sense didn't go in third party, because they knew there were more people coming. Destroy tries to go up the hill, but Poolin is waiting. Twisted Minds crashed in, and now they're here as the chaos breaks out. Belmoth gets December. Then he gets the flush, but Nons turns around and takes Thanadol out as Full Sense and JDG go to battle.
Super well executed by some of the teams coming in for a third party here, but unfortunate for a lot of the teams already holding on to this space here. Twisted Minds for a third-party pull-up here. Finds Belmoth as Perfectix gets him with the AUG and flush from Blue as well. And now with Twisted Minds, 3 kills and all 4 alive. Is holding on to the eastern side of this compound that's proving extremely valuable. A lot of the other teams are considering how do we approach this one, as a lot of teams in the center, in this compound, in this apartment complex, is already holding on.
A lot of teams pulling ahead of anyone's legend here in this compound. Twisted Mind's one of those, as they now take the lead on them 23-23, but they do have the tiebreaker, and they've got a bunch of players up here right now inside of the circle. This spot was high prio. It's why so many people came in, and now everyone's got their own little bit of real estate. 2 players left on Full Sense, trying to hold their house. JDG in the same boat. They'll throw a few things at each other to say, just stay there. But I would assume that with the circle where it is, you'll see a bit of a slowdown on these houses. We go to Vitality, who's making another hard send. It's going to take him right past the waiting jaws of Genji.
Yeah, smart, well played. And now with Genji holding on to this one here, again, they're going to be pushing and putting so much pressure on the teams trying to get into center here. Vitality is setting up shop, but they are losing players and starting to try to make space here. Thunderstars finds Salute. It's alleviating a little bit of the pressure that's being put onto Vitality. They might be able to get Levante up, but we're going to have to see how that continues, as Smoke and Cars are in for the cover here. And the Vitality under tons of pressure. The APT down to just this 2-man we saw earlier. Lots of damage already being done here. They might be driving straight into a death trap. Could it be Liquid getting all the points? Alo finds one. Cowboy finds the other, and Pow goes down.
Pow! That's the end of APG as they come into a tough spot. Liquid's got a good place there. Pretty happily here on the edge. They need to get these points. They had such a good game 1, and now they've just slid down to 8th place with only 16 points. But with 4 alive in a box to deliver, I love watching when they carry the box. The animation is too funny. He brings it over, drops in the ditch, and says, "We have backups." He's gonna come on, pick it up and take it over. Bummer. Twisted Minds, because they like messing stuff up, are going to go ahead and just mortar in to Sharper's spot. Takes him out. Jedi completely eliminated, and that stinks. I mean, they're not even a threat place to actually hit Sharper right now. They're just good enough with the mortars.
Yeah, absolutely. And as this next circle does pop south, 4 AM is laughing. They're basically maintaining and controlling 50% of this circle. As all the other teams are in the north or in the middle of this old circle. Team Liquid trying to make the most of it. Perfectix finds a multiple with the mortar. A flush, and now another knock onto Thunders. Twisted Minds now up to 5 kills here, and they need it to hold on to this top 5 position that they have now gotten. 25 kills, 25 points so far, but the 5 kills is putting in them really easy and within this striking distance of this first place spot. That's only 30 points.
Looks good. It's not that far ahead. First place is the qualification cut line, and the pass is Perfectix does it again. Gets another knock, and then Suze gets the kill. Gam the Expendables takes the spot. I guess they're hoping everyone's out of mortars, so they do it. It's a dangerous spot to go to.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with Example and the guys here holding on to this eastern side, they're going to have to eventually push this apartment block even further, but so far, they are pushing and putting so much pressure on everyone else here, Toffees. With JDD, T1, Team Liquid also considering what they're going to be doing here.
Halo sends another mortar, though he was close enough to the rock that it did stress me out just a little bit after the Tian escapades. Here comes that perfect mortar, goes in, hits the middle, but doesn't get any knocks. Nons through the window, through the walls, on the stairs. He chased them all. Nons going to go up to the high ground, trying to make a play. He's got that double blaster out. He ducks backwards, finishes the flush, and just readjusts his position.
Yeah, really well played by him. And with that M249 in hand here, I'm able to do so much more damage. A third party and a pull-up from Team Liquid here. Now, Twisted Mind is still holding on to the eastern side of this. They're probably not expecting Team Liquid to come in with full form, and all the utilities being deployed here. Nades are being thrown in and out, and making it difficult for Team Liquid to get in here. Shots are coming in, and Example is trying to defend this off. More utilities really being deployed here pretty clearly. Does find Lou, and also goes down. Alo goes down and flushed as well with the Famis in hand of Batulins. Team Liquid's gonna be so much pressure here. They're gonna be completely out, and Twisted Mind still 3 alive, up to 9 kills now.
You know, they had just come over to Liquid Comms, and there was a chance for us to possibly hear them take that fight, but it will not be. And now we jump over to T1 and the Expendables. Nice opening grenade knock there as the Expendables trying to hide behind the BRDM and make something work, but the nade goes under. Pop, pop, boom. That's the Expendables eliminated, and T1 now takes this prio position.
Yeah, absolutely. Now with this side here, the northern side being pressured by so many teams, T1 trying to get Sapaloo out of this one. Genji on the west of them. Now with this next circle pop here, very likely for them to having to do some pressure. Now more utilities being deployed here towards full sense. That's Tigger's trying to hold on to this with a barrel.
So Twisted Minds is hunting Tigger right now. The rest of the rotation is going on. Let's actually check in with Twisted Minds, listen to the hunt and the adjustment.
Я слышал, он на лестнице где-то.
Мне кажется, он где-то в смоке у нас.
Парни, я... Или краш, может быть.
Там 3 Т1.
Парни, у меня ДБС, я могу с ДБС зайти. Хорошо.
У меня пойди забери просто. И парни подождут. Прям в моем трупе 8 хе. Точность метка 4, аутсайд дома.
I think that's a code.
Yeah. This is obviously them trying to hold on and make more space here. There's a DBS and a Famis in the hands of Twisted, and they only have to push one full sense player, and he's still inside the edge of this old circle here. T1 is setting up on the northern side here. They're probably considering to make a move or push onto kind of the edges of where Twisted Minds has a playing line and a winnable line in towards this, and also putting pressure onto Vitality. He's currently holding on to pretty valuable center terrain here, Toppies.
Mortar to nothing. And the center is going to be a big deal, right? As that circle comes out, there's not a lot of anything. I'm curious if these are actually meant to be attack mortars or just cleared for send mortars, possibly later on as they work their way and just kind of destroy everything in the middle, building their own, what do you call this, terraforming the center of that map so they can go there eventually. Heather does get that knock on Levante. That may open the door for them to charge forward. That's what they're looking for. So the cars start to look, the offensive smokes come out, and it looks like T1 may charge to charge forward.
Now with Blue Zones here, Tigger holding on to this edge here. Batulins with the push here. Great push from him with the Famis in hand as well. The 3-key helps him, and he survives. Did get a headshot though, and he's down to 35 HP. He's going to have to put some utilities towards T1 that's now making a move to try to get into this circle here. Multiple cars and a little bit of a rock to play. Raining and Type is trying to hold on to the space as Heather is also trying. Oh, there's so much utility raining in here, doing so much damage to Type, and all the cars are now exploded here. T1 under immense pressure now. Shots almost connects. Perfectix doesn't find him. Soul and Salute goes down to Tai Lu on the other side.
You know, Perfectix cut down to the single shots and looked over and went, oh, Heather's close. Finishes him off, gets the double flush, and the team can go back to focusing on the last man of T1 over in the middle. Everyone's desperate to get out of these edge positions and find something towards the center. Vitality, the winner, though, is they were able to slide away with one man alive for the time being and a bunch of holes to hide inside. The car is up in flames, so he can now hide behind it as Tai Lu tries to get some vision on them as well.
Tai Lu is making a run for it. Toffees with his circle holding onto this much space, and the West being 4 alive. The only team to be 4 alive. This could be their game unless someone else comes in and destroys that hope for them. 4 AM also 4 alive, as I just remembered on the southern side, but the circle, if it goes north, is going to be difficult for them, and it does go north. Look at that. They're going to have to make a huge push, potentially taking space away from Tai Lu.
Yeah, I mean, if they go left, that could squelch both of those teams' ability to take this win. Mortars are in the air as they're continuing to soften up the sends. Goes on. T1 takes an attack. Raining has to dodge it. Sees it in the air, gets around the side of the rock, and then goes back to where he was. Mortar efficacy is at an all-time high by the shooters, but it's also gotten so much better by the spotters.
Yeah, it is.
Like to dodge and get around it.
Looking up. A double here. If that's on both sides of the rock, it's going to be really difficult for Raining. He had to run out of dodge, and D finds him as Spaceman is also opening up on Tai Lu here, losing players. and valuable time. Kong goes down as well, and Tai Lu's team is falling apart.
Tai Lu is getting ripped to shreds as 4AM makes the flank. They got to do the play. Lee is down. He's crawling, getting hurt. I don't think they have any res options over here right now as everyone's pushed pretty far back. One Dragon holding a rock, a BRDM, not a rock, I'm sorry, in the distance. And Tai Lu just laying flat. I think this is the problem. This speaks to me on their strategy in general. It's just Tai Lu flat, laying on the ground, and they're getting caught off guard again. Fortunately, Example's here to help as he gets the knock on Shen and may open the door for Tai Lu to survive this.
Perfectix having 7 kills, Batulin's 4, Twisted on 12 total. Example is dishing out damage. He's not been able to find a kill yet, but he surely will in this game here as the circle is pushing 4AM into a kind of a rougher spot. The 3 guys in the distance is not in the circle, and now one Dragon is going down to that blue zone that's pushing him. Oscar is also eventually going to have to make moves here. As Vitality is sitting with 1 player inside, and Genji is trying to make a push with 2.
They had 4 alive. They're down to 1 as Tai Lu tries to figure out how to hold here. They let one Dragon go down to the blue. 4AM lower on players, but still up and running. Going to go ahead and try to get the send over. Genji looks like they'd love to have that last Tai Lu point as they slip forward using those holes they created earlier on. Tai Lol is eliminated in 5th place, and we're in the top 4.
So unfortunate now 4AM making this play here, taking this space. Quizzy finds a nade and a knock onto D here, and Perfectix goes down to his own car. It's a little bit unfortunate. Now the last 2 players from Twisted Minds again have to try to hold out 4AM. Shen has sent it forward with a car here, and with the nades coming in from right, left, and center, it's going to do so much damage to him. First one did a lot, but not going to connect on him. And now 4AM is really in the driver's seat here for this one, Toughies.
They really, really are. They survived that pushback against Tai Lu with a little bit of help from Twisted Minds. They got their player back up, Twisted down to 2, and Gen G just hoping to get through. And you know, 4AM with Shen in that center position is going to be in a really good place to let their players play on that outside. The question is, do Twisted Minds choose to work the outside corner here? Do they send the car? I mean, I don't really know what your options are. If they do hit this double nade, though, it could make it almost difficult for 4AM to win this.
Oh, Sample hits Winda. That's important as well, because that was the off angle to hold them kind of pinned in this position. And now with that, they can continue and kind of focus, and they've got emergency cover as well in the sky. Shots comes in, Example takes it's the meme down as well. Shots are coming in for the flush. He does get it himself, and now up to 13 kills for Twisted. What a game for them.
Wow.
Let this man eat. He's playing good. Example gets a nice little play there. They got that flush off to the left. They want to make sure they live at least long enough for that to go down, as every point will potentially matter. They're in first place at 37 points right now, so they feel pretty good. Twisted Minds, it's always good to see them thriving. 4AM though still pretty strong with their 2 players, though I don't think Winda has an option to be rezzed. Is that? Do I hear a beep beep of a C4?
I do. Shots comes in from Batulins. He says no, but the car continues. It could go straight towards Vitality. It does 71 damage to Quizzy. And that's going to do a little bit rough for it. Now more shots comes in for that flush. Example does get Winda where they found him with the nade early on. Now more shots comes in the distance. He's been spotted here. Spaceman's out. A little bit in the distance, but he's inside the circle, Toughies. Shen is looking like he's holding on to so much control off that angle.
He did. He's about to get knocked. There it is. Yep, he's peeked too hard, got knocked aggressively. That opens the door for Twisted Minds. They got to try to make a play as they're now dealing with a 1v1. They don't want Shen coming back up, so they're going to charge forward using the ghost-rided car as cover. They move up to the blue zone, which kept them tucked in behind. Now they wait for the blue zone to close. They can follow the car back in. 5 kills and counting as Batulin gets that flush on Shen. Now they have the rock that Shen had a second ago, and what looked like 4AM's game is now Twisted.
They're looking good in this game.
And now more emergency cover being deployed here. Dorito's going to be falling from the skies, and Badulins and Example, the 2-man punch duo here with the FAMAS in hand. And those are straight in the center. They're going to have that to be easily played. Surely, Quizzy and Spaceman. Oh, that falls just behind the car, and that does some damage onto Spaceman. Now Spaceman's going to have to heal. Does get Example down, though, making it a 1 versus 1 versus 1.
Get the res. You got time. They can't run at you. Unless that nade is perfect. But the nade's going to go this way. Nice top by the last man trying to get that play over there. Spaceman's got to face off against Vitality. Vitality trying to sneak up over the top. Gas cans out. That's how bad it's gotten, people. 4M's ultimately going to go down as Example makes the play from the outside. He got that res on Batulin, and now it's a 2v1.
Example, of course, here with 4 kills now, 17, could make it 18, and with a native, it's perfectly in the background here. It's gonna do lots of damage, and it's 18 kills for Twisted Minds, a 28-point game, Toffees, basically a one and done. Example is so excited about this one here, and you can see that they're so happy to make this one happen just before the last game.
Look at me now. Yeah, so here, okay, get Poro and Matt back here. Imagine being Batulin. Batulin gets so excited for these wins, and when he turns to his left and his right, he's got Example and Perfectix to reflect that excitement back to him, Poro.
Look, you gotta have a vibes guy. Monte's gonna be the vibes guy, and everybody else is just gonna. They're just as excited. They might not show it because they're cold-blooded killers, but they are very, very excited about this one, as they should be. That was a return to dominant performance that we've seen from Twisted Minds. But oh my goodness, Navi, what? This was the game-winning compound. I guess that's why everybody was sending it to there, right? They just happened to be the first ones.
The argument's not that they did the wrong thing. Yeah, there you go. Sorry, Matt, go ahead.
I was going to say, well, it's all about the timing, because Twisted actually does end up over here as well. They just let everybody else fight it out, and they can run through. Sharper also in a great spot off the get-go, but did we see 5, 6 teams that ended up going to that compound? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I mean, I learned that the right choice can be defined by timing more than anything else, and that's exactly what that was. The right choice at the wrong time. As Navi came in, Twisted did it better. You see him come in here, and they absolutely dismantled Liquid, who was looking so good for a minute there, but everybody wanted this spot. Then you get T1, who pushes up on what became an absolute graveyard under this Earth Pillar, Martin.
Yeah, that was insane. What a kind of way for all the utility to come in. All the damage has been done there, and sure, T1, they got into somewhat of a decent spot here. They actually tried to make up a spot where they could play, but Vitality defended it in a way and held on to it by spreading out so much that Twisted Minds just laid everything out towards them, perfecting having this off angle here. And what a game for Twisted Minds to put on pressure on so many other teams while both defending and aggressing on teams that are still in the compound.
We need a stat on how many nades were thrown there. Poro was commenting about it while we were watching. It was like 500, I swear.
Many. They even had 2 at the end to take down the last player from Fatality. Like, they never run out. Like, their utility usage is so good. And like, it's so effective.
Look, Perfectix was smiling. He was excited.
Right, it's about what you get from them. As slowly but surely they put their arms up, they come away with a win. Perfectix with 8 and 1,000 damage, 8 knockouts, 1,000 damage, and 7 kills is absolutely wild. Also, who's stealing Example's kills? Almost 1,000 damage for him, and it looks like they all got jacked. Match them.
Well, it wasn't Lou. We know that.
That wasn't Lou.
It was not Lou.
Okay. I mean, you can look at Batulin's guys. Like 5 kills, 1 knockout. He's been stealing, not from Example, obviously, but the man of the match, obviously, with a 1K clubber and 7 kills, is going to be him. But Example, I think he lost 1 or 2 kills, flushes to others, but that's probably where it comes from.
Hey, that's where he gets the name. Perfect 1Ks. This is an example of him as the man of the match, deservedly so, and it's good to see Twisted Minds putting numbers up again, Poro.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you just kind of hope that they can find a consistency. I'm not ready to declare the return of Twisted, but that definitely looked like shades of old Twisted that we got used to seeing be just an absolute dominant force in the scene. But we're gonna see him in the final. That's for damn sure.
All right, Twisted Minds 27 off the. Jeez, everybody, look at her. Comparing them, everybody else's totals looks paltry by comparison. It's actually kind of embarrassing, that.
I mean, Vitality finding some points. Shout out to them. T1, of course, getting something in this one, but you're 100% right. This was just Twisted Minds. And I'm with you, Poro. It's like Twisted keeps making these smart choices, and they keep getting these like big, like flashy kills. And then the next game happens, and you're like, where's the Twisted Minds from the game before this? Because we all know that they're capable. And I think that that's Batulin's frustration that we can see come out, because he knows they're presently in first place through the Survivor stage, but in a dominant fashion. The thing about it is, how do they transition this in this new meta, in TPP, BRDMs, Panzerfaust, all the digging? How do they find ways to make that magic happen whenever the lobby gets just a wee bit stronger?
Well, we saw the leaderboard. It is extremely tight as we get into it, guys. The cutoff is 8th place as a reminder before we take our break. Usually it's around 30 to say safe zone. And right now, if you saw that leaderboard, 6th place is at 27, then 7th and 8th is 23, 20, and then it goes 20, 19, 19, 17, 16. So it is honestly anyone's game as we get ready for our last match. We're going to take a very quick break, at which time we will hear from Spaceman and 4 AM Gaming. And when we get back, it's time for the final match of the day.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the interview. I have Spaceman from 4M with us here. Let's say hello to the audience. Hello.
Hello. 大家好，我是 4M 的 Spaceman.
Yeah, he's like introducer himself. Yeah, of course. You've earned a lot of points during the 3 games, and you have enough points. It seems like. Do you have confidence? Like how competitive do you think your points are to qualify the grand final, the final stage? 就是现在你觉得你们这个分数够不够进入到这个决赛？觉得分数有没有竞争力？
分数应该对我们来说压力是最小的吧。够不够的话，我觉得还是要看第5把的结束，因为目前29分之前是不够进的。
Spaceman said, because the 29 points is not enough in the past game and past tournaments, but we think if we can earn more points in the final game, we'll make it and we will qualify in the final stage. But if you finally made it, this will be your first time to qualify in the final stage in Circuit 3. Will you feel pressure? What's your feeling? 就是如果说你们这次能够进入到决赛的话，那将会是你们在这次 C3 阶段第一次进入到决赛。想问问你们心情会怎么样？
我觉得对我们来说是一个释放压力的机会吧。毕竟前2周没进，大家压力都挺大的。如果扛过了小组赛的话，我觉得我们会有一个不一样的 4M。
Spaceman said we do feel a lot of pressure in the first 2 weeks game, but if we finally made it in the final stage, we'll like release all the pressure. It will helps a lot. We will play well in the final stage. So best wishes for you guys. See you at the games. Bye bye.
Welcome TNT and Le Ghost. Some of the most memorable PUBG moments come from immediate decisions. Do you think great players are usually planned, or do they come from trusting your instincts?
偏本能吧，因为这个游戏突发情况太多了。
And when Tian made that play, was everyone on the team immediately on the same page, or was there a moment of, wait, what's happening?
当时第一时间就是每一次都是队友出现这种灵性想法的时候，都会去看当场判断。就是说我们在处于穷境的时候、破境的时候，都会让队友大胆去尝试。
Like some plays become highlights because they were. If that exactly same play had failed, would you still think it was the right decision?
我觉得它是一个正确的决定，但是如果没有奏效的话，那就说明我没对。
我感觉是经过长时间队伍的沉淀磨合过后，大家在比赛中的站位和配合更协调了很多。
Imagine you could invite any PUBG player in the world to join you for dinner tonight. Who would you invite?
邀请左子轩，因为这游戏还没有电脑的时候，我知道这个游戏，我当时在直播平台我看左子轩。
干了呗，因为我是跟他现在在团队中所处的位置都一样的。他算是前辈，大家有机会能学习学习。
Okay. Thank you both for joining us. We're looking forward to see what 7 Gaming brings to the PGS 9 and beyond. Best of luck. Thanks for taking your time to take the interview. Let's see you in games. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Now on to the final game of PGS 9 Survival Series.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, give it all you got, we got next. Y'all rockin' to the top, can't stop it, must be off your rocker, thinking you gon' stop her. We got next.
We have next, or in this case, one more game. This is a survival stage, the last one here at PGS 9. The last game of 5 to determine who gets a chance to go to the 3-day grand final with $300,000 and essentially a bid to PGC on the line. The PGS points for the winner are insanely high, and that means this is the event of the year that you do want to lock in. My name is Tavis. I'm joined by Matchroom, I'm joined by Avenger, and I'm joined by Porosaurus. In just a few minutes, maybe seconds, we're going to kick off the final match of the day. Set the stage for me, Avenger.
Yeah, in this case here, you're talking about 120 PGS points for the win. Any team, even one of the teams that's struggled here with the right conditions, could win it all in the finals, right? We've seen so many surprises this year. We could see even more surprises here in the last game. I'm hoping for a big one.
Let me ask you this seriously, Poro. Is everyone still in it?
I want to say yeah. I mean, but based on the points, yeah, I think everybody's in. I mean, even Navi down in 16th with 7 points, they have a shot at hitting the cut line. So they're going to have to make some magic happen. I will say there's only 3 teams to this point that have not made a grand final during this circuit, and it was T1, 4 a.m., and Navi. So T1 and 4 a.m. looking like they're in good position. Navi, dead last. They got a lot of work to do in one game.
Well, they have a team and a pedigree that's done it in the past. Will they make it happen? Will our bottom 8 teams make it happen? The line is close. The cut may be lower than it's ever been before, and the map where we find out is the classic. It's the grassy pastures of Arangel. For the end of this Survivor Series, we take to the sky. The players drop from the plane, and the duo with the call is Matchroom and Porosaurus.
One game left for our top 8, and presently we have a tie in that 8th and 9th place position between Vitality and Tai Lu. We're jumping into this with the potential of a pretty low point scoring just being the threshold. But man, it could still pop off. All the squads, it feels like, that are in that like 6th through 10th place position seem to understand on this last game it is go time. The plane path gonna make it feel like it needs to be go time real early.
You're not lying. Plane path all the way down south. Look at Lipovka. Vitality, 4 a.m., Nemesis, all very, very close to each other. It looks like they should manage to avoid each other for now, but yeah, that plane path has to be the story here. Now Novo, T1 doing their alt drop. They're going to land right on top of Twisted, or at least close by, and maybe not right on top, but might trade some shots back and forth here, but we'll see if we get that Millie circle.
I've got eyes on, yes, it does look like JDG ended up stealing the vehicle from T1's positioning. Yep, military base, no big surprise on it. Well, who knows with these circles? We can still cut up to the north, but it is going to be the Expendables. Glory is going to go down to Suze from JDG. JDG gets the compound that has a little bit better loot at the start, and it looks like the Expendables, a little bit of damage control. Presently at 30 points for the Expendables, so even taking casualty early, not the worst. Big picture.
Final game of the day. Military Island Circle. All the right ingredients are there for this to be a absolute barn burner from the word go. You already see one flush coming through, and looks like the Expendables, the rest of them, are just going to dip on out of the south side of Millie Base. And it looks like Twisted and T1 have managed to disengage from each other, and all that nonsense that was going up around Lipovka is also cleared out. So for now, at least, it seems like it's going to be okay, as Team Liquid are going to make their way across the bridge on that eastern side. You're going to see T1 making their way in a little bit closer towards those military hills just in front of them. As yep, there we go.
And a little bit on foot. Vehicles, you did see that JDG came down and grabbed one of the vehicles that was very close to them, so T1's got to make sure that they keep this a bit more on control. You know, maybe knocking one of these Team Liquid players and stealing a vehicle would be nice, but instead, they're going to let that first section of it go. Kurt's still got to come up back behind it all, but I don't think that T1's going to get too aggressive on it. I think that T1, from what I can see, has 3 potential vehicles. They were wanted to be 4. And see if Kurt's going to move too close. Nope, the timing for it is just fine. So Team Liquid's going to get the hillsides over into the west. GD Gaming is starting to stretch out over there. Navi has one of their players looking like trying to make landfall on this northern coast. Sharper's playing the western bridge. His full sense looks like they're just going to be trying to send it across in maybe a boat, or I can't tell if that's a glider. That's going to be on the western side where Gen G's going to be at. And Vitality going old school. We're like Navy style.
Yeah, this is all the way off to the east of Milta Power. Keeping an eye on Team Liquid because, as you said, Navi has one guy over here trying to set up a beachhead. The rest of the team still off to the north. Looks like they might hop into a boat to get over here, but at least Ferris is able to get inside that compound. But did Team Liquid spot that out? Do they know that that's a solo?
I'm more concerned, did Na'Vi spot out the fact that Team Liquid is already playing over here? Because it looks like he made landfall, called the building being open. Now they're going for a cross. Look where Kurt's at. He's going to spot them make landfall. He should have easy shots on this. So what could have been called as a clear position to approach from might suddenly be very punished.
Oh, this is dangerous. And Ferris has actually left that building, and Navi's just running across the beach in the open. Ferris had no idea that there's a team over here. And now Navi is going to get taken down. Ferris is going to go down first. Kurt already sent a few shots over there. Navi managing to survive for now, but they are in a world of trouble.
They're just standing out in the open, just trying to get to the hillside, find some safety. But Team Liquid, they're already becoming more active. Luke coming over to provide some support. Kurt gets the knock on Spiro. That's going to make it even more complicated. Nade's going to come up, and it feels like Navi is hoping that maybe they can get a knock on this side and open it up. But I don't know. Team Liquid is already swarming into the north. Too many angles, no form of safety to be found, as Kurt's done the perfect job of just funneling everybody from Navi exactly where Liquid wants them.
And Team Liquid has to be looking like this is a freshly cooked meal. This is them in 12th place trying to make that cut line, and they have got 4 easy points making their way right down the line, and Alo will take down Hakatori. It's Navi down to just 1, and they will go down, and Team Liquid will get 4 to start off the game.
Navi finishes in 16th place. Oh, that's going to be one of those you've got to go back and do some research on, because it feels like maybe spotted it out wrong. We are going to take a quick look at what's happening inside the last game, but I'm going to give you updates on the rotations that we were watching beforehand from the game that's presently going on, so don't get confused. Talking about what's presently happening is Vitality's trying to make the rotate down next to Twisted Minds. That's going to be being punished, but there's that little peninsula or a couple of stops next to the islands, so Vitality should be okay. We've got Alpha that's up to the north. That's probably what happened. So he ended up making landfall up to the north. 4 Angry Men and Nemesis in no rush to make a move into the circle, as I think that they're waiting for the next one.
Yeah, and Alpha's absolutely hunting down Clories. Yeah, the rest of the team is on the south side of Military Island. So Clories, you are all by yourself. Alpha Gaming, I think, realizing that that is a desperately needed free point if they can get it. As we get a replay. This is going to be a long one because that was a lot of kills.
No, he doesn't have anything.
Oh, no.
Well, he has a friend now.
He has a friend. He's got a pan and a buddy.
Does he have the pan? I thought it was Alpha that had the pan.
Oh, it was Alpha. Oh, I think they realized.
Yeah, he's got nothing. Just crawling down on the ground. They're going to execute him. No, this is terrible, guys. Oh, my God, glorious. What do you do? No. Of course it was Tycon. Tycon's good banter between the boys is, all right, Glorious dead for a second time before we even hit phase 2.
Oh, my God. Oh, sometimes it just be that way. And Tycon had to be the one that did it. Well, the rest of the Expendables do have a really nice position here in this circle. You can see GTE there, just on that western side of Sosnovka. They have that the Crossroads kind of actually have a lot of stuff taken down there, considering they're only 3. We'll see if they stick around with that, and if they do, for how long. Tyloo, meanwhile, 4 deep in the boat, coming around on that south side. You see Vitality has already made landfall, so if Vitality sticks around, they might spot this out.
Yeah, this is a lot of very weird rotates that we kind of have brewing around. Update with the Team Liquid. They repositioned away as Godlike's going to be just to the east of them. Anyone's Legends going to have the eastern bridge on approach pretty clear. Sharper's still kind of watching what's going on with Genji, as well as Full Sense across the western bridge. Tyloo, landfall with Vitality, kind of like what you were watching. You mentioned with them kind of watching it. The rest of the circle, mostly calm. JDG is going to be playing to the northern hillsides. T1 is going to be next to Godlike, but nobody's playing military base proper itself. It's all the hillside, so it's it feels like everybody's expecting this to lean a bit north, and if anything, it feels like the circles have been pulling south on here.
Surprisingly calm, I would say. Even though we have lost 5 already. It feels like
it's for Glorious.
I mean, yeah, Modicide. Sorry, Glorious. But I mean, yeah, it feels like maybe the fact that this is the entirety of the. Oh my God. That's a circle shift.
Oh, all right. So I guess the northern play was the right approach for these teams. That means the ones down to the south, Twisted Minds, Vitality, Tyloo, going to have to make a move. Again, the Expendables, a couple of options that they can rotate in a little bit easier. Full sense, though, Sharper actually calls an emergency pickup from the Lighthouse. I'm curious to see what they do.
Yeah, that's an interesting play. I wonder if they were going to pop it regardless, and then they popped it without seeing where the circle went. And now it's just going directly east to west. That's going to be a tough one. We'll see if he can get it here. As Vitality gets spotted out. Oh, he's in the middle of the open. There you go. Batu will take down Quizzy. And that'll be another point picked up for the boys in pink. As, now the rest of Twisted kind of keeping eyes over in that direction. I mean, remember, Tyloo, Vitality, this is all outside of zone. So I think Vitality was positioning themselves to take this fight to Tyloo and didn't realize that Twisted had eyes.
Yeah, this is two teams that are wanting points, to say the least. Tied up 20 between the two of them. Vitality taking the casualty early will make Vitality a bit more hesitant on dealing with Tyloo, but it's not like they can really do much. Red Zone on top of and Twisted to the north. We also do have Nemesis and Alpha coming in from the very far north. They were kind of eaten out in the blue, never came down to Military Base Island, so they might just stop in that northern section around the bridges, the peninsula, something else like that. Is watching Sharper on the map, and it looks like they're going to wait and cut above kind of where Godlike's at and where they've got their gliders. I think that they're going for the hills just to the west of the bridge. You know, that little bit of a ridge line that drops down into the water, kind of close to where we saw Kurt playing from earlier.
Yeah, a little cliffside action here for Sharper. And it looks like they're going to land in time and then be able to force Godlike away. So no harm, no foul for Sharper. And meanwhile, the Expendables, remember, they were down to 3 in that western side of Sosnovka. They just sent it right to the middle, and they managed to get 2 into the shed, the sniper tower just to the east of Team Liquid, who are still holding that 2-2 split, keeping eyes on that coastline. So we'll see how long Team Liquid hold on to this now that everybody's starting to funnel down into them.
Well, they have the benefit that really 3 teams aren't up here. 4, if you count that Navi's already been eliminated, because 4 Angry Men have also kind of moved over close to Alpha on the main island, not Military Base Island. Gen G is doing a couple of shots to rebuff a Full Sense over here, so Team Liquid's going to get the focal point of the red zone all the way down to the south, so it's still a very quiet circle, and it's just due to the fact that this is so much water. Team already down, couple of teams playing to the north. The southern section of this can support this many teams comfortably, so there's no need for like a big push or a desperate play yet.
Yeah, there's still a number of teams up on the mainland too. You see Nemesis being one of them, making their way through Milta. Obviously, they were one of our teams that dropped in Lippo, and they actually transitioned all the way up to Yaz to do their looting. So they've been eating a lot of blue zone as they wait to see where the next. Oh my goodness, Matt! What are we doing? Yeah. That is so much water here in C3.
And it's a lot of just coastline when you really look at it. So the teams down to the south actually in a bit more trouble. Nemesis, what are you going to do over into the east? 4 Angry Men has to figure out if they're going to go after Alpha. Alpha's kind of now stuck on this peninsula. They're hopping in vehicles, but 4 Angry Men can really hold them back. Shin gets the shots onto Simon. He's going to go down. And now Alpha, who had eyes onto the coastline, suddenly getting punished. Gen G's even taking shots at Alpha. This is a big problem, as Duckbite is still back behind 4 Angry Men, so maybe he can play anchor, maybe he can get an angle, but I don't know. Twisted just going to send it. They're going straight to the coast.
I mean, the rich just get richer. How do they pull this off? And they keep everybody alive going through that gauntlet. They find just the smallest ridgeline here, and they keep all 4 players up. Somehow, some way, Twisted manages to pull it off once again. As Nemesis now crossing the bridge, you see Sharper kind of eyes all over here towards Twisted. They're not even seeing Nemesis do this, but maybe anyone's legend will, as they're wrapping down. Yes, Sololzi's going to spot him out, and a few shots will be sent down.
It looks like they're going to just try to gatekeep this. Anyone's legend making a full commitment in a couple of shots on Melman, slow him down. Sololzi wants to try to get more. Going to go ahead and use that other side, you know, the walkways. It's just wide enough for the vehicles, so get some separation there. Delwyn will have time to now regroup with the rest of anyone's legend. But Nemesis, you've got onto the island, but you still have to deal with all the gatekeeping. Anyone's legend doesn't want to stay. They're realizing that this is going to throw out their timings if they sit here for too long. I think that they're going to go more over into the hillsides, down into the west where they're presently playing. Vitality has gotten over here and looks like they're just going to try to be playing along these ridge lines. Nemesis, you don't have too many options, and this is going to send you right into the Sharper pathing.
Yeah, but Sharper's still just focused in on Twisted Minds, so they may not have any idea that Nemesis is coming around here. I think maybe now, yeah, they're finally going to see it now. They finally hear the engines, and Nemesis is just going to send it right on in, and they'll be able to get right on the doorstep of Tanawat here. As you see, Vitality will get their fallen member back, but they will have their work cut out for them as they're trying to play in from that south side.
Okay, Nemesis, you need to get some points here. You've got to fight your way up. Sharper's at 27. Then what's going to be the guy that's holding the defensive position, and it is all of Nemesis that is walking into his face. There's a couple of third parties that could happen at range, so the rest of Sharper can't get too involved just quite yet. It's all on Thanawat. He's got too many angles. Defex is going to be the one to take him down. And now it's Nemesis starting to bully their way in, but instantly getting punished for doing so.
Yeah, this is Twisted Minds. They had an angle on this, albeit a small one, and they'll at least take a few shots over there as the utility will get sent in onto the compound. Jedi will have to open the door and have to get on out, but that's a double blue zone grenade. He's going to do a lot of damage. Diffix will get the spray, and Jedi will go down. And now Thunders looks like he's all by himself. Where's Earth Zapalui? He's still off in the flanking angle. There's nothing really he can do.
New circle has popped. It still keeps in a little bit of that peninsula up to the north where 4 Angry Men as well as Alpha are going to be playing at. That means that Nemesis has to run, and they've got to run right through Sharper as well as Twisted Minds. Down to the south, Vitality's hopped inside their vehicles. Team 1's going to be right next to him, and they're going to be running right down into the Team Liquid sightlines where Gen G's also going to be at. Nemesis doesn't look like they like to make the push directly in on foot. Maybe they might be trying to see if they can ready up vehicles and run along this coastline, but I don't know. Twisted, Sharper, both going to be trying to hold it back. And now even Godlike is trying to take a couple of shots. And Nemesis, I think, is realizing it's too hot here. But it's going to be too hot anywhere.
There's nothing they can do. There's absolutely nothing they can do. King Kong will go taken down. So Tyloo will get eliminated. And they will fall short of that cut line. So they'll be our second team that we will bid farewell to, as we see Vitality now still trying to fight their way in from that southwestern side. Looks like they're going to pick a good time, as Full Sense is just finishing up with their battle with Tyloo. Only 2 of them left alive, and they're going to escape. Thanadol and Belmoth going to send it to the coast, see if they can survive a little bit longer, but Gen G is looking over in that direction as well.
I'm having memories of PUBG Online and Mermaid sending it into the water because there is still just so much water and it's so coastal. You just have to fight along it and run, or it's going to be the guy that watches Nemesis pass. He's got himself a little divot, and he's going to hide out inside of it. But Tulins, though, is going to spawn out, so said, and Nemesis is making a run for some form of safety. They've got the hills here. Godlike going to take a couple of shots. It's just a bit from everyone, and now it's just down to Melman running right into the face of where T1 is going to be trying to defend. Where can he even stop? T1 looks around, and Type's going to finish it off. Nemesis falters.
Team Nemesis, I mean, again, there was just no good option for them, and all they could really do was just send it and hope and pray, and unfortunately their prayers were not answered this time around. But Godlike now looks like they're posturing for a fight here with Twisted. Those last 2 players from Sharp are still coming in on the outside, though, so Twisted looking over in that direction for another 2 free points.
Anyone's legend hop in the vehicles, they've just got to send it right down into JDG. Salols, he finds a big explosion, jumps out. Is it going to be enough to give him the control? Full regroup trying to happen for JDG. 3 players still up, make it 2. Punishment coming out, and there is so little to be played on the outside. It is crossfire galore over here if you're not careful. Now Cole just has to sit on the outside and watch as his home is taken from him.
And he just knows that it's not going to be enough, man. JDG down in 14th place, down to just cold 119. He's going to try to get at least another point, but it's not going to have a destroy. We'll take him down, and that will be anyone's legend climbing above the cut line, and they are looking pretty safe. 27 points, 3 alive. They've got a compound. New circle's going to pop, and they're going to be in it. Everybody on the north side finally going to have to finish off here, but 4 a.m. Vitality, Alpha, I mean, at least Vitality was able to get Levante across the river, and Hasameme for 4 a.m. is alive as well, but looks like Twisted Minds and maybe Godlike.
Yep.
After finishing off this fight with Sharper, yeah, now it's going to be a time for a scrap on the east.
Is Godlike going to commit in? They don't want to run down into this firefight with Twisted Minds back behind him, and they know exactly who they're fighting up against. Nades coming out. Counter nades coming. Tony gets a knock onto 1. Example gets a counter knock onto Tony. So equalized blood so far, while Team Liquid are just kind of supervising and watching. High ground does favor. It is going to be Godlike, but how do they want to run into this? It is going to be Twisted Minds on a full defensive perimeter around multiple trees. And I don't know if Godlike's just trying to stall out Twisted or if they want all of them dead.
Almost feels like they have to take this fight, because if they go to the south, T1 has eyes on them. Team Liquid would have eyes on them from the compound. There's just nothing really they can do except for push into Twisted. They get that opening knock, but Twisted Mind's utility work has been S tier, and they'll find another one as Example gets the knock on a Fauna.
Don't run into us. Well, we'll just run into you. Example, just full on balls out, charges at Godlike, and now Godlike in a ton of trouble. There is nowhere for them to go. Vehicle is just roaming, ghosts everywhere, as now another one's going to catch some airtime, and T1 is just feasting off of all these teams that are rolling right on top of them.
And the South was always going to be certain death for Godlike, and they knew it, but they had no other choice here as Vitality.
Vitality wins the North.
Looks like Quizzy, Quizzy wins the North, and he'll be able to hop in the water. A few shots being sent over in that direction, but he does have Levante holding down the beachhead on the beach right now. Twisted Minds, they have to go somewhere. Hasameme, though, he's got good position. He will get taken down by Example.
More cars catching some airtime, and it looks like Team Liquid spotted it, but isn't in a position to do too much more, so instead run into one of our more aquatic mortar holes that we have set up over here. Is Team Liquid's just going to be to the south of this position. Vitality is still just kind of holding down the wreckage of a boat over right along the coast, and it's going to be Levante waiting for Quizzy to regroup. Gen G's got most of the center on control, but the hillside, the Team Liquid is now starting to fight for some level of control over, is going to be where we also have T1 as well as anyone's legend down to the south.
This cut line is so chaotic. Look at that three-way tie at 22 points. Full Sense holding the line in 8th with 23, but only 2 players left alive on the western side. Nobody looking over in their direction just yet, as we see Twisted Minds will loot up here, but Quizzy's going to get spotted by Salute.
Yeah, Team Liquid gets gets one more kill. Everything that they can find right now, that puts them into the top 8 for now. But like you're saying, it's 24, 24, 24, 23. And this is getting scarier by the moment. Sharper out early, 27 points. And there's everybody on the pack chasing up back behind them. It feels like they are no longer safe as everybody is coming alive the moment they need to.
Oh my goodness. Gen G holding on to 8th right now, and they've still got 4 alive, but Team Liquid with 4 up, they are fighting their way in from the east. We'll see if Full Sense can survive a little bit longer here. I think they realize the situation as well, and at the moment, they're fairly safe on playing on the other side of these hills. Nobody has an angle onto them, but they have to move. Once again, Gen G on the clock as well, 4 alive, but they are going to get pressed from all sides. They have to be ready for this push from anyone's legend.
And then they've got to be ready because Full Sense is going to use that opportunity back behind him. 2 players for Gen G down to the south, going to be trying to gatekeep out anyone's legend. Team Liquid has to push in from the east. Most of their hillside also going to be now abandoned. C4s opened up the door last time. It looks like maybe that's what they're going to use to go after Gen G this time. Gen G actually going to surrender the compound fast and early. Tonight, I don't know if anyone's legend has the Full Sense on this one. And nope, they're not even going to go for the C4. They pull it all off. Everything's going to be fine and good. They get themselves a compound. Good read coming up from, I believe it was Delwyn that spotted it. So, Twisted Minds, time to see how you're going to handle your approach into the circle, as it's a ton of smokes down, mostly going onto that hillside where Team Liquid's at.
All right, and Team Liquid have to fight their way into the circle, so let's take a minute to listen into their comms as they figure out how to approach this late game.
Kind of smoking out. One on the triangle.
Yep.
I can nade that.
The body over here I can loot?
Yeah, that's 2 smokes. There's 2 there.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna nade it. I'm gonna nade it right now. I'm gonna nade it. I'm gonna nade it right now. Do you have double nade?
Yep, nade.
They're running to the tree. Running to the tree. They're trying to fight us, guys.
Okay, that's fine.
He's behind that first pyramid.
Do we have anything to play with this car?
Guys, someone needs a smoke to blue for us as well, like 2
I
smokes.
don't have any smokes.
I don't
Who
have.
has smokes? Okay.
I've got 1. I don't want to waste it.
I'm the driver,
cover flare.
okay?
I can cover
Hold.
flare somewhere.
And make sure we have
One's on close tree. One's on close tree.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna nade him. I shall just peek
He's
him.
running.
Pushing. They have a close smoke. They have a little bit of a ridge.
Nading me?
Hold that.
Play into Cowboy. Easy.
We no longer have a car.
There was a coast guy. Careful for that, Luke.
There you go. They will take down Twisted Minds, and that's going to push them all the way up into 7th place. It doesn't look like they know it right off the bat, but that might secure their spot in the grand final, as now Sharper at 27 is the cut.
How much more can be found from the teams in the hunt. Anyone's legend, comfy cozy, but that's going to be about it. Team Liquid, just enough. But There's still 3 teams on the climb back behind, and Vitality is going to have safety of the circle up into the north for the time being. Does the circle continue to favor them? Where is it going to pop? Right on the other side of Vitality. So enough for Levante to just creep forward.
Just drinking water.
Be happy. Hey, he's surrounded by water. He's trying to imbibe his environment. Is the question now comes. Gen G, Full Sense, Vitality. Can you find more? Anyone's Legend. How are you going to approach the circle? It looks like they might have eyes on the Gen G's position.
Levante cold as ice, man. Well, I mean, to be fair, he's in probably one of the safer positions. Nobody's looking over in that direction. Team Liquid actually focused on that Anyone's Legend compound and also trying to avoid Gen G. But you heard the comms. They are running out of smokes. They don't have much concealment left. And I think they know it.
It's going to be a long way to dig.
Yeah, that is. They are in a lot of trouble, and they're going to throw down those Doritos as best they can. But only one smoke left in the bag, it sounded like, for all of them, and Gen G is just in beautiful position here.
I mean, not even all of their players just in yet, but Anyone's Legend is what they're most nervous about. They know about, Gen G knows about Full Sense back behind them, I believe. They took a couple of shots earlier, but Full Sense is going to use the distraction of Gen G taking the shots at Anyone's Legend. They're going to hop in their vehicles. They're going to move coastline. That could spell a problem for Levante, or it could spell a problem for Full Sense, depending on how this goes. Salute going to be the guy that's holding that back. So a couple of shots on Full Sense, but they're going to continue running forward, using distraction on the other side. Team Liquid looks like they're trying to converge, see if they can find the kills fast enough. They're trying to prep up nades coming out from Gen G, just barely there at the end. So it's a little bit of everybody that gets it, including Destroy taking down Delwyn. Now, Team Liquid, you have to push yet again, and Gen G is going to be trying to hold you back.
And importantly, Purdy Curdy going to get one of those kills as well, so that'll get them one more point to put them above the cut line here, as now Full Sense and Vitality, they are starting, things are starting to run away from them here. Gen G is going to be active, get a grenade. Oh, it's not going to fall though, but they will get the knock on a Luke.
Levante just watching this at range, knows exactly what's going on. Gen G are just spinning on every single target to try to take control of the circle and keep a hold of it. Looks like Team Liquid might have spotted out what's going on with Levante. No, Levante actually spots out Alo. He gets the shots. Team Liquid limping into the circle. 29 points. Ooh. Vitality is going to get eliminated. That's going to be another point in the bag for Team Liquid on the climb. They are now fine, so it's about how much can Full Sense get?
Full Sense down to 2, but Thanadol's going to go down to the Molotov. Beautifully placed Molotov from Soul, but Belmoth's still alive. He's got the hard cover. He's got his back up against the water, and Gen G is starting to run out of utility. They've got to do something. They are knocking each other out in the smokes. Bean's going to take down Soul. Could that cause trouble for Gen G?
Full Sense just needs a point right now to try to catch up to Gen G. Team Liquid's getting time to reset themselves before they have to make this assault. Salute's focused on this other side. Soul down pretty low on life, while D looks like it's going to be a bit more of a commitment. Salute has to keep the focus. He has to keep Team Liquid stalled over here. Team Liquid doesn't have much to work with, just this little bit of a ridge line that Salute's got the high ground advantage over. Full Sense has been taking their time. They've got themselves back up to 2, but Gen G, looking at this circle, there is not much inside of it for themselves, and they realize that they might have made a commitment a bit much into Full Sense and surrendered some territory control over to Team Liquid. Salute cannot go down, otherwise Team Liquid gets so much more authority in this circle.
Gen G just didn't have the utility. They didn't have the utility left in the bag to take down Full Sense easily, and they know it. They're going to have to slow down here, and they're leaving Salute all by himself to keep eyes on Team Liquid, but for good enough, I mean, honestly, Team Liquid is content to just let Gen G deal with Full Sense and just hide in the dips for now, as D will do the spray down. They're going to try to get the vehicles to explode, but they're not going to find a knock off of it.
There's already enough dips from the explosions over here, but Full Sense is not inside the circle. They still need to get a little bit further forward. Blue Zone is encroaching on them. Oh, the vehicle, the explosion. It is enough, but Thanadol still needs to move forward just a little bit more. Can he find anything else? Headshot to the face. It feels like Full Sense are so close. They're so close to the circle. They're so close to finding another point, but Gen G will just let nothing happen for them. Blue Zone now on top of him. Full Sense, what do you even do now? If you go for any type of peek over, feeds it over to the blue. Full Sense is going to go down in 9th place.
And that will be enough to secure Gen G and Team Liquid into the final stage. They put in the work in this crazy, crazy final game. Hard shifts all the way to the water. Luke 12 will get the knock on the salute. Let's see if Team Liquid can put an exclamation point on this final game, but Cowboy's gonna get taken down by Bean.
Gen G regroups. Bean finds great angles. Suddenly it's Luke. Team Liquid were holding down this position for so long, but Gen G respond so fast after they managed to take down Full Sense. Gen G had control for forever, and they managed to keep it until the end. Gen G victory all the way.
Goodness gracious. The Cardiac Cats, the Gen G Tigers, leaving it all the way to the very end to secure their spot. Team Liquid right there with them. Big moment for these two teams as they managed to just eke out a finals appearance here in the final game. A wild final game. Toffees and Avenger, those hardships all the way back to the water every single time. I don't think anybody was expecting that.
Not expecting and not prepared. How do you prepare yourself for a circle like that with no cover on the north side? That's like old school chaos. Also, I love that water goes into holes built like dug on the beach. That's the first time I've seen that, and that was pretty.
Working out well for others in yesterday's competition. Maybe if they can hope to try and keep things a little bit more tight to their chest. They don't want to reveal all their secrets just yet, but Monster, it's always just so much fun also knowing the kind of mini competition that is just scaling at this point, because we are looking at that club championship feature too, and for certainly got some pressure on them for AGAL.
Yeah, that's right. It's the game within the game here. You know, you're coming in and at first you think, hey, this is my chance. It's another Fortnite LAN tournament. You know, this is where I perform best, and then you have this added expectation of you. Oh, wait a second, looking at the EWC, there's much more at play here for my organization. Have a very much vested interest in you doing the best that you can, because it does play a part into this entire ecosystem here.
And of course, one of the best parts about it all, MDF, is that we get a chance to be even more direct with seeing some of the mindset behind these players involved, especially those from AGAL.
We're almost at the end of the Esports World Cup, and the club championship is heating up. Things couldn't be closer. There's two teams currently ahead of the rest. Team Falcons and AGAL are both standing with over 4,000 points. Looking towards Fortnite, two teams with a strong chance to come out on top are Sky and Scroll on AGAL, and none other than Peterbot and Poyo from Team Falcons. Both teams qualified to the event in their first qualifier of their respective regions, and both have had strong results across this year.
I think we have like an incredible year. We have won the 2 majors, and yeah, I just think we have accomplished a lot of things that I wanted to do since I started playing. So yeah, I'm happy.
It can go any way, but if it's Peterbot, you can't count him out, and he takes it all home there.
The Danes trying to pull through here yet again, and Sky Scroll in very familiar fashion with another.
With first place here at the Reload Championship, granting the winners 1,000 club championship points, Fortnite could be the difference maker, leading a club to the Esports World Cup 2026 trophy.
I'm here to secure the club championship for Falcons.
The EWC is all about breaking records with the best of the best. That's why I'm out here at the racetrack today to do just that. I've got my driving instructor, Vincent. Vincent,
hello.
What is the record for this lap?
50 seconds here.
50 seconds?
So, yes.
Easy. You think I could do that?
Maybe. Let's see.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go.
No. Break.
Okay.
And reverse for go.
Now, usually in my car, I have one of the little screens that pop up.
Stop. It's good.
This is good? Okay.
You can upshift for the one.
All right, I'm upshifting. Okay, here we go. You know what? I didn't adjust my mirrors before. I'm gonna park right here.
No.
I need to know who's on my 6.
We are solo on the track. We are solo. It's good.
See, that's how they get you.
I think you can faster.
We're about to set a record here, okay, Vincent? I'm
Yes.
gonna need you to be patient with me, okay? Because right now, I'm going for accuracy. We're doing this my way, all right? Haven't you heard that Frank Sinatra song? Fly me to the moon. You gotta lean into it, Vincent. You gotta lean into your turns. Lean with me. Lean with me, Vincent. Yes. You are feeling is the G-force, all right? This is what pilots feel when they jet off into outer space. Do you feel like an astronaut, Vincent?
Yes, a little, a little.
They're gonna write songs about me, Vincent. And there she went down the track, blazing trail behind her, and all the racers looking out. No, they couldn't find her. You know what they call me? They call me the Yellow Flash.
Try to be fast. Try to be fast.
How do you feel about stopping for a little sweet treat? There's a place right here. All right, one sec. Excusez-moi, je vous want me water, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Merci. Okay, this one's for me. Thank you. Merci. Oh, did you want any?
No, it's good.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Where's the cup holder?
No, don't have.
Okay, you're my
take
cup
it?
holder now. Did you just throw out my water?
Yes.
Maybe I wanted to drink the rest of that. Did you ever think of that?
You drive.
That's true. Don't drink and drive. You're right. That's a very bad habit. Oh my God. I can feel the wind through my hair. The adrenaline is like nothing else I've ever experienced. Look at how beautiful the scenery is here.
Yes.
We're about to cross the line.
A little bit.
We're about to cross the finish line. Yeah!
Nice, nice. Good job.
Woo!
Little slow, but good job.
Nobody has done that before.
Nice, nice.
We
Maybe.
did it. Celebration. That's the sound of my people. After weeks of celebrating only the greatest losers, now I myself have become one. We did it! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is a fantastic honor. I'd like to thank my driving instructor, Vincent. Shout out to Team Liquid, who also doesn't have any points on the board. Maybe they can aspire to be me. I'm going home a winner. Who's a winner? Someone will be proud of me, right?
I don't know how they managed to win that one, but they are
Just as Nolan intended.
You cannot count them out. They have to fight their way back for that high ground, and we might be seeing a Peterbot and Pollo win again here, and then they find Muzz with a nasty flick there. Well played. Sphinx is all that's left standing. There's not much you can do when you're going against Peterbot and Pollo. We love you, but it's not going to be enough. Peterbot, Pollo, secure another one.
Give us a second. I'd pull up to the Golden Reel to watch that cast any day of the week, but lucky for us, we got front stage today.
Yeah, this might be the best seats in the house. We can obviously be participants to witnessing what the crowd's reactions are going to be towards some of this gameplay that's about to take over in today's competition, MDF, but more importantly still, the players getting their rounds of warm-ups in, everyone just really ready to try and shine, because getting off to a hot start could be a very good way to kind of set a new standard on the day.
Yeah, definitely. You see the face, the determination, the look on Sky and Scroll as they're in the lobby right now, just starting to prepare and warm up. The competition surely is fierce here for the group stage B. You've seen a lot so far, and this EWC 26 has not disappointed at all. And then tomorrow we get down to that survival stage as well, so there's a lot on the line here.
And you have to remember, in a sense, it's kind of already a survival stage for the bulk of these teams, because we saw yesterday 3 duos that unfortunately were unable to make the cut, unable to break through into that next phase of competition, and ultimately resulted in them going home. And obviously that is not the intention, but it is going to have to be the results for 3 more duos after today's 10 lobbies.
Yeah, definitely. Acorn and Bolts coming on into this tournament as champions. That newfound kind of resurgence for Bolts here. You'll love to see it. And then the confidence is starting to come out of him as well in all the interviews. He really is starting to come into his own. I expect him to do very well. We all have already talked about the, of course, AGAL duo. We talked about our Havoc duos. So that's a couple spots that might be a shoo-in. Things start to kind of pack up after that, right? Can you count in Victor V? Can you count in Josh and Iamzo? These are duos that are exceptional. Coyote, like how can you not think that they're going to come in the top 7, you know?
Especially after we did see a breakthrough with international competition in yesterday's stage with Lewa and Romero. So there is obviously going to be a little bit of heavier intention here from this group stage, because I think it's a lot of fun, Monster, that we have 2 recent FNCS winners from the exact same major basically going head-to-head in today's competition.
Yeah, for real. I mean, that just by itself definitely sets a whole different level of, you know, expectation amongst this skill here presented in the lobby. But then you have people like Swizzy, right? Coming off, of course, his global championship performance. He's very humble. People tend to forget he's got a LAN most recently, kind of tucked in on the belt there on the side, ready to fire off, and he's representing Havoc this weekend.
And it's a lot of fun, too, when you factor in just how many wild cards can actually present themselves. Levin actually gave a great shout towards Skyjump and Mumsy, definitely expecting the arena to get a little rambunctious whenever those two are on the screen. But not only that, love seeing that Polish representation, too, out of Darm and Demish. T1 obviously hoping that they can see their club championship team able to represent in the finals, because obviously this is one part of the component, because they are still looking to make it into that top 8 position even once finals day arrives, to ultimately secure some of those club championship points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and there's some significant rewards for coming up towards the top, so you really do want to do your best and represent your team, of course. Here's Iamzo and Josh just kind of locking in here, making sure to stay hydrated. Even Josh pulling out the gamer glasses. All right, looking good.
And locked and loaded. Everybody's really ready to kind of set the stage. And it's always one of those factors, too, because we do have so many players that are just very familiar to this. This isn't their first time around. Salco, especially looking back on his entrance debut with the Summit LAN Finals, and now here representing again on another LAN stage. It's a pretty tall ask, but obviously there is a lot of different things kind of taking place across today's competition. So, of course, why not hear a little bit more from Barney himself?
Here we are, as we get prepped and ready to go into our first game of Group B. Myself, Barney, and I'm here with Shocker. We are here in amongst the crowd, ready to see who's ready and who's looking good. The way that I gauge this, Shocker, is I kind of have a look at see who looks the calmest on stage. You know, yesterday we had Sharkantini looking really calm. Do we have any Sharkantini fans here? Ah, I see we're going right here as well. And to be honest, before I came out today, it looked like Sky and Scroll, cool as cucumbers. What do you think?
Eh bien, je pense que Sky et Scroll sont très calmes et bien posés comme Sharkantini hier. Mais est-ce qu'on peut aussi parler de Skyjump et Mumsy?
Skyjump and Mumsy, popular out here, of course, in the French crowd. I've got Maxime and I've got Louis here as well. Maxime, you're from Marseille, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, how long have you been playing Fortnite for?
3 years.
3 years, okay, and who you're supporting? Skyjump and Mumsy?
Mumsy Skyjump.
Okay, seeing the walkouts, seeing the players come out here on stage, did it look pretty cool? Did you imagine what it would be like to be a player walking on stage? Would it scare you?
Mumsy Skyjump maybe one top 1 and maybe 1.
They might win, they might win. What is your first, you know, when you came here to the Esports World Cup, what did you first think when you saw this? It's crazy, right? It's huge.
It's impressive, yeah.
Very impressive. Now, Shoka, we've talked about a few of the players here, talked about the crowd. Should we get them hyped up? Should we get them hyped up for this match?
Oh,
how about
yeah.
you take this half, I'm gonna go over there, I'm gonna take that half for the crowd, and we're gonna do a little battle, and we're gonna see who can get louder. Okay, why don't we split it down the middle here, okay? You guys are with me, and you guys are with Shoga.
Il va falloir faire du bruit.
You go first.
Ok, on doit faire le plus de bruit possible. On a cette moitié-là, À 3, vous y allez, hein. Et on envoie. 1, 2, 3, faites du bruit!
He said it in French, so I'm gonna say it in English. My side, make some noise! And with that, casters, back to you.
Appreciate it so much, Barney. And obviously, how can you not be excited after witnessing that energy from the crowd themselves and knowing that they are about to witness 10 fresh matches of Fortnite competition? Couldn't be more excited for it.
Way to set the stage, way to get the energy going here and the expectations ready for our games. Well, we already know the players are inside the lobby here. The battle bus should be setting off shortly, and then we'll start getting into this prime time action here. Again, what's on the line here? Top 7 get to move on. Bottom 3 get completely kicked out of the competition. Their run will be over at that point, and then we'll go on to the survival stage tomorrow. But first, Taco, you gotta get past here today.
Right, and it's just so much more brutal, especially after witnessing the key crush that took place after Group A's conclusion. And so, here today, it's all about everybody making sure that they have at least a handful of opportunities to shine. 10 matches does give a pretty wide open spread. Plenty of opportunity to recover, but also plenty of opportunity for other teams to create a gap that can be very difficult to overcome. Sky, Skrull, already getting a little tagged up. Salco and Max suffering a very similar fate, but Skrull and Sky, they've managed to touch down, already trying to gaze on over to where Nact and Salco are at, just cognizant of them being in the area here at Elite Armory.
You saw that little flyby there. Cole being the first person to touch his feet down on the ground and then get eliminated. Iamzo's following right back up with Jogo's spooks there. But AGAL, Sky and Skrull will be tabbing in with them all week long. We need to know how they're performing. Meanwhile, Furia versus Havoc here, looking to earn themselves some more points. This is not good for Furia. He is starting to get collapsed in by the Havoc duo here in Pixie and Swizzy.
Pixie's wasting absolutely no time in getting inside the box. They've got going completely on the run right now.
Oh.
And the collapse, though, the turnaround just like that. You would hope that he could maybe find some signs of life, but it's just not going to be a possibility. Swizzy was too quick to shut that one down.
Well, you know what? There's a skill in staying alive. He stayed alive just long enough for Knight to go ahead and touch down. Otherwise, they would have been the first duo taken out. Meanwhile, what a clash. There's not every day you get to see Cold versus Coyote, Japan's #1 versus, of course, NA's dangerous Puerto Rican Cold here, ready to pop it off.
Yeah, Cole might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Yuma, though, just like that, dropped to a sliver of HP, and Cold still delivering haymakers. Coyote gonna be forced to drop, still trying to look for a re-engage. Yuma with the distraction factor, and Cole will be knocked and eliminated. So Coyote, Yuma, Zeta Division's representatives holding strong.
Hold in a 1v2, though. Quite literally took them both down. Both of them were in inches of being sent back to the lobby, but hey, in the end, we only sing songs about those that come out ahead. Coyote and Yuma are doing just that.
You could be a little bit shaken. As long as you don't let yourself get outright rattled, you're typically going to still be in a relatively safe position. But it's a nice little confidence metric, too, for Coyote and Yuma. They're not getting their confidence crushed, losing that 1v2 against Cold, right? So Sky, Skrull, shifting the direction back over towards Elite Armory. Still haven't managed to find any outright conclusions to some of the other teams in the area. Just prioritizing getting a lot of their materials online first.
A lot of respect here being put on the lobby. You know, when you compare games 1 onwards, really from Group A, the action was much more staggering. It seems like this group here definitely recognizes, and I think they were picking up what we were feeling there in the walkout. The tension is real amongst the duos. Most of them actually sticking side by side in the early game, where normally in a reload format, they would be all spread out, right? Doing the other strategies, so just try to farm quick points. So this is really interesting.
Definitely have to have a certain level of respect, though, when you factor in that these are some of the best reload competitors, given how much of a journey it was for everybody to make it through those Real Elite Series qualifiers in the first place. But now, Anon, Knight, and it's largely just Knight who's trying to sort of stake off Anon, but he will be a bit chased down here, plus some slight leverage, but Anon will have no problems whatsoever in delivering an elimination for himself and Days, and now just waiting to see whether or not Knight and Gon are ever going to have a real chance of recovery, because they've kind of just been going through the grinder this entire game since the very start in those early eliminations.
You know, the vibes kind of coming into things. Gon was definitely looking sharp, feeling good, but hey, putting up the tournament performance that might have just been a small bluff. We'll see what they can do to go in and get themselves back on track. Meanwhile, Jackpo Panzer, the first time we get to touch base with the GK duo. See how things are looking for them. All around here, the hostile hold, not a duo in sight.
Right, but for Panzer and Yapko, it has been a bit tumultuous of a journey overall, because these guys, they had the highlights originally. This was a duo that everyone was kind of keeping tabs on over in Europe specifically, and then things just sort of fizzled out as the year went on, and so this could be a great opportunity for them to really showcase that they've got what it takes.
These are turning moments for, of course, the club championship. Your performances here will directly reflect in your overall organization, your overall club's standing there on the leaderboards. But hold up, Twisted Minds has a little bit of a problem. It's some friendly action, cold and rapid here, taking down Bolts. Now, you know, it doesn't quite count the same way.
Not the family feud you want to see. The audience even seeming a little bit torn on who to actually cheer for in that type of circumstance. But ultimately, it is Cold and Rapid as the primary representatives for Twisted Minds.
Hey, they qualified first. They deserve it. Acorn is doing the rightful thing of hiding away from Cold and Rapid. And look at this. No mercy as they say, hey, Bolts, did you just land? Here, hold this shotgun shot. Take that. And another one put down there. That's 3 points now. Cole's starting to really heat up here. 3 points for elimination, mind you.
Yeah, and by the looks of things, Cold and Rapid, they're not fully done just yet with enjoying this reboot cycle farm that has sort of just been taking place for Bolt. And it's crazy to think that a competitor, a fragger as strong as Bolt, is currently in this position. He's narrowly managing to just try and touch down and doesn't even get the chance. Khan even going to take him out from a separate direction entirely. And that's just part of the problems that are sort of brought in. And it looks like Bolt isn't going to be the only one suffering, but Salco, he's out, and Knack only 21 HP and dropping, fighting inside of the storm, no whites to his name. He's going to be forced to just engage and recover a little bit of siphon, or at least buy time for Sokka to come back.
Take a look at this. It's Oatly and Spooks now who are on the offense here, having that team with backs against the wall, and then Cold and Rapid fighting for the airdrop. It's Havoc versus Twisted Minds right now. Talk about a clash. Swizzy's Pixie on the other side. You have Cold and Rapid. You know, we had questions about this duo not playing all together throughout the year. You know, they ended up splitting up after that first qualifier. However, they are looking like they never left one another's side. Sometimes breaks apart do work out pretty well.
Honeymoon phase for a reason, and for Rapid and Cold, maybe this could be the recovery stage, at least when it comes to the reload competition. And, well, with the way that Cold is getting active, he might, well, I was going to say he might need to, check his back, but it's going to be Pixie, a little replay instance to see what went wrong for Swizzy and Pixie earlier. He even put Swizzy in that solo position, but hey, at least until it makes towards the 7th zone, players will still have those reboot opportunities, so it's just tough finding that opportunity to really get some breathing room.
Yeah, luckily for T1's Demus and Darm, they're looking just fine. No points earned just yet here on the tournament as we are just getting things started. AGALs, Sky and Scroll, what have they managed to do so far? Nothing. Keeping quiet here, kind of on the edge of the zone. It now starting to look to pull a bit further, but things are going to begin hitting up very shortly. Once we start getting closer to that zone 7, you're going to hear the countdown, right? And then reloads will turn off. No one will be able to fly back into the game.
But that's what makes Sky and Scroll so scary, is if you're not seeing anything out of Sky and Scroll, then you know that they're just scheming. They love to create so many openings for themselves. They're so smart about how they handle their rotations, and they're always just putting themselves in top-tier positions to secure really strong endgame placements. And not only that, but even as individuals, how many times have you seen Sky or Scroll just clutch up so many consistent points? And when you have a duo that is just kind of lethal on all fronts, it is very difficult to contend with, especially when you're dealing with the likes of other aggressive fronts in the lobby, like Cold and Rapid, who have certainly been making their names known with 4 eliminations already.
Live from Paris, take a look at that camera right there. I recognize those two faces, but It's all good. We still got Twisted Minds, Cold, and Rapid here. 4 eliminations are Elim leaders at the moment here in match number 1. They're off to a very hard start for the Twisted Minds team, of course. Meanwhile, Faded and Khan still holding things down here as well. They're eyeing up Elites, Iamzo and Josh. They're getting close. These are 2 NA powerhouse duos starting to fly by one another. Might have a Brazil versus Europe showdown here with Havix, Pixie, and Swizzy. Also at 2 Elims, still inside the zone, mind you. They're gonna have to get going here soon. Things might get a little dangerous.
Not too much of a surprise, though, that Pixie and Swizzy have fallen back to playing a little bit slower here. Have to put a pause to things after that earlier scuffle. Pixie having to go through the reset territory and then obviously going at Night, very similar position. So whether or not these 2 teams actually decide to try and take a chunk out of the other, still left to be determined. But for right now, it seems like Pixie and Swizzy are fully focused on just trying to reorient themselves and get into a more natural position where they can better play an aggressive endgame.
That's right, Salvatore. Yasin already on the move here, using the crash pads and want to get a quick rotate around the outskirts, looking to save those very prestigious shockwaves. They actually get away with this completely free, even though there's teams close on their heels. The timing could have been better here. Meanwhile, Coyote, Yoma, of course, for representing Club Zeta. Gotta love this duo here. Beloved out of the Japan, Asia region. You know, we had that interview with Coyote, and the first thing we said is, hey, you do know the West, we call you guys the Peterbot of Asia. How does that make you feel? He said it's pressure, to be honest, as the translator helped kind of get his thoughts across. And that was really awesome. He said it's a lot of pressure just being looked at as that well. So I feel like I have to perform well for my region.
But he also commands a lot of respect, even on an international scale.
He deserves it.
There are so many players here that are recognizing his capabilities and just what they're going to be able to potentially put up numbers as a team. But this is what I'm really excited for at Monster, is seeing who's actually going to try and prioritize controlling height. Demish Darm getting a little tagged up on their entrance. A bit of a, call it a deposit from the rest of the lobby, but Demish Darm, man, they've drawn way more attention than what they had bargained for, and they're gonna have to drop all the way down this hill face, trying to get a little bit of natural coverage, trying to really just escape being the focal point of the lobby right now.
You know what? And the idea was to actually hide behind those trees. They thought they were being smart, but the team said, no, no, no. We see what you're trying to do there. You're not gonna break line of sight onto us. And the focus comes in from everyone in the lobby. That timer there, though, bang, no more reloads. So you cannot afford to go down now. Otherwise, you will be stuck in the lobby until the next round.
I do think it's hilarious, though, that it was Sky and Scroll that were shooting at Darm and Demish, because remember how Sky and Scroll were setting up earlier on. They were shooting out those trees, trying to provide themselves those kind of opportunities, and other duos just might not be suspecting it. Clearly, it wasn't in Darm and Demish's game plan, but hey, things can change on a dime here. There's now an Axe, Salco, trying to get a little bit of pressure against other teams that are looking to try and break in towards where they're at. But rotations can be very risky. Swizzy and Pixie sort of avoiding the bulk of the focus right now, but still keeping tabs on a duo that they know is behind them.
Yeah, definitely. 3 eliminations right now. Looking pretty good. Here comes the end game. Full moving zones are in effect. Pixie, Swizzy opting to play that mid-ground, looking up towards the top. Jojo and Aoxy here looking to do the same. Meanwhile, a little scrappy fight on the outer edge with Bolts there. We'll get caught up as the rotate goes through. Coyote finds 1-2. Sky already down for AGAL. Scroll here. And they haven't earned a single point. All that effort, all that work. And look, his hands are in the air. Yes, something went definitely wrong.
That's the problem. Sometimes it can be so unforgiving which way the lobby tends to pool, and well, or at least right now, Scroll's gonna have to put on a bit of a masterclass if they want to build up any sort of placement points, because this endgame is just so stacked. We have so oftentimes seen placement points not really get to factor in until right around that 10th movie zone, and it's just so problematic too when you've got a duo like Elites holding down the high ground.
How have we not had a full duo get eliminated just yet? We are so due at this point. Iamzo and Josh playing for the high ground, the first team to just get a little glimpse, a little taste of what it's like. Swizzy, Pixie on the other side, still fighting their way through, trying to dominate, but no one's earned any big endgame eliminations just yet. But that's going to change here shortly. Crash pads are starting to come out. Big rotates here. Where are they going to land? Pixie going for high ground, so the call has been made.
and it's the right direction ahead. Now they're going to have some leverage over the rest of this lobby, taking some shots over towards Yasu. Won't get anything just yet for it, but Salvatore also a little bit pieced up. They're all just trying to skirt by, preserving as much HP as they can find, but Swizzy and Pixie are just not letting up, and it's just so difficult to evade their line of sight when they are just so high up in comparison to everybody else. Most of these duos opting to drop a little bit lower, committing towards this ultimate low ground too. Could be the end of things, but for Acorn and Bolt who actually have that launch pad to work with, it's all about timing now.
And they do the right thing. They go to the ultimate low ground, recognize that they just got to stay alive. Kanata gets knocked and finish in the feed by Cold and Rapid there. Their 5th elimination coming through. That means Victor V is by himself now. Cold and Rapid front side of zone. They actually get the favorable pull. Meanwhile, Swizzy and Pixie controlling things from up top. Finally, eliminations are starting to connect for them, and the pressure is coming through as well. They're holding it the right way here.
Still, Pixie down to his last overdrive grenade, so unless Swizzy's rocking with a little bit more mobility, things could start to get a little bit tough here. For those two on the high ground, Scroll still making it happen as a solo, doing his best to try and preserve a little bit of his section, but caught for a moment, probably gonna sorely miss that overdrive. Every single resource is just so much more crucial when you are playing as an individual here, and especially trying to avoid the team on height. Swizzy immediately taking out Faded. Don't even think about coming near this high ground.
And don't come to the low ground either, Oatly. It's now time for Cold and Rapid to put on the show. Scroll is having the most impressive performance for AGAL. The amount of championship points, the club points he is earning right here is impressive as he is solo surviving here. And also, no elims just yet here, Taco.
Down but not out. That's kind of Scroll's calling card. He's going up as a solo. He's ready to challenge it. Swizzy may be fortunate that that shot didn't get to connect just yet, but Scroll still doing a great job at concealing his position out of sight, out of mind from the rest of the lobby. A little bit of fears to work with too, but Acorn now also left to contend as a solo, but it's going to be Rapid and Cold who ultimately commit to height and take it over.
The old man's mountain will get its toll. Here it is, that indestructible vertical climb is too difficult for many duels. They're getting put in the blender. Another team ends up shocking wave up. It's Vazen and Anon, but he falls right back down. The Cypher team keeping in the game for now. Meanwhile, Scroll still alive. A top 10, a top 9, and still going here.
This is disgusting out of Scroll as a solo. Pixie on the same foot though, taking out Demish, holding on by a sliver here for Havoc, just barely making it into the zone. How does he manage to stay standing? The same question could be asked for Scroll, but now both of these players hoping somebody else looks elsewhere. It won't be the case though for Pixie. Scroll now dropping, forced to try and contend with anybody on low. Might even be a body for him to steal a little bit of loot off of, but now Cold and Rapid, this one is looking all twisted minds.
He's still down there, he's still fighting. Anon's in the game here, trying to look for anything possible, but I haven't seen Scroll fall just yet. Give it a little second though. Anon here, moving, mixing through the builds here. Iamzo's down, Scroll fighting for his life, but down he finally goes to the hands of Khan. That's gonna be 4 eliminations for this duo here. Now, just trying to get a little reset, still has plenty to work with in his own. After he bounces back, Cold and Rapid have to come down. They are starting to slowly run out of material, but it depends where this is all gonna go. Sky jumps, Mopsy gets a pop from the crowd. France is still in this one.
Absolutely nobody realized what Skydrive and Momsy were sneaking their way up towards the high ground, but it's BotCon, a little bit more time to work with. Cold and Rapid, a little bit more fixated on trying to contend with these other teams, but at the same time, they recognize we've got to at least take care of the solo directly with this. We need the material that Khan can provide, but Khan is just doing so much damage as a solo, and the double whammy pressure is too much to handle. Rapid is down, Khan has fallen, Momsy and Skyjump are ready to collect. France wants to strike big on this first game and really make themselves known, and Cold, even with they, won't be able to stand tall. Skyjump and Momsy with the victory royale.
Skyjump and Momsy represent for their home here on land. What a performance for the duo. And then they get to just soak it all in. It doesn't get better than that from them. Even Cold and Rapid seem to be in healthy spirits there. What a fun game one, and a competitive one at that.
Yeah, and nothing for Cold to really be too pressed over. 8 eliminations by himself, another 2 from Rapid. So you know that they were able to definitely build up a very hefty lead over the rest of this lobby. But it is only game 1 of 10. And obviously Skyjump and Mumsy, they're just going to be looking to try and replicate the success that they were able to capture in game 1.
I just feel like the French community, they've already won. They've already won here on the day. They've done enough. I'm happy. I think the crowd's happy. Clearly the celebrations there were felt, and that was such a fun first match. You're looking at the emotion on some of these players. Some people feel like maybe they didn't do enough, and then others obviously here celebrating, kicking back like Skyjump and Mumsy there. Let's take a look at the highlights though. From Mumsy's perspective, boom, gets the elimination. There's the siphon points. Skyjump, of course, comes through. He's gonna get that final shot, and then we get to the
attaque. En retard, mais ils vont récupérer, je pense. Non. Ah non, viens. 50, 50. Allez, ça avance, je décale, je te connais. Je fais les kills. J'ai le kill, box. Je suis bien. Ah, je suis mort. Je suis mort, peut-être. Non. Quelqu'un. Tu tues. Chill. Il va open. Mort. Nice! Let's go!
I almost wish that I could have had a live feed of comms too from Revenja and some of the other French commentators, because I know he was going crazy watching his boys put in work, but obviously Skyjump and Mumsy, they earned every bit of that win.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I didn't expect it to happen so soon, but that is the nature of the beast. Sometimes, you know, when you just got that hometown buff, as they say, so clearly they're showing up. The crowd seem to love it as well. I love the way they're facing their audience as well, too, so they get to see kind of the reaction from that side of the audience. It's really awesome.
It can for sure make a pretty big mental impact, of course, but I'm also thinking about it from just the overall landscape of what we just watched take place. But obviously, we'll get into working our way through some of that and a little bit more action here to come. So go ahead, grab a drink, come right back, because we'll see you guys shortly.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
When you've been tangled.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
I have 0 shocks, by the way. You have to go back. Yeah, well. I have 3 builds. How many do you have? 3. Okay. Here, come. We're gonna pickaxe in. Follow me. Drop down. Left side. In here. Look, bind. Yeah. Spray. Take. Show. Yeah. Here, come around. All the way down. Yeah. On this wood. 100. Yeah, I'm playing myself. Yeah. Sit in a cone if you can. Like, come on, bro!
There's one right here.
Wait, no, we should get in. Should we get in, or it doesn't matter? Yeah, you're right. Here, I'm gonna shock us first. Ready? Shocking. Fizz. I'm gonna throw. I hit the cone and I'm gonna throw.
Go alright. Big X-ray. Yeah. Live. Stick it. Yeah. How much highest? Look at 3 below. 3 below. Okay. The healer. Let me go. Big X double pick X. Okay. Holding. 100. That's ready. Dead. Go for it. Yeah. Get it. Getting with you. Yeah. Cap. Get it with you. Yeah. With. Nice. Go. Popping. Yeah. I'm on. 100. Dead. Nice. 4 builds. 0 builds. Benny. Yeah, 5 builds. Take. You're healthy. Right. 1 P.
good comms that we get a chance to hear from Group A yesterday, but today is Group B. And by the way, for everybody currently watching, if you are a content creator, don't forget to sign up to the Esports Foundation Creator Program. That way you can share everything that's going on here with EWC with your community. You can earn some rewards and win some awesome stuff. That trip for two, I'm still keeping an eye on it. Scan that QR code and join the Esports Foundation Creator Program. I'm joined by none other than Vivid. Kelly, thanks for joining us this time. And Levin, we got a chance to talk about these players that just ended up winning, Skyjump and Momsy.
Look, I thought I was maybe doing a bit too much, you know, trying to farm some of the French love, the French fans, as you do, especially we're in Paris.
You got it.
But they did what I said that they can do. They have that ability to come through in these games and just have these big pop-off games. Shout out to Skyjump, right, in particular. Skyjump now has qualified for all the major lands this year in Fortnite without playing with the same teammate. He's playing with someone different every single time. What? It doesn't matter. He's rocked up with Mumsy here in Paris, and they look like a team that's been playing all year long.
They played that end game so well. There was a lot of contention on that high ground, and not just the high ground that was the issue, but the elevation of the map that caused so many issues. Yesterday when we saw high ground, there really wasn't too much trading, unlike what we saw from game number 1 today. So I think that kind of gave some of these teams that didn't necessarily have as strong of a high ground plan, like Skyjump and Momsy, to be able to kind of take advantage of all the chaos that was going on.
Yeah, obviously when you kind of talk about the terrain that we were looking at in this end game, I thought Cold and Rapid had this one kind of locked down without a doubt, but you blink and all of a sudden they actually went ahead and lost the high ground. So great little nod over to Skyjump and Momsy for finding the timing there. And as we do see Scroll go down there toward the later stages of the end game as well, it would be absolutely criminal for us, Seven, to not mention his solo clutch there. I mean, Sky went down, unfortunately, a very long while ago. I think it was actually like almost the first player eliminated from the lobby.
It was Zone 7.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Still alive, kind of picked up some points for the team there. They got to be feeling pretty good about that one.
They're definitely going to be feeling good, especially because of what you were mentioning, that duel getting eliminated within the first 2 players. I don't remember if it was the first player or not. It was definitely within the first 2 players. Another squad that I want to bring up because they ended up getting a top 3 favorite was SAUL. This is a squad that's also in contention for the club championship. They might not be in contention for that title, but they're definitely in contention for that money. That squad was able to secure a 3rd place.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it was super, super cool to see the positioning that was actually being able to picked up by Khan himself, because we were kind of talking about the natural terrain that we were kind of seeing. He just had this box set up towards the top of that cliff that all of these players actually had to go ahead and traverse. And because they had that little box that was kind of open up into the storm where he kind of expected all of these players to be rotating in from to kind of help with that natural terrain, he found so many elims on the back foot of that.
Honestly, Con and Faded really impressed me, and I know as far as EU teams go, they're kind of more of a newer team. Fred coming out of Germany right now, and they're really starting to impress everyone. So, Levin, I'd love to hear from you. Is this something that you kind of expected out of this duo?
I think that the talent is there, the ability is there, but if I'm going to be real with you guys, I just like these guys because when SAUL did their announcement video, it was just the best announcement video for any team in Fortnite I've ever seen ever. So go check that out if you haven't. They did like a full movie, like it was insane, like genuinely one of the most entertaining things. And it's good to see that their actual duo is bringing some entertainment to the lobby as well.
Earlier too, we were talking about T1, the Polish duo, Kelly. This squad was able to actually secure themselves a good amount of points for them. And the conversation earlier that we were having for this duo, it was none other than Demas and Darm. For them being able to actually make it to the top 7. It was actually not a bad start from this squad, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, they are sitting in 8th place right now, right? 33 points. So probably not the game that they specifically wanted to happen, but I think this is going to be kind of the territory that we typically are going to see from the T1 team, kind of sitting around this little bit of a bubble, right? Maybe hugging around that 7th to 10th place. Just going to be all about staying consistent and having one of those good games to actually push them into that top 7, in my opinion.
No, I think that's fair. I think that's been the level we've seen from them for the most part. I think what might give people a bit more hope is when it comes to just ceilings for teams. Like, if everybody's playing at their absolute best, what could you expect to see from that team? Their ceiling is just so high. So hopefully we just get a sneak peek of that today.
Now, Seven, I'm surprised that you don't want to talk about our team in 5th place, because not only is their org 7, but their name is also 7. And to see some of our smaller regions representing this early on in the top 7, well, that's got to feel pretty good.
It does gotta feel good. I'm not associated in any way, shape, or form, but I am waiting to actually meet 7 so we can do the Spider-Man meme and be like, wait a second. It's the same person. But talking about back to this first game, anything that surprised you, Levin, for the first game?
You know what? It wasn't a surprise. It was actually something. If you allow me to put my analysis hat on here.
Put that on.
You know, the developers involved in building this reload map, they must love a mountain zone finish. I mean, the elevation in Elite Stronghold is something that we talked about a lot when the map initially came out, but we have seen it so much. It feels like so many of these endgames, you end up in situations like you almost mentioned earlier, Vivid, where it's like cold and rapid. You have a team up on height. You think it's going to be an easy game for them because of the way the zones are pulling up a clip, up a hill. It's just constant on this map.
And it would be a little bit less egregious if it was a hill, but they're like plateaus. There isn't just this gradual incline. It becomes this stark wall that players take advantage of. They identify that that's where the zone is rotating, and that's when they do early rotations. And that's actually what we saw from Cold and Rapid. They did some early rotations there. Same thing with Josh and Iamzo.
So, of course, being here in person, we get the opportunity to talk to some of the players. Yesterday, I myself had the opportunity to go ahead and talk with Muzz, talk with Sphinx, talk with Virgo. Of course, they were having dinner, so I didn't bother them for too long. But one of the things that I picked up on was that they just had to take a couple of games to get used to these setups, right? So we've gone through, you know, game number 1 here for group number B. Give your favorite teams at home just a couple of games to actually get warmed up to these specific setups, and I gotta imagine then they will start to feel comfortable.
Yeah, let's see how comfortable these players are going to be getting, these duos are going to be performing, because they have 9 matches. Yesterday kind of went by in a way too quick way. In a split second, it was just all over. But let's send it over to the casters, none other than MBF and Taco for game number 2.
Thank you so very much. That's right. We have had a little time now to digest things coming out of game number 1. Clearly, when you start looking at how that overall performance went, it looks like it's going to be taken by Cold and Rapid for Twisted Minds, as they had the most eliminations.
And they've got to be feeling really good about it. I mean, it's a big part of the reason why we saw Cold cheesing so hard in that player cam. Even after the match had concluded, they'd come second. And it's just knowing that they can deliver such huge elimination points, that is really going to be a difficult point of contention for other teams, because sure, you always want to look for consistency in terms of placement points. I mean, think about what Skrull was able to accomplish as an individual, the amount of solo placement points he was able to accrue from so early on. You would think that things would have gone completely south for a duo like AGAL, and with so much on the line here for the club championship points, it puts so much more pressure, and yet he's still able to deliver.
Yeah, you know, you wouldn't have thought they push that far. They end in 9th with a 7th place performance, all on the backs of one player, is so impressive. We actually can't emphasize that enough. There were duos that were alive that were taken out before Skrull could be found. So rotations were clearly exceptional, and he definitely made it very far. Victor V, Kanata, as we didn't see their early journey, but clearly they made it kind of towards that end game there, dropping in 14th place, so not too bad. We'll have to see a lot more from them if they want to be higher on the standings, but, you know, coming into this game, let's set some early expectations. So now you have, like, this clear breakaway starting to take form. So Seven, Axa, Vazen, Anon, Swizzy, and Pixie are currently holding that line for the bottom folks of the 7.
And when you look who's directly behind Swizzy and Pixie, that's going to be T1's Demish and Darm.
Yeah.
And obviously, you know, I think there is ample opportunity still for these duos to really play catch-up, especially when you have 9 other matches to sort of break through. So especially for some of our veteran players who are a little bit more familiarized to kind of the longevity that's involved in tournament series, that's where I think these first 5 matches, you can be a bit more experimental. I mean, just think about what happened in Group A. First 5 games didn't go that great for a lot of teams, and yet they were still able to make a recovery stage and really bounce back in that second tier.
That's right. Even for our reigning champions, you know, Acorn, Bolts, our North American champions, they had a pretty tough time. You know, that map is notorious for being very difficult to traverse. You heard Levin say it there best. There's a reason the pros kind of look at it and have evaluated that. This one is a little bit tougher, but for game 2, let's see what players have figured out, what they can do to kind of optimize their end games. But one thing was for certain, it was a passive game 1. Now things are changing. Victor V, the first to fall. Jojo Fishy is right behind him as it all goes down here. Salvatore as well. So Victor got knocked, but Jojo gets finished first actually there. And you see that the strategies are changing. Teams are playing a little bit faster as they try to secure points.
Looks like a little bit of trouble on the horizon too for Rapid. He's going to be brought down, trying to be a little bit of an agent of chaos here, and Iyamzo, very similar fashion, already has one elimination too, but Elite Armory, no real surprise to see so many teams kind of collecting in that vicinity. Yesterday's competition, Muzz and Sphinx, that was something they were contending with pretty regularly, and so now, here today, everybody in Group B really trying to figure out what is going to work out best for them. And you get those game one jitters out of the way, but when everyone else is also trying to make very similar kind of adaptations on the fly, it does get a little bit more unpredictable.
Well, looks like we already got our first duo eliminated. On the other side, Panzer is putting up quite the fight. This is a really bad scenario for Iyamzo and Josh to be in. Iyamzo knows that he got reboot himself so he can start the timer. Panzer's got basically 10 seconds to finish this elimination here. It's all going to come down to Josh, and he clutches up for Elite Esports to stay in the game, and GK falls.
Can't really think of a better time to hold your nerves than what Josh was able to deliver on a performance,
That was
man.
it.
That is a tough break, though, for Panzer, because it would have been such a great opportunity to just get a quick top-tier competitor duo out of the lobby, but not going to be able to snipe them out that easily, as now Havoc, Pixie, and Swizzy on the move. Pixie even rocking that RPG. Swizzy also looking to give a little bit of hot pursuit towards Knight, and Porygon and Knight, man, they seem like they've really been getting isolated from start to finish so far.
Garmin Deemish looked like they just took down Sky Jump there. Didn't see Momsy, so they still have a chance to, of course, get rebooted back in. Victor V is getting farmed right now. I've seen him fall a few times to defeat, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Cold is getting a couple onto Gon there. You saw Knight go down. Now we're seeing Gon go down shortly behind them. There is just no breaks for the Wicked. These guys are having a pretty tough time right now. Cold and Rapid are just dominating their side of the field. Knight falls again. Oof.
They are just barely surviving. Like, the second that the reboot timer concludes and the other one is coming back into the lobby, it seems like the other is immediately being eliminated. They're just not having any sort of wiggle room, but that's just how merciless the lobby can be. Swizzy, Pixie, obviously going to be looking to try and take advantage of that, but Mumsy, Skyjump, there are no rollovers. This was their recovery. They're going to get a nice little collapse onto Anon, and that is going to buy them some more time.
Yeah, definitely. And now they have those exotic upgrades, legendary burst rifle here as well. So loadout's starting to come together. Things are shaping up well for Momsy and Skyjump. They needed that Elin because remember, Skyjump just loaded back in. And that is definitely the difference maker. You know, being able to get with your duo, kind of play defensively, bounce back into the tournament. Here's how it looked. It was Momsy who put up the huge shot there, coming to the rescue, if you will, of his teammate. And then the follow-up. So that's a full duo eliminated, mind you. Back on over to Havoc with Swizzy and Pixie here. Look at this. They're doing such a good job for their club here, earning points consistently, game after game. They get another one there, too. That's another set of eliminations. They're trying to full finish this SAUL team here. Bad.
A little bit of a tough break there for Swizzy, but it's one that Con and Faded aren't going to be too upset over. In fact, they've got to be so relieved right now that Swizzy wasn't able to get over that railing. Be forced to kind of give up that pursuit. Really like the way that they were splitting the focus there, though. It had Con and Faded incapable of reuniting to try and support the other, so getting into those isolated positions, that's just something that Swizzy and Pixie sort of excelled to do as a duo because they are such strong individual fighters, too.
Take a look at this. Kanata is way off by himself. That's why we're seeing Victor have such a tough time get settled in this game. But it's up to Kanata to kind of stay alive here at this point so they can actually see the end game. Meanwhile, take a look at this shot here. We have Bolts and Acorn right now setting things up. Sky and Stroll as well. A little update for them. Again, surprisingly slow game. 0 eliminations. That's not really heard of for European favorites.
Well, you would think as much, but it's Sky and Scroll. That was actually their calling card, especially throughout the course of FNCS and even a lot of their Reload Elite Series finals. I think most of it just ultimately draws down to the fact that they understand we want to play Storm until right around that 5th, 6th zone territory. That's when we're going to start to make our move, make our presence, and really start to shape how this low ground position is going to unfold. Because, again, just think about that last lobby. Even as an individual, Scroll was still able to contend very heavily on that low ground position. And so it's very clear that they have a strong understanding of that, but they've also made it known in the past that they are capable of playing for the high ground. It's just these first couple of matches, you almost expect things to just kind of constantly be shuffled around when it comes to height, because everyone is looking to really stamp their mark as king of the high ground.
Yeah, you definitely have to. Getting a touch base here with GK's Panzer and Jacko right now. Nice little start for them, a single elimination here. It's not too bad. They're still at the hostile hold though. Duos kind of floating in the area. You have Salco and Act on the other side here. Trying to see what's going on. AXA and 7 as well. Just playing a Storm. They actually have a little bit of a drop here potentially. Now both teams do have a couple elims, so this is not no 0-point game by any means, but Salco and Act are definitely at the bottom of the standings. Now we jump back in with this friendly rivalry here going down for Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds might need to get in the middle of this between these two teams. It's got to be a tough watch. Rapid, Cold, Acorn, Bolts just seem like they can't get away from each other. Although a good chunk of this action probably is fairly intended. We know just how much both of these teams like to get aggressive, specifically Cold and Rapid.
Yeah, that's what happens when you play general areas nearby one another. It's just inevitable. In this zone, man, big southern pull here. A lot of teams still playing outside, inside the Storm. Darm and Demish are one of those duos there as well, as they slowly start to traverse their way down outside the Chisel Cubes here. And there it is, the big update. So this is when teams start to really hustle their way towards a safe zone. The Storm after this is going to start picking up in damage, and then of course will cut off, so you got to get situated.
And that's something that Demish and Darm are certainly looking to set up for, like you'd already called out. With no one in sight either, they'll be able to utilize the launch pad, just get a little bit of airspace, airtime, and really gauge how exactly they want to touch down into their next position. Obviously, it'd be nice to sort of clear out a little hill face, but never know who's going to be lurking around which corner. A lot of little crevices on this map that can definitely be taken advantage of. And for a duo like Josh and Yamzo, those early fights definitely helping shape their endgame strategies at the moment.
I mean, just all those elimination points alone, right, kind of jumps them up to third place here. So this is a very strong game for them. Just in general, 12 points earned off of elims. Meanwhile, Kanata and Victor V making their way south as well. Nice little update for them. You can see the focus here on the duo, completely capped on material, but they're part of this late wave of teams moving. There are a lot of duos nearby, shots going off as well. Panzer gets going there in the distance. Kanata, Victor hear the action, and they go sprinting through the builds. They're like, no, 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 we don't want to be fighting here on the backside of Storm. Let's get out of here.
Nice little upgrade there for Kanata, though. Won't be too pressed over that, but it is a bit of paranoia, right? That it sort of has to kind of be embraced by these players as they make their way through the Storm, especially knowing that there are going to be so many other teams trying to just get any semblance of peace. But Mumsy and Skyjump, they are all too eager to take advantage of the weaknesses from Gon and Knight. Unfortunately, Gon and Knight still yet to escape these earlier woes. They've been chased across the map from start to finish for 2 lobbies in a row now, and this is just brutal to witness.
They're just riding the momentum right now. 5 eliminations, continuing to widen that gap between them and everyone else, and then the pop from the crowd whenever they, of course, get elims here on the broadcast. You love to see it. Meanwhile, you got Rapid and Cold already getting situated. Once again, Bolts and Acorn closed up pretty closely by Demish and Darm, not too far out either. So it is going to be a Chiseled Cubes endgame here as the zone finally begins to settle itself. All the heavy hitters kind of opting here to play that little bit of height like we talked about. There's all these hills and crevices, but you want that bit of high ground. Otherwise, you'll be kind of trapped down low. The overall rankings looking really good here. Yuma and Coyote somehow finding their way consistently towards the top. Things are starting to connect for them, but Bolts and Acorn finally now getting elims here. That one's onto Japco. Luckily, reloads are still active for a couple more moments.
a little bit of a blessing in disguise maybe, but at the same time, was Bolts and Acorn really doing them any favors, sending them into that reboot cycle? Bolts and Acorn also, one thing I like about where they chose to position, they're right in the middle of this little ravine, right? They know that the two teams on the actual hills themselves are likely going to be contending with the other, so it can be hard for them to get those open edits and actually take shots at the team underneath. So that's why Acorn Bolts just had the luxury of fully extending into that fight against Yakko and Panzer the moment that they tried to actually break into the zone.
Well, here we have it, 20 seconds now until the reboots completely come to a close. And then no one will be able to get back in the game. They'll be sent to the lobby instead to kind of await their fate there. Sky and Scroll as a duo here looking as healthy as ever, but still no points earned here for AGAL. Only points they've earned this week are by Scroll's clutch endgame with placement performances. See how they can do. This is a very gutsy rotate through the middle of these duos here, but they thread the needle well, they get to safety, and no one sees them doing it.
And what's more impressive still, they're able to just continue clearing out space. Eoxy and Jojo Fishy having a little bit of reconsideration for where they were just headed. Sky Scroll, just a little friendly reminder that this direction not exactly up for grabs. Sky also already scouting out the next move, keeping tabs on some of those teams that are starting to box up overhead. It's gonna be AXA, but obviously there are just a couple of other teams sort of lingering nearby. Salco and Nag, Momsy Skyjump also in for 7. Unfortunately, no longer a participant. As Sky and Scroll immediately punish those two for trying to make their way overhead. But this is just part of the awareness that's involved when you're dealing with the likes of Sky and Scroll.
And believe it or not, that's the first elimination of the tournament coming in game number 2 here. 17 duos now remaining, so the lobby starting to get thinned out. This is where Sky and Scroll start to perform the best. It's end game, especially when they're live side by side. 6 shockwaves as well. It doesn't get better for AGAL. Still though, a long way to go now. And decisions to make. Do you play for high ground? Do you go down to low ground? They have so much mobility here to go ahead and work with. Bolts and Acorn looking to get active as well.
It's just going to be a really tough task for anybody that does choose to try and tango on that ultimate low ground, because Sky Scroll, something they do excellently compared to a lot of other teams is they just fully understand we can tank up some of these storm ticks to get ahead of the rest of the lobby, really claim a lot of space. As Cold nearly finds himself getting eliminated along the way, but will just barely manage to stay standing. Panzer Yapko, despite suffering a little bit of damage from Acorn and Bolts earlier on, now looking upwards, trying to force Sky and Scroll's hand, and sure enough, Scroll has fallen. Now it's on the other end of the stick here for Sky to be the one to come out with a solo clutch performance.
Man, they just can't catch a break. This is a tough spot to be in. Another teammate down. What can Sky do? Well, we'll keep tabs on them. Cold, Rapid on the other side are moving and grooving. Low ground is theirs. Still 17 duos remaining, although 2 players have fallen now. Things are getting a little bit tough here for Momsy and Skyjump. You know, they were the first to get the safe zone. They positioned a little bit high, but they felt like it was too early to go for high ground all the way. Sky seems to have been fully eliminated, and now it's Havoc, Swizzy, and Pixie up top once again. Back-to-back games here, going for the early high ground.
Look, a really tough break there for Sky and Scroll, but they'll just have to sit and wait to see who's actually going to continue trying to capitalize on their elimination here. Who's going to start creating some distance is Deemish, Darm, just trying to make their way towards this front side of zone, but with Swizzy and Pixie just bearing down from overhead, it is going to be rather scary because everyone else, you have to worry about blocking off your overhead space, but then you also have to worry about what's directly in front of you, and part of that might just involve Kanata and Victor V.
Well, my, look at this. The boys are up and running here for Team Dignitas. Meanwhile, Demis is under fire here. T1 might be in trouble. 2 HP just left here. Only a single point earned. Playing with that zone so close. Almost gets taken out there by itself. He is just looking to hold on by a thread right now. Every team that falls, though, he's earning a little bit more points. 14th place now, a little bit more earned. This is the difference. This is what it takes if you want to be at the top. Golden Rapid also struggling here, and they make their way to the vending machine there.
What a little bit of a robbery there from Golden Rapid while the rest of the lobby is just suffering. Cold Rapid managed to find a little bit of breathing space, but of course, Cold Rapid still running extremely low on material. They've got a little bit of a safety net inside the building, but they're gonna have to break out of it eventually and then start to get involved with the rest of this lobby. Swizzy and Pixie all the while just racking up eliminations, but so is Panzer with 5 already, but immediately falls the moment that he tries to make his way forward, and teams are just dropping like flies here. The way that the zone is pulled, all the shifting elevation has done some damage, and Coyote and Yuma have somehow managed to just steal hideaway from Swizzy and Pixie.
It's a fight up top, Asia versus Europe's best here, and it's going back and forth, but it doesn't come without its own troubles. Coyote finds one onto Pixie. Swizzy's all that standing way up top, and it's Zeta's Coyote who's down low. Swizzy, though, it cost him a lot of extra builds there. He's only down to wood here. This is not the strongest structure, of course, to play with. Cold and Rapid fully sent back to the lobby. I believe it's just Gone and Knight here, one of the few duos remaining. Kanata's a solo down. He goes. Bolt is still in this. Cole takes a significant amount of fall damage, but somehow still standing in here. This could be the difference. Here comes the pressure. Down he goes. More points heading towards Gonin. Knight representing for Brazil.
But Swizzy, fact of the matter is, he's still managing to stay on the high ground. Somebody's got to chop him eventually. Instead, he'll even opt to reconnect, but now he'll be forced to drop Knight and Gone. They took care of Coyote. They're looking to take down Swizzy next, but it's not going to be easy. Knight and Gone are just refusing to budge.
Where did Bolts come from? How is he still in this game? We have seen him do it before. Can he do it again here on land? Of course, it's going to be a tough one, but in the end, Knight will take that win with honestly a dominant performance there.
And what's even more ridiculous about Knight and Gone winning this secondary match, think about how the game started for them. These guys were being chased non-stop. We saw their names, one after the other, lighting up that elimination feed, and yet still, they managed to keep their bearings and make a strong endgame run to net themselves the victory royale. It is actually incredible that they were able to recover in this fashion.
Very difficult endgame there. That elevation just started chopping away at the builds. You saw that verticality as Swizzy was just trying to hold on desperately. I didn't even know Bolts was hiding in the mid layers alongside Swizzy, right? Like there's just so much going on there. But in the end, Gone, what a way to do it. He's happy. Of course, his club's happy. Just like that, we get these highlights here. Cold and Rapid pop off. Going to Knight win the game. The last shots go through. And just like that, we have our Game 2 winners.
You know, Furia is definitely going to be celebrating, though. Gotta appreciate the love that Going to Knight. We're clearly showing the orb with the jersey flex, and obviously that's going to come with a pretty big mix-up for the leaderboard standings, too. You knew that there was going to be a little bit of shakeups, especially since we saw some of our leading duos from that last lobby kind of struggling, but the big takeaway for me, MDF, was seeing what happened to Sky and Scroll dropping all the way down in leaderboard standing. It is a tough blow. They were originally in that 9th place position when the match had started off, and now they find themselves sitting right around 13th with only 30 points. AGAL, you know, pressure's definitely rising.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they still have a foot in the door with the competition, but tough spot to be in. Only earning 3 points over single elimination. You kind of go the distance as well. They had this placement-based play style, and unfortunately, they just couldn't quite do it.
For sure, but obviously a lot more Fortnite to still work through, so make yourselves comfy because we'll be right back.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
I'm here with the legends themselves, Mr. Savage and Clicks once again. Boys, you watched day number 1, Group A. How are you feeling about it? Did you enjoy the day yesterday?
I think yesterday was sick, you know, watching EU absolutely dominate, just like I expected with Shark and Tini. No, it was amazing, yeah.
Yeah, now, Clicks, if I remember rightly, yesterday you said Booga would be the team to look out for. What happened with that?
To be honest, so he's a vet. He's really smart. He's been playing this game for 9-8 years. You have to understand, he thinks with IQ. He wants to play Last Chance Qualifier to have more practice than the other players. So going into Final Saturday, that's when he's going to get the win.
Is that a strat that you tend to use when you play as well, or you just try and get the job done?
So I use that strategy a lot. I usually wait till the last game to qualify so I can get more games than everybody else. And then the second, I get in finals, I usually win because I have that extra practice.
It's just what you do. Savage, you're no stranger to sort of a last chance call as well. What's that like? Have we got any tips for those players that are in the survival stage now?
Yeah, probably just go back in my VODs, see what I usually do. I'm really familiar with, scraping the qualifiers like my boy over here. So, yeah, if they want to talk to us, then, we're right here, so.
You said you don't scrape, Clicks. When have you ever scraped?
I never scrape qual. That's the thing. I don't leave it to Last Chance Qualifier to qual for globals. I don't have to win a Last Chance Qualifier or Grand Finals game to get into Grands. I usually get it right away, and then I usually watch Mr. Savage on EU, or I watch like other NA noobs.
Okay, you don't watch me play?
I watch you play. You're pretty good too, I'm not gonna lie.
Appreciate that. Now we got Group B. You guys were mentioning some names from yesterday. What are some names that you guys are looking out for today in Group B?
Well, I think my top 3 for today would probably be Sky and Scroll, yeah, Oli and his teammate, and Cold and Rapid did really good day 1, so maybe Rapid can pull something off when he's playing with a tier 1. So
a lot of people call Goatly or Oatly Goatly. Yeah. You agree with that?
Yeah, he's the go. He's the go for sure. And he just did his face reveal, and yeah, I think he looks great. So.
He's got that Ferrari too as well, right? So he's got that aura about him. Clicks, any NA teams to look out for today as well?
NA teams to look out for, I'm going to have to say my duo, Rapid and Cold. I do feel a little bit bad. Rapid is unfortunately playing with someone a little bit worse than me as like a fragger. But as you can see, they're still first. So knowing how it would feel like if we were to be there together, we would be first by more than 8 points.
Yeah, how does that feel when you see your teammate playing with someone else? Do you feel a bit of betrayal right there?
No betrayal at all. I actually feel a little bit of like sadness. It's more of like kind of what I said before is like, I know as he's playing with Cold, he's thinking about me in a positive way, of course. Yeah.
I mean, who isn't thinking about you? And of course, who isn't thinking about both you guys here for the Coast streamers? I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the games, and thank you so much for the interview.
What are you doing? I'm practicing my floss. We don't do this anymore.
You already 6-7 though.
20, mais 20, mais 20, mais 7. Aí é muito fácil, professor. É 6-7.
Jacob, do you maybe want to show us what you've learned from that? Do you want to show
I could show you, but it may not be that good. You know what I mean? Hit him with one of these.
There it is.
Hit him with one of those, and it just gets done.
There it is. Obviously, we are here at EWC. It was an incredible last game. Are there any duos that you wanted to highlight? I feel like, I don't know, there's probably a duo out there that we're really excited to see. Maybe like Skyjump, Momsy. I don't know why I get in that vibe, but it feels like a duo that people are really excited to see.
Yeah, I think they're excited to see him because I heard the crowd erupt when they won that first game, really set the tone and the pace. And honestly, throughout the history of Fortnite, the French players didn't necessarily get all the same respect and competitive, but this year with the Summit Championship, with here, these French players are showing up, and they're showing up big.
It's gotta feel so good, right? Especially in this context with these fans going crazy. Incredible. Another duo I wanted to highlight, it's Iamzo and Josh, right? They're here on LAN. I love to see them compete. I mean, obviously this crowd is amazing. Are you guys feeling hyped for the competition? Make some noise! We love it. It is time though to get into more action from EWC. You might be thinking, where can I learn those dance moves? That's our boy Jacob at DPR across all socials. Got to throw him some love. It takes a lot of guts to go ahead and hit moves like that for the broadcast.
Let's be so honest. Jacob is one of a kind, and he's the best Puerto Rican out there for a reason, right? It's in the title. But getting back to the competition itself, MDF, it has been a very interesting start, but more importantly, Cold and Rapid what they're able to accomplish, the little bit of disparity they're creating in terms of leaderboard standing because of the eliminations that they're managing to accrue, it might be a tall task for Momsy and Skyjump to stay within that trailing period, but they are still in the fight for that first place position.
Yeah, this reload format is surely playing into the favor of Rapid and Cold. It's a really interesting duo too. You're looking at two of NA's strongest fraggers on a duo together in a type of format where you are quite literally reloaded and rewarded for taking down players. So with game 3 booting up here, let's see how things are going to play out. Cold and Rapid have a nice comfy lead. They touch down first. Rapid versus Bolts here for the tower. Bolts ends up taking the first one. Jojo Fishy has to win those, and he surely does there. Very nice job done for them. And then we get on over to Darman Demis, who also have touchdown and got an Elam.
Just barely, though, cutting a little bit close to the wire there for Jojo Fishy. And not only that, but the real shark in the water might just be Darm and Deemish. Spooks and Oatly, though, still looking to try and secure some more eliminations here. We've seen Spooks 2 matches over already with some decent early game successes, but not gonna keep lurking around. Jojo might just find himself sandwiched between Polish and Australia, but it's Spooks running in, trying to steal it away, has no success. Still, Darm incredibly weak, but Spooks now in similar note, gonna try and see if he can escape, but it's a 2 versus 1 fiasco right now, and Spooks will not be able to reveal or avoid the pressure out of Darm and Deemish.
You know what? Spooks has put up such an impressive performance here, you know, just coming in, continuing to earn points off of those elimination chains like that. That's what you got to do. And then the timing there, right? Hey, you didn't put in the work to get that first one, but you snatch it away. It's 3 crucial points. You start taking a look at the bigger picture here. The points are, of course, starting to take shape. If you're down in that bottom 3 area, you are in trouble here. And I can't even believe you have Sky and Scroll as a part of the few duos down in that conversation, barely holding on with 32 points.
And of course, there is always the club championship standings too that are factoring in for Group B's competition. Cold and Rapid, of course, steadily leading the charge here. I'm trying to represent for Twisted Minds, but T1's not done just yet. Anon going to be eliminated by Darm. A little bit of a review into some of these early successes here. Got to see the other pieces of the puzzle from before Darm was able to take out Jojo Fishy and Spooks.
Yeah, well, don't hold your breath. We got some serious action coming up here. It's Swizzy and Pixie on the fight right now. He ends up disengaging. This is a sign of respect for Cold and Rapid as they get back to their duos there. That could have gone either way as both teams were kind of involved in that fight, and I don't think they liked the way that pressure felt, even though they were going blow for blow, exchange for exchange there.
Can be a tough spot to be in though, but regardless, teams like Cold and Rapid certainly like to open up the doorway of making those aggressive kind of instances. And well, with the way that the competition is starting to unfold, some of these teams might not have any other options to resort to. They're going to have to start making up for some of those misplacement points by factoring in with elimination points instead, but it's always easier said than done.
Definitely see Acorn making the best of cutting that glider to really thread the needle there, get on under the bridge here, trying to secure a little bit of time and space from himself in his duo here. As Bolts is the one who's on the hunt right now. He's got control of the outskirts, so this is the reuniting of the two. Meanwhile, we get those leaderboard updates all the way down to the bottom there. AHL Snow and MHND just struggling to really put points on the board for their club, but anything is possible. A 10-game format, there's a lot to play for here, as this is only match 3.
Yeah, just think about what happened yesterday. How the team was able to bail themselves out. Mofu and Tomat, you know, it looked like it was going to be the end of their run yesterday. Then they managed to find the Game 10 Victory Royale, so can never completely rule anybody out just yet. Sky and Scroll, though, definitely trying to get a move on, but they are under some early pressure from Coyote and Yuma. And Sky just getting picked apart, having to use a lot of those resources that he just gathered up just to stay standing. And Scroll even looking to create a little bit more space. Unfortunately, he might just have to leave Sky to the Wolves here. And Sky knows he's got a very steep disadvantage to try and contend with, but Yuma and Coyote can't blame him for wanting to just fully collapse.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you saw that duo really pushing in. Here's Dignitas Kanata and Victor V sticking to that strategy, playing dead side rotates right now. So you get that little update. The B continue to light up. Rapid seems to have backed up his teammate. Meanwhile, Southco from downtown hits a monster shot there, going to initiate. That Mammoth pistol is so exciting. I'm glad we don't have that in BR at the moment. It is definitely a game changer. Golden Rapid are still staying so active. Here's your Game 2 winner, still alive here, settling in well. Meanwhile, Zeta's got some serious pressure coming in. Rapid Cold get another elimination. This is it. It just keeps on going the way they wanted to. This is their format.
Rapid and Cold have definitely been leading the charge in terms of kind of establishing a standard for Group B's competition. And sadly, Honefield hoping that he can escape. He's just got next to nothing to work with. It is rags versus riches, essentially. And Rapid actually forfeiting the chase is a bit shocking. But at the same time, it's because he knows he's right in the tunnel. I've got him locked away. And even if he tries to surface, we can stake this one out.
Yeah. You know, there's other duels down there too, so just try to be careful. Here's a look from Zeta Yuma's perspective as he takes down Sky. I didn't want to really highlight that when I first saw it, but I was hoping that Sky and Scroll can kind of get their footing going. They're trying something differently, playing a little bit more aggressively now since they didn't before. And I think they're starting to sense a little bit of desperation, right? 30 points is really not where you want to be kind of in the first quarter of the games. But hey, I can respect that they're trying something different now.
The earlier matches would be the best time to experiment, and even if it all goes south, one silver lining for Sky and Scroll is just knowing that they are a team that can deliver a whopping performance. Would not be surprised to see them even perform in like a similar nature to what we saw at Peterborough and Poyo yesterday, where it kind of took them slower starting half, and then they really just started to come alive in the secondary portion of it. So only time will tell whether or not some of those new ideas actually come to fruition for them, or if they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board. But for Josh and Zoe, they're really just taking their sweet time. Ample medkits, just tossing them across the map, doing a great job at just wrapping around some of the natural terrain, avoiding line of sight, and obviously they might even have an opportunity if they find any duos that are incredibly injured to try and establish some elimination points.
You can run, but you can't hide Acorn. Where's your teammate? Where's your backup? Panzer and Japco are on the hunt right now. I already saw Acorn's bolts go down, so that was almost Acorn and bolts being fully eliminated from the tournament there. Should be enough time by now. So Acorn has done his job, and look, it's cost him everything. Metal builds everywhere. That's the sign of a desperate player on the run.
And the worst part is knowing that Yevko and Panzer, they are not going to give up the chase anytime soon. They're just hunting this man down. Panzer goes directly over his cone. Neither of them are checking this position. There's no way Yapko and Panzer don't have a Scooby about what's going on right now. But Acorn just saw in his mouse, not going to reveal himself. And now Panzer, Yapko, they might get distracted by another team entirely.
Sounds like they lost signal in the tunnel there, you know? No reception, no signal. Can't hear you, can't see you, that's for sure. Panzer and Japco just allowed Acorn to get away with that. Acorn now even has time to heal. He's out of the visual effect for the heal cue there too. That was a close one.
Nah, Yapko fans are gonna watch that one back and be kicking themselves for it. That's a bit of a doozy, but hey, goes to show, can happen to some of the best Darm teamish though. Scoping back in. A big part of their strategy so far today has definitely revolved around utilizing these launchpad features, and of course, plenty of teams that are going to be looking to kind of glide in a little bit after the fact. Everyone trying to preserve as much of the material count as they can, because already in the 2 lobbies in a row, we've seen so many teams just struggling to have any build presence by the end of it.
It's actually a really good time for especially Darman Demish to play the zone. 66 points in the tournament. They're on the cuff of basically being or continuing to be in the qualifier conversation. So with the super launch pad there, the extra heals late into the tournament run, and they already earned a couple points, that is a very smart play for them. Victor V Canada finally get their heals here kind of set in and dug in, and they're inside the safety of the new zone. You see the focus there also on Victor's pops as he's watching the competition here intently, seeing what Victor can do.
And see, it's a really interesting dynamic too between Victor V and Kanata, because they found their success. They got their qualification locked in so early on in the competitive year. So after all these adaptations that they've had to make for the competitive meta in Reload, we've still really yet to see them find their rhythm.
Yeah, look, they've only gotten a single elim as well, right? Victor V is one of the best fighters on NA right now. He is definitely putting up the performances. You look at the analytics and the stats after every tournament, his damage ratios are crazy. But this LAN performance is setting in, I think, for the young bucks. So, you know, he's just really got to figure it out, maybe kick the nerves aside, and nothing else. Get ready to stay above the bottom 3. You just don't want to be down there. So we'll continue to keep you guys updated. Sky and Scroll need to do it as well. What is going on with their strategy? They're not performing up to par.
Definitely not, but again, it's just one of those circumstances where sometimes zone pools are just a little bit more vicious than what you originally anticipated, and the rest of this lobby, they are going to be hawking down any signs of weakness, and especially when you've got a duo like Swizzy and Pixie doing such an excellent job at just making those initial grabs for height and maintaining it relatively well. They've been challenged a couple of different times, and we've seen that be the demise of some other teams, but for the most part, Swizzy Pixie have certainly made their mark on the high ground already.
Yeah, definitely earning a couple points there. Again, those club championship points are critical for the EWC. This is going to mean so much. You have to fight your way up and out of this qualifier to make it to the grand finals, and then everything will culminate into a one final finale. Victor V Kanata getting ready for the rotate here, crash pads in hand. Let's see what they can do. Anon advising go first. Kanata's the IGL of this duo. Cold and Rapid here on the other side. The double fragger, the big power. There goes the crash pad. Following close here. He's on Kanata's heels. This could be a tough fight.
Kanata, though, definitely wary of the fact that they've got at least a handful of teams surrounding them, but for the most part, still in control of that frontside position. Meanwhile, Sky Scroll maybe have to get it at the mud a little bit here. In a bit of a tough spot. You can tell that they want to start making a little bit of an opening sequence, but just not really being provided to them. A little bit too much action, and they just don't want to find themselves on the receiving end of it as Swizzy Pixie, the tempting loot pile, but that was the intention all along. The trap's going to net a little bit of damage, but no knock just yet. Still, you have to be very cautious about seeing those little loot piles roaming about.
Yeah, this is a big time right now for Panzer and Japko, the GK duo. They've already earned a little bit of points here. Bolt in A corner, eyeing up that suspicious metal box down low, trying to wait for that duo to move. It was Kanata, Victor V. Off they go. Bolt in A corner goes to the outskirts here. They position themselves pretty well right now. They're just trying to make sure they don't get cut off here. Acorn, of course, one of the smartest to do it. Meanwhile, high ground. Cold, Rapid, all the time in the world here. There goes the Shockwave. Off they go to the front side. Havocs, Swizzy, and Pixie still playing high to mid-ground layer. Too early to really commit to high ground. Cold and Rapid jump down a little bit.
Bit of an awkward transition now because Cold Rapid recognizing the fact that Anon applying a little bit of pressure from behind, but still they do have a more leading spot, so that's going to be for Anon to try and break through his Momsy sky jump. They got tagged up a bit there from Cold before Rapid made that rotate, so they will be forced to take a little bit of a pause and heal.
Yamzo, Josh from Team Elite is down and out. Bolts, Acorn from Twisted Minds, down and out. That's 5th and 8th place now. This is going to change the standings, and we should have a crunch on the points for Pixie, for Swizzy. This is a very, very nice find as they'll be able to gap themselves ahead of the competition. And it's really interesting. Pixie and Swizzy are identifying themselves as the high ground duo of this group stage right now, continuing to play for these dominant positions, and they're not afraid. They're not afraid to go early and ride it out to the end.
They are committing so much so early on, but when you're able to get these stronghold positions and everyone else is kind of just forced into more congested layers, Momsy making the attempt to potentially go up, but he's just not going to be able to actually connect. So Pixie and Swizzy continue to be uncontested on height. Kanata and Victor B, though, starting to get a little bit of momentum building, but they still have so much room to actually break through before the placement points really start to factor in here. Demish Darm finding a 4th elimination here, and they know every single one of these points counts.
This is the most important part of the tournament right here, right now for this game. Start earning placement points or you will be set behind. Salco's gonna be the next duo to fall there. He's down and out. Cold and Rapid still playing that mid layer. They haven't quite gotten the refresher though. Notice that Cold is starting to gas out on material. Meanwhile, Pixie, Swizzy, the early high ground take proved to be a smart move. He still has 5 missiles in the rocket launcher. Down low, our friend Solo, sky jump in the game, jumping base to base, takes down Gone with a monstrous shot there. Your match 2 game winners are down. One's out. What more can he do?
And Skyjump just continues to find the perfect openings, the perfect delays from the rest of the lobby. But now Sky Scroll continuing to try and seek out even more refreshes. They're going to need every single bit of material they can get. Scroll's going to lose a lot of his shield. Scroll is going to be out of this.
Whoa.
Sky eliminated also. Knight and Gone immediately follow. This leaderboard is all due for a big shakeup.
That is so bad for AGAL. They fall and slow down Havoc and Swizzy on top, finding more and more Elins, and they're doing it in a cinematic fashion. Look at that, Team Joe go down low, getting the pressure here from Swizzy and Pixie. This is now a top 6 duos situation. Kanata by himself, 5 elims earned with this duo. But what more can he do? Yasin here is a team that's very hurt. He ends up following up. Another elim for him there. Oatly and Jogo fall down with Spooks down below. Meanwhile, Cold and Rapid, 9 elims. They are so far and wide ahead of the competition. It's impressive.
And they know that they've got a solo right behind them, and it's Kanata. He's not the only one, though. Pixie, Swizzy just barraging these teams underneath them with the RPGs. This pressure is so much to contend with. Cold's not going to be able to overcome it. Pixie and Swizzy just making it look all too easy here in Game 3.
Cold, calm, cool, collected. They do it once again. Swizzy and Pixie are looking and shaping up to be one of the strongest duos on the evening. And you know what? It's because they're not afraid to play for high ground and really put it all on the line there.
But at the same time, Cold, Rapid, when you look at how many eliminations they were able to secure, it's for good reason that they're not interested in height. They are just absolutely tearing through every single team that they run into. They're doing such a great job at tarping ahead, claiming space, and having the luxury of looking back and just eliminating anyone misfortunate enough to cross their paths. But love seeing that little bit of sigh of relief, it seemed like, from Minipio and Cocoon. They were definitely in the hot seat as this game started, sitting inside of that bottom 3 of the leaderboard, but this placement bound to help elevate the position on the leaderboard.
Most definitely. The crowd here cheering for Swizzy and Pixie. You see the signs being held up and the chants come through. Swizzy's feeling good. He's playing into it. You love to see it. Where was this Swizzy at the last land? That's what I want to know. As Pixie is also basking in the moment. This is just lovely stuff here.
Team Havoc's definitely got to be very happy with their performance so far, and if Swizzy and Pixie can keep it up, you never know. Cold Rapid, sure, they might be securing the eliminations, but they're taking a lot more risk by staying inside of those more congested areas in comparison to Swizzy and Pixie, who are still netting a decent amount of eliminations in a stylistic fashion to find these strong placements too.
Yeah, Fuku, we saw there in the highlights with Mini Poyo, actually ended up finding their stride, finally really getting their foot in the tournament here, jumping themselves significantly up and out of those somewhat dangerous positions down low. Same can be said for Victor V and Kanata, who we saw also finally make an endgame. But the upsets surely are going to be for Elite's Iamzo there. We saw that too. They fell super early, really kind of allowing other teams to, have a chance.
Nothing to be too pressed over, though, given that they do still have 7 more lobbies to try and make that bit of a bounce back. But yeah, you just don't want to find yourself sinking during these earlier phases, because it does become all that more complicated to actually cement yourself inside that top 7. I mean, think about Kayota and Yuma, a duo that was just at the cutting line, I believe, before that lobby had started, and now finding themselves just slightly pushed out from the threshold.
Yeah, also Acorn and Bolts, you saw they're kind of slipping down, falling very early, just allowing other teams to go ahead and shuffle around. Well, that allows teams to, of course, start to get crunched in with the points, giving us a much more competitive competition. But I think that's what we expect at the Elite Stronghold map, right? Let's be honest, it's pretty volatile. Going into this Slurp Rush, the next map, that is going to really shift things up. I'm pretty much done with Cold and Rapid at this point. They're doing this on Elite Stronghold. I don't want to see what they're capable of when things are a little bit more streamlined in the other map.
And it's crazy to think about, too, because there is that, mini competition that's been building between Cold, Rapid, Swizzy, Pixie, and yet we're still seeing a very comfortable lead from Cold and Rapid because of how many more eliminations they've been able to rack up. Momsy and Skyjump, though, obviously huge shout-outs to them, still managing to keep their footing, but SAUL, Faded and Khan doing an excellent job at representing for that club championship metric. And hey, the points can really start to factor in, and these two have clearly managed to capture a ton of success inside of the reload format.
There's Skyjump, there's Momsy sitting back here, just kind of taking in the moment, reevaluating the strategy coming in. The crowd happy to see them, of course, on the big stage here. Third place, not too shabby as we start gearing up here for match number 4. They're doing pretty well, averaging over 3 eliminations a game, roughly 6th place. That's a pretty impressive performance.
I think right about now, though, is where teams might really start to feel a little bit more of a crunch, because while a lot of players would definitely argue that Slurp Rush is the more preferred map, it's hard to say. But we know one thing's for sure, Swizzy and Pixie have been finding a ton of success here on Elite Stronghold, so let's hear it more from them directly.
That's right, they are indeed finding success. Here they are, your winners after this last game. Swizzy, Pixie, oh my gosh. You heard it here the moment you guys got that massive victory. Even now, let that sink in for a moment, boys. They are cheering you guys on. How does it feel to have this crowd immediately behind you guys, giving you all the support?
It feels amazing. Thank you all guys for support, for supporting us. We actually appreciate it a lot.
Of course. How does it feel for you? Does it feel the same? Are you kind of overwhelmed by it? Or you're like, oh, dude, I'm used to hearing this.
No, it's good. It's very good.
I love that. So what's the game plan, guys? Obviously, big game for you. Is it going to be kind of continuing more of the same? Or are you guys thinking about right here, right now? Or are you maybe thinking about finals? Where are you guys at?
We're just playing.
Classic global champion, no big deal. What about for you? Are you still focused on the games? You're already starting to think forward and thinking maybe finals. This one, I'm thinking about that.
Are we just playing this as practice, I guess?
I love that. Obviously, with the competition, this being Group B, is there any duos you guys are looking around, you're thinking, man, I kind of would love to take a fight with them, or are you guys not even worried about any other duos?
No, we're not even worried about anyone.
Classic. I love this guy, Ice Cold. What about you?
Not really any.
Gentlemen, thank you guys so much. Congrats on the VR. Make some noise for these guys right here, crowd. And of course, we're going to throw it on over to Luddy, who's standing by.
And I'm here with Skyjump and Momsy. Guys, congratulations. I'm going to ask them some French question, of course, because we're in front of a French audience, but don't worry, I'm going to translate for you. Première question. Bon, ça s'est plutôt bien passé. On dit souvent que pour un tournoi, il faut faire une bonne entrée en matière. Première game, top 1. Comment est-ce que tu te sens après cette première game?
réussir la première game qui est souvent la plus difficile, entre guillemets, c'est toujours un bon moyen de rentrer dans le tournoi. Surtout que c'est 10 parties, donc c'est pas une course, c'est un marathon, faut gagner d'autres games.
So of course, winning the first map, I asked him how he feel about winning the first map because, of course, in a tournament like that, you have to be big at the beginning. He say it is the hardest game to win, so we're really happy to do it. But it's a marathon. We know we have other game to win, but it was a good way to start the tournament. Was a question for you, Mumsy. So how are you doing now? Like in front of the French crowd, what is the feeling? Like you heard them when you make this victoire royale in the first games. How it is to play in front of the crowd? Do you like it, or you are a little bit under pressure? Donc la question que je te pose, c'est vous avez gagné, t'as entendu le public exploser, je pense en même temps que vous quand vous avez pop-off. C'est plutôt stressant, plutôt ça te fait plaisir. C'est quoi le ressenti de jouer devant un public français?
Franchement, au début, c'était un peu stressant quand je venais de rentrer. Après, passer les 5 premières minutes, directement, t'es dedans. Et dès qu'on a top 1, je chantais que voilà, c'était pour nous, quoi.
Of course, at the beginning, it was a little bit intimidating when we entered the stage because there was so much noise. But after 5 minutes on the game, and I just get to hit a lot of people, and I was like, I can feel when we have this first win, it is for us, and basically we own this. So, guys, last question, maybe like, do you want to say something to the French crowd? Do you have like a message for them? Est-ce que tu as un petit message à passer à tous les fans français, que ce soit sur les streams ou aussi sur place, qui sont venus pour vous encourager?
En vrai, continuez, le support, ça aide beaucoup, en vrai, les joueurs, les messages, etc. Continuez à faire du bruit et on va essayer de win pour vous.
He say, guys, continue. The message, the support you have for us is kind of insane, and every message you send on social media is helping a lot. So thank you. We're gonna do it for us, but we're gonna do it for you as well. Merci beaucoup, les gars. Bonne chance pour vos games. Good luck for your games, guys. Have a good run, and hopefully you will make it to the top 7 for qualify. Back to you guys.
To check in with Trev because you've got some CC updates over in Crossfire. Who's in, who's out, what's going on?
Well, at the moment, it's Na'Vi, Vitality, and AGL who have made it to the top 8. The quarterfinals have just started now, and we'll play through them all today. So we'll see if any of them manage to get to the semifinals. But even bigger news for the teams who are out. Team Falcons is one of them, which is absolutely huge for the club championship. Obviously, they've now managed to put themselves 300 points ahead again, thanks to getting the top 8 in CS2. But here in Crossfire, they're out of the competition, and AGL are powering on. I will say, it seems to me like AGL need a big win here, otherwise they're not going to win the club championship anyway. And in the first game in the quarterfinal, they are currently down. So still some work to be done, but AGL need to really power on now.
I mean, they are the defending champs here, so they still could definitely mount a comeback. We'll have to see if they're able to do that. We'll check him back later on in the day and see how everything plays out.
Thank you, Glitter and Trav, for that club championship update. Trav was talking about AGL. Don't worry, we'll get a chance to talk about AGL here as we're back with none other than Levin, Kelly, Vivid, the 7WG. Well, let's talk about that last match because it was Suisi and Pixie being able to get the win.
Yeah, I really like that we had an opportunity to actually get an interview with those guys because me and Levin were kind of watching Swizzy up on the higher ground, right? Using those dualies, those pistols to kind of allow you to kind of float in the air. And me and Levin looked at each other like, you know, he's been really loving those pistols lately, and kind of the sentiment that me and Levin kind of came to the conclusion, Swizzy's just up there having fun, man.
He's having fun playing this Fortnite. I mean, you know, when you look at how they played in Battle Royale of late, it's been not height focused at all. We've seen a lot of them just trying to focus on mid ground, low ground. I think they understand here in these Elite Stronghold lobbies, especially even in Reload in general, they want to be aggressive for height. It's how they ended up qualifying in the first place earlier on in the year. They were very aggressive up on height.
And I don't know necessarily if this is a prioritized weapon, but using that rocket launcher as well just allowed them to apply more pressure onto the low ground. I actually was one of the games where I didn't see too many players trying to steal height, and I think that's just from how dominant they were holding that high ground. And speaking of dominance, of course, Cold and Rapid with their eliminations have been at the top of the leaderboard in the first 2 games, but Swizzy and Pixie have finally stole that away, Seven.
Yeah, Cold and Rapid being able to just stay towards the top of the leaderboard too, without a victory royale yet Levin, what are you pointing out over there towards the match ranking?
Well, it's just the match ranking.
It's not
right?
the overall ranking.
It's not the overall ranking. It's not the overall ranking. But I think especially in the case of Cold and Rapid, they're going to be way up there, right? Because they just keep having these really strong games.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, actually, Cold and Rapid are in first place. That's why I was a little bit surprised to see there. And a lot of that is just due to how many eliminations they have.
I mean, Cold and Rapid are playing incredibly well. We obviously had a conversation after game number 1. The natural terrain was very, very tough for all of our teams specifically, but for Cold and Rapid, they'd like to play a very, very intense low ground strategy, right, where they're all the way on the bottom of the map. Similar situation here in game number 3, where natural terrain kind of pulled on top of a hill, but every single time they are managing to get themselves up ahead of all of their teams. Like, how are you the team that is playing at the absolute bottom, but you're still making it? You're still the first team to actually make it on top of these natural terrains to actually go ahead and clutch up these incredible placements.
I think the beauty is when you're Rapid and you are playing with quite literally the best mid and low ground fragger of all time. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Just sit on mid-ground, let him get a bunch of elims for you. You're always just going to be able to tarp ahead and make sure you're in a good position to stay in the priority position.
They're being so successful at it that actually in game number 1, we saw that Cold and Rapid try to go for height just a little bit, but they're like, no, this isn't for us. But even that opportunity, they didn't falter. They were able to kind of go for it, and they're like, no, we're going to stick to the mid and low ground there. So they just can obviously win from any angle.
Levin, yesterday we got a chance to see you being a coach.
All right.
Now it's time to have another coach talk with Levin 2K. Because there is one team that's truly underperforming, and that is none other than AGL. And we just heard it from Travis. Well, AGL is putting on the heat over there because Falcons got eliminated. AGL here needs to do exactly what Falcons was able to do yesterday, which was bounce back.
That's true. That's true. Okay, thankfully, you picked a team I like. I was going to say, actually, I just will rescind my coaching offer. I don't want it anymore. But in the case of Sky and Scroll, everything you've done this year has led to this moment. You've climbed the mountaintop in EU twice. You've been the most consistent team. Many people think you are one of the best duos to ever live. But it has to be here in Reload. You have to showcase it across the range of the modes. We believe in you. I believe in you. I don't want to put too much pressure on you. Forget the noise of the AGL Club Championships for just a moment and remember who you are. The best duo in the world.
Ooh. Right. Shivers. Come on here. Come on here.
Simple. We'll just... And now let's see though. Because obviously, after yesterday, Peter Bond pointed it on a masterclass. I had people atting me on socials like, thank you, Levin, so much, man. I mean, Peter Boyle needed it. I'm like, all right, guys. Let's see if Sky and Scroll can step it up now.
Well, luckily for us and luckily for you too, after that coach talk, we still have 7 more games to go. But let's take a look at the overall as Twisted Cold and Twisted Rapid are currently in that first place because of what you were saying, Kelly, earlier. Those eliminations are coming out.
I mean, we've seen them from the start. As soon as they're going off spawn, they're getting at least 2-3 eliminations every single time. And I think game 2 was a little bit more passive, but still able to grab a handful of eliminations. And then in that last game, 10 eliminations for them. And they didn't even get second place. I think they ended up that game in third. But for me, Vivid, what really is shocking me about this leaderboard right now is how many smaller regions we have represented in our top 10 right now. We got Oatly, we got Yuma, we got Gone, we got so many players. I just was not expecting to see this so early.
I mean, you want to talk about smaller regions. Levin, I think you might have something to say about this one, right? NA West, quote unquote, Canada and Victor V up there in the top 7. So good to see them have a good game 3 to make sure that they kind of stay in contention. Would love to see Acorn and Bolts kind of join the ranks because this top 7 right now, pretty EU heavy.
I mean, the whole tournament's been EU heavy, guys. I don't know if you've been paying attention. I mean...
Hold on. Let's wait till we get to finals, all right?
Yeah, all right. I mean, I think we will have a great final for sure. It's going to be filled with a lot of the best EU teams.
Well, we do get to see a little bit of Brazil there with Furia being able to get at least one victory royale. I know you were heavy on Brazil yesterday. Let's see what's going to happen with them today.
No, I'm really impressed by Gon, right? Gon in particular is a player who I've been a big fan of since obviously he played at Globals in 2024. Kelly, we were talking a lot coming into this competition. I said my team from the Brazil region was Leo and Romero. You said you had, Gon, and I feel like both of them are impressing so far.
And this is something that's honestly often talked about of how Brazil is, we call these all like smaller regions that aren't EU or NAC, but Brazil has to be the best region out of the smaller regions. And time again, they try to prove themselves as one of the big ones.
That being said, though, taking a look at this second page, right? You're like, oh my gosh, like Josh and Yamzo, a team that is so good. How are they in 14th place? To be fair, right, if you take a look at fifth place has 97 points. So the difference right now between fifth and that 14th spot location is actually just 23 points. So we are still very, very close. Of course, we haven't played that much Fortnite yet today, but do not be worried if you see some of your favorite teams kind of on that second page or further down the leaderboard than you might think. Still a lot of Fortnite to be played.
Yeah, we just saw Fu and Mini Pio actually being able to bounce back too after those first awful 2 games, because we gotta call it how it is. Those first 2 games were awful, but they were able to secure at least a 4th place here in this last one.
It is better late than never. I don't care if it was off on the first 2 games. The fact that they were able to get 2nd place against the likes of Cold and Rapid that got 3rd place in that game, that to me means so much more than having a first 2 good games.
Yeah, and I'm glad they actually just celebrated, right? We got all these EU players who are just like, yeah, nah, winning's just like, well, man, I ain't gonna celebrate. When these guys come forth and they're like, yeah, brother, like, let's do it. Again, a team who their vibes are immaculate. Mini P, I feel like every time he's at these lands, he's always just so grateful to be a part of it, right? He always exudes that type of energy, and you really feel it here.
Like, even in that game, Levin, we were watching the reactions after the game, and it's like Swizzy and Pixie won, and they were just like, oh, yeah, whatever, you know what I mean? Just stone cold. Yeah, just do some free builds or whatever. And then Mini Poyo and Fu, they were the ones that are excited. They were the ones that were kind of getting emotional there because they picked up that 2nd place. So just incredible stuff to kind of see them on the stage doing well.
All right, we got a chance to get a coach talk earlier, but now it's time to do our pick'ems, and you can do your pick'ems at home too. Don't forget that you can go to the EWC Play app and put in your pick'ems, put in your predictions, and I'm gonna put y'all on the spot. And the one we're gonna be going with is none other than AGL, because they were in 17th place there, and it's a team that needs to bounce back. So for the after that coach talk, Levin, where do you have them finishing in the next match?
Ooh, in the next match, I think we're gonna see a top 3 from them. And I think we'll see a top 3 on the day still. I think they won't quite, you know, burst their way into 1st place, but I think I could see them still finishing 3rd.
Kelly?
I'm going to say 5th place for this game, but this is the start of the change. We're going to see them climb up to 2nd place at the end of the day.
Listen, I think it'd be a little bit too obvious, right? The theme that we saw yesterday, P. Brown and Poyo, they were like in 17th place, and then it was after the 3rd game where they really started to heat things up. I think Sky and Scroll, I think they're going to need a couple of more games, man. I think in this next game, I think they're going to get like 11.
Oh, a stinker. A stinker.
You don't believe in the coach talk from Levin? You know what, Levin? I have full belief in your talk. And I think more people are going to be adding you on social media and using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, because that team, I have them winning the next game. But that's just my thoughts. That's just my pick'ems. Let's see what MBF and Taco got. You want to put y'all on this spot. What is AGL going to finish on in this next match?
Look, Seven, I can appreciate your ambitious thoughts for wanting to see Sky and Scroll bring home a win, but with the way that we've been seeing Swizzy, Pixie, Cold, and Rapid sort of duke it out already, it's going to be a very tall ask. But more importantly still, we got that motivational speech out of Coach Levin, right, Monster? And I'm also thinking about the fact that there are just so many friends and family here in support of Sky and Scroll. ADAL obviously going to be rocking behind their duo too, but I think it's really cool just seeing the likes of, you know, personal coaches and friends like Aggie that are also on site. And with that kind of motivational factor behind them, it can certainly go a long way in turning the competition around.
I do think it's hilarious to keep tagging Levin as a coach, though. Might have to rebrand after that one. Get us all your thoughts down in the bottom. But with that being said, we do have a lot more Fortnite ahead of us. The next battle bus is here and ready. Let's see what Sky and Scroll can do. Let's see if the conversation was enough to help them get their head back on their shoulders, their feet back on that track, and on to the races. Devin Starm for T1 on the other side. Will be one of the first to take a little bit of damage here, but not the first down and out. That is not going to be reserved to anyone just yet, even with the hot drop here.
Okay, the fact that he survived there, ridiculous. Looking a bit wiggly, solid movement, but it wasn't enough. Faison gonna cut that one short. The AXA and 7, and AXA will be the victors currently. Salvatore, though, looking to close in, maybe get a little bit of revenge here, but 2 versus 1 can be a little bit difficult to, and not exactly the most enticing fight to take.
Yeah, definitely a tough fight there. Pixie, Swizzy, little update from them. Slow start to the early game. Chisel Cubes, for the first time, actually being somewhat contested in Pixie and Swizzy, not looking to do a split drop at all. Meanwhile, Zeta's Coyote finds Rapid there, so already an exchange of blows going on around the map here. Yuma and Coyote putting it all on the line. This is super risky, but what a play from Coyote. The RPG into the shotgun follow-up. That's a monstrous moment there for Coyote. That's going to keep him in the game as well. 2 Elings now, and they will live to see another day.
Literal hero shots there by Coyote, and Yuma just able to place that full trust into his duo that he would be able to connect on the most important shots there, because sure, it wouldn't have been the end of the world for Yuma to be fully eliminated, but it would have been a bit more annoying, that's for sure, because so many other players suffering that reboot circumstance around the map. Cold already finding his first elimination also here at Elite Experiments, and Cold, when left to his own devices, we've been seeing him toss up time and time again so many high elimination games.
It's really interesting, like for whatever reason, the way this battle bus played out, he would not go as aggressively in the early game, and it's looking more like a game one kind of slow burn approach here to the lobby. Take a look at that bigger picture. You see how the zone's starting to play out, that nice comfortable spread happening here. This looks more like some standard Fortnite action, but with that being said, don't worry. Let's just watch it again. Let's just see how Coyote find that first elimination. That's how he, of course, took down Rapid. And then this one right here. What a shot. There it is.
Impressive stuff, that's for sure. And Salvatore, yes, and they have managed to pick up 1 elimination. So a little bit of a pause in the action now for these two, but Salvatore might still be on the hunt. Keep in mind that part of the reason why some of these teams are starting to take a little bit of that slower approach, yes, the bus path can definitely reflect in that, but I also think it's because teams are trying to not take too many risks, because from this point forward, they are just going to have to be focusing entirely on securing solid points. They want the club championship boost as well to factor in here.
And it looks like we do have some updated points there. You see Team Falcons still barely holding on, but AGAL is now starting to sneak their way up as the club championship points are beginning to get updated. This really is an important moment now for Sky and Skrull to, one, make sure they qualify out of this bracket. It's been a competitive Group B, that's one thing for certain. And then everyone else, I mean, we were just looking at the points. It's a 1-game spread right now between roughly 14th or 15th all the way up to top 7. So no one is safe, even if you had a couple good rounds so far.
And Sky Skrull fully aware of the fact that they are trying to deliver on a top 7 performance. They know exactly what's at stake. And the fact that they're kind of flirting with disaster, potentially staring down the barrel of being in that bottom 3 position, this could be a crucial day for them. But they are looking to find some semblance of a recovery. They were rather isolated, far and away from the rest of the map. Only EWC really left to sort of hang with them. Skyjump, Mumsy, Golden Knight, other teams that have already had relatively good success on the day, looking to keep that momentum rolling here. Gon won't be able to get the finishing blows onto Teamish, but that's where Knight just opts to pick up the conversation instead. Still, we'll have to deal with Darm along the way here, and Darm fighting for his life, doesn't want to get eliminated too soon because they are the cutoff. They are currently in that 7th place position, and for T1, they know Club Championship points, exactly what they're hunting for.
Listen, 3 eliminations separate you from 12th place to 6th place. 3 eliminations in a reload format, come on, that's nothing. We might as well all be tied up on points here, and that's what I'm talking about. That's how close the competition is. So don't let all this leaderboard fool you. It is so competitive from 16th and upwards, and then you jump down to Sky and Skrull, who need that massive game. This is where the players down here need massive games.
And they are getting a little bit squeezed right now by Coyote and Yuma. That RPG just forcing Sky and Skrull to opt for a different way of approach here, but Coyote and Yuma also got to take a moment to heal. Yuma getting a little bit more tagged up than what he was hoping for. Acid and Salvatore trying to close in on his position, but space has been created. The collapse won't be sought out just yet. Is now Rapid and Cold to head straight for the supply drop. World is their oyster at this point.
Yeah, definitely, as they're now fighting for the airdrop here. It's actually really nice. 4 eliminations for Cold and Rapid. I mean, they're so far ahead of the competition. It is just gross to watch at this point. They make the lobby look easy. Well, hey, we know Shark and TD obviously are going to have their work cut out for them as we are seeing some real light shine through. Take a look here. We get an update with Victor v. Kanata, 97 points here, 6th place on the overall standing. They were in 5th when this all started, but no eliminations earned just yet. Again, just a few eliminations separate them from the rest of the pack.
Really got to watch every step you take, even when you are in these more far and away spots on the map and no one's nearby just yet. It can all just change at a moment's notice. But Sky and Scroll looking to get a little bit more active here against EWC and Jojo Fishy. All the way far south on the fringe of Elite Armory. Jojo Fishy doing what he can to try and stay standing here, but Sky and Scroll are relentless. They desperately need to start factoring in some points, and every little bit counts. The knock is going to be secure, the elimination's going to fall through here, and now it's down to whether or not Sky and Scroll can really just manage to keep securing additional eliminations and a nice endgame run as a pair.
As that Elim went through for Sky and Scroll, it looked like Cold in the feed actually took out EWC. So like you said, that's the full elimination. You know what? I just want to give a little bit of shouts and a little bit of credit to them. This is their first LAN event, right? So EWC's got a big smile on his face. Jojo looked a little timid, a little nervous. But unfortunately, he's not going to be smiling after that. When they get put on ice, they can still make a return, though, in the tournament, of course, as we have a lot of games in front of us, right? So don't feel like, you know, it's over just yet. But still, at the end of the day, you got to perform to your best of your abilities if you don't want to get your keys crushed here at the EWC 26. Furia, 916 is gone. Furia's Knight looking to earn more points for their team. At the Peerless Pier, I actually like this. They pulled a zone over this way. They're going to get situated early, and that's a good spot to be in.
And what's also impressive is that when you think about how that very first lobby for going to Night, and they were just kind of going through the blender, getting chased down nonstop, and ever since they found that Victory Royale recovery point, and in a very similar fashion to having a very unsuccessful early game, it just seems to give them all new kind of confidence, and they're just not suffering from the same sort of aggressive factors that they initially struggled with. And maybe that could be the turnaround for Sky and Scroll also. If they could just make it through towards at least 10th, 11th zone as a pair, that might just be the catalyst to really remind them of who they are and their true potential.
I think the real problem is teams were not falling. I mean, we had a moment where there were so many teams alive, even if they were just fractured down to solos, and that just means you're not going to earn those placing points. I think it's around like 16th or 14th where it really starts to, you know, add up, but even then, things are really difficult. Well, taking a look at the bigger picture here. Again, there are already 2 duos fully finished there. You can see from the overall wide picture there. Jumping to the new zone, though. Congestion starting to take place here. Team Furia looking to get into a fight. They are 5th place in the overall leaderboard at the moment. Truly representing for Furia. But still, they are, I'd say, gapped away, right? They need that big game to kind of get in the more cushion kind of room. They can kind of ease up a little bit, but that's what happens when you can win a round.
And to be fair, only a few more teams need to actually go down before those placement points start factoring in. Sure, it might be slim at only 3, 4, 15th and onwards, but it starts to accrue. It really starts to mount up here, and Sky, Scroll, fully aware of the fact that all eyes are on them in today's competition. But obviously, with the club championship picture overall, it is a team effort. So they know that if they're able to just kind of deliver it on the Fortnite front, it could go a long ways overall for Week 7 EWC.
Well, we heard the speech from Levin. We're getting towards that end game. This is where we'll see if the words of encouragement, the words of support from the fans and the coaches alike are gonna come through. Yuba, Coyote have the most interesting position here in this end game. That countdown is starting to happen here. Reboots are no longer active here, and now Swizzy and Pixie get the most primed opportunity to open fire onto Darm. Darm's out. Demis is right behind him, and there it is. Reboots are disabled. Skrull is the one who gets the elimination credit with Sky. That's going to be a full teammate taken out.
Wow, that was a big delivery, though, for Sky and Skrull. Anything that they might have been missing or hurting for, Division Darm just handed right over, and it's partially due to some of that pressure coming out of Swizzy and Pixie, but hey, sometimes you're just in the middle, sandwiched between teams that are ready to just find those opening shots here. And for Sky and Skrull, 4 eliminations. They're starting to pick up the pace here. Signs of life towards the front side of zone. And look, I don't want to get ahead of myself, MDF, but
It's
this is
good.
the Sky and Skrull.
It's looking good. You can say it. You can say it. It's looking good. It's actually looking too good at this point in time. I don't know if I like it too much, as AGAL have so much pressure on them. But Momsy on the other side looking pretty well here. Sky Skrull continuing to keep the pressure up, this time onto the French duo Momsy. And of course, Sky jumped there, end up pushing them down. See in the distance, again, still all of the notable names still up and running. Zone number 7 now is going to start officially closing here shortly. And this is where things get really difficult. This is where they haven't been able to put the pieces together, but so far, it's been the strongest game that we've seen from them.
I like the way, though, that Sky and Skrull were just so adamantly scanning the teams on the higher layers. It's obvious that they're going to have to start to make their next move, and they're going to continue to kind of wrap around the edge of zone. They want to try and secure another frontside position towards that ultimate low ground. It's where they feel the most comfortable, and they know that there's going to be a lot of familiarity if they're able to control that part of the zone. But obviously, Coyote, Yuma, way up above, starting to have a little bit of shakiness, but nothing too hard just yet that they can't contend with. And they'll actually make their next move towards the front side. Thought for a moment that they might have been softly chopped, but a little bit too based up, too secure.
Yeah, no, it was Team shockwaving past, almost hitting him with that mammoth pistol on the way by, but the tags didn't quite connect there. Meanwhile, GK's Japco ends up going down. We'll keep eyes on Zeta up top. That's an exciting duo, of course. But you still have Coyote here looking to defend it. Sky and Skrull go for the super pad up to the top. This could be their moment to siege height or just buy themselves some time and earn a little more points. Swizzy, though, from that last game victory, now having to play this one out by himself. From one champion to another, he's in a tough spot here. 200 mats left, 100 mats left. Things are starting to thin out. Things are starting to look bad for them. Pressure coming in from all angles here from Momsy and Skyjump. And what a terrible zone pull. My gosh, it's going into the water. I hope you brought your swimsuit and your vest, because this one was so uncalled for.
Coyote and Yuma won't have any complaints just yet, though, but Sky, Skrull, they're ready to overtake. They're going to get a little bit chipped away at Force Shield, but Skrull immediately dropping, reuniting with Sky. With Swizzy so incredibly injured, only one build remains. He's going to be forced to play through the backside of zone, hoping that he's not on the receiving end of any big shots, but still, only a couple of overdrive grenades remain, and a whole lot of players in front of him as Coyote and Yuma just continue to assault these lower layers. Mini Pio and Fukuno, they could make things a little bit more interesting, but it's a big elimination duo. Swizzy, Pixie completely out of the picture. Cold and Rapid now have the chance to try and run away with it.
Yeah, I hope you didn't forget about them. They're still in this game. A lot of big names here. Kanata finds Salco in the feed there. Little friendly one-on-one action from one West duo to another. 2 elims now for Kanata. Victor V down to the low ground. They've had some excellent frontside rotations, really taking charge here. Look at Kanata making the calls as Victor's here to back him up. Meanwhile, up top, the full connection has come through. The picture coming together. This is looking like Coyote and Yuma's game to win. Talk about throwing your way back into the competition. We said it before. It is so close at the kind of bubble area here for the qualification positioning. Meanwhile, Gone falls, Knight falls. They're done it now. Fukuna and Mini Pollo. What can they do here? They're trying to stay alive. SAUL faded, still in the game. Big tags coming in, though. It's going back and forth here. They're all out of gas though. Faded goes down. Khan now is left by himself.
Yeah, you can tell these players are just running on fumes right now. And Khan, what more has he got left in the tank? Trying to see if he can keep it pushing, but with Momsy Skyjump racking up elimination, but Momsy taken out, loses track of what's taking place right behind him, and Sky, unfortunately, will be forced to try and contend through the rest of this mess all by his lonesome, still picking up the pieces after the fact. Elimination onto Salvatore, the Siphon gonna buy him a little bit more time, but he's running out of builds at a rapid rate, and no puns intended because Cold and Rapid are running this lobby down.
That was big, and they just took down Victor V as well. 9 duos remaining here in the game. Couple solos kind of in the mix. Iamzo is one of those solos. No points earned on the eliminations just yet, but he's got decisions to make here. You have Spooks, Oatly putting pressure from up top. Shots are coming in. He gives up the layer, and he's just trying to survive here and go the distance. You blinked, and you missed it, though. Cold catches Kanata with a monstrous shot to keep him in the game now inside the top 8.
But Cold, will he even have a chance to try and restore some of his shield? He's just got to try and conceal his positioning for the time being. Spooks and Oatly still relatively healthy up above him, but Coyote and Yuma just haven't had anyone left to challenge them. They are way overhead, where everybody else in this lobby is currently sitting. Acorn and Bolts directly underneath. Spooks and Oatly still trying to get the job done, but with Coyote and Yuma just so solid far and away from the rest of the competition, the players are going to thin the lobby out for them.
This is actually insane, because if you think about it, coming into this, Oatly and Spooks were in 8th place. Coyote and Yuma were in 9th place. Sky and Scroll, well, they were out of the tournament altogether, and now Sky is still going. 2 elims for him back-to-back. Can he get a third? Doesn't matter. Top 5, though, is an excellent spot to be in. Oatly is playing so well himself. That's his 3rd elim in the endgame. Meanwhile, Acorn Bolts actually finding their footing down in the ultimate low ground. And Coyote and Zuma have finally given up that height. They're coming down for the win.
Finally, Skyjump's gonna get scouted out, but Coyote and Yuma, all they need is just to find where Bolts is at. It's going to be a little bit of a heel-off showdown here now, but Bolts realizes he doesn't have anything left. Yuma was trying to wait it out, but Bolts, what great awareness there, immediately capitalizing on the opportunity. Strong victory royale for some of NA's best.
Not only that, both of those duos were in that sickness territory. You saw the HP falling super quickly. Bolts recognized it immediately, cancels the medkit, says, I gotta go for this. I can't stay here. And that was the difference maker for him.
Still a really strong showing, though, from Yuma and Coyote. Maybe mildly disappointed because they really looked like they were setting up for the perfect victory royale. But it's just so many points to accrue. And when you think about how many teams inside of that top 5 even were already being eliminated so early on, outside of Cold and Rapid, but more importantly still, AGAL, a little bit of relief, because it might have been Sky as a solo, but it was still a top 5.
Look at Oatly cook as well. There's a shot from Bolts. You love to see it. Also, afterwards, he was trolling, trying to act serious, but he was actually having a good time. He then loosened up there. Here's Victor V. After that game, a big round for them. Nonetheless, they were relatively consistent. And you know what? I gotta say, I think the Levin speech was overall a huge success. I don't know if it was just meant to be, but Sky and Scroll definitely showed us a little bit of life. We threw them a lifeline, and they got pulled out from being deep in the water there. They're somewhat in the competition now,
yeah.
right? They're not down there in that 30-point range. We're just like scratching our heads saying, hey, what's going on?
It's just crazy, though, when you really boil it all down, because one solid endgame placement and a handful of eliminations really is enough to just leapfrog your way on the leaderboard. And sure, while they're not within that top 7 threshold just yet, they are still so much closer. And if they can keep finding those kinds of deliveries for overall point buildups, that's just going to put them in an excellent spot. But obviously, we've got another match to go before we reach the true halfway point on the day. So make sure to get a couple of refreshments, and we'll be right back.
Josh Riley is one of 2026's biggest new talents, and the Reload Elite Series qualifiers were his calling card. In late 2024, unknown player Josh first turned heads beating Clicks in a 1v1 to win a gaming PC. Now 2 years on, he's going head to head with the biggest Fortnite players in the world.
That moment was like the best moment of my career, I'd say. Like, I was playing on laptop for like 2 years and like 300 earned. And like whenever I beat him, that was like one of the happiest moments of my life. I think it definitely helped me with like brand and like my story. But I think eventually I would have gotten that good, but it like definitely sped it up because I wouldn't have gotten a PC. So
in less than a year as a competitive Fortnite player, Josh has qualified for 3 FNCS Grand Finals. But the Reload Elite Series qualifiers are his biggest achievement yet.
Lands a big shot, but Josh is that much bigger. They take the game out of their hands.
It was a trial by fire, but Josh and teammate Iamzo rose to the challenge, taking second in 2 stacked NA Central lobbies to qualify for Paris.
We were playing for the qual to this. We were in the last game. We got a shockwave launcher. We were like 4th place. So in the qual, we shockwave launched Kanata into the air, who was in like 5th place, and we beat him. That was kind of guaranteed our qual, and it was just like, yeah, I was really excited.
Side angle, shockwave coming out from Josh, sends rapid packing.
For Josh, the Reload Championship is the biggest stage of his competitive career, an opportunity to show the world what they glimpsed during the qualifiers.
It'd just be a great experience, you know, like playing in Esports World Cup. Like, if I'm uncontested, I want to get like top 3, but if I'm contested, like, I think we can like pull it top 10. I'd be happy with that.
On the hunt for his first title, all eyes will be on Josh to see if he can deliver when it matters most.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen from around the world. Kelly Link here, joined by Mini Miner. We just wrapped up game number 4 for the Reload Elite Series, and this is Group 2. We gotta find 7 teams to go to the Grand Finals, and after game number 4, I feel like there's some teams that are kind of standing out right now.
Yeah, we got some amazing teams popping off right now. One that I want to mention, of course, Cold and Rapid. What a performance from these guys coming into today. I think we sort of anticipated a great performance, but coming from the EU region, I wasn't expecting this level, Kelly. You've watched them a lot, so is this the expectation we should have of them?
The absolute aggression that we're seeing, and we've seen some other teams popping off right now, but when we added, we're at the end of game number 3, I didn't see them in first place because I read the graphic wrong. I was like, there's no way Cold and Rapid are in first, but of course they are. When they get all of those eliminations, whether it's from the low, mid, or even high ground, no one can stop them.
And the synergy that they seem to have as well in these layers, they're playing so well together. They seem to bounce off each other so well in these moments as well. Another team as well, Oatly, Spooks, a team that I really didn't expect too much from because of the fact we haven't seen them on a LAN yet. It was a bit of a question mark, right?
I never doubted you guys. I had you guys in first place the whole time. No, but there's a reason why they call him Goatly. He's been around the scene for so long, finally revealing his face to all of his fans and finally showing up. And no, like you said, I don't think a lot of people expected them to be as good as they are.
Just so calm when they're playing these end games as well. Monster was saying on the cast right there, he's just having fun. He's enjoying himself, Oatly, which is really interesting for your first LAN. It's a sort of a really great thing to see on this stage.
Yeah, I think it was after game 2 or game 3 where they went down in either 3rd or 4th place, and he like was high-fiving and shaking his hands, where everyone else, even when they win, are just unbothered by it. He was so excited to be able to make it into the end game, and then he does it again.
Yeah, a little subtle diss on the Shark and Tina right there. We didn't see a reaction from them all weekend yet, but we should see that, of course, coming soon. Of course, we cannot come up here on this stage and not talk about Skyjump and Momsy. What a performance.
Any fans of Skyjump and Momsy in here? Just a few, just a few.
Yeah, 1 or 2. I mean, these guys, they always show up when the pressure is on. If that's something we've learned from EU, they're showing it here again today. Picking up that first game victory, it's like almost the perfect story. And then even Swizzy and Pixie, a team from the French team as well. This is exactly what we want to see here on the stage.
And we want to see exactly more of this in the next 6 games, Skyjump, Momsy, everyone that we have, and we have more action coming your way, so don't go anywhere.
Hope you guys enjoyed that little bit of downtime. Definitely some hype in the crowd here as we got a nice pop for, of course, Skyjump and Momsy. Man, what a pleasure the tournament has been so far. And this is the last match now of this map, though, Taco. So, hey, if you've been having a hard time here, well, guess what? The pain's almost over.
But look, it's been such a ping-pong effect on the leaderboard in terms of where the top 7 cutoff is actually going to be held. Yeah. Right now, we currently see it for Khan and Faded. Victor V, Kanata, just slightly pushed out from being inside of that top 7 threshold, but already so much of the club championship points, as well as just these leaderboard standings overall, shifting between every single lobby. There is practically no guarantees, even though we're approaching the halfway point, outside of the fact that Swizzy and Pixie for Team Havoc, and then obviously Cold and Rapid for Twisted Minds, having the performance of their lives here in Group B.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be the shoe-in duos here, but hey, we know that stranger things have happened in the past, and it's gotten actually a lot closer, right? Second and third place between Momsy and Skyjump are actually neck and neck, pretty much tied up on overall points, which is really interesting. Then you start looking down towards that bubble line. Acorn and Bolts, where they were pushed out because of one bad game, now they're back in the conversation. For the first time, though, Oatly and Spooks are inside that top 7. This is exciting here. Match number 5 of the Elite Stronghold is kicking off, and we're off to a hot start. Unfortunately, Joe goes. Spooks there couldn't quite get those points he was looking for. This has been the strength of this duo, is trusting in Spook's performance in the early game, but right now it's Salvatore who's like, wait a second, we need to get back in this tournament.
And this is honestly kind of a nice little resurgence out of Salvatore and Yasin. The original starting point of the day, you know, they haven't been doing horribly by any means. Their worst placement being 11th, but you're just going to need to have a lot more top 5 consistency if you really want to consider yourself a little bit more safe, but they have been making headway in terms of getting closer and closer to that top 7 position.
Yeah, most definitely. All things considering, they are flying back up. Here's a little update back to the Chisel Cube. Swizzy and Pixie have no longer been dropping aggressively. Now they're just kind of easing up here. They're like, all right, we got our lead. We just got to make end games, kind of keep doing what we're doing, and the rest should be history. Meanwhile, get to look at, again, a little bit of that start of the round here, what it means for VSN Salvatore and his duo. This is allowing them to really be inside the top 10 just after those couple of eliminations being secured there. Then they get another one onto Toyota right afterwards. So teams got to be careful not to be fully eliminated at this point. MHND finally earning themselves a little bit more points, given that they have had the toughest time this evening for the AHL club. Victor V, Kanata in an early fight here. Victor losing to Salvatore, but I don't blame him. Salvatore is just firing up right now as he is quite literally crashing on the lobby, playing absurdly well.
Yeah, Salvatore, who are you feeling like? Because he is doing his own thing right now, but that was also kind of a rare miss out of Victor V, but Salvatore, he's not done just yet. MHND might just be next in line to be added to the count here. Salvatore hunting for his 6th, and never mind, he might even be able to secure a 7 should he get the elimination onto MHND. Snow, maybe even considering, should I even try and poke my head forward, gauge whether or not I can get a nice little shot in on Salvatore's feet, but Salvatore just on his own kind of warpath. 6 eliminations, and he's not done.
It's like he's living up to the name. Just popping off right now. 6 elims, putting his team on his back here. That is the type of hero's effort we need to see from players if you want to go straight to the finals. And look, now he is in contention at 9th place, just a singular point behind Victor V and Kanata there, jumping up to 16 overall active eliminations.
Look, they tried to play the concise, calculated Fortnite, but they've been seeing what Cold and Rapid have been getting up to, and they decided, why not look to just handle our own affairs here? Pretty solid showing, though, out of Khan getting good elimination onto Cold, but Sky and Squirrel can't forget about what just happened for them in that last lobby. The top 5, the signs of life. Will it actually be the catalyst, though, for these two to really carry over into a strong close for this tournament?
Yep, Yuma and Toyota, not the strongest start as they were eliminated pretty early, but they jump back in, they find a few more tags, few more pickups, and now they've already cushioned a few points here. Let's take a look at how it was playing out from Yuma's perspective. He gets the teammate there of Salvatore. Salvatore not by himself. You played so well up until now, and now you have Asia's monsters on your heels. Luckily, he gets away. That is still showing to how good he has been able to perform here. And what a find. Hey, sometimes you need a little RNG, you know?
Might need to transform that Flowberry Fizz into some bandages. Some whites could go a long way for this man, especially when he's being hunted out by Zeta Division. But revisiting Cold and Rapid, saw a little bit of early hiccups. Nothing to deter them just yet, though, from this aggressive playstyle that they have been manifesting all tourney long. And right here, right now, Cold seeking out a good opening shot against the likes of Josh and Iyamsa, who are desperately in need of converting this match for the halfway point exactly into a nice placement finish, because they've got to start really bouncing their way up the leaderboard.
Yeah, being in 110 halfway through, you know, it's not too bad, but it is not great, that's for sure. 2 eliminations this game, though. That's a good start here for the tournament. 19 duos remaining, 7 and 8XA being the first and only duo to have been eliminated so far. We've had some close calls for a few others, but nothing yet as we save that. See the replay there as Yuma finds another Elam. If these Elams keep racking up, they are gonna get a comfortable lead up onto Skyjump and to Momsy. That'll keep things interesting for us there. Meanwhile, Anon Vazen on the move right here. Saw Kanata find a little elimination there in the feed.
This is really awkward.
Uh-oh.
Anon knew it. He's never able to consider himself as safe. Spooks also suffering elsewhere on the map. Enact and Salco immediately looking to close in, capitalize on additional elimination points here. But not only that, Gone Knight kind of scrambling here temporarily. Gone and Knight being so split from each other, and Gone not trying to reveal anything just yet, but doesn't get the shot he needed. So Enact and Salco will strike yet again for a second elimination here.
Very nice elimination there. Continuing to earn points. This is really bad for Victor V, though. He's got Khan pushing from one side, faded on the other. Victor V is very hurt here. He's lost the wall. Kanata's here to back him up. Then all of a sudden I see Twisted Minds, Cold and Rapid there in the distance. They put their influence on the mix. They find an Elam, and it's all out warfare here as they jump into the fight. Quite literally bailing out, maybe saving even Kanata and Victor V.
From hunter to hunted, Khan now having to conceal himself as much as he possibly can, but Kanata, he's definitely got an inkling of an idea of where Khan might actually be at, and he's looking to get a little taste of revenge here for all the time that Faded and Khan had sort of expended, holding Victor V and himself at bay. Now they refuse to let Khan get out of dodge on this one, just continuing to kind of chase him around, and Khan really forced to expend so much of his material, and even worse still, Cold Rapid. They are nowhere near done with chasing out Faded.
There it is, Kanata and Victor V securing their third elimination, both landing monstrous pump shots, and they are back in the conversation here. What points are they at? They're at 133, 147 is where Faded and Khan are, so this is a very telling battle of your immediate competition. Faded falls on the other side. Khan's already been taken out, so this is now going to be an even more difficult situation for them to kind of claw back in as we're getting into the late stages of the game. Oatly and Spooks are also at that 147 point area.
It's just incredible, though, that Cold and Rapid decided to play a little bit of third-party intervention, and how quickly something can go south that once initially looked so promising. But it looks like the Jogo fella is getting a little bit of revenge on Enact and Salco. Sure, they might have cleaned up Spooks earlier on, but just saw Oatly lighting up that elimination feed with a clean pick-off onto Enact. And right now, as you can see, only one duo that's been fully eliminated as of yet, 7 and AXA. And that's going to be, I think, a lot of motivation for those teams that are currently inside the bottom 3. Salco, Enact, Aoxy, and Jojo Fishy. It's a very tall task to ask, but Salco and Enact specifically might have a chance to jump up quite a bit and close that gap.
Yeah, anyone can still get back into the tournament. A win is worth 60 points, mind you, right? So any real end game with a couple Elams, this whole entire story will turn around and someone else will be in a dangerous position. The worst, honestly, is AHL, Snow, and MHND. They're gonna have a really tough time, given that they're about 2 games away from being out of the danger zone. For Khan, though, take a look at the highlights there. He finds Japco, Wow, STC replay there was just excellent. That's how they're earning their points here on the tournament.
So also looking at the fact that he went from 0 builds to practically 5-5-5. A little bit of a huge come up there. But again, even when you have those small victories, it's about stringing together enough of them to really put yourself in contention for having a solid endgame run. Right now, kind of witnessing that brief resurgence from Sky and Scroll. AGAL definitely looking on towards this duo and really hoping that they're going to continue catapulting themselves forward in this competition. It's not easy though, that's for sure.
Yeah, well look, what he's doing right now is telling us that they're just trying to stay warmed up. They need to. They're in 15th place right now, 101 points. They had a good previous round. They have a long way to go. Talk about long ways to go. Cold and Rapid taking a long rotate here. Going for a little bit more of a passive positioning as well. To opt to play for these exotic chests that, of course, come back into the rounds.
Nice little stash of loot, though. Yep. Cold and Rapid have managed to stumble upon. Not too surprised either, seeing them willing to tank a little bit of these early storm ticks, because like you'd already mentioned, it does put them in a very strong positional kind of section. And now Darm, Deemish, 6 eliminations, by the way. Definitely trying to make up for some lost time here. Not happy with the way that they've had some earlier than intended departures in previous lobbies, and fully understanding of the fact that they just don't want to have to worry about making it through on the survival day 3. They want to close it out with a solid performance in Group B.
Yeah, and it sounds like the reboots are now closed. That countdown already going through. While that was happening, Salvatore and Yasin's aggression comes to an end in 9th overall there. You can see if the names are fully crossed out, they are now eliminated from the tournament. It couldn't be a worse time either, as we were just getting into zone number 7. Touching base with Cold and Rapid. Was it worth going into the storm? I mean, absolutely. They seem to be pretty decently set up right now, but they have a long way to go. Yuma and Koyota might have also just fully fallen in 5th place there. That's going to be very, very devastating to their overall consistency right now. There's no way they stay inside the top 7 at this point. It is just too close.
You never know, though. They were able to secure a couple of eliminations, so that might just be enough to still keep it close. At the very least, Swizzy, Pixie, it looks like some of their earlier passiveness has definitely boded pretty well for them currently, but that's only if they don't find themselves getting unexpectedly addressed on. Doesn't seem like Minipio and Pukun are all that interested, though, in getting involved just yet, as Kanata, Victor V, 3 eliminations to boot. They're fully understanding that their sole mission right now is to net that strong endgame placement and really start to make Dignitas' presence known.
You saw how hesitant they were to walk through those builds there, really making sure they have full control of things. Momsy Skyjump starting to get active now, though. The opposite placed out here as they're fighting for some loot, fighting for the refresher. Here's a team that doesn't have a lot of builds here, and even them making sure that they do not get themselves edited on or caught out of position. Was it worth it? Surely. They just picked up about 200 mats, so not too bad. Couple heals as well to go the distance here. Could be the difference maker. Meanwhile, Pixie and Swizzy for Club Havoc looking very, very good right now. Once again, defining themselves as the high ground duo.
And this is also going to kind of shape the rest of this lobby too, because the one time that we haven't seen Swixie and Pixie in control of height, that's been really the only time where we saw Koyota and Yuma really had that opportunity to just net a strong endgame performance, since nobody else is really looking to challenge. It's evident that Swizzy and Pixie exclusively want to lead on the high ground, and for Rapid and Cold, disaster might have finally struck the pair, because it's only Rapid that's left standing. Cold at least managed to get 2 eliminations along the way, but this is the first time that we're really seeing these guys look so injured.
And also, Deemish and Darm down and out as well, as they were so close to top 7. They're going to start slipping down the leaderboards as well. everything is now starting to change here as the points are looking to start taking place. I see Skyfall there as well, unfortunately. So this is going to start mixing things up. It's all going to be up to Scroll here. Give him a second. Let's see what he can do. He's by himself. He's putting pressure onto Faded and Khan. Really just trying to defend for himself now. He's got enough to work with, though. Full team below him. Jojo, Fishy, Aoxy make the edit. He's got to go as well. 5 shockwaves to work with. There's not one smarter that can play these rotates. We've already seen him do it earlier today here in game number 1.
But still, doing it one more time. It is just so overwhelming, the amount of pressure that must be on Scroll's shoulders currently, and knowing that there are so many other healthy teams, but Pixie, Swizzy, they might be changing that up. Yapko Panzer, it's the right intention, but Pixie and Swizzy are not giving them a whole lot of airspace as they make their next move, still managing to be strong contenders of the high ground. No one's able to realistically challenge them yet. Yogo, Spooks, and Oatly having a little bit of a tough time securing that secondary height layer, but Momsy and Skyjump inside of the low ground, and Momsy just can't make his way through. He gets caught for a moment, and that's all it takes for the lobby to dish him out.
Right now, Skyjump has to stay up and do some. Kanata, Victor V earning points here on the low ground too. Already 12 duos remaining. Placement points are starting to add up. Victor gets the secured elim there. That's going to be 5 for them here and now, and they don't have any builds to work with. Kanata's only got 3. Rapid's going to be the target of focus here. They almost secured that elim. Little did they know, I think Scroll was still in the storm. He's just tanking here, barely makes it in. Somehow he's better off than they are.
It's crazy, though, just how rapidly his build actually dwindled. And Scroll, he recognizes there's a little bit of a loop ball behind him, but he doesn't have the chance to go for it just yet. Too many players surrounding him. Gone. Maybe going to get an opening shot here, but no, Scroll prioritizing this frontside ultimate low position. He feels like that's where it'll be best for him to try and hedge his bets and just concealing himself as much as he can. Still, this is a really rough spot to be in. Only one build remains. One overdrive, put a big shot onto Victor V. He's able to get the siphon materials, and now one more time on the low.
Such a huge elim, and I was looking at how close he was to top 7. Everyone now is getting crunched down into the standings there. Oatly and Spooks are down and out as well. Josh and Iamzo are flying their way back up, but Scroll is the most important player here in the lobby with the most critical clutch that he needed to get out of the dangerous territory of being down at the key crushing ceremony. Bolt and Acorn as well finding their way back into the tournament. Up Scroll goals. That might have been a mistake. He will be frozen in 3rd, but what a performance. Mini Payo as well is still in this game. These are huge, important games for these teams.
Acorn and Bolts, though, they're looking to try and see if they can secure the halfway victory royale. Mini Payo, Cocoon directly underneath. Acorn Bolts finally looking to drop, but Acorn Bolts, they don't have any builds. Only one remains for the pairing. Cocoon, Mini Payo also running on the last of their resources. Bolt and Acorn from overhead, trying to see if they can get an advantageous shot, but the preservation by Minipio and Fukun, they are stalemating this one temporarily, looking to get into the healthiest state possible. Fukun manages to heal just a moment longer, can't connect the shot though. That's what Bolts does best. The accuracy is just overwhelming right now, but both Acorn and Bolts finally gonna find a little bit of an exchange, and it's Minipio and Fukun who managed to find the victory royale.
And what a game that was. Back into the tournament. They rise. A huge, huge round. Look at the emotion coming out of them right now. They're feeling good. What a way to really stamp yourself through that map and close out your first half. 5 games. It took them 5 games, but finally now they get a small taste of what it's like to be in the lead.
It's a little bit topsy-turvy, and it's also just so difficult to see, too, MDF, some of the player cam panovers, because we're witnessing the celebrations out of the lives of Minipio and Fuku, but then we're also getting those direct shots of the duos that are currently inside that bottom 3 threshold, and it's a tough spot to be in, but that's what makes instances like what Minipio and Fuku were able to really just break through after they found some earlier success with a nice endgame placement, getting themselves out of that danger zone, and now this win comfortably putting them well above that scary part of being inside the bottom 3.
Yeah, what's wild about it is when you look back at it, they had such an advantage, but Acorn and Bolts fought so well. Bolts finding one. He nearly clutched this up. Both of these individual players were just a shot away from it going either way, but in the end, they did need it more. They were further down the standings, and now they get to stay and compete amongst the top. Oh, you can just see the emotion from others that didn't quite perform the way they expected. Even there, just really tough. You know, you have these 5 games. You understand that you had an opportunity and then you might have come up short there. But it's all good. We still have a lot more Fortnite ahead of us. It's pretty wild, 10 games, how much you really get out of it. The best will eventually float to the top.
And it is still just such a rough state to be in. Yapko Panzer, you absolutely hate to see him in that kind of position. But then again, when you look at the likes of Sky and Scroll. Scroll, yet again, top 3 placement. And just when they need it most, because now things are going to start transitioning over to the Slurp Rush. But when you're able to actually get that little bit of rhythm going, it just is such, I think, a mental boon for that duo, because clearly the earlier game instances, you know, you can kind of just brush those off a lot easier now. And Scroll, just what a crazy flow state he hit at the very end of that last lobby.
Yeah, I was trying to see, like, overall, you know, he went from being nearly out of the tournament altogether to tying up with Furia's Knight Gone. And that's going to put him around the 150 point-ish threshold. He's basically neck and neck from himself all the way up to those that are in 7th. So it does seem like the story really has begun to turn around. And everyone in between there, Koyota Yuma, Knight Gone, Josh Yamzo, Victor V. Kanata, and then the line, the bar, is Oatly and Spooks. It is just that close.
I don't know how many people would have necessarily anticipated this top 10 to be as close as it is. And the reason why I'm expanding it towards that top 10 is because, like you already highlighted, the numbers are just too close. But obviously, all eyes have been on AGAL for good reason here today. And we've even got Barney standing by with Sky and Scroll.
Welcome back to the Gadia City Grid. I've got Scroll from AGAL joining me now. Scroll, before today, we had the opportunity to have a quick chat backstage. Now, aside from the fact that if you added yours and Sky's age together, I'm still older. That's extremely embarrassing. Apart from that, we talked about the improvements you guys have made over the past year. You guys are playing incredibly well. It seems like your synergy, your game sense, you guys basically have one brain. Today has been a bit of a tougher start to the day. I think you'd agree. What are some of the issues that you guys are running into? Is something just not quite clicking?
I feel like right now we're just trying to see how the lobby moves, and then we're trying to fit into the lobby. But it's really hard for us right now. But I feel like we're starting slowly to get in form again.
Do you think it's like, obviously you guys are so dominant in BR, in the main Battle Royale, and obviously coming into Reload, everything is slightly different, the pace is slightly different as well. Is that something that you guys are having to adapt to, or is that something you typically have on lock?
Yeah, we for sure have to adapt to that, because like we're used to control everything, but now we just need to control what we can control and then work from there.
I like that. You've got a good head on your shoulders, I gotta say. Do you feel like you can pick this up and get some momentum now towards the end of the day?
Yeah, for sure. We are gonna go crazy the next 5 games. I'm not even worried about that.
I love that. I love that confidence. That's it. That's right. Let's hear it for AGAL. Scroll, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Your mum's in the stands cheering you on, and that's what we love to see here at EWC as well. Back to you guys.
everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? We have none other than Cold and Rapid. You know them, you love them, guys. What is going on? How's it feel? You're here on LAN. How are the vibes?
Feels great. You know, we look forward to this every single year, and just being here feels great.
Feels great. Feels good to be back on LAN.
I love that. So, guys, let's talk about a little bit about the elephant in the room, okay? So you guys performed super well. You guys qualified for EWC, and then you split up. And now you're finding yourselves back together again. So what led up to the split up?
I'd say it's just like a compatibility thing, you know? Like, I feel like me and Rich are just a better fit than me and Rapid. Not that, no shade towards Rapid, of course. Great player here, but I just feel like I fit better with Rich.
How do you feel about that, Rapid?
I mean, I agree with what he said.
Okay.
Yeah, I love it, guys. Listen, obviously, another elephant in the room. You guys are crushing it on the leaderboard. You guys are in first place by a ton of points. And honestly, the biggest factor of that, Cold is just crushing it individually on the elimination leaderboard. Like, you're like above 20. Second place is like barely crossing that 10 mark. What do you attribute to that? Like, how are you finding all these elims?
It's just what I do, you know? I'm the best fragger in this game. I tell you guys that every year, and I'm here to show that.
And listen, obviously, you know, Rapid, everybody loves your IGL in the game. They contributed to one of the best IGLs in the region. How are you putting Cold in a position to find all those eliminations? Or is it like one of those things where Cold is just kind of going off and finding them?
I'd say it's a bit of both. Like, I'm just tarping way more because Cold just eliminates everybody. Like, he just spawns in eliminations, and I'm just tarping. It's really easy.
Nice. Yeah, it's looking easy for you guys.
It looks so, I'm telling you, that anytime we see you guys play, I feel like it's just such a fun moment because you guys, like, you have like this natural swagger about how you guys kind of go into these games. Like, yeah, we watch Peter Bob Pollo, they kind of, it's very clinical, they kind of go in, they get these eliminations, they move on. But anytime we see you guys play, it just feels like something special, something maybe a little bit different. What is that? What's the secret sauce?
Just to have fun, you know, we're not taking it too serious, just having fun, like taking game by game, and yeah.
What do you attribute to that, Rapid? What's the secret sauce?
A lot of preparation and game plan, I'd say. Just having fun.
All right, let's talk about the second half of the competition, right? We're halfway through. You guys are pretty much almost already qualified if we take a look at how many points it took yesterday. So what's going to be the game plan for the next 5 games?
Just get as many eliminations as possible.
All right, elims are on the mind. Cold, what do we feel?
Just have fun.
Just have fun. All right, there it is.
Do you guys feel like you maybe resonate better with Stronghold or Slurp Rush, or where are we guys at?
I'd say Slurp Rush is our better map, but I mean, you guys saw how we played on the first map, so.
What do you think, Rapid?
100% Slurp Rush. On Stronghold is not that good.
I like that. One more final question for you guys. Obviously, the vibes are super up. You guys have to be thinking about finals at this point, right? If you make it to finals, is there a duo you hope you could take it to a final 2v2 for the victory royale?
I'll say Oli and Spooks.
Yo, they've been going kind of crazy, right? Oli's kind of going crazy.
Yes, I don't know. It's a movie.
It's a movie. Rapid?
100% Oli or Muga.
Oh, wow. I love that. Well, guys, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you. Best of luck in that second half of the competition. Let's kick it back over and see what else is going on in the competition.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm here with Sky and Scroll from AGAL, and we're going to find out how well do you guys know your teammate? How well do you think you know your teammate?
Pretty good.
Yeah, do you feel the same?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are coming off of back-to-back major wins, so I feel like there's obviously a lot of teamwork and a lot of synergy going on, but we're going to find out how well they actually know each other. And we're going to start it off with something simple, okay? Sky, you're going to tell me, what do you think Scroll's favorite weapon is that's currently in competitive Fortnite?
I'm just gonna say a gold pump.
Hey, what did you put down? The gold pump, let's go. All right. Now, Scroll, you're gonna answer, what is Sky's favorite competitive season of all time? Chapter 6, Season 1, last season. So not the same. So why last season?
I feel like last season was just going so perfect with everything, so might be the one. Yeah.
Sky, what is Scroll's favorite item currently in competitive Fortnite? All right, at the same time, Shockwaves, Fizz. Okay, I feel like together they're kind of so. Why'd you say Shockwaves?
We've won back-to-back just with Shockwave, so it was pretty like one of the obvious answers.
But you said Fizz.
Yeah, I was thinking about that one as well, but I feel like Fizz is just like a good item for everything.
What is Sky's best memory of you guys playing together? First,
FNCS one.
First, and then what is? Hey, first grand one. Let's go. So, Scroll, I'm going to ask you, what is Sky's favorite outfit in Fortnite? Same time. 1, 2, 3. The Lara Croft zombie.
Yes,
okay.
it's a zombie superhero skin. So I thought it was.
If Scroll wasn't your teammate, who would you pick? All right. If Sky couldn't play with Scroll, he would play with Shark. Ah, what a surprise. What do you think Sky's favorite hobby is outside of Fortnite? What does Sky like to do when he's not playing Fortnite?
Yeah. I mean, that's outside with dogs.
So you have dogs?
Yeah, I have to.
Oh. So Sky, who does Scroll think your biggest competitive rival is? Let's reveal the answers on 1, 2, 3. Oh, Peterbot. Who could have guessed? What is Scroll's most used emo? Every time you win, every time you eliminate someone, what does he do? Does he dance on them?
I don't know any names. I mean, I'll just say like...
Point the axe. And then pickaxe emo. Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Let's go. What's Sky's bedtime?
Bedtime.
I feel like Scroll should like pretty much know this.
Okay. So what time do you usually go to bed? 1 a.m.? And 1, wow.
Yeah.
Well, looks like Sky and Scroll know each other pretty well. We're gonna have to see how that synergy is in the battle bus as well. But for right now, guys, that's gonna be it for us. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the side of stage where we are live right now with the Fortnite Reload Championship at the Esports World Cup. My name is Barney and I've got Papa V joining me. How's it going, dude? Your son, Victor V, is currently competing on the main stage. It's day 2, Group B. How's he getting on? Is he doing well?
Well, yeah, I think he's doing well. I mean, I know he has to get a little bit of the nerves out. Oh, I do at least, because I'm really nervous, to see him up there. I'm proud of him, but I think, 10 games is enough to let the best Victor V come out.
I like that. I'm a dad, by the way, so like I've got a young son. I'm doing this thing where I have a lot of like dad chats with parents in the audience, and I'd love to get some perspective from you as a parent of a child who's thriving in an esport that's like so incredible, so large scale. Talk to us about what it's like being a dad, seeing your son competing on the main stage for all this money and all this pressure as well.
Well, for me, I know we only got a short time, so I'm gonna just try to stick to some key points because this deserves a whole
podcast.
100%. But I would say to all you parents, get behind your children, help them out. Like, do more than just let them play and just say, I let them play. Support them like you would support a kid that was an elite basketball player or an elite swimmer or a soccer player. Like, you would take them to practice all the time. When they don't feel like going to practice, you will make them practice. You will help them with the discipline. Support them in that same mannerism because this sport is to be respected. So that's what I want for all you parents to do. Give them that same support so these kids can really follow their dreams.
Yeah, let's talk about that structure because, esports is now a viable option for a lot of children growing up. And then you have a lot of kids maybe at home that are watching this with their parents and they're aspiring esports athletes. Maybe they're honing in on a game. Maybe that game is Fortnite as well. What was your approach, when the days were tougher for Victor, maybe when he didn't want to practice like you said and you encouraged him to? Tell us about your structure at home and how, he's now thriving. I'm guessing a lot of that is due to you as a parent as well.
Well, I mean, I happen to be a coach as well. So, I mean, like coaching is what I do. So when Vic first told me he wanted to be a professional Fortnite player, I kind of laughed, but it was around the same time that Booga won $3 million. And luckily he won that $3 million, because had he not won, I would have looked at Fortnite like a game like most other parents look at it. So since I said, oh, people can actually make a living off of this. He won $3 million playing a video game. So then I started doing, looking into it, and then saw how much it took, how much work it took, and how much dedication these kids were actually putting into this game without the help of their parents. Like, imagine what these kids would do with a structured program and, the help behind them, they would be amazing. They're already amazing, but imagine what they could do with the parental help.
I love that. Wise words from Papa V. I really appreciate you taking the time. I know that Victor is currently playing right now, so you can go and watch. But thank you so much for all the parents and the kids out there. Listen to Papa V. The advice is golden. Back to you guys.
Box fighting lessons? That's perfect. I've been needing to brush up on my box fighting. Hello? Is this where the box fighting is? Oh.
In the red corner.
Monster? Oh. What?
What were you up to, Glitter?
Well, see, what had happened was I was looking for some box fighting lessons, and I think there might have been a miscommunication along the way. I don't know how I got there, but I honestly blame Monster. I don't know what he was doing as the voice.
Okay, all right. Well, actually, since we have here, welcome back, everybody, to Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. I'm joined by none other than Taco. Taco, shout out to you, because you went from casting 5 games to you're like, I want to be part of this, and we're going to have some fun. So stay tuned for that. We're joined by Levin as well. That coach talk ended up working out. We'll get a chance to break that down later on. But since we have you, Glitter Explosion, I want you to give us an update with what's going on with Club Championship.
Good thing you're asking, because there's a lot happening today that I wasn't necessarily prepared for. If we take a look at CS2, thank you, Seven, for handing this over. CS2, big news in CS2. Na'Vi out, which means they're pretty much mathematically out of the top in the running for the CC leaderboard. They needed to get a good finish there because they didn't have a lot of titles left. We can't really focus on them anymore. However, on the flip side of things, Falcons are through, Vitality are through. This is big for them into the top 8. That means they've both guaranteed points now for their clubs on the board. But if we move on over to Crossfire, we mentioned it earlier in case you missed it, Falcons are out. They cannot get points in Crossfire, no longer in the running. AGAL had made it into top 8, but they are currently 1-1 in a best of 3, which is completely unexpected for the defending champs in Crossfire. We're gonna have to see how it all plays out, but it's looking a little bit scary over there, Seven.
We might need to end up cloning Levin so he can go have just coach talks with everybody, because you know what, let's actually take a second to talk about.
This is Formula One at its finest. It's lights out, and away we go. That's ambitious from the beanbag. No, she's overcooked it. She's out of Doritos and out of the race. Floral couch into the pit lane. She's going for soft pillows, and she's loaded up. Can't stop the rocket, can't stop the rock, can't stop. He pulls the lever. What a moment! Doritos, official partner of F1.
That Fortnite duo to really step things up.
I feel like we got a bit of what we saw yesterday out of Falcons. Maybe not exactly the exact same thing, Taco, because Falcons was able to wake up much earlier than AJL, but it's good to see a team of that caliber being able to bounce back. Now it's time for them to push up to the top 7.
Right. Sky and Scroll are fully aware of the fact, too, that they've really got to hit it in overdrive and get the hustle on. But again, after Coach Levin's speech, we've seen these guys with back-to-back top 5 placements, so they are starting to make a little bit of a jump effect in the leaderboard, but definitely still a long ways to go, and they are adamant on trying to secure their spot in finals.
Levin, I just want to know if you are, what's your rate for motivational speeches? Can I come to you when I need them in my day-to-day life?
Yeah, I mean, look.
You think about that, okay?
I do personalized packages, you know what I'm saying? So you come to me, whatever challenge it is you're trying to overcome, we can price accordingly. Don't you worry.
All right.
I got you.
We get that friend discount, right? Nope, that's a no.
Best friend discount.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Besties, man. Come on. Yeah, of course.
I thought you were about to hit us with the big no. I thought you were about to hit us with about that money, baby. You ain't getting no discounts. But today we actually got something special for both of you. Yesterday we got a chance to do build your perfect Fortnite character. This time, Glitter, what we're gonna be having them do is we're gonna be having them cast something that happened in the first 5 matches in a certain voice.
Wait, when you say a certain voice, what does that exactly include?
And I'm gonna think about it.
Yeah, what does
and you know what? We're gonna pivot from this. We're gonna pivot from this. I just thought about it, and I realized that we might want to save that for survival.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, all right.
I'm a fan.
Give me a chance to warm up the car.
Yeah.
You know?
I'll give you a bit of a buffer. And I'm gonna just start mixing it up here. Don't worry. Don't get scared.
Okay. I'm getting nervous.
I got scared.
You know, not every surprise is a good one.
This one is gonna be a great one.
Okay.
What was it that you said AGL was gonna finish on in the last game? On actually after you talked to them?
Well, I said in the next game they'll get 3rd place, but they'll finish 3rd on the day. I do want to shout out Kelly, because Kelly said they're gonna get 5th place, and in that game they got exactly 5th place.
Okay, because I mean, at the top of show when we were talking to Kelly and Jacob, they said they could take the whole thing home.
I think we all thought that, but not quite been
They
the
were
best
giving
day.
it that gas to me too.
Yeah.
I thought so too,
Yeah.
and then we kind of it didn't happen that way. Now, Taco, I know when I threw it to you, you were casting. Did you end up saying a match? I mean, did you end up saying a placement?
I never gave a placement because I like to see the way that the game actually goes. I did call your first place call out. That was a bit ambitious.
It was
on the day.
Very.
A bit ambitious.
No, it was like, I was like, surely he's not going to say 1st place, right? And he just kept ramping and ramping. I'm like, is he not saying 1st place? And then he said 1st place, and I was like, talk about pressure. I mean, I'm a coach. I'm not a wizard, man. I can't make magical things happen. Either way, you know, they still had a good game, so.
I'm a full believer in you, okay? I'm just saying, that graphic looked amazing. Wait until you see what we're cooking for tomorrow. But talking about the overall, the team that's currently in 1st place, Twister, right? Today has been insane out of them.
Absolutely.
And honestly, just to jump in from a CC side of things as well, they might not be in like our top 4 right now, but they are a team that's completely CC eligible. So if they're able to do solid performance here, get through to finals, and make it to top 8, there's actually prize pool money difference that they are playing for their club that's still on the line.
No, honestly, I think, you know, if I'm Twisted, I'm probably frustrated that we didn't have Fortnite earlier on in the EWC process, just because I think, you know, Rapid and Cold as a duo is unbelievable, and they're the type of team that their performance could have inspired, I think, some of the other Twisted teams throughout the club championship to actually just step up a level, right? I think it's probably come a bit too late for them, but I think it'll be a nice finish for Twisted Minds. It'll give them that boost that they need on the club championship leaderboard there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really excited to see whether or not Cold and Rapid can just kind of continue to carry with this momentum. We know that they're looking to finish strong on the day. An arguably more favorable map for them too with Slurp Rush, and they've already been tearing up the competition on the elite map. So it's going to be tough for anybody to overthrow them in that 1st place, but I'm right there with you, Lev. It's just a bit unfortunate that Twisted Minds didn't get to kind of have this rally cry behind them sooner.
If you guys were to pick a certain team, a certain duo to be able to overpass them, which one comes to mind?
Ooh, does it have to be
Pixie.
from Group B, or like just in general?
From the teams playing right now.
From the teams today.
I jumped the gun on that one. I was all Swizzy Pixie. Look, it's hard not to get excited though from what we've been witnessing out of Havoc's team, because Swizzy and Pixie have just looked phenomenal. They've been doing such a phenomenal job, specifically at holding down that high ground section, and they've just made it so complicated for anybody else actually participating in the lobby. So it's exciting stuff, and we know that Swizzy and Pixie are definitely a high caliber duo that can also deliver on good eliminations.
For sure.
You're lucky right now we're not on camera, Glitter. So we're looking at some of those bottom teams on your screen, and I gotta get closer because I'm absolutely blind. Seven, my guy, remember at one point they were towards the top, especially after that first match. I
think you could argue he's living up to the name.
Oh. Just being short.
I don't mean that. No, I don't mean that. No, I mean,
that's your twin out there.
Yeah, I mean it's tough, but I think we saw yesterday, right? You can have one big game and it just sort of takes you away from that bottom part of the leaderboard, and at least it leaves you in a situation where tomorrow in Survival Day you don't feel as bad about how you played, you know, on your group. So hopefully it's a similar story for your protege.
Fair. Okay, I ended up lying, by the way, about you guys not getting to cast until tomorrow. because I think we do have
Make
it.
up his mind.
Yeah, I can't make up my mind right now. It's like when I try to decide something to eat. Do I want a big croissant? Do I want a small croissant? Do I want a baguette? I'm still debating on which one I actually want. I think we should make them cash.
I mean, if we have the time, they look ready to me.
I'm always ready.
Oh,
Always ready.
Okay. All right, Levin. Give us this one in a squeaky voice.
Salco drops down. Chinese best there. Finds the angle. Oh my goodness, Salco with the knock. I mean, we've seen him do it time and time again. He carries Faxity. He carries his team whenever the moment requires. What a player Salco is.
You want to be me so bad.
That's my best Taco impression, actually.
I can already tell.
Really?
From the way that you opened up, I was just like, yeah,
I
no,
can't
I know where
believe your
this is
voice
headed.
even got that.
I mean, you wouldn't expect it, do you know what I'm saying? But, you know, sometimes you like, I like the variance there, you know, catch people off guard.
Stop trying to give me the mic.
Well, what if, are there more instructions?
Yes. All right, Taco, this one, I want you to cast it like it's a human, like a natural animal documentary or something along those lines.
Clearly, Sky and Scroll, ambitious, lurking, hijacking. This lower layer, they are really piecing up their own box control, but no one would ever expect Scroll just so quietly waiting for his prey.
What a clip we've given her as well, by the way. Just
Yeah, really lobbed me up.
yeah, no, they really gave her all the action for that one. I mean,
No, honestly, like it was like the whisper intensity.
Yeah.
You were selling that for me.
David Attenborough would be proud.
Yeah.
He'd be very proud of that one.
That's exactly who I was thinking of. And I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it might have been that clip where he actually ended up hiding from Geeky. So if we would have played that clip even longer, I think it would have it worked out perfectly. But now, as we're going to be heading, honestly, let's start talking a little bit more now about the 5 matches coming up, right? As we're going to be heading over to those next 5 matches, which is one team, Levin, that kind of comes to your mind, whether they're doing good, whether they're doing bad, or maybe they're middle of the pack, that you want to see something change coming up or stay the same?
I really want to see a lot more from Koyote and Rise. I feel like they've been impressive today. I feel like they have shown the talent that I think we've seen out of them over the years, right? When people are calling you the Asian Peterbot, it's not for no reason, right? They clearly see something in you that is special, it's exceptional. We haven't quite seen that, I think, a lot at some of the lands we've had in Battle Royale. Here in Reload, I think we've seen a lot more from them just already today. You know, I think it was last game or the game before, they were up on height and you're sort of looking at them and they're like, they look as good as anybody in this lobby when they're in those positions. I actually spoke to the both of them today. Koyote, his English isn't as good as Rice, so it was mainly Rice sort of giving me the deets, the insight. And he was like, yeah, man, I think today should be easy for us, you know? I think we should have a good time. I said, are you contested? Are things looking good? He was like, yeah, we're contested, but it should be easy. And I'm like, easy? He's like, yeah, easy. And I'm like, all right. And I think from a lot of what we've seen in these games, it actually has looked pretty easy, so I want to see a lot more from that.
No, they've definitely been doing a phenomenal job because Koyote and Yuma have just been really capturing a lot of that international presence. And it's interesting, too, to see Minipio and Fukun, some of their old comrades, but not necessarily the official representatives, also doing their thing. It's been an interesting dynamic between the two teams because where we were initially seeing a lot of that upswing out of the actual Zeta representatives, now Minipio and Fukun, they've kind of picked up the torch here, approaching that halfway point.
Yeah, especially with that last match that we saw out of them, right? Being able to get that victory royale. Another team that's coming to mind, just based on what we saw yesterday out of Brazil region, is going to be Furia. Furia is one of those teams that I'm hoping they're going to stay within that top 7. With what you've been able to see so far today, do you think that's going to end up happening?
I think if they can continue repeating what has been working out so well for them, and it's just been a lot of those aggressive instances. Initially, at the starting point of today's competition, they were just getting pieced apart, non-stop, forced into these awkward positions because everyone's just farming them off of the reboot cycle, and yet, as soon as they hit that victory royale, it just clicked for them. You could just tell that that was the moment that they realized we don't have to be the ones constantly going on the defensive. They stopped being the reactors to the lobby and started getting much more proactive, and it's just benefited them so heavily.
No, I absolutely. I think my favorite thing about that duo is they just have that Brazilian swagger. You know, you see them and they're just like, they just look cool. They look cool, calm, collected. The camera pans to them after the game. They just look like they're chilling. It's whether it's on the beach in Rio or whether it's at the EWC in Paris. They look just in the zone, and I think the results will inspire more confidence. We'll say though, 5 more games is a lot, right? Yesterday, earlier games, we saw a lot of the smaller region teams. I want to give Brazil a bit more credit than that because I think their performances have deserved it. But you don't want to get ahead of yourselves, right? You don't want to get ahead of yourselves. You want to make sure that you're actually keeping that momentum going, especially as we switch maps.
I'm hoping, especially with this 5 games coming up, right? I'm hoping that some teams that have been consistent are going to continue to be consistent as well. And some teams that have not been able to find that consistency, they are going to start showcasing some of that, especially if they want to be in the top 7.
No, absolutely. I mean, again, it's not the end of the world. Survival Day is going to be fun. Obviously, we want to see all of you there. But you don't really want to play. You want to get the day off, right? You want to get a chance to, sit back, watch the rest of the competition and prepare for the final day.
Right, and just to kind of address the elephant in the room also, obviously teams that are currently inside of that bottom 3, while we know it's not done and over just yet, they can still dust themselves off, pick back up, and try to see if they can leave themselves in a better spot than how they started the day. Still, it's also just understanding that those teams that are currently staring down being in that survival territory, the frustration that's clearly starting to mount. We've seen it in the player cam shots time and time again, and it can be difficult to overcome that, but I'm optimistic.
Look, at the end of the day, if you're one of those teams, you got to get yourself out of that hole. Coach Levin ain't coming to save you. You have to motivate yourself. You have to look at the rest of the competition, the rest of the players on the stage. I know people are quite spread out. Look in someone's eyes and really sort of see, they're trying to take your food, they're trying to take your meal. Are you going to be sent home, sent packing? Or are you going to stay on that stage and fight to stay in the competition? That's what it's about, man.
Listen, this is why I said mentality was so important when we were building our perfect player, okay?
That's why we're besties, man. We're just locked in.
You know,
just locked in.
Saying, but I'm also, I stole the mic one more time from Seven because we actually did have a very important update that's now going to play into Fortnite. That happened while we've been sitting here. AGAL, defending EWC champions in Crossfire, are officially knocked out of the competition. That was almost a guaranteed at least top 4 situation for them. They are not getting those points. So this means there's even more pressure on AGAL in Fortnite now.
We were talking actually after our amazing shot that we had earlier at the beginning of the show from the Eiffel Tower. Talking about, thank you, Glitter, by the way, for that update. Talking about how some of these teams, some of these players are affected, if any, by that club championship. And I know we were saying some might be, some might not be. Now with those news, I feel like for AGL here in Fortnite, they have to perform.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that AGL, general manager just probably walked from the Crossfire stage and he's walked into the crowd to see what, Fortnite's got going on. I'm sure he's probably messaging Sky and Scrolls right now to say, guys, I love you boys, but you better lock it in. We cannot afford any more stumbling.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for Sky and Scroll to be in because he might be the last person that they want to see in the audience. Maybe, though, it could be the last little bit of motivational factors they need. All I know is that right now, Falcons might just be licking their lips, seeing how Group B is shaping up.
They're looking at me like how I was looking at that big old croissant earlier today because that thing looked good. I don't know where it ended up going. Maybe I'll be able to find it because I think somebody ended up taking it. But thank you so much for joining us, Taco, Levin, and Glitter Explosion. She's got to get back to just doing more club championship updates because there's a lot of stuff going on here at EWC. And I know there's a lot more stuff that's going to be happening here at Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. And I believe we got a chance to do some more stuff around here. Let's see what's cooking.
At home, life should feel easy. It doesn't need to be perfect, just perfectly yours. With spaces that work for every member of the family. From quiet moments to joyful get-togethers. Let's design a space that fits the way you live. Sharps, welcome home. Book your free home design visit today at sharps.co.uk.
Been tangled.
No? You don't know what it is?
When you did the swipe it, it's called the swipe it emote.
Oh
So
my
you were
God.
spot on. With 1 second, you were spot on. All right, we're gonna do the next one. So this is gonna be clip number 2.
Crown, like it's a crown wins.
The crown emote.
It's called crowning achievement. So that's a good first 2 points scored. It's like where the crown, like you hold the crown, like the number above it goes up. Like.
All right, so you went with the crowning achievement. Very close. I'm gonna give you guys the points because you used the word crown. I think that was fair. We're gonna go with number 3 now. Clip number 3.
Oh my God, it's the pom pom emote from Ninja.
I don't know the name.
That one's not the pom pom.
No!
But no, that was spot on though. It is the ninja emote. It's called Ninja Style.
Oh my God.
Easy. That's 2 points. That's easy.
We're gonna go ahead. This is the 4th one. Again, I know you're gonna know this one. Let's just see if you get the name.
Laughing it out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just laughing it out.
Laughing it out. That's it. 4 points. Nice and easy. And we're gonna play emote number 5.
I know the emote. Like it's a boogie emote. I'm trying to.
Do you want to go ahead and try and do it?
Oh.
If you stand up and do it, I'll give you the points. It's a booga victory, like it's a booga.
Yes. Something like bring it on.
It's actually called Bring It Around.
Oh my God.
Spot on. And that was all for 1 second.
This guy's carrying me, bro.
He's definitely carrying.
But that is going to be Spooks from Jogo representing OCE.
All right, that was going to be Guess the Emote with Vico and Malibuca, of course.
Surely we won that. There's no way we don't.
What's up, guys? Monster D-Face here, and today we're doing a fun segment with Peterbot and Pollo called How Well Do You Know Your Teammate? I'm gonna hand you guys each one of these, and what I'm gonna need from y'all after I ask you a question is to write down the answer, and when we reveal it, we'll see how well you know your teammates. Cool?
Yeah.
What is Pollo's favorite weapon currently in Fortnite competitive? So you could go ahead and write the answer down. You go ahead and write the answer down. Don't show it to each other. Try to think about it. Get a good answer going. What is Pollo's favorite weapon? Peterbot, what'd you go with?
I went with the lance head pistol.
Is that correct?
I put the striker pump.
Striker
What? Nah, bro.
Yeah, but bro, it's 1 pump.
So what is Peterbot's favorite Fortnite competitive season of all time? I'm not even sure Peterbot knows what his favorite competitive season is.
I put Chapter 5, Season 2, the Grim Gate season.
The start of it all.
Did. Yeah, I also did.
What is Pollo's favorite item currently inside of Fortnite competitive?
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right. I went with the shockwave.
Okay.
Yeah, I went the overdrive shockwave as well.
What is Peterbot's best memory of you guys playing together?
Okay. Yeah.
I think I have one.
This is a big response here. We gotta see what you cooked up.
Yeah, I think it was the OG remix season where we played Trio Cash Cups with Faxity.
That was like
You got
really-
it. Qualified for the Asia Cash Cups with Faxity.
Yo,
Those
that's
are like greatest
crazy.
times, bro.
What do you think Pollo's favorite outfit is inside of Fortnite?
Okay. I went with the core.
I went with the undercover core.
It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
This one's for you, Pollo. If Peterbot wasn't your teammate, who would you pick instead?
I would pick Agers.
Dang.
I thought he'd play with Rise. I'm not gonna lie.
What is Pollo's favorite hobby when he's not playing Fortnite?
It's pretty easy, bro. You know your answer. Don't lie.
Let's start with what you think.
I went with sleep.
Sleep. What'd you go with?
I mean, that counts, but I just went watching Fact City.
Who do you think Peterbot's thoughts are about the most competitive duo you'll be going against at this event?
I put Shark and Teeny.
I put Sky and Scroll.
Whoa.
And Reload.
What is Peterbot's most used emote?
I put the Lil Uzi one, like the I Just Want to Rock. I don't know what the emote's called.
No, he's wrong. I put Take Yell.
What is Peterbot's bedtime? We're gonna
Recently, or?
I mean, you answer that one how you want to.
Around 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Oh my gosh.
Okay, he might be right, but I went 6 a.m.
Dang. All right, guys, so that was how well do you know your teammate or Peterbot and Pollo. Shout out to you boys. That was pretty fun. And best of luck in the competition.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and those of you who are just tuning in at home, as we approach the halfway mark of day 2 of the Fortnite Reload Championship, I think we should reset the stakes. We've got $1 million on the line. We've got the stunning Esports World Cup trophy, and of course the legacy that will forever be forged onto the Esports World Cup totem. Now, yesterday, 3 teams were sent home, and 3 more will have their keys crushed today ahead of the survival stage. Now, speaking of setting the stakes, yesterday, you may remember, on stage, that I was advised by my co-host to say some French phrases to the crowd, and I didn't quite understand what was going on. Hi, Looty. Salut, Barney. Okay, so can you please inform me of what was said yesterday? What did I say that people didn't quite understand?
Oh yeah, you say faites du bruit, everybody understands that.
No. I said, j'ai plus de balles. What does that mean?
It means something like, I hope you guys are ready.
Oh, really? I don't know if that's quite what it means.
I swear it is the truth.
This is going to take a while. Casters, over to you.
I swear about it.
What does it mean?
Thank you, Barney and Looty. No lies here from us on the desk. We've got a brand new map, which means a brand new casting duo here, Miniminer and Jacob, to take you through these final 5 games of Group B. Jacob, I just want to let everyone know at home, right? If I'm solo casting at any point here, if you don't hear Jacob, you can hazard a very good guess that he's probably doing some emotes off camera in the game.
I'm gonna be hitting every emote on the stage, off the stage. Go ahead, buy the key crusher. While the keys are getting crushed, I'm gonna be flossing in the background. But I saw you post something yesterday about you and Monster, your first cast, your most recent cast. Well, guess what, Mini? My first Fortnite cast, my most recent cast was with Miniminer. Now comes full circle, and we get the Slurp Rush map to close out the day and see which 7 teams go directly to our finals.
Well, yesterday we saw big changes on the leaderboard when it comes down to Slurp Rush. Remember, Peterbot Pollo didn't have the greatest start to the competition, and my eyes sort of look now towards Sky and Scroll, a team that did start the day pretty poorly, but are slowly rising up just outside of that top 7 right now. Lots to answer for, because I think a lot of people, I know yourself included, you said an absolute guarantee, literally not a prediction, that these guys will go through.
You know what? I just had a feeling in the moment. I think everybody knows. I don't go and use logic. I just use my emotions, and my emotions were saying Sky and Scroll can pull off a big day. And so far, it hasn't been big, but it hasn't been small either. They're slowly and surely climbing back in, and these guys are not only trying to do it for themselves. That club championship, that means so much. AGAL in Fortnite, they could take this one. They can basically put themselves in the driver's seat of it all.
Well, that's what makes this format so great. It's not just about you, it's not just about your duo, it's also about the wider org. You've got teams and players and fans from other games watching on, looking at you. Maybe they wouldn't have watched Fortnite before, but now they're cheering on their team. Huge games here for the final 5 for Sky and Scroll. Got to talk about Oatly and Spooks as well. What a performance from these guys. I sort of said it on the stage earlier. I wasn't expecting big things from them just because of that lack of LAN experience, but they proved me wrong.
Yeah, and I was even talking to Vivid, you know, Taco and Monster were casting, and at one point, Spooks had the second most eliminations in this entire group so far. And honestly, I was talking to Oatly during the media day as well. I said, yo, I got you guys calling finals. I don't know how. I don't know if it's group survival stage. He said, nah. Don't do that. Don't put us in the spotlight. But look at what they're doing when they are in the spotlight. Still 5 games left to go, though. Plenty of time here. I always say it's a marathon, not a race.
Yeah, that's right. Momsy and Skyjumps got off the gates really impressively indeed. We saw them win game 1, of course, having such a strong start in front of these French fans. We haven't seen that level of gameplay necessarily from them. We had that sort of solo clutch from Skyjump earlier on, which definitely kept them in the contention for that top 7. But they're not done and dusted yet. Things are still not quite confirmed. And when you have an entirely new map, it's something we were speaking about yesterday on the cast, it can change so much. So if you're a team that is a little bit further down, they're a team that maybe need to stay inside that top 7, it's definitely an opportunity for you to have a clean slate here.
I don't even know where Jojo Fishy came from. Pixie kind of turns back at the last second, and Jojo's just waiting inside of the doorway. But now the tables have turned. Pixie now trying to go full aggressive onto Jojo Fishy. Swizzy has returned back here as well, so it is going to be a little bit of a 2v1, and it's 2v1 they want to take full advantage of, but Jojo's doing a good job fighting back while he has a sliver of HP left. So does Pixie, but he has the numbers on his side, so Jojo Fishy, even while on the run, still ends up with the knock on the 1 before he eventually falls.
There's Swizzy right there by his teammate's side. Really nice job from him. Pixie does eventually go down though, so they're going to need to rely on one of these reboot situations. And for a team that's been performing so incredibly well today, you can never really know what to expect from Swizzy and Pixie. They always seem to perform in the big stages, but then they have moments where you're like, oh, hang on, what's actually gone on there? But today, we haven't had too many of those moments at all. As we get to take a look at the map here, Jacob, very much of a sort of west pull rotate.
Yeah, it's going to force, a lot of those teams that are already there inside of the zone to kind of position up well. Everybody else who's not still has to rotate on over. Swizzy, Pixie going from one fight to the next. The constant action finally catching up to here. Salvatore, Yasen are going to be able to get that elimination, but you can kind of see in the minimap, teammate nowhere in sight, so he already created distance. You got Aoxy trying to come in, so it does look like the Slurpy Swamp is beginning to get a little crowded.
And the team that's the very top of their game right now, Cold and Rapid. Of course, you would have watched a lot of them over on NA. And I feel like this is a team that we can really look for when it comes to the finals as well. They're a team that hasn't actually won a game yet today. They've just been super duper consistent whilst also picking up so many eliminations. So really that's my question to them is, are they going to be able to do it in the finals if they are in a match point situation?
Yeah, and I agree with that, because coming into this as well, a lot of the qualifiers, they weren't necessarily the team winning those games. They were getting eliminations. They were playing consistent, which might work here in the group stages, but we'll have to see how it continues to play out come match point finals. The Skyjump Momsy continue their aggression. 6 eliminations so far in this game, and they are certainly closing the gap between them and Cold and Rapid, who are in first place.
Big fight coming up here, though. Faded and Khan against Mini Pio Fukun. A team that I know the analysts were expecting more from as well. Currently sat inside of that top 6, Fukun and Mini Pio. And they're a team that we have, of course, seen pick up a victory royale. They were really hyped about it as well, which is nice to see. It's just about whether they can sort of carry that momentum on through. And that's going to be the big question for some of these smaller region teams. It's like, maybe you haven't been in this situation before. You've had a good start to the day. You've got a brand new map now. You've got an entirely new set of teams around you, an entirely new way of playing. Can they keep that momentum going? That's the question I have for them.
Yeah, and I think it's all progression, it's all experience. Every single time these guys load up into a game at these in-person events, and you kind of take a flashback to the Major 1 Summit LAN, they actually won a game as well, or came close to it, and qualified to the actual finals while triple contested. So that really says a lot about this team all the way from Japan, to see how they continue to kind of light things up, doing it big for the region. I know they've got all the support in the world, just like here, Victor V, representing NA West along with Kanata. We saw Aoxy, Jojo Fishy going through a bunch of troubles in the early game, and that continues here with Kanata and Victor V taking him down again.
Look at how Momsy got an early elim right here. We saw them with a bunch of eliminations at the beginning of the game. There goes Vazen. Remember, they took down one of the other OCE players early on in the game, so that's going to be great for them. Skyjump and Momsy, fan favorite right here. Every single time these guys get in an end game situation, every single time they get in an elimination situation, the crowd here in Paris go absolutely mental. So I want to see more from them just from that perspective as well.
Yeah, and it's so tough. Like, they were able to get that elimination. If you're any team that goes down now at Zone 4, it's going to be very, very troublesome to not only get back in the game, but get a good loadout that you feel confident in going into the rest of the game. And I think that's why you may still see some fights from here on out, but you will start to see things slow down, because when those reboots turn off, or even before then, you're not going to be able to get much.
And also, the pressure is on right now, especially for the teams that are in that sort of bottom 3. I'm looking at Diamond Demons. These guys are just outside of that bottom 3. Big expectations on their shoulders. So not only is it, of course, the reboots going away, it's also the added time pressure that is, of course, there every single time. Yassine and Salvatore, unfortunately, down just to Yassine. Pixie and Swizzy involved in all of this battling as well. Swizzy was the player that does go down. Yassine does not want anything to do with that. It's Victor V and Kanada that are getting really, really aggressive right now. But Yassine does enough to stay alive, and that's a key element of this reload format. Staying alive is super important, and Yassine investing his launch pad early on. We've seen so many teams do that in late game, but it just shows how important it is for those guys right now.
Yeah, I think it was very, very critical for him to kind of get closer to the zone, create distance, so that when his teammate reboots back in, he can kind of cover that gap so quick. Sky and Scroll. I do like the loadout so far, the Mythic Spire rifle, and this one can definitely put down a lot of pressure for a long time on top of that. To see him in this box fight, kind of give him a little bit of an advantage so far. But up above him, that's going to be Khan. That's going to be Faded. That's opposition that they played throughout the year, and they come out on top against, but a slow start to the day kind of had you scratching your head about what's next for them.
Yeah, they've relied a lot on solo clutches, which was sort of synonymous with how they play typically. And they're a team that can, of course, do that more than capably, but I think they're at their best when they don't do that. Not as much there last season. Victor Vito down to 1 HP, unfortunately, now back to the lobby from this game. Both Victor and Kanada now down and out. That is not ideal for them. They were chasing that top 7 spot, so new map, new POIs, new teams around you. They crumbled, unfortunately, in that fight.
Yeah, and usually I give a lot of leeway. I give a lot of slack in the early games of an entire tournament. But now that halfway is over, every single one of these moments matter. You see that Kanada was able to at least get a knock and an elimination onto Pixie. But unfortunately enough, it was just a little bit too much for Swizzy and Pixie. They kind of overtaken them, and you can kind of see the upgrade in their loadout. Now they have that gold pump shotgun that we know kind of hits that 200 pump in seconds.
Oh, they're scary. They're a team that want to take height. They're a team that want to play from the skies, and when you're seeing them with that upgraded loadout, you have to imagine they'll be up there again in this game. Cold and Rapid also finding their way through this game. Zone pulls back towards the congested side of this zone, so plenty of those teams you can see rotating and will have a much better time. Steamy Stacks there as well to the north. Not as many teams towards that west. I mean, barely anyone, apart from that one pink arrow at the top. So lots of teams now having to make a difficult rotate, but most of them are okay.
Yeah, it has my eyes peeled, mainly on the east side, I should say, where a lot of teams still going to rotate in from the zone. Anybody that doesn't like their spot that's already in on the west will try to go there as well. Josh Yamzo coming straight in from the north, trying to find their spot perfectly before they heal up. And see, there is a couple of lacking materials here, but not overall. And I think these guys are putting themselves in a good spot here. They still need to start to catch up, but I do think they're a team that can do it.
Look at that Club Championship leaderboard as well. Only 100 points separates Team Falcons from AGAL. A really big lead between second there and third. But AGAL, you can see the duo right here, Sky and Scroll. High expectations. We heard from Scroll after that last game, and he was just saying, yeah, we're getting a feel for the lobby. We're trying to get that understanding of how everyone played. And maybe if someone else said that, I'd be like, yeah, all right, mate. Yeah, all right. It's an excuse. But realistically, these are the guys that can be so adaptable to the lobbies that they're in. Their gameplay is so good. The way they play those low ground layers, the way they can make sort of repeatable plays is second to none. So I fully expect them to break their way into that top 7. But as we just saw, it's not just them that are looking at Sky and Scroll. It's the entire org as well.
Definitely going to be tough to see what everybody here is made of, including Oatly and Spooks. Oatly, first time ever at an in-person competition, and honestly, he's showing up big, but he is that line. 221 points. He has 25 eliminations as a team. And honestly, if they could just kind of stay consistent, they don't necessarily need to get the first, the seconds. They just need to continue to outplace everybody that's below them on the leaderboard. But it's not going to be as easy as it sounds, because look at 8th place. You got Sky Scroll from AGAO. You got Victor V. Kanata from Dignitas, who are out of this game already, and Knight and Gone from Furia, who have had a good start to the day as well.
Well, it's almost the perfect situation for Oatly and Spooks. They need to make the most of this game. It's going to be really difficult to outpace Sky and Scroll, but with a couple of the teams down below them in Victor V. Kanata, Knight have gone out of this game. All of these points are just going to be absolute bonuses for them. Honestly, just quite surprised at the fact we haven't seen that Victory Royale yet ready from Sky and Scroll. But like they say, they grow into the tournament. We saw it with Peterbot and Poyo, I suppose, to a greater extent. They won Game 1 on Slurp Rush, and of course won the last Elite Stronghold game as well. Ixie, though, unfortunately down to a solo. They were looking so good leading up to this endgame there, Jacob. They had really solid loadouts. They were looking really strong in so many aspects, and now Pixie's got to do it alone.
Yeah, and just one team needs to go down. Placement points will start to set in. At least half of them are around that top 8 marker, and so if Pixie can somehow, some way, find a way to solo his way to that spot, wouldn't necessarily be bad, but there's a lot of pressure being felt, because you see kind of on his heels, Momsy Sky Jump, they're there as well. They are positioned with a little bit of elevation, not necessarily on the full high ground yet, but they're giving themselves options, which is huge.
Yeah, it's important. Cold and Rapid as well. They always give themselves options in these end games. They're always putting themselves in really good positions just to stay super consistent. And all those eliminations are helping out as well. You can see Cole just holding onto those builds right there as Rapid tries to go on up. It's always a little bit dangerous because you do get looked at by so many of these different teams. So it was really important that they actually came out of there unscathed. Momsy and Sky Jump, 7 eliminations for them so far. They have come to tear up the lobby. And the pressure from the French fans, the home crowd, has not got to them whatsoever, it seems like.
I think it's almost the opposite. They're fueling them this weekend. And honestly, you can see them peeking through the cone, grabbing crucial information. Probably seen Salvatore up above on the high ground. Yapko Panzer not too far off. And so they're just trying to check off boxes in terms of information before they make their rotation on over. Now we can get a look at the high ground. The bird's eye view, and this is where it does get dangerous for the teams in the backside of the zone that have to rotate on out. There goes Cold and Rapid. A couple shots are going to connect. More and more teams are becoming viable targets for them up above.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've invested so many of their builds right here, so much metal into this height take, that there is going to be a team undoubtedly looking to try and take it from them. That's why Salvatore is looking towards that backside of zone. Yasin is going ahead. You can see Acorn and Bolts just trying to set themselves up in a good position. This is the danger, though. Sky and Scroll, teams that have launch padding up into the air, using that Flowberry Fizz as well. Height is never safe and sound, so you've almost got to look in 15 different directions when you're playing height. So a big test here for Salvatore and Yasin, who are looking to break into that top 7.
Yeah, especially depending on where the zone goes. They got priority for the actual steamy stacks just towards the north. But I just saw Oatly in the feed go down. Spook's going to be left by himself. No extra shields. He does have the med kit, but using it for 15 HP might not necessarily be the best play, especially since he might have to stagger himself in the backside of the zone. But top 15 teams remain here, which means placement points are starting to set in. But slow, that is for sure, and it feels probably like eons for these guys that are playing.
It absolutely is. I think all the attention goes on to Oatly when you look at this duo. I was speaking to Mr. Savage early. He said Oatly and his teammate. Didn't even mention Spooks. Spooks, it is your time to shine. Prove why you deserve to be on this stage, and quite literally qualify your team all the way through with a decent enough game here. It sets them up really nicely. I said it before, though, Acorn and Bolt setting up really nicely for that high ground take. Salvatore and Yasin are not safe whatsoever. Bolts, Acorn, very wounded, though, going up for this height. Decent amount of material, trying to piece control the front side of Yasin, but they do the smart play and drop on down. Bolts and Acorn right now, no stranger to those high ground positions. They need to make it count here.
Yeah, Acorn was actually able to pick up the elimination, but you can see they're not able to reap the reward other than the points. Jojo Fishy down below is going to be taken down by Inact. Acorn's elimination finally gets cleaned up, and you see the zone is cutting back in their favor. That's going to save them a ton of materials, which is needed because you see only 5 left in the inventory of Bolts.
Spooks, what have you got? What are you made of? Let's test your metal. No eliminations for him so far. Fader getting into the box next door. He needs that elimination. Fader is so weak. He's not going to know that, though. Down to 16 HP goes Spooks. Needs to hit a big damage shot. We're going to try and look for an opportunity to pop a mini at some point right here. Spooks looking to try and give some spooks to the rest of the lobby because he's in a desperate situation right now. You see Swizzy Pixie going down, Salco and Act going down as well, so that's going to hurt their chances of breaking out of that top or that bottom 3. Scroll and Sky on their domain, both alive on low ground. This is where they can cook.
Yeah, we found and saw a bunch of players going down, but it's full teams that are figuring out a way to stay alive. Sky and Scroll just trying to take the front side of the zone. Spooks just trying to keep the miracle going, but it's Sky Jump and Momsy that end their terror. Again, these guys have been picking up the pace all day long, but Sky and Scroll need it, not just for themselves, but for AGL overall.
Yeah, and the bad news for Oatly and Spooks is that Sky and Scroll are making it far into this game. Fukun and Mini Pio, these guys are looking very, very strong right now as well. Also inside of that top 7. Look at this, Sky Jumper Momsy taking down our favorites going into the day. Sky and Scroll, the French guys on low ground, are looking to cause terror, which is exactly what they're doing, and they're moving their way through this low ground. They've taken out the low ground kings.
Time is definitely running out. Desperation starting to kick in for some. Bolts going down. Mini Pio, Fukun, both getting taken down as well, but Rapid and Cold holding their ground. They got 1 elimination so far. They're trying to look for more. Darm Demons get separated. Sky Jump and Momsy, 12 eliminations. These guys are on a roll.
An unstoppable force right now on low ground. They're looking to win game 1 of Slurp Rush as they did game number 1 of Elite Stronghold. These guys just break into the lobby, burst onto the scene every single time, and they're looking to do it again. They don't just want to qualify here, they want to win the entire event, but look who it is. Panzer and Yapko, they need a bit of a clutch right now. Not the ideal day for them so far. This is huge.
Yeah, but there's one solo running around, and that could be the difference maker of where they choose to go. Yapko Panzer still up above, using Shockwave to close the distance safely to try to reach the gal, but Sky Jump Momsy, they didn't really take any damage at all. On the flip side though, Yapko Panzer did. That's why they're trying to create distance, make it harder for them to take a full shot. Cold with the heal off inside of the zone, whether he's fragging out or healing off, he just wants those extra points.
The French fans are heating up right now, as is Sky Jump and Momsy. Big shot taken right there from Sky Jump, but they do maintain this high ground. Unfortunately, they don't have the build. They got to tumble on down. Yapko down, Momsy down, and Sky Jump and Momsy win in Paris again.
Another game when very few teams say they can win multiple games in person, but very few teams can say they did it in front of their hometown crowd. Cold staying alive long enough means maybe we don't see another first place team, but for Sky Jump and Momsy, they're so close to guaranteeing their spot in finals.
Goosebumps from that last few moments right there. They're the sort of team that can make things happen when they need to. And realistically, they were in the worst position right there. They were on low ground. The zone was pulling all over the shop. They couldn't build. They couldn't break a lot of the situations and a lot of the buildings that were in front of them. They couldn't make it easy for themselves, but that's what the best teams do. Even when the circumstances aren't in your favor, they still pull through. And it's these French fans, Jacob, I think they are really just giving them that extra boost, that extra edge, and that's what LAN Fortnite is all about.
Yeah, and it's just these big moments right here. Panzer, Yapko 2v2. The crowd erupted when the first knock even happened. They saw something we didn't, but these guys deserve all the credit in the world for how they're performing, not just today, but even leading up to today.
It's absolutely lighting up the fans right now. They are super hyped. And that win could really be the sort of solidifying moment for them in the grand scheme of things. We've got 4 games left here on the day. I was sort of looking at Yapko Panzer earlier. Panzer in particular wasn't very happy at all. I was looking at the sort of player cams. I don't think he was crying, but he was very, very emotional.
Yeah.
And I think that can really make or break a team. I think if you're coming into the latter half of competition with those emotions, it can really go either way. And thankfully for them, they've used that as momentum. They've used that as a sort of catalyst for this second half. And for them, I really do hope that they can perform well, because over on EU, it hasn't been the best time for them. They've split up, they've got back together. It's been topsy, it's been turvy. So for them, a second place is actually really strong. But Sky Jump and Momsy, they are the team to watch right now because everyone is on their side.
Yeah, it just kind of gives me almost that same feeling of, you know, how Shark and Teeny were playing yesterday, Vico Malabuca, Peter Poyo, and, you know, when we look to a match point style finals, these are the teams, the ones that are dominating these games that will eventually clash, because if a team is on match point, you know, you got to stop them or the tournament is going to be over. So I see the possibility of that happening, especially Sky Jump and Momsy. 4 13 eliminations throughout the course of that game. I know I got crazy when 11 and 12 happened, but then they got 2 more with the game win.
And they got active really early on, didn't they? They had so many of those eliminations. What was it? Maybe 6 eliminations earlier on, and I think they just stayed alive as a duo from the offset. And a lot of the teams that maybe had to catch up right there did lose one of their teammates earlier on. So the fact they could make their way into that end game as a duo from the offset was super important for them. Of course, Cold and Rapid, you know, Cold doing a great job of sort of using that med kit, using all that experience as well that he has on this position. He never seems fazed by situations where maybe there's another player that might end up trying to go for the win, but he's quite happy to play the med kit.
No, it definitely is, especially since, you know, he was deep in the storm, making it happen for a long time. Still ended up with 3rd, though, but that's going to be it for us on game number 6. We got plenty of action still to come, so don't go anywhere.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps? Yeah, it feels like overkill.
Welcome back to Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. Levin, Kelly, Vivid, the 7WG here to break that down for you. And Kelly, Skyjump and Mumsy just using that French buff.
And you could hear the audience. I think the entire country got a buff right there. That was such an incredible play. So much aggression. And that aggression started really early. If I'm not mistaken, Vivid, I think they actually had 6 eliminations by Zone 3. So that early aggression, being able to translate that into an incredible in-game just shows how prepared they were.
Yeah, super incredible to find so many eliminations in the early game. I just took a quick little peek at how many eliminations they ended with that game. It's got to be the highest we have seen so far. They had a total of 14 eliminations and got the win on the back foot of that as well. So 102 points out of that game right there. You can see how big of a difference, how big of a jump that must, you know, come into play when we take a look at the overall leaderboard.
I think it's very clear these guys are really using that home crowd advantage. There's so much confidence in the way they're playing right now. They have no fear. They feel like they own the moment. And to be quite frank, they do own the moment at the moment.
One more moment?
I'm a moment man. You know I like my moments.
You like your moments.
Yeah.
You know I love my moments.
But the chase for first place, I mean, it's just going to continue on because Cold and Rapid, Vivid, I mean, they're continuing to perform here no matter what happens.
This is what I wanted to see out of Cold and Rapid. And you know what? Me and Lev have been talking throughout the week, you know, since we got here. And we've kind of agreed on one that we don't agree on a lot, Levin. You know, typically, you know, NA, EU, whatever.
I seen it.
What? But the one thing that we have agreed upon is that Cold is so fun to watch. And the fact that Cold and Rapid just continuously play so consistently, and it's just on the back foot of finding all those eliminations, seeing Cold in what feels like such a good state when it comes to how well he is playing the game, that is fun Fortnite to watch.
I think a lot of questions were asked about some of these duos where they don't play with each other anymore. Can they jump back into things and really just sort of get going again? I think it speaks a big credit to Rapid and his ability this year to just play with anybody and find results, right? Of course, when you're playing with Cold, you're going to get results always to some degree. But I think Rapid definitely deserves his flowers as well as far as steering the ship here.
Well, you want to talk about their performance in that game right there. I would say that was actually one of the weakest performances we had from Cold and Rapid, and they still were able to make it into the very end game. And for Rapid there, or for Cold, it actually came down to a heal up. You can see going down into 12th zone right there, but eventually did come into his favor, and they're still at the top.
And I got to tell you, we are talking about the fact that Cold and Rapid, they obviously split up halfway through the year, but they still have to play, obviously, the reload together because they qualified so early on in the year. So probably a lot of people at home are like, what does that really kind of feel like for a duo? Well, we are here, obviously, at LAN, so we get to actually get a visual look at these players. I can tell you right now, Cold and Rapid, even off of the stage, obviously in the game, they're playing absolutely phenomenally together, but even off the stage, they're just walking around. They look like they're buddies, right? So they know exactly what they need to do. They have fully reset. Their mental is locked in, and they're just having a good time together.
11 for AGAL in that last game. Not being able to find the consistency that we're expecting out of them, but they did end up with at least 4 eliminations.
Yeah, did they ask you for another 11 coaching moment or something? Or what's the gimmick here? I mean...
Nah, not yet.
Yeah, look, ultimately, it's going to have to be better for them, right? We've seen the duos who had big expectations in this competition come through. Shark and Tina yesterday, phenomenal. Peterbot Boyo weren't as great, but we saw the signs there that the Pete and Boyo we know exists in Reload is there within them. Sky and Scroll, I think we're still yet to see the magic that people are expecting out of the best duo in the world, right? And so, again, many questions to be had, I think, about their journey so far.
And there's been a lot of teams that we've had questions for. Yapko and Panzer, though, finally stepping up to the plate, showing that this is why they're regarded as one of the best teams in EU. So finally to see them, I don't think it's too little too late just yet. I mean, we are looking for, I don't think they're going to make it into the top 7, but not making it into the bottom 3, I think, is something that we would all expect out of Yapko and Panzer.
You want to talk about another team that's kind of stepped up to the plate here, because I was taking a look at the leaderboard, of course, when it was just a moment ago. I saw them. Josh and Iamzo now are in 7th place, right? So just kind of breaking that threshold into those qualifying teams for the finals. So kind of great to see them doing well as well.
Yeah, currently being separated from 8th place by just 9 points. And actually the team that's currently chasing them is one team that you were keeping an eye on earlier, Kelly, which they were performing good, but it's not looking like it as they have started to drop off. Is none other than Spooks and Oatly.
You know, they didn't necessarily have the best game there. I believe Spooks was a solo towards the middle of the game there, Oatly going down a little bit early, but we've seen so much come out of them and a lot of the aggression that a lot of these teams are kind of foregoing, except for Cold and Rapid. They are actually stepping up to the plate as a smaller region. I don't think any of us were expecting for them to have this many eliminations. So maybe just a moment, a breather to look back on what kind of changed in that last game, and we'll see them pick things back up.
Yeah, I think if you're, those two, you're looking at your sort of OCE brethren over in Group A and Alex and Reckless, and you're looking at how the sort of competition just seemed to pass them by. And at this point in the competition, you really sort of need to give yourself that boost of, okay, look, we are just on the bubble. Let's not let this slip through our fingers. We are in a position to make this happen. Let's do it here.
And Vivid, we were talking about AGL, Sky, Scroll, obviously with everything that's going on with the club championship. 19 points away from that top 7 at the moment. I feel like it's doable, especially with how many games we got left.
Yeah, they're definitely in range now. I mean, whenever we kind of took a look at the leaderboard prior to this moment right here, they were pretty far down the leaderboard. I think in one place, the worst place we saw them was like 18th, 17th or something like that. So yeah, Sky and Scroll have clearly kind of picked it up. Again, I am still worried for this duo, by the way, because Levin kind of already talked about it. We haven't really seen that moment from them. Really, the only thing that is actually keeping them in the competition right now, solo clutches. Now, obviously, individually, that's great, but you guys got to play good together as a duo.
I think the big thing I'd also be saying to them, right, if I was actually coaching them directly, is to not allow the AGAL noise of the club championship to get to them right now. Obviously, as far as club championship standing goes, their Crossfire team just got eliminated. They need a big Fortnite performance. Otherwise, again, the devastating pressure of losing that out would be awful.
I mean, speaking of big Fortnite performances, Acorn and Bolts coming off of their Major 2 win and now slowly climbing up the leaderboard. I feel like we are seeing the finals from Major 2 like what we did from Acorn and Bolts, where they were kind of a little bit slow, but slowly started just playing their game. It's Acorn, he's patient, he's smart, and with Bolts on the back end, you know that if they need to get a solo clutch, they can pull that out as well. So to see them just jump up the leaderboard without really getting any screen time, I mean, that's just what Acorn and Bolts do.
And another team that kind of has been slowing down too, hasn't been able to find that consistency, but they've been doing good enough, is none other than SAUL, because this squad so far, the performances, I mean, at the beginning of the day, it was the 3rd place followed by 7th place, 7th place, then 12th, 4th, and 10th. So you can see a bit of a roller coaster there for that squad right now.
Yeah, they're pretty much just consistently jumping into those top 10. And as a result of that, I don't really know if we've seen them actually jump out of the top 7 a single time throughout the competition here today. So just playing consistently, doing exactly what they need to do. That being said, I love to kind of talk about interactions with the players that we have had the opportunity to kind of go throughout the week. One of those teams that I had the opportunity to actually not really get a chat with because there's a little bit of a language barrier, but I did kind of see them during the break after they did get their win. Of course, it's going to be Mini Pollo and Fukin. Man, listen, all I kind of did was give them a little cheer. I was like, woo, let's go, guys, right? Immediately reacted. They were cheering themselves. They're like, yeah, you know what I mean? Let's go. So they are in great spirits, are sitting in 6th place right now.
How did they react again? Can you do it again for how did they react?
There you go. Well, we'll see how they're going to be performing. Maybe they'll be able to stop that roller coaster of emotions that they're currently having, especially the roller coaster of performances that they're currently having. But as long as they're in the top 7, they are going to be happy. One team that is definitely going to be happy is none other than the French duo. And with the French crowd that we have here, I wonder what our French stage host is currently doing with Luti.
Yeah, indeed. I am with some French audience right now, so I'm going to ask them some question in English. They're going to answer in French, and I'm going to translate you. Of course, insane game. A second top 1 for them. Victoire Gabriel, it's make a lot of pleasure, of course. So my question will be like, what is the meaning for you to have 2 top 1 today with these teams, French guys winning in front of you? What is the feeling about it?
Pour moi, c'est une fierté pour la France. Tout simplement, on a sous-estimé longtemps les Français. Et on est fiers tout simplement, un sentiment de fierté pour nos joueurs et c'est pas fini, ils vont encore tout arracher, ils peuvent encore tout arracher et puis je sais que la France est derrière eux.
So, I mean, we are really proud of them. Basically, a lot of us underestimate French players sometimes, but they prove again, like, they can do it. They can actually win today, I think so. And we are just really proud to be represented by these guys. But I have another question as well, because there is French players and there is French organization. Yesterday we saw Vitality as well. We have some Gentmates fan behind. And of course, we saw Team Havoc today. They are doing really good. What is your feeling about Team Havoc and today's and yesterday? Like, how you feel?
C'est vraiment, comme il a dit mon collègue, une fierté parce que les FR on top et puis les structures FR aussi, hein, Avoc, et puis c'est juste magnifique quoi. Et on les attend, on pense qu'ils peuvent encore gagner, ils nous ont vraiment surpris, c'était vraiment magnifique et on attend qu'eux quoi.
Yeah, we are just waiting for them. It was wonderful to see them win. Of course, the French player and the French organization as well. Like my colleagues say, we are really proud of this crowd. We are really proud of our players. And now we just hope they're gonna make good in finals. Guys, tout le monde, mesdames et messieurs, Paris, faites du bruit! Back to you, casters.
You know, Minnie, I might have to pick up an apartment, a house somewhere here in Paris, France, because the energy is insane. I just need more of it.
It's so good. I absolutely love it. The French fans. It's always the French players that absolutely pop off as well in these moments. The French orgs really come out to play. So, yeah, that first game here on Slurp Rush was almost just absolutely perfect. We couldn't have scripted it any better. They didn't look like they were going to win the game for a lot of that end game, and then they just turned things around so quickly. Doesn't quite put them in first place on the leaderboard, all because of this guy on screen, of course, doing so well to heal off in that end game. But really, a great performance from so many of our top teams continuing to plow on through here.
Yeah, it's just, as these games continue on, going into match number 7, then 8, 9, and 10 to kind of close out the day, I'm not necessarily concerned with the top side of the leaderboard anymore. Cold, Rapid, Sky Jump, Momsy. I'm more concerned with, 6th place, 7th place, 8th place, and everybody else outside of that bubble. Because it's usually in the last 2 games of the day, I say it's all or nothing, eliminations and victory royales to kind of close that gap. This is the moment here where you're not in desperation mode, but you're literally a few matches away from that being the case.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that are in and around it, and it's actually really close sort of on that bubble. Mini Pio and Fukun, of course, Vivid spoke to them. Let's hope they can use that energy to carry themselves into this. I love how Vivid had to do that again, of course. There's a big fight right now. Rapid up here at Steamy Stacks. Victor looking for an opportunity to go for that pre-fire. Neither of them want to move. It's a game of chess right now. Oh no, we have cover. And the cover that comes along is cold, and that is not the cover that you want on the opposite side of things.
You know, I give Rapid all the credit in the world. You know, playing Fortnite, you got somebody boxed up, you just want to go for the clip.
Yeah.
But he was patient, waited for Cold, and then Cold just walked on in. Don't worry, I got you. And that's kind of their strategy. Typically, we do see a lot of solo players go out and try to W-key the lobby in order to pick up those eliminations. Most of the games that we have watched, not only here today, but the qualifiers, they push around the lobby together. They make sure they always have numbers on their sides. As we go on over to Dirty Docks, we got Gone, Knight, getting their second elimination of this game. But even with 2 players down and out of this POI, there's still so many more left.
That's the thing. There's all different sorts of players everywhere around as Bolts and Acorn. I think you really could have expected a little bit of a better game from them, of course, in the end of things. But looking like they were going to take high. Oh dear. Did we have a self-elimination with an RPG? Because Bolts did not.
Yeah. I've been there. I can't say I've not a few times before. We even saw it yesterday. I don't want to say it was Malibuca, but that's the first name that does pop in my head. So it is going around this week. Just you could kind of see the nerves, the anxiousness coming through from some of these teams as Panzer goes down. Cold and Rapid, second elimination of the game. And that's a team that you don't want to get heat up. You want to continue to kind of let them lose some of that steam. But for Cold and Rapid, it does not look like it's going to be a case. Gone and Knight either. They get their third elimination of this game. Even while getting pressured from behind, that's Anon who just spawned back in. He goes down as well as Gone picks up his 4th of the game.
Yeah, Anon is not really having that great of a time right now up here at Dirty Docks. Gone involved in this fight as well. Trying to find angles, trying to find opportunities to heal, of course, as well. Lots of other teams sort of in the surrounding area. You can see Knight there just leading the way, saying, yeah, let's just get out of here. Picked up our 4th elimination here of this game. We don't need to have anything to do with that.
A lot of rockets coming out now. Momsy doing it, trying to put pressure onto Enact, break it to the builds, times the shot perfectly to bring the shields down. Enact goes down in that 1v2 situation, and honestly, you can kind of see the ones that are sticking together, just kind of lurking around the lobby, going after those eliminations, are the ones that seem to have built just a little bit of momentum here in this early game. And you can kind of see them looking around, trying to figure out where that player is going to respawn back in at.
Yeah, there's almost 2 ways you can play it, right? You can W-key as a duo, try and find those solos, or you can try and get a few little picks as a solo third party, some fights, get the elims that way, and then get back with your teammate later on down the line. Scroll there in the feed as well, getting an elim. Just find themselves, I think, inside of that top 7. I think going into that game, they were just out, so it's good news for them and good news for the fans, of course, of AGAL, looking to close in on Falcons at the very top of the overall standings for the club championship. And there they are, Scroll and Sky. And what I like about them, they haven't got too emotional. They haven't let the bad start get to them. Like we saw yesterday with Pete and Poyo, the best teams don't do that. They don't let those bad starts get to them.
Yeah, and I feel bad for anybody that, you know, might think they might be down and out, because it's a team that, you know, if they survive here in the group stages, they go to the survival side of things, they're just going to get better. They're going to use that little bit of a break to go ahead and try to VOD review, figure out what went wrong, figure out what went right, and try to fix upon some of those mistakes. Bolt's narrowly escaping there. You see him just kind of lurking around. He does have the slap splashes for the HP, but it almost feels like he might need an elimination to stay alive deep in the zone here.
That's what's the plan is right now. Luckily, they managed to get away here for Acorn. And Bolts Rapid down in the feed there as well. Our top team, one half of them down. But of course, Cold is still in the game. 20 duos left. Everyone, of course, still in this one. And this is when things really start to get real. This is where things start to get difficult. Bolts there on the other side of this wall. Nice shots coming on through. Bit of a trade from both of these teams right now, and unfortunately goes down. It's Bolts and Acorn just finding that angle, getting that piece control, and catching him off guard right there.
That was looking good on the other side, but Acorn coming in. Probably hear the audio, the visuals. You kind of get a little desperate, push in just a little bit too far. Bolts is going to be able to shut him down. Con invaded here. This is against Sky Jump and Momsy. They're fighting over one of those supply drops. And it almost looks like either team actually needs it outside of the mobility. And it doesn't look like they're going to take an all-out fight for it just yet. But Momsy is still lurking around. He does have the rocket launcher. We've already seen him break some of the builds, pre-fire the shot to get some damage. But Con and Faded are not going to stand by and let that happen.
Yeah, they had to just disengage right there and just dip out of that fight, which is more than happy for them because, of course, they can get onto another supply drop. So if one fails, why not go for the next? As you can see the leaderboard on the right side of the screen, Demush and Darm just outside of that bottom 3. What an upset that would be if they don't make it into at least the survival stage. Faded and Khan as well. I think they're a team that you can expect big things from, but maybe you don't on this sort of stage. But currently sat in 5th place, actually looking really good, and 2 incredibly good fighters individually as well. So this sort of meta, the way that Reload is played, I think plays into their favor.
Especially since 10 games each day. I feel like this is one of the longest kind of structured formats. It's more of a marathon instead of a race, and I think that's kind of helping some teams versus others. That mental stamina to be able to kind of hold tough throughout any good or bad situations. Rapid probably spotting somebody out up above, marking him out as well. They know this is a fresh, rebooted player, and they're going to try to attack while they can and while they have the advantage.
Yes, nightmare situation for Seven and Axel as those guys go down entirely. So for a team like Salvatore and Yassine, they need to make the most of this game as the team directly below them have now gone out. So an opportunity for them to really boost their way up in the standings. Fukun and Mini Pio really looking to try and just maintain their position inside of that top 6. Cold and Rapid, realistically, are quite happy with how this is playing out. They don't need to close things out really quickly right now. Fukun thinking the same as well, and they can heal up really easily by these big slurp barrels. Cold and Rapid still sort of trying to seek them out, looking for an angle. Rapid finds one. Able to actually end up finding the player, though. Yeah, look at this. They don't know where they are here, Jacob.
Yeah, they have an idea. They just don't have the clue just yet. But they are lurking around, playing it very, very safe. Trying to make sure to check every nook and cranny, but it does look like they might try to disengage out. Acorn, Bolts find themselves in a 2v2 against Darm and Dinas. NA versus EU here for now. Acorn is going to try to put pressure on Darm. His teammate is there putting down his own to make sure he does not kind of let him fight that one for free. As you see the elimination that took down 7 and eventually led their entire downfall.
Yeah, that's not ideal, of course. Rebooted in, got taken out of the sky. Dimash, though, is now left as a solo. Bolts is able to hold off, so Acorn could find that first against Darm. Dimash just needs to stay alive as long as possible. Bolts and Acorn looking for all these sorts of angles, trying to make their numbers advantage known. Acorn looking for some peace on the top of the Bills, not able to find connections yet. Bolts looking from another angle as well. They've got to be careful here, though. Of course, they don't have those whites, as I say that. Bolts gets a nice little gift from his teammate Acorn, and they're not able to actually find this limit onto Dimash, so Darm must have been rebooted by now. This is only surely a matter of time for Dimash to go down. But the more time that Dimash stays alive, the worse it gets for Acorn and his teammate Bolts, because it's just like they're wasting time here.
Yeah, and I agree with that 100% because he doesn't even have medkits, bandages, or anything either. They used their last one, and there's only one possible elimination down here, so somebody's going to be left without Siphon, and Bolts is going to get that elimination, so Acorn is going to have to go hunting. I will say, though, the Blessing here gets the elimination, gets the materials, and you look, it has that kind of infinity symbol when it comes to gold. That means it has over 1,000. There's a mending machine nearby, so they are going to be able to access some med kits and big pots if they need them.
Ah, look who found it. There we go. Cold and Rapid. They found him in the end. It's a game of hide and seek here. It's not Fortnite Reload, as Panzer and Yapko getting into a bit of a fight as well against Mini Pio. So there's 3 teams sort of getting active in this area. Thankfully for Panzer and Yapko, they do win out that particular engagement and are able to get the revive as well. But for Canada and Victor V, we saw them sort of have an opportunity in that last game, I really think, to break into that top 7, and they just fell far too early. So I think they'll be looking to try and correct a lot of those mistakes there, Jake.
Yeah, I know we were talking about kind of Cold and Rapid in a situation where after they qualified, they split up when it comes to the different BR mode or the traditional one.
Yeah.
Canada Victor V, same thing, so they don't have all the same practice as some of our other teams in this game as Mini Pio gets found out yet again. Cold and Rapid initially took down his teammates, so both of them seem to be on the spin cycle for now. And it's interesting enough how aggressive they're actually playing because we're in the 6th zone. Typically, this is where you would see things tend to slow down a little bit, knowing you only have 1 zone left, reboots turn off, and that's your last chance to kind of get back in the game. But Cold and Rapid are doing the exact opposite. They're not slowing down. They're making sure if you get rebooted in this game, you have little to nothing.
Yeah, they actually get zone here as well. The zone actually pulls back towards the north of this sort of bigger zone. As you can see them there, the sort of pink arrows just to the left of Slurpee Swamp Text. That's where those guys find themselves. So actually in a really nice position if they have those whites there to be able to heal themselves up. And that's a prime position. So not only do they have all those eliminations, not only do they have all that confidence, they also have a really nice position inside of this zone. Even teams all the way up there at booming base still finding themselves in there. There's Yomzo and Josh as the team that are in there. And it's going to turn into a little bit of a more dangerous storm soon enough, so it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this. I'm sure they have plenty of whites to keep them going.
Definitely gotta hope so, but they are definitely digging deep into their bag of tricks. In terms of the launch pads, typically you see 2 being brought into you late into the game. You use the Flowberry Fizz launch pad strategy. You kind of avoid all the chaos underneath, but they're using that early just to make sure they avoid the mid-game. They avoid going down to being put on that reboot cycle, so that way they can at least make it to this portion of the game relatively healthy. And you can kind of see them sitting there in 9th place so far on the overall leaderboard. They fell out throughout the course of this game.
Yeah, this landing is going to be really, really important for them. Where do they choose? This is a skill gap in the game. Where do you land? Using a lot of that natural cover, a lot of those buildings, I think they're safe and sound. They do box up next to a team, but they're okay for now. Actually, zone pulls back towards them as well. So for teams like Mini-PO, for teams like Fuku in this sort of southwest zone is going to be really nice for them. And you can see sort of Mini-PO's loadout indicating that, yeah, definitely been rebooted 1 or 2 times here in this game.
But at least he's giving himself a shot. 500 mats. I gotta hope that it is gonna be for the both of them, but not too far from the zone either. Sky and Scroll not too far where all that noise is being made, and they're looking to make a little bit more. Couple of quick tags are gonna land on the Toyota, but he go ahead, reunites with Yuma up above, another team down below. And they're realizing the zone opening up means they have to start gathering information. It's crucial. Figuring out where players are and where players want to be is going to be their recipe for success.
Yeah, I spoke about teams making sure to land in a solid spot. Sky and Scroll are one of the best teams at doing that. They're one of those teams that really do stay hit to hit so effectively well, and they don't find themselves in difficult solo clutch situations earlier on in the game. We see it later on, but they stick together so much earlier on, which helps them get to these end games, going to help them try and push into that top 7. Yomzo and Josh making their way into the zone. Dom is down and out, so that's that duo, I think, potentially down. It looks like actually Demas is still in, so only one of them now left in that duo.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure in a situation like this. Typically, you don't really get placement points till 10th zone, 11th zone, 12th zone. You're essentially playing the whole game out just to hope to get something for your efforts, but as we see, the dust settles. Sky Jump, Momsy on high ground, Sky and Scroll, Nutar too far away, and on the ultimate low ground though, Cold and Rapid, but they're in the position that they want to be in.
Yeah, they're perfectly happy right here. We've seen them stay consistent. We've seen them find a limbs here on the mid to low ground layers. This is exactly the sort of position they want to find themselves in, using this bush as well to have them a little bit of cover. Momsy and Sky Jump are on height, but Sky and Scroll, they don't like the fact that Momsy and Sky Jump are taking the cake right now. They don't like the fact that these guys are the talk of the town. They want to be that team that everyone talks about. And they want to be reminding every single person in this arena that they are back-to-back major champions over in EU. So they're looking for that position right now. Cold and Rapid doing what they do best, just so close to each other, finding shots all the way at the backside of zone, staying calm whilst doing it as well. And now they have to rotate on in. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a solo shot situation as Cold tries to get them back towards that safe zone. Bolt's doing exactly the same as well via the grapple. Getting onto that second height there as well, maybe even full high ground if he wants it, but decides against it.
Yeah, definitely giving himself options about how he wants to play the rest of this end game. Same thing for Sky and Scroll, and they have another launch pad in their inventory. They are not pressed for time, and they have a ton of materials because they're dodging just this portion of the game where Swizzy, Pixie, they're trying to deal damage, but damage is still going their way, burning through some of their materials. You can even see down to just 2 bandages left, so this game has not been kind to them.
But this is the sort of team that can clutch in these situations. This is the sort of team that can turn absolute disasters into wins. Momsy, though, Sky Jump, staying together as well. There goes Spooks. Now it's up to Oatly to solo clutch instead. This time, Yuna and Koyota go down as well. So this is going to be an opportunity for them now to go back into this next game and reconsider. Nobody's really playing height. The highest team here, it looks as though, are Sky and Scroll. Not a position that we've seen them in too often in how they play, but Sky Jump and Momsy, they want that position back. RPG comes through. Swizzy tries to go up as well, but Momsy slaps him away.
He said, yo, you can have height just for a short moment as he fires the rock, and even dropping down, continuing the fight here in this game. Victor V getting elimination, but Bolts and Acorn Acorn. They land perfectly in the front side of zone. This is a team that doesn't force those high ground situations. They force this fight just like this, and only going down opens up the window for Elite's team of Yamzo and Josh.
This is huge for them. Skyjump and Momsy up in the sky right now, getting tumbled on down as well by so much pressure from down below. Another team, it's Yapko and Panzer looking at their wall as well. This is the time for Skyjump and Momsy to really show what they're all about, why they have so many of these fans on their side. Panzer and Yapko, second place in that last game as well. They need a comeback, and they're finding themselves in really nice positions in this endgame. Not too many eliminations, but they want to play it out.
Hey, better late than never, but I called out the second launch pad and already being put to use. They're dodging multiple waves of these zones. Look at everything that's going down below. A lot of these guys are probably not having too much fun, especially Pixie and Swizzy that got struck down by Bolts. Acorn and Bolts, 11 eliminations. This is madness.
What am I seeing right now? They've got to make their way up on top of this hill, though. Cold and Rapid, another team that needs to try and do that. This unbreakable hill, this unstoppable force there on the low ground is Cold and Rapid, but they need to get their way up, which they do. And Bolts and Acorn, this is a team that is just on fire right now. They want height, they want the win.
Yeah, but they got to be careful. Bolts finally running out of that materials. Even though they do got the fizz, both of them using it, trying to get that shield up as fast as possible. They're still in the line of sight, but it's Cold and Rapid that are taking a lot of that focus on the front side. But Sky and Scroll come in next. They're the second height, but Salvatore gets dropped down. Him and Yasin, they have no builds to maintain their position.
They just have to play sneaky here. Sky and Scroll right down below, all the way down on the bottom. It's Rapid and Cold found themselves down at the bottom of that hill, but now find themselves in a really nice position. Sky and Scroll, they want a height. We haven't seen them win. We don't usually see them win all the way up here, but if it's the way they need to do it, why not take it? Bolts finding his 7th elimination, of course, in this game as well. This is exactly what this team are about. 11 eliminations, continuing to push on through. Josh going down there in the feed as well. Rapid now as a solo too.
Yeah, this is for Rapid to try to hold on to first, but for Sky and Scroll, this is bigger than themselves here in this moment. We were all talking about what they were doing as solos, dominating the game, staying in contention, but look at what happens when these guys are finally together, side by side, up above, Acorn and Bolts, the NA Major 2 champions, and a whole solo comes in to try to disrupt the mess. Yasin, and he does so perfectly, taking down one, but Sky and Scroll fall from above and steal the game away.
They have awoken. It's only taken them a decent chunk of games here to get the engines going. You can see what it means to the family as well. They are so happy with that. They are here, and they're not here to mess around. They took height. They thought, you know what? Let's go for that position. And they took it incredibly well.
Yeah, one thing I've learned over time, it's not always how you start, but it's how you finish. And as of recently in these games, these guys have been finishing strong. And I think that's the thing about this team is, yeah, there's some phenomenal players individually. Their solo prowess is some of the best that we've seen in Fortnite, but when they finally get it together, they finally fix those mistakes and work together as a team, they are just as dangerous as the Shark and Teeny, Peterbot and Poyo, Vico, and Malibuca that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, you just can't doubt them. They're the team that you cannot doubt. And you can see their family right in front of them, the celebrations. I love that. They can sort of see right in front of them, which is exactly what you like to see. They're actually sort of sat right behind us. And they're getting the pictures taken, the victory. I think for them, they would be disappointed with how they played today. I think they would be sort of expecting more of themselves, but I think what we couldn't ever expect was for them to just completely dud or not play well here, because they've just shown why they're back-to-back major champions here.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you're traveling, you're out of your comfort zone of your home, you know what I'm saying? It tends to kind of play a little bit of mental tricks. I'm not saying that's what's happening to them, but I'm just saying maybe something of the sort to kind of get them a slow start. And I'd like to see them continue to kind of pick it up here. That was great for them to pull off that win, but we're always talking about the match point format in finals. I want to see them continue to light up the leaderboard. Don't let out of gas just because you got this win.
Yeah, they're not a team that are immune from wins. Over on EU, they do pick up wins. They typically sort of pick them up from that low ground, playing that really effectively. And we have seen them playing height occasionally. We know that they have those abilities to actually play that position. But unfortunately, in terms of their overall points gained from that match, Acorn and Bolts are the ones that take first place for that 86 total points, 36 elimination points. They're the team that are just on fire right now when it comes to those elims in endgame. They were really looking good.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be too worried, though. Kind of looking at the leaderboard. Yeah, Bolts, Acorn scored more. Cold Rapid right down below. That's not near direct competition, though.
Yeah.
These guys are a little bit higher up on that leaderboard overall, but it shows to show that at least they're continuing to climb back up. But looking at this side of things, you know, you got to look at Oatly and Spooks. Only 12 total points in that last game. They were the team that kind of started on the bubble, but now they kind of fell outside. So we're going to need a great finish from them if they want to look to advance directly to the finals.
This is what it's about. This is what LANs are about. You can see what it means right there. To the family, to the friends that are in the crowd as well. Yeah, I love it. They have awoken. They're here. They've reminded us that they are here. And it's what they do. Does Scroll have a twin brother? I feel like it's Scroll. When we first panned him, I was like, Scroll looks exactly like his brother there.
Yeah, definitely does look pretty close. And honestly, I might have to ask him. I'm going to use this moment to go figure out if he does have a brother. You guys can use this moment to go ahead and grab some snacks. The rest of the games are coming up, so don't go anywhere.
A lot of people are haunted.
The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
You know when you've been tangled.
See them in this position, right? Especially toward the latter half of the games. Finally, though, to get that victory out, that's going to start pushing them in the forward. That momentum is, I feel like, all they needed.
Yeah, it's one thing to manifest a couple of top 5 performances, but when you finally get that chip of managing the victory royale, it really does just remind yourself that, yes, we have the potential. Yes, we are top tier, major FNCS representatives for a reason with the back-to-backs, and now we're finally starting to see that consistency that everyone's been talking about.
That's right. Now, you heard the crowd as well. Crowd, are we feeling Sky and Scroll? I mean, come on, make some noise right now for them. You guys got to wake up, make some noise. There we go. There we go. Obviously, we wanted to highlight as well Swizzy and Pixie. How can you not be fans of them having a moment here? We've got to make sure they make it in that top 7 because we want to see them go straight through to finals. But, I mean, come on. How can we not cheer for a global champion?
They've obviously had a very solid day throughout, though. I mean, Pixie, I can already tell he's absolutely in the zone alongside Swizzy. But you have to imagine still sitting inside of that 4th place position. So they are looking set for that top 7. But obviously, job's not done. Why not close it out in style? And that's the type of performance they've been putting on all day. And we know there's been a lot of love towards some of the French competition, but obviously Havoc also showing big time love to these two.
Yeah, it's got me thinking, and I actually asked them earlier in the interview about finals, kind of curious of if they're starting to think about some of those things, some of those teams that might be coming in that suddenly have to find themselves facing off against. Do you feel like anyone could maybe get in their way in finals?
With the way that they're throwing up numbers today, I don't think that's the case. I think right now, their only strategy is just focusing on the game plan that's been working so well for them. A lot of it has just been going for that height control, but I think more importantly still, it's just them understanding that they have a very solid dynamic of being able to kind of toggle the sort of primary factors, and that's, do we need to go for more eliminations, or do we just need to keep prioritizing our positioning, our rotations? But we know that they're capable of doing everything. They're just kind of firing off on all cylinders.
I love that. Is there any other team out there you feel like is really, you've kind of got your eye on that has kind of like impressed you, especially in the context of EWC?
Obviously, gotta give a big shout out towards the Asia side of things. Minipio and Fukun have been doing an excellent job at just giving a big shout towards that international scene. We saw tidbits of it even inside of Group A's competition yesterday, but here in Group B, it really does seem like there is so much of that wildcard presence.
Yeah, I think for me, it's been Oatly, right? Absolutely going crazy. We saw him inside the top 4 at one point. Now just outside of that kind of bubble, the top 7. I am so excited to see more of them compete, but I know what you want. It's more games. It's action time. Let's kick it on over to the casters.
It is indeed action time. We are back here for game number 8. We've had an electric start really here for Slurp Rush the first couple of games, but things now, Jacob, they really start to get real. The pressure starts to ramp up for the teams that are on this bubble that are trying to qualify on through to that final from today. There's definitely still so much to be played for right here. Minipio and Fukun, as Taka was saying, only 18 points away from that 7th place right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the biggest thing to note is not only how well they're actually doing, and they deserve a ton of credit. You know, they did it in LAN before, and they're doing it here again, but look at that gap between them and the next best team. It's small right now, 21 and then 23 points, but if that continues to kind of open up, it's going to be like an 8-team race for 7 spots, so I need everybody else outside of that bubble to really put themselves on notice. It's now or never. Well, maybe not never because you got the survival states tomorrow, but you want to qualify here. You want to give yourself that break. Otherwise, it's even less spots tomorrow with only being 6.
Yeah, hopefully not never. You see Yapko Panzer there as well in that first page. They've really moved themselves up here when it comes to Slurp Rush, but unfortunately, we have to show this page. The complete flip side of the conversation. We saw 7 Axedas going down very early on in that game, and it's one of those teams that we don't necessarily expect huge things from here on LAN, but they need to just try and stay alive here outside of that top, that bottom 3.
Yeah, we've already kind of seen, especially with Cold and Rapid, that sometimes consistency and eliminations beats overall victory royales. But that's one thing I do want to see out of that team of Cold and Rapid is finally get that win. Because they're already over 350 points, which does not matter today. But in my head, it's like prove that you can actually do it, which kind of makes it easier for you to actually do it on Saturday. Of course, the competition is going to be tougher with the group players from Group A joining in, obviously, tomorrow's survival stage. But it just goes to show that this reload is just more than just mechanics. It's more than just strategy. You have to deal with so much that is unknown at any point in time.
Yeah, I feel like it's sort of, you know, an opportunity really just to skip that survival stage entirely. You know, you really don't want to put yourself in that position tomorrow because then that pressure is just even more on. So we've got 3 more games of competition here for today. And really depending on how the teams are sort of positioned on the leaderboard, I guess sort of dictates how you end up playing. I feel like our top 3 is really far in advance right now. They're looking like they can definitely find themselves qualifying pretty straightforwardly. But if you are one of those teams that are maybe on that bubble just outside of that bottom 3, how do you now approach this? Do you keep doing more of the same? You try and switch things up?
If you're Minipio and Fukun, you probably just do a lot of the same. Don't want to switch things up majorly. If you're anybody else, you need to at least start getting consistent into the games deeper. And if that's not something you can do, yes, you do need those eliminations to close the gap and then kind of take a break, to avoid their survival stage to come back for match point finals. But as you said, it just really goes to show where you're at on the leaderboard, almost gets to decide how you get to play the rest of this one out.
Yeah, and it's sometimes now or never, you know, hopefully not never for these teams. We can guarantee that 3 of them will be going out completely after today's competition. Victor V starting things off really strongly, taking down Jojo Fishy. 7 there down as well. But look at this already going down early. 7 Axedas. That's an absolute disaster for them because they were finding themselves in that sort of bottom 3 of the leaderboard, all in contention for it. And now it's an absolute disaster start here to the 3rd last game.
And now it almost even looks like with Anon in the distance. You see Oatly doubling back. He realized he didn't pick up the shockwave. This is OCE on OCE right now with Spook taking down Anon. They have 3 straight eliminations right out of the gate. Luckily for Anon, Bazin is able to create a little bit of distance, so it shouldn't go down early unless he gets hunted by the 3rd team that's at Dirty Docks.
Yeah, they're making their way over. Luckily, it looks as though they are able to actually get that reboot, but there is, of course, Gon and Knight in the area, lurking like sharks in the water. They find Vazen. There's the first for Gon and Knight. It's a gift for them, really, coming on over into that area of the POI. And for Gone and Knight, this is a team that do need to have a bit of a resurgence, you have to say. They started the day really strongly, and you sort of expect them to have these big moments. Just unfortunately, like you mentioned, that consistency across the course of 10 games just becomes so much more important.
Yeah, just kind of looking at almost an 80-point gap, a little bit less, but for simple math sakes, that's what they need to come back from. Oatly and Spooks, their 4th elimination here. They're already driving their way up the leaderboard. At this point in time, they're only 5 points away from that top 7 with the eliminations here in this game. They still need a little bit more to go, but being at this part of the map where Vazen and Anon just seem to be stuck on a cycle of respawns. It's Knight and Gone on one side, it's Oatly and Spooks on the other, and they're not letting these guys touch the ground.
They're not. That's the difficulty here for Anon, because they're a team that's they're not absolutely in danger as of right now, but you know, things can really just start to pick up in terms of momentum the wrong way. For Knight and Gone, they need to do it the right way. They need to start picking up a couple more of these early limbs, and then crucially staying alive in those mid-game fights as well. I feel like we haven't seen that from them like we saw in those earlier games. Anon, another one, unfortunately down, and it's just been a disastrous dirty docks.
You know, every time I watch a reload tournament like this and I just see somebody just get picked off over and over and over, I just think Ali A is just somewhere at home saying, look at him! Finally somebody else feels my pain. But it's just the nature of the beast that is reload. Swizzy Pixie underneath, 1 elimination here. You got plenty of players still in around Slurpy Swamp, both individuals and full teams. As you see Aoxy and Jojo Fishy in the distance.
Never would have thought Ali A's catching strays here at the Fortnite Reload Championship EWC.
It's the opposite. He's having fun watching
well,
this.
I suppose, yeah. Getting rid of a reminder of his worst moment of his career. I respect it. I respect it. I'm sure he's watching on. Cold and Rapid, though, they've been really active early on in these games, but managing it with consistency as well. Unfortunately, 21 points. It's not looking great for this team right now. Not the team you want to be fighting either on the other side of the wall. And it's just been really dangerous. A lot of these off-spawn fights just haven't gone their way, and unfortunately for them, it's just been Cold and Rapid running the show at the moment, both in-game and, of course, off-spawn. Scry and Scroll looking to take down another player here as well, trying to get their 2nd elimination of the game. Salvatore just below right now. They're trying to go for an almost pseudo-sneak play, which they actually do fine. Nice little beam there from Sky, or from Scroll, to give Sky an opportunity to find an angle as well, but unfortunately Scroll gets beamed in the process. Sky does the smart thing and disengages. Yassine is down. Tried to get on out of that situation with the launch bound. Salvatore, unfortunately, as well, has to make do with what he has, which is not much. And Sky and Scroll back inside of the Storm. They understand that although they did pick up that win, they're not quite done and dusted as of right now. They still need to have this solid back end of the day.
Yeah, and I like that decision for them. You saw how crowded it actually was at Slurpy Swamp. There was like 3-4 teams directly there and a couple more on the outskirts. So they just kind of played the long game. As many PO gets taken out. Cold and Rapid are going to pick up their 3rd elimination of this game. And you can see he has the exotic Yoink shotgun. So even if you try to run from Cold, if he hits you with one of those, he's just going to pull you back. Get over here! So Rapid can finish you off.
I mean, I love the fact he's really smiling about it as well. That's what makes Lands really great. He's just having a fun time. I mean, why wouldn't you? Your first place at EWC Fortnite here for Group 2. Look at that, though, in the feed. Scroll down to Canada. So we were sort of praising them for that really solid, really smart play to go back inside of the Storm. But look who else was there, of course, as well. It was Canada. Unfortunately, Mini Pio, again, going down. Cold and Rapid and not letting these guys get anywhere into this game, get any sort of momentum. And they find their 4th elimination of the game. These guys just so aggressive in these early stages of the game. I'm really intrigued as to how they're actually going to play finals, though. Are they going to be able to keep up that level of aggression? Because if your entire game plan relies on those earlier limbs, if they rely on sort of those dead side rotates, can you do that in the finals lobby? That's the question I have, but not for them to worry about right now.
Definitely going to keep us asking a lot of questions as this day does continue. Knight and Gone, 4 eliminations throughout the course of this early game. As you kind of see that replay, Snow just trying to hold on to the wall. Rapid on the other side, and that's what I'm saying. When these guys are pushing around the lobby, they're doing so together. Another elimination for Rapid there. Mini Pio's just not having a good time at all on this side of the map. Might have to pick elsewhere to land, but that's just the nature of the beast.
Oh, I feel like he is trying to land somewhere else. It's just cold, and Rapid just aren't letting him get a moment. And look, they're just seeing him again. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. He's just trying to play his game. Cold and Rapid. Look at them. Ruthless. Ruthless. It's rude. Mini Pio and Fuku, they're a team that need to stay inside of that, well, get inside of that top 7. They haven't been doing that so far. He's trying to hide on the wall. Unfortunately, Mini Pio going to have the same result here. Yeah, that's really rude. So, yeah, come back in about 30 seconds and keep doing it again.
It's just very, very unfortunate because Mini Pio is just stuck in a position to where, yes, he kind of gets that pseudo loadout, but it's not a full loadout. So you need to land somewhere for loot. You think outside of the zone is the great play, but Cold and Rapid are there all day. Sky and Skrull trying to come back. We saw Skrull go down to Kanata in the feed. Fresh off the reboot. We had a decent loadout, so fight after fight, Skrull has to go ahead and buy a couple more seconds here for them to stay alive, and a whole nother team looking to crash this party. Darm Demas, or at least one of them, trying to get their hands full, and right now that's their, I believe, 10th elimination of this game. Talk about trying to close the gap. As of now, they're in 14th place, but as they started this game, they were much further down that leaderboard.
Yeah, they're moving up, and that's exactly what we expect from these guys. Really shaky start as well from sort of some of our EU teams that we really expect more from, kind of reflective of how they've been playing a lot recently as well. Skyjump and Momsy looking to disengage from this battle on the dead side of this zone, find themselves inside of that zone as well. And of course, they've just been super consistent today as well. Skyjump and Momsy finding themselves sort of 3rd place on the standings. Had some really nice end games, 2 wins of course as well. Their worst placement here today was the 13th. Of course, in Reload is a lot worse than Battle Royale, but still placement points, keeping themselves in contention, which over 10 games is really important.
Yeah, I think it's more of a confidence thing, right? If you get 13th, it might not be many points at all, but if you have a little bit of elimination, at least you're not looking at a goose egg when it comes to that leaderboard. That's not something you can fry up, but definitely don't taste tasty. So you got to be able to kind of come back from that, and they have done so pretty well so far. You can see them moving up into 4th place on this leaderboard, and this is huge, man, because we all kind of looked at Peter Bot yesterday along with Pollo. Where's the confidence? Where are they at? Sky and Skrull as well. But the biggest thing that we saw is at least they're keeping it close with their solo clutches. So now at the second half of the day, they're playing very well together. We might even see them continue to move up.
Well, something we spoke about yesterday on the cast as well, about how important those solo clutches are. For a team like Epic Well and Pump, who actually got eliminated yesterday, they put themselves in solo clutch situations early on and didn't take advantage. Luckily for Sky and Skrull, they were able to do that, sort of keep themselves in contention, and it never really looked like they were completely out of it. Yassine, unfortunately, there for him going down to Dimash, just maintaining the way that they're playing right now, which is very well. A Mini Pio, right. Can we see him stay alive for a good amount of time right here? I sort of wanted to... I would love to have known their comms as Mini Pio kept going down there. It's like, oh, I'm back. No, I'm down again. I'm back. Yep, no, down again. So hopefully they can actually have a bit more time now to stay in the game.
Just, you know, anything but frustration. We know what's happening, especially now. We're in the 6th zone. So yeah, you could still get rebooted in this game, but it's going to be so hard. You thought it was kind of difficult before. Everybody is smushed together like a can of sardines in that 7th zone. It's not something I would wish on my worst enemy. And you can kind of see here on the mini-map, most of the teams already inside of the zone. Some in the safe spot, not taking damage. Other ones outside. And then for the teams that are not in there yet, they got to be careful. You don't want to be seen trying to rotate in. They'll try and hold you out.
Well, it's an ideal 50-50 for playing that dead side. You can see that side that's in the storm is actually in the Slurpy Swamp, so you're going to be able to have a lot of those heals on standby and on tap right there for the teams that are in that position. So you can sort of see a lot of those arrows playing that position right now, not really looking to force themselves into zone. Of course, it will get a little bit more dangerous, that zone, when it does eventually close in, so shouldn't be too much of a problem for them right now. In the way that these zones have been playing, it has been quite difficult for some of our teams to make those longer rotations. We saw it with the Omzo and Josh earlier on, making a really, really long rotation and actually making their way in and actually landing really well as well. But gives us a chance to have a look, of course, at the overall standings. You can sort of see 7 Axadaz, they're a team that are down and out. So unfortunately, they find themselves in that bottom 3 as well.
Basin, Anon had some troubles off spawn, but it's all of our top teams right now that are still in the game. You can sort of see it on the leaderboard. Oatly Spooks just outside of that top 7. Fuku, Mini, Pio. They've had a really rough game right now, so this is really where it matters for them.
Yeah, and reboots officially turn off. So if you're down and out of the game, there's no chance to get back. It's really going to be heavily reliant on your teammate really picking up the pace. We've got another team going down. Fuku, Mini, Pio. That's 6th place, Mini. Yeah. They are inside of the bubble. Luckily for them, if you look right now, they do have around a 34-point lead.
Yeah, they do. That's not going to be enough, you have to imagine, because a lot of those teams down below are really, really close, making things really difficult for them. And as we can see very clearly, that zone is indeed shrinking. Closing in the gap for lots of our teams that need to try and make their way in. No idea who any of them are, but they're making their way in eventually. And
if we could zoom in just a little bit, or at least have the names on it, and then we can kind of figure out. And this is where what I'm usually kind of doing my own cast replay mode. I make sure to kind of memorize the colors. They don't change throughout the course of the game. So we do know Kanata, Victor V trying to rotate in from the bottom of the map, using those shockwaves, possibly over driving that one just a little bit too deep, but they're just trying to make sure that they're not in the limelight.
Yeah, noticing that Skyjump and Momsy just finding themselves in that position as well. Still alive as a duo, most importantly. Dimash and Dom having a really good game as well. Looking to just sort of hold Yuma on the outside of that zone. You can sort of see them looking towards that way right now, making things really difficult for them, and that does look like they were able to take them out. Yeah, the Yuma Koyota now down and out to the hands of Dimash and Dom. You have to imagine that's an interesting zone pull as well. It pulls back over towards that dead side of zone. So for all of our teams that are a lot more experienced, you can see Acorn and Bolts getting there early, trying to make their way into that front side of zone. Of course, Dimash Dom, they're playing the back side of it as well. Yassin and his duo Salvatore, there's a big opportunity for them to really push their way up there just ahead of those teams that did go down. This is really where things start to get interesting. Launchpad's getting played right now. Somebody's on high, somebody's on low, somebody's making it in, somebody isn't.
Yeah, we're always talking about the top 7 goes to finals, the middle 10 goes tomorrow, but there's also a race at the bottom of the leaderboard to stay in this tournament in general. Phazin and on down, Yuma Koyota, that opens up an opportunity for players to try to close that gap, which is huge. You got more and more players just trying to rotate to the front side of zone. Josh Yamzo make it there. Salco and Acto, they are falling short. You don't want to be the last team to the zone.
Yeah, you really don't. Swizzy there now down as a solo. What's Salco and Inac doing right here? Are they going for a deep storm launchpad? Yeah, they are. Look at that. That's how you play, getting into that zone as effectively as they can. You can see Oatly trying to find a little dead side rotation there as well. Faded and Khan finding themselves inside of that position. It is absolute chaos right now in these final zones. Salvatore there going down. You can see on the right side of the screen. This next zone is going to pull back towards that east side. So again, we see a lot of our teams that are looking towards that front side, trying to hold on to that position.
Kanata and Victor V. I know they took down one of Sky or Scroll. I don't know which one it is, but that is starting to put a wrench in the mix for Sky and Scroll. Luckily for them, they have built themselves a cushion. But for Kanata and Victor V, that's huge. That's a couple more points added to the total, and they're trying to run that whole top side of the zone. It is opening up, but it might be too slow for some.
Yeah, it's important here for Cold and Rapid. You can sort of see them playing that front side, no doubt on that low ground as well. Knight gets launched straight into the storm. You have to imagine that's a bit of a botched overdrive grenade right there. Acorn not doing that either, getting into that dead side of Storm as well. Faded Khan making those dead side positioning. Panzer there down, so Yapko Panzer are now down and out. They were looking really, really good going into this game. They're on a bit of a roll. Victor V there in the position. And Dimash Dom look as though they're the team that are really, really playing well in this endgame.
Yeah, it seems like they might be on high ground right now. I'm not sure how confident they look together, but you hear the spray going down all around. Gon trying to buy time, but he's deep in the zone. The HP is what really matters. Does he have an overdrive to close the distance?
Cold and Rapid down and out right there. They are fully gone. Sky and Scroll as well. This is huge. How are things going to go right now? How is that endgame zone going to play? What are we looking at in terms of those final few moving zones? One Sky jump down as well. Acorn also falls. So many of our top teams are now falling, which opens up the floodgates here for the teams 7th and below. Opportunities all across the board for them to make it in. The Frenchman Momsy all the way back into that storm as well. And this is really where teams can really show us how they can play.
Hey, you put the limelight on him. Kanata goes down, but Victor V trying to save the day. Top 12 situation, which means there's at least 5 different solos running around. Make it 4. A couple of them get sent right back to the lobby.
Yeah, that's huge now for Victor V and Kanada. Dimash and Dom find themselves on height, spraying on down. Take down Gon and Knight as well, but for Victor V and Kanada on low ground, they needed this game. Remember, they need to make their way into that top 7, and they are popping off.
Yeah, they're competing against Oakley and Spooks, who are also in this game as well, but Spooks going down puts a lot of pressure onto Oakley. Underneath, you see 2 different options here, but he goes after Yamzo and Josh. Up above, the mythic pulse rifle in the hands of Darman Demas. This one is going to wreak havoc on everybody down below.
16 eliminations. What are we seeing right now? All the way up on height, pressing all of the teams down below. That pulse rifle doing so much damage, not just the players, but also the builds down there as well. Iomzo and Josh, unfortunately, down and out. Dimash and Dom close things out, go onto the low ground, trying to find angles, but Victor V says, I will take the high ground now, and it's a 2v2.
Literally every team that needed a good game has a good game on their hands, including Victor V. A huge point differential here for the 1v2, and he's not going to get it. Darm and Demas dominate this game.
How many eliminations even was that? I've lost count. That is unreal from our boys from EU. They struggled at the beginning of the day. They really, really struggled. They looked like a shadow of their former selves. And they have looked like a little bit shaky throughout this entire year, but they are proving what they can do here at the EWC here in Paris. And they're a sort of team that can pick up so many eliminations. We knew they had it in them, and right there, they're proving it again.
Yeah, these guys, the mythic pulse rifle really proved to be a difference maker. And it just seems like, hey, you can have a slow start to the day, but when you go ahead and reach the top of the leaderboard, that really shows the difference between who needs a good game and who wants a good game.
I can't wait to see how those standings end up going, because remember, this is a team that were a little bit further down. I think after 7 games, they're in 15. So that wasn't just a team that were trying to break into the top 7. They also had in the back of their minds, in the rear view mirror, that bottom 3. It was looking really ropey for them throughout a lot of today. So that's what the best teams do. They don't just have those moments where they just let things kind of tumble down. They have these big games that they're able to clutch up through. Of course, Victor V and Kanada absolutely popping off there on the low ground. 11 eliminations for themselves. That's 18 eliminations Dimash and Dom were able to get. It was actually really helpful that they were able to take down Kanada earlier, because Victor V took height, and it looked as though maybe Victor V could have done something impressive right there for us at the end, but unfortunately wasn't to be for them. But a good game, because they need to move up as well.
I'm trying to do quick math. That's around, like, I want to say 54 points on elimination, 60 for the win. Is that our highest scoring game so far in the entire tournament? Not just this group stage. Darman Demas, man, when you put their backs up against the wall, they have proved that their bite is much more dangerous than their bark.
And that's the thing. We've sort of talked so much about consistency throughout today when it comes to that. So it's going to be interesting to see how things end up shaping up for them. But I want to hear from Darman Demas right now. They're standing by with Zeke.
Here they are, EWC. Make some noise for Darman Demas. A massive victory royale. Guys, how does it feel in this moment to not only get a victory royale, to hear that crowd roar and celebrate with you?
I mean, after those games, then it just feels great to be back in the game again for the call.
How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, well, we needed that so bad, and we made it, so I'm pretty happy, I'm not gonna lie.
How does it feel finally to kind of get that big shining moment, right? So to get the victory royale, have a handful of games left. Job's not done. We need to keep pushing. What's the game plan?
I mean, can we say it? No, we can't leak the game plan, really, to be honest.
Would you say it's just keep going?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're gonna push it for another victory royale, you know?
I love that. Would you agree? It's, you know, obviously don't tell me the strats, but you're saying, hey, maybe we should just play for another VR. Is that the plan?
Of course, we're gonna try.
I love that. Obviously, you've got all these fans who erupted with you guys. What would you say to them? Because they're with you. They're standing behind you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What would you say to your fans?
Oh, no, I love them. I love every single one of them.
What would you say to your fans?
I can only thank them for being here.
I love that. Now, one last question for you guys. Obviously, if we make it straight to finals, competition is going to be that much crazier, right? Is there a duo out there you're thinking, man, last day of EWC, I really want to fight them just one good time?
I think there's only like Peter, because we can't fight them on EU, you know? So it's just great to fight them always, you know?
That's a good team. That's a good team. What about you? Do you feel like there's one duo? Is it Peter Bonapollo? Is it someone else?
It's no one. We're better.
You're just the best. You're going to win all of EWC.
Yeah.
I love that. Well, guys, shout outs to you again. Congratulations on the victory. One more time, EWC, make some noise! Take it on over to you guys.
Welcome back to your favorite Fortnite Reload Championship duo, 7-11. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be exploring everything that's going on here at EWC, and we're going to be testing out, Levin, our reaction time.
You're always quick with the jokes, so you better be quick with the reactions, brother.
I might not be, but you know what?
No,
I'm going to put you on the spot. You're going to go first.
Oh, of course I go first. I'll set the standard.
Yeah, you got this.
4 hours of sleep, it don't matter. I'm ready.
I think you'll be able to clutch it up. All right. He is pretty much taller than the actual thing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm about to get punched if I stay too close. Oh, he's quick with it. That one, you can never get that one, honestly. If I'm being... Ooh. Okay, you got one so far. Oh, 2. Okay, 11. You got this. You already got me beat. 3. Why not? Make it 4. Okay, that one's hard. That one's so hard, too. Hey, yo!
The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
But a bit of pressure on you now, though. A bit of pressure. I'll be honest, I think I got what? How many did I get? Did I get 4, 5? 1 for every hour of sleep I'm on right now. Reaction still on point, crisp. No pressure though, 7. No pressure. As the name goes, I'm expecting 7, to be honest with you. As the name goes, it's in the name. You're gonna get 7, brother.
Sir, hear me out. I'll be happy if I even just get 2, okay?
Oh,
I've been here for 7 weeks, and the most I've gotten was 2. I'm setting my standard at 2.
That was the first time I've ever done one of those. You've been here for 7 weeks. You've probably been trying this every single week. You better get more than 2, man. Come on, you believe in yourself.
You know what? Coach talk? Give me a coach talk right now.
I believe in you. You can do better than 2.
I got this.
You got this.
Watch this.
Come on, lock in. Lock in. It's time.
I won't let you down.
Ready hands, ready hands. Stay active. Stay active. Don't worry, that don't matter, it don't matter. Keep going, reset. Don't worry, it don't matter, it don't matter. Keep going. Beautiful. It's fine. It don't worry, just reset, come on. All right, that's 1. Let's go. And again, light work. Oh, light work. Beautiful. Don't get too cocky now, don't get too cocky, it's all right. All right, nice and slow, nice and easy. Can't mess this up, surely, right? Can't mess this up. Walk in the park, beautiful. Beautiful. And he was talking about getting 2. Come on, man.
I got more than 2.
Yeah.
Did I make you proud?
You actually made me really proud. That was very impressive.
That's what I'm talking about. Your favorite Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26 Duo 7-11. Back to more.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
I lost count, honestly. I lost count of how many we ended up getting, but we still did good. And one team that did really good here is none other than the Polish duo, Darm and Dimas. And they needed it too, because before this game, they were in 15th place. I think with this performance here, they jumped up now in contention for that top 7.
I think the conversation that me and Levin have kind of been having, he keeps reminding me. He's like, listen, Armadillo, they can be really, really good. Their ceiling is super, super high. They can have really good games. We just haven't seen it from them here today yet. Finally, they figure something out here in the later half of the day. I mean, 114 points from a single match, Levin.
That's almost as many points as they had the whole day. Like, that's actually insane. And this is honestly why it is so frustrating that it's been such a slow day from them. You know, Dom acknowledged it there. He was like, our games have kind of been, let's not talk about it, right? But again, they rip up the game plan. Kelly, we have seen them do this in EU so many times over the past year that they've really popped off in the scene where they'll have a terrible tournament, but then they just start WPing everyone and they just look unstoppable.
I thought today was going to be the story of Sky and Scroll repeating what Peterbot and Poyo did yesterday, but honestly, it's more of Darm and Demish that are proving that. By Zone 5 having 10 eliminations and then not slowing down, being able to carry that aggression into the end game and then pull out a victory royale. Hopefully they are in the top 7 right now, but obviously we do still have a little bit more to go. Speaking of teams that I know are so close in that top 7, Victor V and Canada. I mean, you know that they have been stepping up time and time again, but if we're talking about stepping up, it is Victor V that has really been stepping up, Vivid.
Yeah, I can't wait for us to actually get an opportunity to take a look at the leaderboard, because if anybody at home hasn't had an opportunity to do so yet, it is very, very close. And I want everybody to keep kind of 3 teams in the back of their mind. We were just taking a look at that match rankings. The team that walked away in game number 8 with the most amount of points, of course, was Darm and Demish. The team that walked away with the second most amount of points was Canada and Victor V. And then Oatly and Spooks also walked away with the 3 most amount of match points in that one. And for those 3 teams, it's going to be a big difference maker when we do take a look at the overall leaderboard. But yeah, I mean, Canada and Victor V here picked up a 2nd place. Darm and Demish picked up the 1st place. Incredible effort from both of those teams.
Not just that, not just the top 7 that we're currently keeping an eye on. We're also keeping an eye on those bottom 3, because those bottom 3, they aren't going to get that survival stage. They're going to be getting just a flight home, straight home. They're not going to get a chance to continue on here on Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. And one theme that actually comes to mind, we got a chance to talk about them earlier. We're going to have to talk about them again. And it's none other than 7 in Exodus, because after the first game, they were able to put up good numbers. But since then, since that first game, they've been averaging a 17th place. And that's just not going to cut it. We've been seeing go down the leaderboard.
I think that really speaks to the expertise of a lot of our top teams that are kind of starting to show up right now. They get to go and compete against the best of the very best time and time again. But a lot of our smaller regions don't have the same amount of events that the bigger regions do. So I think maybe some of our bigger teams kind of struggled at the start because this isn't the lobby that they're used to, but they have that experience of evolving as this tournament goes on. So I think those smaller region teams are struggling on that end.
Yeah, I think it's tough. There's all so many dynamics that go into play here, right? It's not like the early days of Fortnite where we didn't have as many lands, and so everybody was always like, who has experience, right? Everyone's going to be feeling a bit nervous. No, there's such a depth of different levels of experience here, and I think, again, I was hoping that Reload would mitigate a lot of the factors that mean usually some of those smaller region teams struggle. But the reality is, the top talent from EU especially, of course, it's just too hard to handle sometimes. You just really got to step it up.
As we're taking a look at that overall, the top 7, you were talking about gaps, you were talking about points. T1 Darm, T1 Demons being able to push up to 8th place, only separated by 15 points.
So remember how I was talking about those 3 teams that walked away with the most amount of points here in game number 8? Take a look at where all 3 of those teams are at. I mean, you got Canada and Victor V, they got 2nd that game. Darm and Demish, they got 1st that game. And then Oatly and Spooks, they got the 3rd most amount of points that game. All of them fighting for what feels like that 7th place spot right now. So honestly, game number 8 might be the difference maker for whether or not they actually qualify to the finals.
The problem is again, it is so close that anybody really in that sort of 4th to 7th range could just get dragged into an absolute brawl here in these final games. Like, this is way closer. So many of these different teams here would just be super disappointed if they weren't to get top 7 now.
You know what I'm more disappointed by is that Levin just lied to us. He said that EU's doing really well. And if I'm looking actually at the 7 teams in the top 7, I count 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's 4 NA teams. And who's in 1st place, Levin?
I'm glad you don't know how to count, Kelly. I mean, it weren't seeing many counting yesterday, but of course everybody got the numbers out today. All right, cool. I'll give you credit. I actually don't mind just because I am a big Cold fanboy, so it's good to see Cold Rapid in first place. But look, the reality is, it is going to be a very fun last 2 games. It's so close there.
It's going to be super close, especially if we look at 17th place Fnatic being able to get 35 points in that last match. It pushes them out of that bottom 3.
Woo! Some riveting stuff happening towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Yeah, I mean, Enact and Sako, they got to go ahead and clutch up. Let me go ahead and take a look at where they actually placed that game, because you got to imagine it was their best game. Yeah, 5th place with 6 eliminations. If they can kind of pull that off again, then they will pretty much secure their qualification to the survival stage, which is really fun about this format, because it's like, obviously we have teams towards the top of the leaderboard. We have, what was it? It was like a 34-point difference between 10th and 4th place. So just crazy stuff going up there for the qualification to finals. Then you also have this pseudo fight at the bottom of the leaderboard for the survival stage and whether or not you're going to get relegated from the competition.
Guys, I just want to watch this last 2 games. I'll be real. I just want to see how it plays out. Not just because I want to get the chance to dunk back on Kelly, because she was, very quick there to jump on me. Respect, I respect it, because I would have done the same to you. But obviously, again, I really want to see how the finals lobby is going to shake up, right? As far as, who's going to secure their spots, who's going to claim spots on the actual final drop map across both the maps, and, really give themselves a boost going into the finals.
Obviously, we're talking about finals. That's what we're all here for. But also, that survival round tomorrow is going to be absolutely insane. We obviously know which 7 teams are going to go forward into Saturday's competition, but Friday's as well is something that we need to look for. 20 of the best teams in the world fighting for just 4 spots. It's going to be so much more contentious tomorrow. So, like you're saying, obviously these teams want to be in that top 7, but I'm also very excited for tomorrow's games as well.
Yeah, I'll definitely leave an open for some of those duos that are going to be going to survival, because the top dogs from these groups aren't going to be there because they're already going to be waiting in finals. But as we're going to be heading here to the final 2 matches of Group B, I can't wait to see how that leaderboard is going to be shifting. And I know Mini and Jacob are going to be keeping a close eye on that.
And we are 100% going to keep our eyes glued on the competition. Beautiful breakdown for the whole team, by the way, showing how close it actually is. Not only at the top of the leaderboard, but for the spots to qualify directly to the finals, and for the bottom as well, that are looking to keep their dreams alive.
So much at stake right now. We've got 2 more games of competition here. Match number 9 coming up. We've got Legacies on the line right now. The teams that you'd expect to get an easy qualification through, not quite finding themselves in that position right now. So lots of questions to be answered. And for the teams that are further on down below, everything comes down to these final 2 games, because you would have planned the trip for the entire of the weekend. And if you're down and out in only Group B, in your group, is that an early trip home? That's not what you want.
I mean, maybe an early trip to the Eiffel Tower. Do some sightseeing before you actually go home. But one thing that we have to talk about and continue to mention is AGAL Sky and Scroll in 10th place. So with 2 games left, their back is up against the wall, and they're only down 25 points though.
Axodaz and 7 already eliminated? Maybe not. Snow and his duo fully eliminated right now. So yeah, Axodaz and 7 are able to get back into it right here. Lots of action at Steamy Stacks, lots of action at Dirty Dogs as well. Lots of these early fights being dominated by Cold and Rapid from Twisted Minds. They're a team that we've just seen the best of today. I think we have high expectations of them. And like the analysts were sort of breaking down earlier on, it's always a little bit interesting to sort of see how the teams that maybe haven't played together in a while actually do come out here for the reload competition. As Bolts look as though he went down there in the feed, so difficult start for him and Acorn. But I think this is where we're going to start to see a little bit less craziness off spawn, particularly from some of our teams like Oatly and Spooks, who do need a solid last couple of games here, because they just find themselves outside of that top 7 by around 18 points.
Yeah, just kind of playing a little bit more methodical, a little bit more careful. It's going to have to be the name of the game. You don't want to have to look back on tonight's games and be like, man, if I would have just did this different, if I would have just kind of pushed instead of pulled, any of that sorts of type of 50-50 decision making is going to be huge. And you kind of see even Vazen, Anon trying to take the fight towards the back. Vazen getting tagged up just a little bit, and that's going to be Oatly who actually secures the knock, eventually leads to an elimination. So 3 points for them to try to start this game.
Weird though, because I feel like we've sort of seen Vazen and Anon going down early in a lot of these games. So they of course did have a really good start to the day, 6th place in game number 1. I just feel like they've either got a decent end game in them, or it's just
a complete disaster at the beginning of the game, so they need to try and find some sort of semblance of consistency when it comes down to their game. Oatly and Spooks won't mind about that at all. They won't care as they find their first of the game. And I mean, it'd be great to see Oatly qualify through straight into the finals. So many fans out there watching on. Not just a content creator, not just a good player, but a top-tier player as well. And oh no, Inact and Salco, they are here to play. They were the team that were just on that bubble, remember, from Fnatic. Had a good last game. And they're here to fight here. Sky and Scroll down to just Sky.
And the interesting thing is, this is another one of those teams that kind of split. They went their separate ways after they initially qualified. Yeah. But looking at them as individuals, Inact in terms of his NA West region, probably known as one of the best fighters that we have. He makes a run for it, similar like Peter Bot and Poyo do on Central. And then you have Salco. He's won an FNCS championship before. He just needs to be able to channel that here. But Vazen and Anam, we're talking about kind of their lackluster performances, some good, some bad. This time, they hold themselves steady.
Yeah, it's important. This is what they need to do. They need to keep themselves in this game. If they have a solid game here, that could be just about enough to sort of guarantee them into that survival stage tomorrow. Rapid and Cold, though, they're looking to try and make them have a few questions to be answered of their own. Look at that. Vazen not. Anon is inside of this box. Interested to see how Cold and Rapid do now actually approach this. Do they go for that full elim, or are they just going to allow Vazen to actually reboot and then get another one?
I mean, it's something we've seen pretty often where, yeah, they typically do. They look straight up, they see the rift in the sky, and they're just going hunting. Unfortunate enough, Rapid's going to end up going by himself. Cold actually lurking back, so maybe they want one more elimination and then get the clean wipe.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that might have been the play from them. I think they were trying to fake the crash pad away, and that's why Cold is still looking for some of those shots right there. And on the other side of the leaderboard, Salvatore taking down Scroll again. That's Scroll going down for the second time this game there at Slurpee Swamp. But this has got a very similar vibe to Cold and Rapid versus Mini Pio. Poor Mini Pio in that last game. Just kept getting chased down. Anon and Vazen, the team that they've got their eyes set on right now. And Cold looking at this fight from another angle will take down Anon quite straightforwardly as well. You can sort of see in the distance right there, Vazen is away, but nice mythic pick up there for Cold.
Oh, this can be it. This might be the game that Cold and Rapid finally pull off a first place finish in. But I do like the kind of wherewithal from Anon and Vazen to stop kind of going back to each other when they're getting rebooted. That's going to keep them from going on the cycle. Yes, they're going to be out of loot and having to start fresh, but at least they got a chance here to continue keep things going. Darm is going to go down. Demus is going to go down as well. After a phenomenal 18 elimination victory royale, they go down in 18th place.
I thought that was going to be their moment. I thought this was going to be the start of them launching their way into that top 7, 8th place going into this game. So I'm sure Victor V and Canada will be looking at the feed very, very happy right there. Of course, they're just one spot ahead of them and only 3 or 15 points ahead of them. So they need to make this game count now as well on the complete other side of things. Boots and Oatly fighting it out against Gon and Knight. Spooks and Oatly getting involved in these fights, but no. Spooks, Oatly, both down here early game. And their hopes now, Jacob, of breaking into that top 7 have severely dwindled. They've only got one more game to do it now. And that's even if it's going to be mathematically possible for them.
Yeah, no meme intended. Knight and Gon started this game 67 points away from that top 7 spot. Yeah. They've already got both Darm, Demus, Oatly, and Spooks out of the way. So they have a clear path and a clear objective from here on out in this game. They really need to utilize it because that may not the same results in the last and final game of the day as Koyota and Yuma also trying to rise up the leaderboard here. Starting the game in 16th place. They might not necessarily be fighting for a top 7, but they're fighting for their tournament lives.
Yeah, they are. They need it. They're going to stay in this lobby. It'd be a real shame not to see a team like Koyota and Yuma playing in the finals. We don't want to see them getting eliminated. At the very least, I want to be seeing them play tomorrow. They're just that good. They're that entertaining. They're that great to watch. And honestly, with the point differential between them and 18th place, they could really solidify their spot in those survival stage games after this game. So they have to take that on board. But Canada and Victor, what an opportunity for them.
Yeah, and you can see as you get to the 4th zone, More and more teams kind of stray away from that king, the solo player, trying to get the eliminations and just kind of play full into the long game. They don't want to get trapped. They don't want to put themselves in a bad position while reboots are turning off. So they're trying to be preemptive along with a few other teams. You see in the mini-map, there is another team based up as well. But as it stands, for Kanata and Victor V, there's not too many targets in sight.
Yeah, there's not. Of course, the two teams below them going down. You can see the leaderboard on the right side right there. Sky and Scroll, also huge game for them. You can see Dimash and Dom just tumbling down that leaderboard, of course, as well, now that they are out. And Sky and Scroll need to make this game count. North pull zone for us here, up towards Boom in base. I think that's Yomzo and Josh that like to land up there, so not too much of a rotate for them this game, but all eyes here on Sky and Scroll. You said at the beginning of the day, Jacob, that you definitely expected these guys to qualify on through. And I think a lot of people would have definitely agreed with you. I was certainly expecting these guys to just walk away and run away with the competition. You know, first place, eliminations, low ground, consistency. I thought everything played into this team's favor, but it's been quite strange to not see them play at that level here, and they still have it all to do now with 2 games to go.
Yeah, and I honestly think this is kind of like one of those moments of what are you made of?
Yeah.
Are you the best team in the world, or are you the best team just for a moment? I know we have a bunch of finalists already waiting. We've got the survival stage tomorrow. Plenty of Fortnite action still left at the Reload Elite Series Championship at the EWC 2026. But as we continue to move in this endgame, you're kind of seeing the variation of the loadouts from a lot of teams. Some have the Flowberry Fizz, some have straight shield, but I'm noticing Khan right now with that exotic pistol. That go ahead, if you're on high ground and you get tagged up with that, you just kind of float into the sky, giving you a little bit of a shockwave effect. So he definitely can disrupt everything that's going on here.
Yeah, and Khan's the sort of player that can cause disruption in these sort of box fights as well. One of those sort of players on EU that we see as a very, very strong fighter, but we haven't seen that level from him quite as much. So maybe this is the sort of mode that he can really perform in. Of course, they do find themselves inside of that top 7, but it's really, really close. But again, teams like Oatly and Spooks and Dom and Dimash going down will be really good for them. So another great opportunity for them to make it through and solidify their spot in that top 7.
Seeing more and more teams here, including Acorn and Bulks, 3rd place going into this game. Not too far off from Sky Jump and Momsy, just a few points away. This game could not only turn the tides in that top 7, but at the top of the leaderboard as well, especially if anybody's looking to close the gap, but hopefully take 1st place away from Cold and Rapid. And see, look at Swizzy and Pixie here inside of the top 5. We did see them go down, I think, relatively early in that last game, but no harm, no foul, as long as they can stay within contention range.
Yeah, they played well enough really today, haven't they, to qualify and through. It's not absolutely guaranteed right now. They don't find themselves in a really, really solidified position. Yeah, exactly. Just need that really. The final sprint towards the end. If they can get a win here, like we saw them getting earlier on, that definitely solidifies their spot inside of that top 7. And I've been really impressed with how they played today. They haven't been consistent necessarily, but they've shown us what they're about in terms of those big moments that Swizzy and Pixie seem to find themselves in quite consistently.
Taking a look at the leaderboard here. This is a live leaderboard as well. Kanata Victor V, 1 point away from moving up into 6th place. We've got to take a look at Faded and Khan, Josh and Yomzo. I know Vivid was kind of giving credit to a few teams. Josh and Yomzo may not have scored the most points in one of those last games, but they definitely made it to the end game, eventually going down to either Kanata and Victor V or Oatly. Either way, just goes to show how close the actual leaderboard is for the spots that matter. Momsy, Sky Jump, they found the spot in towards the zone. They're just trying to make sure it's the spot that they actually want.
Yep, more than happy with this positioning from them. And I do feel like we haven't seen loads from Yomzo and Josh. They've just sort of been very, very consistent. Sort of looking at their placements, their worst game was a 20th and a 14th. The rest of them were top 6s, and they've sort of been hovering around that 6th, 5th, and 4th region throughout the entire of the day. So they're playing the format really well. You know, playing those consistent games. It's not like a 6-game format or a 5-game format where you can have one big pop-off and everything changes. But as I close on out here in 7th zone, that is now Reboot disabled. So Victor V and Kanata, the pressure is on. 0 eliminations for them right now. The world is watching. Can they move themselves up the leaderboard in this prime opportunity to make their way and stay inside of that top 7?
Saw Pops there on the side, cheering his boy on. Acorn getting elimination on the 7, Sky and Scroll, and I think this is almost a little bit of a different pace from Sky and Scroll. If they've been paying any attention at all, you look at the feed, you kind of realize your closest competition is out of the game already. And on Bazin dropping down below, they're just trying to take this moment. 3-2-1, the double shots on the Bazin, knowing a knot's not there. There's only so much pressure he can hold on to. But as he go ahead and reunites with his teammate, that's going to stop the roll of Sky and Scroll. And they're even now looking up. They're making sure that they have all options covered.
Well, remember, they won the game from height, right? So why not have a look while it's looking pretty free? Salvador and his teammate Yasin is looking to try and spray them in the back. Swizzy and Pixie still alive and well in this game as well. They don't need much, they just need a solid placement. They need a solid game to keep their way inside of that top 7. Of course, 4th place right now. Salvatore, they're going down in the feed. Not going to be able to get rebooted right now either, so disaster for that team, now down to a solo.
Yeah, for Enact and Sauco, though, just playing for their tournament live, literally 1 spot away from being eliminated in these group stages. They will not go down without a fight. Neither will Sky and Scroll. Neither were Cold and Rapid, for that matter, even though they are 7 eliminations, 1st place. Remember, I want to see them kind of pull off the win as they take down Yasin. That's another team sent back to the lobby. 14 teams remain. There's somebody running around as a solo right now.
Yeah, that was a great shot, though, there from Cold and Rapid. Canada Victor V find their first of the game. That was Enact right there going down. So that's that team entirely out right now. That's his team in 17. So important that the teams below them don't keep making their way up. Canada and Victor V, I feel like I've played this game really well here, Jacob. They understand the gravity of the situation. They need to keep moving up those standings. Opportunities for them to keep doing so. Cold and Rapid, the team that doesn't need to move up, but are going to keep doing so anyway. They've been super consistent. 8 eliminations here going into this endgame. Because for them right now, it's not just about qualifying through. It's not just about this individual game. It's about proving that they are a team to watch in the finals as well.
What everybody came to see, who's one of the best teams in Fortnite as of now. But Rapid actually gets knocked by Momsy. Pixie, Swizzy staying ahead of the curve. Sky Jump going to be able to clean up that elimination as well. There's a lot of loot left behind for Swizzy and Pixie. They're just taking their time right now. As Cold finds an elimination onto Josh. He does have the Mythic Iron Pump. 1 pumps are possible, and that's going to be his 9th elimination of the game as Josh gets cleaned up by somebody else. So he gets the points, but no reward.
Important situation here for Cold. A lot of the best teams here this first 2 days have been teams that can solo clutch. We've seen it from you previously, Cole. Can you reignite some of that magic yet again as Sky and Scroll playing these mid-ground layers as well? This is a team that's outside of that top 7 right now. They still need to break their way in. And they're a team that can find consistency. 0 eliminations for them right now, but they're so efficient at using all of their materials. You can see them editing a lot of these cones, getting towards that front side, looking for a spray down here as well as the materials continue to dwindle. Sky looking for an opportunity. Cole getting absolutely beamed from all sorts of angles and goes down. That's our first place team out.
Well, hopefully somebody could try to continue to close the gap, but for Sky and Scroll, they're doing just that. Gone and Knight up above. Again, all the direct competition is in this game in terms of 6th place, 7th place. Sky and Scroll, Knight and Gone. This is the game that truly matters if you want any control of your destiny at the end of the day. And right now, they're really not looking back. They don't want to go ahead and end this game with no regrets. And Sky and Scroll, yet again, they end the run of Elite. That is another team inside of the bubble that not a lot of points to build that cushion yet.
They're not just getting their own points to get there, they're also thwarting the other players and other teams that are inside of that top 7. They are forging their own path into qualification directly into the finals right here. Lots of pressure from different areas, but I'm under no concern at the moment. Acorn there down to Knight. Gone and Knight doing a very good job at continuing to apply that pressure all the way up in the Sky right now. Sky Jump still in the lobby as well. Momsy, only their 3rd elimination of the game. We've seen them get so many before, but they're playing things out right now. Momsy is now down to a solo as well.
Yeah, you see him trying to lurk around. There was a shockwave back there, but I don't think he spotted it just yet. He's more worried about somebody else trying to break into his box. But right now, he's just basically playing Disruptor with his spot already secured in finals. He can only end runs here, but they peek through at the perfect time. They get a shot. He gets flanked yet again. Oh my God, Sky staying alive, taking down Momsy, the Siphon, the Medkit. He needs this.
Solo clutch time for Sky. This is your time. This is your time to put your team on your back. How can he do this? AGAL are watching. He goes down, but squeezes out so many extra placement points for his team right there.
Definitely closing the gap, but we still got Kanata in this game, taking down Mini Pio. Swizzy and Pixie underneath. They're putting a lot of pressure onto Acorn and Bolts, forcing him outside of the zone, tick by tick. The zone is there. He finds the slurp truck outside of the box, thinking for Bolts. I think he hit a zip line as well, but he finally goes down. Swizzy and Pixie, they may have got surprised, but it wasn't too big of one.
Swizzy and Pixie are back. We've seen them have big games. Now let's have another one from them here on the low ground. Khan, a team that do find themselves just inside of that top 7 right now. Solo clutch opportunity for one of those fraggers in the lobby that you expect big things from, but Fukun shuts him down in this endgame. Swizzy and Pixie trying to find their positioning on the low ground. Gon trying to solo clutch here as well as Swizzy finds Knight. Fukun on the other side of the wall chucks a big shot to Swizzy, and they're the only duo left in this, but maybe it's down to a solo. If Swizzy can't get out of this position, it's awkward, it's tough. Swizzy is able to go down right now, but Pixie's able to take him out. It's Gon against Pixie in a 1v1 for the match. Pixie down on low, has the health advantage, goes on up, misses the shot, and Gon hits it. Pixie and Swizzy go down, and Knight and Gon. A game that was so needed for them, Jacob. They didn't just have a good game, they had a great game.
Starting this one in 12th place. They needed it just like you said, and they delivered. I knew there was something about him teaching me a couple of those emotes that would definitely work out in the end of the day. I found a new friend, and friends celebrate friends.
That's what it's about, and that's what they needed right now. It's going to shake up the standings so much. It's going to keep things interesting, as it has been throughout the entire day, going into our 10th and final game here of Group B. So many storylines to break down going into this final game. Will we see some of our bigger teams not make it into that top 7? Who will end up getting their keys crushed at the end of the day? So much on the line right now, but that game for Gon and Knight played this really well. Look at this from Gon, playing back inside of that storm. Swizzy, of course, went down. Pixie drops him into the box. I thought for sure that Pixie was going to be able to take him out, but of course that siphon kept him alive. Swizzy misses, or Pixie misses the shot. And of course he can close it on out with a nice hit of his own, and that's just what you need to do. It's those ice in the veins moments in those final standings of the game. Oh my goodness. Nice.
We got it in there, just celebrating yet again. Knight and Gon. These guys deserve all the credit in the world, because before this game, remember the one prior, they were putting themselves to the test, getting Elim after Elim on Anon and Vazen just to go ahead and try to close that gap. And now early on in this one, we saw Demus and Darm go down. We saw Oatley and Spooks go down. And those are the teams that were kind of in the direct competition outside of that bubble, and that was their perfect chance to close the gap, and they did. But also good credit, Sky and Scroll, phenomenal performance when they need it most. Mini, Pio, and Fukun, either one of these guys figure out a way to clutch up, and they do it for another top finish in that game.
Yeah, Mini, Pio, Fukun, they just haven't been able to find that consistency today, but the big games they've been having have been extortionately big indeed. They just need to find that little bit of magic here at the very last game. But we have got to take a short while right now before we get into our last and final game of the day. It's going to be electric, so don't go anywhere.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play. The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
You've been tangoed.
They're relying on the Fortnite duo to make it happen.
And I gotta say, talk about the runway opening up, competition 6 and 7 falling, and then other players jumping on over. So as we lead into the last game, I'm anticipating about 4 spots might be available. And you know, after 10 games of Fortnite, if you're up in the top 7, you deserve it. That's how I feel.
I mean, I'm with you, man. We've had enough Fortnite be played. I feel like that game was just a game for the bubble teams, man.
Yeah.
Sky and Scroll, one of them, did a lot there. But you look at the Asians, Mini Pollo and Fukun, they had a phenomenal game right there to push themselves up. Gone at night, I mean, they could have had a better game, winning that one from outside of the top 7. Again, all of these teams, we were already bigging up how close it was, how tight it was on that leaderboard. These guys are making it even tighter.
Yeah, definitely. But at the end of the day, it is going to come down to performance. We've seen a lot of folks come up short when they had these leads, when they had opportunities. And now, even with the club points, you got to think about it. There's a little bit more on the line here.
It's going to get very, very exciting in this Oscar. And of course, it's not over for the teams that don't make it into the top 7. They get a chance at Survival Day. But I think a lot of the players on the stage, at least from the ones I've been looking at, I was peeking over, looking at Sky for a second. I think a lot of these guys would appreciate the day off, right? They want to make themselves, you know, straight into that final. Give yourself the day off to recover.
Yeah, you can see even from the reactions, those live and pair of shots down in the corner, the family, the friends, the fans, everyone is really feeling the emotion of what's going on here, and they're wearing it on their sleeves. But at the end of the day, Levin, I don't know how it's going to go down. I do think I know someone that is, and that's our casters.
That's right. But here we go, Jacob. This is the time for all of our teams that are outside of that top 7 to break their way into it as much as they possibly can. For our teams that are on the lower end of the leaderboard, it's about survival. It's about staying in the competition. And even for the teams at the very top, Cold and Rapid, it's about proving why they deserve to be in that position.
Yeah, 479 points, 207 points off elims. That is almost double everyone else in the game. Wow. It's just their placement, unable to get a win. That worries me, but at least they made it to the finals. But when you look down, 7th place, Yamzo and Josh representing Elite Esports, 318 points. That's only a 19-point lead. That's what scares me a little bit. You could throw Victor V and Kanata in that as well, because how well everybody, honestly, that bottom 5 have been playing to close out the day.
Yeah, they've really just taken the final few games here and really just grasped them because they need to at this point. It's not just about getting a good start, it's about getting a good finish right here. And for Sky and Scroll, we've seen them have wobbles in final games on LAN, of course, most recently the Summit, getting landed on and getting taken out. So for them, they're going to try and put that aside and qualify on through here into the top 7 with not the performance that everyone was expecting, but realistically, it doesn't matter. These don't count. These points don't count when it comes to the finals. A completely clean new leaderboard. As you take a look at the other side of things, unfortunately, the less exciting side for the teams that are down there in the bottom 3. They've still got it all to do. I feel like there's a couple there that probably are just out of reach, but Enact and Salco, it's a big game for them because they're the team that realistically could be the ones that drop in.
Yeah, if they go down here without any points, that bottom 3 teams, it's going to be like sharks in the water. They're just going to be chomping at the bits to try to go ahead and take that spot away. But you can kind of see down that leaderboard, you got Oatly, you got Spooks, you got Darm, Demas. Both of these guys have already proved that they can put up big points in big games when it matters. But they not only need to put up those points, they might need to start thinking about taking out their nearest competition towards that bubble.
Yeah, that's something to think about as well. Will teams now start to try and push the teams that are above them just to try and get them out of the lobby? Because, of course, yes, you do have reboots, but if you take out the duo entirely, they are out, and that is them gone in that game. So going to be excited to see how things play out in that side of things as well. Shout out to Victor V and Canada as well. What a performance from them in that last game, making it into that end game. We're speaking to sort of Pops earlier on as well. Barney was, and he was sort of saying, yeah, it takes them a little while to grow into the tournaments, and it's nice to see them in that top 7 right now. But this is really where your mettle gets tested. How can you hold on out? How can you stay strong in this final game? And how can you hold on through?
Yep, we'll see who can hold on and who will let go, because the last match of the day, Group B, who goes home, who goes to the survival stage, and who advances to the Reload Championship EWC 2026.
So much
at stake. Rapid there gets the first elimination. You can see him looking to try and actually landing at a slightly different drop spot right here, of course, as well. Trying to take down, oh my goodness. It's a disaster for the duo in last place, but oh no, Rapid down here early on to Anon. A team that aren't really in too much trouble down there at the bottom of the leaderboard, but even just for the confidence sake as well, Jacob, you know, for Anon and Vazen, they haven't had the best day. They've had moments of decency, but nothing too crazy. So I think just proving to the world that they can do it is going to be as important as, of course, getting a decent game here.
Yeah, you can see Rapid kind of filling himself with the outfit choice.
Yeah.
Triple T, that can get spotted out from anywhere. But I also did see Sky Scroll get an early elimination onto Bolt. So again, they're in contention of that last and final 7th place spot. Maybe even more depending how things go. As you see here, mini-map spread out all around. Rather typical gameplay. Not too many solos pushing around. It's the teams that are trying to jump on people not paying attention.
Yeah, Sky and Scroll were a team that didn't have too many of those eliminations early game. Last game, they went into the end game with not too many at all, if any. And they're the sort of team that I was fully expecting to be more W key focused going into today. But look at this, gone. Is gone, unfortunately, having to get rebooted. Knight you can see in the distance right there as well. It's an important game for them as well. What a performance in that last one, picking up the win. They need something similar in this last game just to try and boost their way up and break into that top 7. Because they're a team, again, that can have those big moments. We've seen it already today, and they want to showcase that in finals.
And you can kind of see that Gon is just going through the ringer right now. He's trying to get some loot, but they're already closing the distance, trying to push him. So Knight has no choice but to disengage, create distance, and stay alive here as a solo. But Spooks, Oakley, they also trying to join this fight. They need it as well. It may not be down to just a victory royale for them, so they need to combine with eliminations, but this definitely puts them in a tough spot. Spooks doing a good job from up above, landing a couple shots onto Momsy, but now he's in the palm of his hands. A couple of misses there for Spooks is going to allow for Momsy to finally clean that one up. Oakley is now going to be left by himself looking to survive.
That was an awkward fight, but Momsy did the job, which is important. Oakley just inside of this box right now. He's got a couple of different angles to try and cover. As Momsy sky jump, look to try and close this one out there. Dom in the feed going down. So it's an important game for them as well. They find themselves outside of the top 7. Oakley looking to try and get some return fire onto Momsy and Skyjump, but unable to connect right now. Spooks goes down again. That's tonight. That's another team in the air. So Oakley desperately has to try and stay alive right now to keep his hopes of getting into that top 7 alive. And oh no, wow. Oakley down, but of course, it looks as though Spooks is able to get the reboot just about in time.
A couple of misses from Momsy is literally the difference from a full wipe and Spooks getting back in this game. A little help from Knight and Gon as well. They've been disrupting this whole thing, but Spooks now towards the back, stays alive just long enough for Oakley to now get back. But this is a tough final game in the day. At least they know in the back of their head they do got tomorrow, but if you want any shot at that top 7, you have to start pulling it back.
It's a horrible, never-ending cycle for Oakley and Spooks right now because, yeah, one of them gets rebooted, then the other one goes down and they get rebooted. It's absolutely horrible to try and play in, as Khan and Faded are out as well. So that's one of our top 7 teams now completely down and out of this last game. They're going to have to watch on as all the teams below them try and chase down their position inside of that top 7. Disaster for that duo. Momsy Skyjumper, not a team that are in too much danger, really. 3rd place on the leaderboard right now. Panzer goes down right there to Rapid and Cold as well. Looking to try and find yet another elimination. 3rd of this game so far. And they just keep plowing on. They just keep the train going. It never seems like they ever give up. They never just chill. They never take a step back. They're always on the front foot.
Yeah, he's just literally flying around in this game. We saw him land on the full western coast of the map, and now we see them all the way towards the north, just kind of rotating around where the eliminations bring them. Panzer's going to go down. Yapko doesn't have too many players pushing him, so he should still be able to survive. Mini PO towards the side, probably trying to buy time, along with Demus, who got quickly cleaned up by Swizzy and Pixie. They got their 3rd elimination of this game, and they're just fighting to secure their spot in the actual finals with a couple more points, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in those finals if they do indeed make it. Because they've shown us today that they can win games. They've shown us today that they have that resilience to keep going when things aren't necessarily going their way. So excited to see what Swizzy and Pixie do end up doing when it comes to that side of things. Rapid and Cold continue their momentum in this game. That's their 4th of this game. Hands are there going down. You got a feel for those guys as well. They're not in danger of dropping out completely right here, but they're very firmly in between, I guess you could say, of that bottom 3 and that top 7. You see Yuma there up on top. Rapid losing a lot of HP right now, so Cold having to try and get back towards his teammate. Koyota and Yuma are a team that are just trying to solidify their spot in the survival stage, and Rapid goes down. Cold looking to have a try and do a solo clutch of his own. There's Yuma going down. It's all about Koyota now versus Cold. Huge shot return there from Koyota. Cold has no whites though, so just gonna have to try and buy as much time as possible to try and get Rapid back in this game. Koyota into the box, takes down Cold, but crucially, it's only a knock.
Hey, you need miracles, and Koyota will give you miracles. 171 points is where they started in this game. They probably need a ton of eliminations, but that is just the start. Cold did buy enough time for Rapid to get back in the game, and you can kind of see where they ended up in the exact spots where they got a couple eliminations in the early game.
Yeah, they've been... We haven't really seen them in that position, I suppose, throughout today. You know, going down, having to sort of clutch up, going back into the storm. Because for them, I suppose, yeah, they're in first place. They also want to maintain that. You want to be the team that's crushing those keys at the end of the day. You want to show, quite literally, that you are the top dogs in this lobby. So that's what they're fighting for right now. They do have a decent enough lead, of course, 76 points, but that can be turned around if they are able to go down early on right here. Diamond Demon still in the game as well. Gon goes down. Knight left as a solo. Yasin and Salvatore are the team that take down Gon. Cold there in the feed going down again, so their game's been really rough, but Salvatore and Yasin, this is a team that they're, again, in that sort of middle zone, but again, it's about confidence, it's about momentum, it's about carrying that thought process into tomorrow.
This is where Gon just got eliminated by Salvatore, and we're already in the 4th zone. So I'm already questioning where he's going to get loot from. And then you add in the fact that they're in the center of the zone. And then he's going to spawn relatively close to above where Knight is currently positioned at. So good luck to him, not only trying to get back in the game, but getting into a position. They got a big moment ahead of them. They just got to figure out what way to capitalize and really get back into this. Yasin and Salvatore, they're the ones who are trying to grab a couple eliminations and rise up the leaderboard as well.
Yep, even if it's just for the mentality's sake, you might as well make the most of it. We've seen a lot of our teams going into competitions, and for Salvatore and Yasin, they need to try and do that in the survival stage. Oatly there in the feed going down as well. They've had a really rough time earlier on in this game. They haven't been able to get the momentum going. And for Salvatore and Yasin, this is difficult for them because they're just trying to find a little bit of loot, a little bit of those materials. But they do find themselves in the zone, so they shouldn't have to worry too much right now.
Yeah, they started this game 13th place, 228 points. I should say 243 now with those 5 eliminations. Still need to continue look to close the gap, because between them, Oatly, Spooks, Darm, Demus, Mini Pio, Fukun, and everybody else that are outside of the top 7, that's where the gap starts to get built. Jump on board Kanata and Victor B. 6th place to start this one. 321 points. Those 2 eliminations are definitely going to try to help them separate themselves and the rest of the pack down below.
I really like this position as well. Just sort of towards the north of Lockdown Lighthouse. Trying to get another elimination to add to the tally as well. Not able to get one right there, but looking at the way the map sort of shapes up here, they're very much on their own, which is exactly the position that you want to find themselves in. Sky and Scroll. This is Sky, looking for angles. Trying to find an opportunity right now to get a big beam onto Salvatore. Gets spotted out though, so Sky's not able to find one. Yasin and Salvatore, they've been very, very aggressive in a lot of these fights. Middle East versus EU. Who's going to come out on top? Sky and Scroll haven't been at their best when it comes to these mid-game fights as of right now. Sky very, very weak on the left side of the screen. Scroll looks as though he's just going to use this opportunity to disengage. Yasin and Salvatore are going to try and get on the wall of the 2-time back-to-back FNCS Major Champion. And Sky's doing a very good job at staying alive right here, and Yasin is just not able to find that final shot. Can he now? Great shot there, return from Sky. Holding out and holding on to this position and to his spot in the game right now. And for Yasin and Salvatore, they're wasting time right now, really. You know, they need to take down Sky as soon as possible. Opportunity was forming right there, but couldn't quite get the shotgun out in time.
Yeah, I think they're realizing this is taking a lot longer than they would hope. We're now in the 6th zone, so I think Scroll made the right decision to abandon ship, but Sky needs to start to figure it out. He's on the clock here to try to figure out a way towards the zone. We already have one disengaging. Yasin is going to get knocked. You talked about one being out of the HP. Well, he is as well. Sky looking over the top. He gets the elimination elimination for the Siphon, but now he's in the line of sight of Salvatore. He goes back to the scene of the crime, trying to finish off that elimination, but Skrull is here as well. They realize we have a strength in numbers. We need to figure out a way out. We have about a minute to go.
Skrull just puts it in reverse right there. Initially, he was like, yeah, I'm just going to get out. You can reboot. Skrull says, actually, you stayed alive. They're smiling about it. They're happy that they can still stay in this game as a duo, which could be so crucial for them, because remember, this is a team that do need to break into that top 7, which sounds crazy to say here for a team like Sky and Skrull, but that fight right there could have been absolutely vital in them actually qualifying on through here if they end up doing it.
A lot of questions about these guys here.
Yep.
We did see Gon go down in the 4th zone, I do believe it was. And Knight was doing a good job, was able to bring him back in the game, and now look at him. You almost would never guess outside of the materials. But we already got the club championship that is kind of so important for this last week, and Fortnite could literally be the difference between 1st and 2nd place between Team Falcons and AGAL.
I absolutely love it. You know, it adds extra stakes to the competition. Eyes are all on Sky and Skrull. Team Falcons, of course, we saw their little wobble in a couple of the other games as well. So it's opportunities all across the board. AGAL fans are looking on to Sky and Skrull to be that points-grabbing team, the team in Fortnite that can really solidify their spot at that 1st place. But remember, Falcons, they have Peter Botpoya. They're definitely a force to be reckoned with when it comes to the finals. So for Sky and Skrull, they've just got to make it here, and they don't find themselves in top 7 right now.
Oh no, Mini Pio,
no.
Darm, Demus, Sky. A lot of the people in contention have just lost one of their 2 members of the team. This is pressure like any other, but at least they're in the top 15. Placement points are starting to set in, but can you stay alive long enough to be the difference maker? Because Josh Yamzo, Victor V, Kanata, they're all still up, and they're all still together as Darm has just been eliminated.
Darm out, Skrull still in. We've seen Skrull solo clutch so many times, from the FNCS Summit to the FNCS Majors. So many times Sky and Skrull have relied on big solo clutches from either of them. But Skrull, you've got your team on your back right now. You've got Sky on your back. You've got AGAL on your back. It's time to make that count.
Yeah, even with a spot essentially guaranteed in the survival stage if they don't make it. We know this team. They're used to winning entire tournaments. They don't want to fall short of expectations here, as everybody else probably in that same boat. Kanata and Victor V, they're in 6th place, 333 points and counting. And this is a team that's trying to play a sound game. Kanata looking on the other side of the wall, and he finds the elimination, the Siphon, everything they need to make themselves stronger.
Really great patience right there from Victor V. You can see the nerves are not getting to him right now, and how crucial could that be in terms of their success in this endgame. Huge amount of materials refreshed from that position right there as well. Bolts and Acorn, team that we haven't really seen too much in the last few games. They've been showing up right now in this endgame. 2 eliminations to their name. The RPG in hand as well. They're looking to cause absolute havoc. They're the team that definitely inside of that top 7 already, so they can have some fun right here. And Salvatore and Yassine find themselves up on high. They're not here to ensure that they don't just get eliminated. They're here to try and break into that top 7 if it is even mathematically possible.
Hey, they just need a couple of eliminations. It is definitely possible. It's just probability might be a whole nother question. Got everybody lurking underneath, trying to follow underneath the radar so they don't go down. See Yapko in the distance. Replay here of Skyjump and Momsy just taking them out of the lobby entirely.
Nice positioning here from Skrull, getting towards that front side every single time, but no, Kanada is down, gone, and Knight takes him out. But Victor V is still alive. He has to do it all as a solo. This is your time. Hops was hyping you up earlier. This is time to clutch. And for Skrull, he's only down to 17 HP, and now he's down and out. Is that going to be enough?
I'm not sure it's enough. Sky and Skrull might have just been forced down into the survival stage by Salvatore and Yassine. They need a little bit more points. They're the ones I'm talking about that need eliminations with the Victory Royale, but it is still possible, even more so with Sky and Skrull out of their path. We saw Kanata go down as well. Victor V might still be up, but Josh and Yamzo is the other team. They started this game in 7th place. They are literally on the line.
This is their time.
Josh and EWC, they've been under the radar for a lot of today, but they've been very, very consistent. And now that consistency really needs to pay off. Just one more game, boys. And for Fukun, he's got the team on his back here as well, just to try and find their way into that top 7. Look who's on height, though. The French favourites, Momsy and Skyjump, looking on down at the rest of the lobby. They want to end as they began, with a victory royale here in Game 10.
I could have closed my eyes and just listened to the crowd and figured out who this was on high ground. They go crazy every single time, just like Fukun. This guy is holding on to their chances single-handedly as Victor V finds another elimination, but he instantly burns through a lot of those siphon materials just to stay alive here. With teams in front, this is where you really separate the difference between players here. It's Gone and Knight. They're the ones that are in the path as well. They're the ones that you really have to watch out for in the rest of this end game.
Gone and Knight. They need to try and break into it. This is a good game for them. They've had a big one just recently as well. Can they have another 5 eliminations for them? They're trying to get into the box. Salco does a decent amount of damage, but he does escape. Gone, unfortunately, going down to the Storm. Knight has to try and make his way in. Goes for height here as well, but only one build. Has to settle for low ground, and so weak in the process. EWC losing Josh here as well. This is an awkward situation for him now.
There are way more than enough points on the board for them to try to catch up until now. Gone and Knight have just been eliminated as well. I'm not even sure who's still in contention here, but for EWC, he just wants to end on top. Victor V wants to make sure that there's no regrets left after today's games, but it's Fukun here. This is the story. 320 points. He has the entire support of an entire region on his back right now. Can he do it?
Looking at that height, but decides to go back down towards the low ground. He's got a few builds to work with as well. Zone pulling over towards that west, gets ahead of everyone else as well, but he's got to be careful. A couple of teams there down on the low ground, and this is awkward here for Fukun, trying to play sneaky in between all these builds. Only 2 builds on his own. There goes EWC as well. That Skyjump, the crowd go crazy right there. Victor V goes down right there as well to another solo in Fukun. He's going crazy right now in amongst all the chaos.
That's literally their next competition. That is a team inside of the bubble that's out. Fukun with everything on the line here. A solo towards the bottom. He takes down Skyjump. He is trying to qualify directly to the finals. We are witnessing history in the making.
What a shot there from Fukun to keep him in the game. Pixie's weak. He has to retreat. Fukun down on low, still trying to keep himself in the game. 1 HP, needs to find the shot. EWC on the wall, and Jojo and EWC will find themselves the victory royale. Is that going to be enough to launch them out of that bottom 3? Huge game for them, but for Fukun, talk about carrying the nation on your back, proving why you belong on the LAN stage. What a clutch from him.
A serious clutch deserves serious props. I'm not sure if he got enough points to make it into the top 7, but I'm sure if he does make it in, he has to be one of the most celebrated players on the day, coming from a region that nobody really gives 2 looks at any given moment, and he was taking down Victor V.
Yeah.
He took down Skyjump. He was taking down Titans of the game in order to make that one happen.
Oh, I love it. What a solo clutch. You can see what it means to them there as well. I mean, what a performance from EWC and Jojo as well, a team that were down on that lower section of the leaderboard throughout a lot of today, and we saw it yesterday. Winning that last game has proved so important, and has it proved important again for this team right here?
Yeah, EWC and Jojo Fishy, I believe to start that game, we're either in the bottom 3 or around the bottom 3. And if you guys don't know, top 7 go to finals, the middle 10 go to the survival stage, and the bottom 3 go home. And for Jojo Fishy and EWC, a 6 elimination victory royale. You gotta be crossing your fingers and hope that's enough to keep your dreams alive at EWC.
It's all about that leaderboard, of course. Who would have made their way into that top 7? Was that solo clutch from Fukun enough to put them in those finals straight away? For a team like Sky and Scroll, a day to forget. They've now got to dust themselves off and come back tomorrow with a fresh mind, a fresh approach to how they play, because they must have learned a lot today, but also a little bit of shock from them, I'm sure, as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure, you know, players like Mini Pio, Fukun probably coming up with a huge amount of swagger, whether they made it to the finals or they have to go again tomorrow in the survival stage. You had Gone and Knight as well throughout the course of that that game, trying to put everything to the test. And honestly, it was just very interesting because at one point or another, we saw so many teams both inside of that bubble and outside lose one of those players.
Yeah.
So I feel like almost everybody who may have qualified into the top 7 in this game specifically has to at least thank one player for solo clutching.
Yeah, Victor V. I mean, you know, what a performance from him there at the end. So much talk about his potential, so much talk about what he can do in the game. And it's the moments right there where you have to prove why you've been given that status, prove why there's people talking about you, prove that right there he can put the team on his back and solo clutch. Because they, remember, they were in that sort of top 7 going into that last game, so they just needed a good game. And the way that they played that entire game was super strong. Even Spooks and Oatly defied expectations, I think you have to say, from especially, of course, Oatly's first land, quite famously his first land. They don't look too pleased, but let's have a look at this leaderboard. He's done it!
What?
Fuku and Mini Poyo! They make their way into the top 7 via a huge solo clutch from Fuku.
He deserves all the credit in the world. He may not have won that game, but tonight he is definitely going to feel like a winner. We also have Elite Esports Josh Diamzo. We got Dignitas' Victor V and Kanata. And again, Victor V with a solo clutch.
Huge moments for Victor V right now. I know Pops is in the background, absolutely vibing. He's loving it right there. Cold and Rapid, though, what a performance from them overall on the day there. The team that we were looking at as one of the better teams in the lobby, and they delivered right there with a huge performance, even with a little bit of a wobble in that last game, going down a lot earlier. It didn't matter.
Got to see AGAL, Sky and Scroll in 10th place. We will see them tomorrow in the survival stage along with Darm and Demas again. One of them going down, forcing the other one to play as a solo. They were the team that got the 18 elimination victory royale, but by then they were already kind of down, but at least they're not out.
And look at that for Aoxy and Jojo.
They did it!
They did it. That win actually propelled them out of that bottom 3. So for teams like Enact and Salco, they drop on down. 7 and Axel, as we saw those guys going down a lot earlier in those latter games. So it wasn't the day to remember for those guys either. Those guys will be going home. So it's really, really difficult for them. But what a performance from some of our top teams here.
Yeah, definitely was a performance to remember for some and a moment to forget for others. But a moment we will not forget here is Barney has our leaders of today's games on stage.
One thing that we look for here in the Gadia City grid above all else is consistency, and these guys have it in spades. Cold, Rapid, congratulations for securing the top spot in Group B and securing your spot as well into the finals the day after tomorrow. Quickly, let's have a chat. 5 top 5 finishes. Like I said, that consistency you proved throughout the entire day. Has that kind of set the tone for you now going into the finals? Has that given you a little bit more confidence?
Oh, 100%. I mean, we knew we were going to do this good, and we showed it here, so we're just planning on doing that in finals too.
Definitely did. I mean, even in the games where you didn't secure those, higher placement points, you're still just getting eliminations. You're just providing that extra consistency on 3 different occasions, double-digit eliminations, which is amazing to see. Tell us a little bit about the dynamic between you guys, right? So you've got, I'm guessing, Rapid, your IGL. So you just kind of let Cold do his thing, secure as many eliminations as you can and run back. What about you? Tell us a little bit from your perspective, the dynamic.
It's honestly just a great game plan from Rapid. He sets me up for all the kills that I get, and thanks to this guy right here.
Thanks to that guy right there, repping Twisted Minds as well, so congratulations. Now, let's get to the fun bit, right? We're here to crush some keys, aren't we? I bet you guys are excited. So, let's set the scene a little bit. These 3 keys we've got in front, we've got Snow and Mohamed. We've got Seven and Ashadas, and we've also got Enact and Salco from Fnatic. Any surprises in there, or?
No words.
Fair point. Okay, now before we do this, I'm gonna get you, Rapid, to open up the iris and show the nasty teeth that's gonna be crushing up these keys. Go for it, Rapid. Okay. That one was eager to jump in. Okay, so before we now throw this down, is there anything that you would like to say to the eliminator teams?
Have a safe flight home.
Have a safe flight home. I love that. Okay, buddy. Pull on that handle in 3, 2, 1. And just like that, 3 teams have been eliminated from the Fortnite Reload Championship. That means 6 teams in total, leaving 34 still in the race. Tomorrow in the survival stage, 20 will duke it out for those 6 remaining spots in the final. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Once again, congratulations to Cole and Cold and Rapid from Twisted Minds. And for now, let's head back to the studio to round out day 2 of the group stage.
Thank you, Barney. And yes, that key was eager to just get absolutely crushed. One key that didn't want to get crushed is none other than EWC and Jojo Fishy, because when they needed to clutch up Vivid, they did just that and were able to just get themselves out of the bottom 3.
Listen, we kind of saw the reactions as well from that game. It was like, all right, well, we're not going to go home, but today was still, you know, a little bit of a stinker, as Levin would kind of call it. But yeah, clutching up that so that way they get the opportunity to kind of play tomorrow and have another opportunity to make it into the finals. It was great to see them kind of get that last game win.
Also, that last game win is going to give them an opportunity to VOD review, see what they did right. Maybe there was just certain rotations, maybe it was just a zone pull, but obviously something changed for them in that game. So an opportunity for them to kind of review and come back in tomorrow with a fresh mindset.
Yeah, they're gonna need that, man. They're gonna need that. I mean, as far as those last couple of games go, man, I don't know how much there is really to review out of them. They sort of spiraled into just utter chaos. You had so many teams, I think, realizing almost that you actually just had to just fight your way into a qualification spot, right? And so, regardless of today, clean slate, tomorrow, you're on it back again.
That's the beauty about it, right? Especially when we go to survival stage, it is going to be a clean slate. Everybody's going to get a chance to start 0. And there we have the top 7 teams that are going to be moving on to the match point finals. And Mini Pio and Fukun were able to jump up all the way from 10th place to 7th place.
Listen, I got to go ahead and chase those guys down, man, because I need another woo from those guys, right? They got the game win today. Now they got the qualification. Just barely skimmed by there. You can see an 8-point difference, not only between them, but Gone and Night, Khan and Faded there as well. So a great clutch. It all came down to that last game, actually a solo effort there at the very last moment. Great to see one of these smaller region teams kind of make it in out of Group B.
And they've been pretty consistent throughout the entire day, and we've actually seen a lot of smaller regions really step up. Gone and Night just barely missing out in that moment, and you actually could see the moment that they were eliminated and they knew that they might not be in contention. But same reaction from Mini Pio and Fukun, where they went down, but you could tell that they were cheering. We thought for a second that they thought they won, but then we realized, oh wait, no, they qualified into 7th place.
Yeah, I mean, both of them, right? It was Fukun in that last game, but Mini Pio himself had plenty of clutch moments where, again, you're just doing enough to keep your team in the competition, and sometimes that's what it's all about.
And I'm looking, Levin, at that 8th place for Gone and Night for Furia. Even though they had 2 victory royales today, it just wasn't good enough. That consistency wasn't there.
I mean, these games have been brutal, right? When you look at some of the teams here on this second page, the likes of a Dharma and Deemish, the likes of an Oatly and Spooks, these guys have put on a show for us at times today, and ultimately it's just not enough. You have to be way more consistent to really make it in here.
Yeah, it's really, really a shame for Oatly and Spooks. I mean, we saw throughout the day, we were getting like chat messages in from some of the platforms, and so many people were kind of rooting on Oatly, and that's because they were constantly around that 7th and 8th place. But I'm going to go ahead and read out their placements in these last 2 games. In match number 9, 17th place with a single elimination, and then in match number 10, 16th with 0 eliminations. They effectively got like 0 points in those last 2 games. Outside of that, they were going to qualify.
I think a lot of it actually was due to they seem to have a much bigger advantage with Elite Stronghold than they did with Slurpware. So I'm wondering if maybe they were necessarily preparing just for one map over the other. And hopefully they'll be able to kind of look back onto why Slurpware was causing them some issues. It could just be the teams that were landing around them. And obviously with it being tomorrow, it's a whole new set of teams that are going to be landing near them and maybe a whole new set of opportunities.
A lot of opportunities are going to be available tomorrow. But the thing is that going into tomorrow, the survival stage, for groups, we have had top 7. For tomorrow during survival stage, it's going to get a lot harder because it's only going to be the top 6 that are going to be moving on to the match point finals. And if there's anything that we saw so far, especially in Group A and now in Group B, is that we do have some of those duos that are going to sponge up a lot of points. Going into tomorrow, is there any duo, Vivid, that you think is going to be taking over that role of sponging up points?
Gosh, listen, I got to go ahead and call out one of the teams that we saw have an incredible game today. I mean, Darm and Dimash, I would really, really love to see them do well. Just that single game performance. Again, Levin's kind of talked about it, that ceiling performance. If they can do that consistently, then yeah, I feel like they could be a team that kind of soaks up all those points.
Listen, I'm going to say the team that probably a lot of us were surprised to see not automatically qualify through, and that is Sky and Skrull. And for me, it wasn't necessarily that they misplayed. It was more so that we got that Levin guarantee. We got the Levin coach, and I thought that would have been enough. But Levin, obviously, you fell short. And I think that we can obviously point our fingers towards you. No, I mean, but honestly, Sky and Skrull, it definitely seemed like they were going back and forth. And it seemed like they kind of found their footing in the middle of the game. And then once again, in that second, kind of like the last 3 games, just kind of fell short.
Yeah, honestly, I think the two lads they've had their fair share of struggles today. And honestly, I wouldn't panic if I was an AGAL fan. I wouldn't panic if I was, a Danish fan watching these guys, because they came very close. They had great moments. I think we saw sort of, some of the things you expect to see out of Sky and Skrull today, where again, they can provide you with good clutch moments. In the end, it's not enough. I think now, in the grander conversation of what does a finals look like, their stocks have definitely gone way, way down. But for them, they can't even worry about that. It's just about making it through to the final tomorrow.
It could be just one of those things that usually ends up happening in Battle Royale, where a team just needs that extra day to get them over that hump. And that's exactly what they're going to be able to get. They're going to be able to get an extra day, an extra night too, tonight, to just go back and VOD review like you guys were saying for some of the other teams. But I can't wait to see what AGL is going to be doing, because they are in contention for that club championship. And a lot of the other spots too, the duels that we got a chance to see, SAUL and Furia, that were so close, but yet so far away. Make sure you tune in tomorrow to Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26 to find out what's going to be happening. Who are the next 6 teams that are going to be joining the finals?
The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
for every click, every clutch, every respawn.